Chapter 1301 Nausea. What are you talking about? How can we not afford to pay with our status? 800,000 is 800,000. I have plenty of money. D'Enfant Liu saw the waiter looking at them with contempt and suspicion, and immediately felt humiliated. She yelled angrily, then took out a money card and threw it on the table. Yes, there are about 2 million Xian crystals on this card. Enough for your 800,000. D'Enfant Liu was very generous in order to save her face. The waiter took a look at the money card on the table, still indifferent, and stared at her with an idiot look, with a slight smile on his mouth. We don't accept Xian crystals here. Only spiritual power stones. What? Spiritual power stones? Are you talking about 800,000 spiritual power stones? D'Enfant Liu's heart was shocked. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she explained in surprise. This spiritual power stone is much more expensive than the black crystal in Liuguang Academy. If you try your best to win an arena, you will only get a reward of hundreds of thousands of spiritual power stones. But here, a meal costs 800,000 spiritual power stones, which is really scary. The waiter nodded seriously, as if he was watching her make a fool of herself. Seeing this, D'Enfant Liu, who just didn't take the 800,000 seriously and spent money lavishly, also roared in dissatisfaction. Oh my god! 800,000 spiritual power stones for a meal. You are blackmailing us. Do you think we are stupid? The waiter's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, and he had no patience to continue to pester. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to pay or do you want to default on your debt? I don't have time to waste with you. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Su Maoyang and others frowned. They had just arrived here and were unfamiliar with everything. It was really inconvenient to cause trouble. Thinking of this, they still took out the spiritual power stone silently. It's just that everyone was busy practicing some time ago and consumed a lot of spiritual stones. So the total amount of several people gathered was only about 600,000. Of course, in Fenglin Imperial Capital, 600,000 spiritual stones are not a small amount. But the people here don't seem to take 600,000 spiritual stones seriously. The waiter saw that they couldn't come up with 800,000 after trying to gather them together. His disdainful expression became more contemptuous. Finally, he crossed his arms and stared at them arrogantly. Since you are not from here, you may not know that a lot of the meat in our store is scraped from freeloaders like you. We are not unreasonable people. We still respect your opinions. Tell me, how do you want to die? Hearing that the meat in their store is human flesh, D'Enfant Liu's expression changed drastically, and she growled in disbelief. What? Human flesh? Ugh! As she said that, she lay on the table and retched. Her whole face twisted in pain. Not only her, but others also looked ugly and extremely disgusting. No one expected that this store would actually sell human flesh. At first, they were still celebrating that there were still normal people in the Netherworld city. But they found out that they were too naive. In such a messy environment, how normal can one be? Don't pretend here. If you spit on our restaurant, don't blame us for being unreasonable and not respecting your opinions. You will die miserably, the waiter said with a stern face. Hearing such a threat, Xiao Zian and others were speechless. He was going to kill them. But he said he was not an unreasonable person and even respected their opinions? There really isn't a single normal person here. We only have 600,000 spiritual power stones. You can take it or not. If you don't want it, forget it. I spent 600,000 spiritual power stones to eat a lot of human flesh. I still feel guilty. Giving you 600,000 spiritual power stones is already good enough. D'Enfant Liu's expression was tangled together, and she spit out a disgusting sound. Hearing this, the waiter was furious. His eyebrows were raised, and he roared fiercely. It seems that you are not willing to drink the toast. Come on! Kill them! The waiter's roar instantly shook the entire hall. And then a large group of men suddenly emerged from the back of the hall, each holding a machete, and releasing the spiritual power fluctuations of a mid-stage Jun Lingshi. Seeing this scene, the tough D'Enfant Liu was also shocked. She never thought that even the thugs hired by the restaurant were of the same level as her. It was incredible. Su Maoyang saw this scene, and the surprise in his dark pupils flashed away, and he quickly regained his calm. After seeing so many incredible things today, Su Maoyang can deal with them calmly, and even understand the reasons for such a situation. Because adversity creates talents. This nether city is too chaotic and full of dangers at any time. If you want to gain a foothold here, you must follow the most cruel law of survival of the fittest. Therefore, those who can survive until now are all people with good strength. In this way, even the thugs in the restaurant are particularly excellent in their eyes. Although Su Maoyang's strength can fully deal with this group of midterm Junlingshi, it is better to keep a low profile as much as possible. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately took out a medicinal herb from the space and asked the waiter, "Waiter, look, is the medicinal herb of my Xuanmulingye enough for this meal?" Thinking of the preciousness of medicinal herbs in this world, Su Maoyang was thinking of exchanging them, when the waiter saw that it was a rare black with spirit leaf. He was shocked and widened his eyes. He changed his contemptuous and vicious attitude just now, and his pupils flashed with surprise. He nodded like pounding garlic and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, of course." Seeing his greedy look, Su Maoyang expected it. Even the star grass can make a group of acquired Junling masters fight, not to mention the more precious black with spirit leaf. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang originally planned to exchange only ordinary medicinal herbs. But unfortunately when she was outside, she didn't take those medicinal herbs seriously, and never collected them at all. Most of the medicinal herbs in her space were the more precious and rare medicinal herbs that Jun Haocong gave her before. So, if she was asked to take the most basic and ordinary medicinal herbs, she couldn't take them out. So she could only exchange them with these rare ones. However, although the black with spirit leaf is precious, she has few opportunities to use it. So it is nothing to her. The waiter was stunned by the sudden surprise, and was stunned for a while before he quickly reached out to take it. But before the waiter's hand touched the herbs, he was snatched away by a figure who suddenly jumped out from beside him. The waiter was startled by the sudden appearance of the person, and looked up suddenly. When he saw the identity of this person clearly, he frowned and asked angrily, "Hua Mingyu? What do you mean?" He. "Shower brother. I will pay for this meal for them." The man in black called Hua Mingyu said with a smile. Chapter 1302 Young Master of Shuangwangman. Hearing this, the waiter knew what he was thinking. His face became extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Hua Mingyu, the customer has herbs to pay for the meal, and he doesn't need your help. You didn't ask for other people's opinions, but you made your own decision. Isn't it too much?" Obviously, the waiter hated him for suddenly appearing and interfering. Hearing that someone was willing to pay for him, Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at this person sideways. He saw that the boy who snatched the Xuanmulingye was an 18 or 19-year-old boy. He had a childish face, but he was wearing black clothes and dressed quite maturely, giving the impression of a child wearing adult clothes. He looked pretty handsome, and I believe that if he dressed up, he could be called a handsome man. At this time, he listened to the waiter's words. His face was full of flattering smiles, and he said to Su Maoyang with a smile, "This girl, not only will I help you pay for the meal, I will also give you an extra 100,000 spiritual power stones. Can you give me the Xuanmulingye? You see, you have to hand over the Xuanmulingye anyway. Why not give it to me and earn an extra 100,000 spiritual power stones? This is a sure win business." How great! Su Maoyang was immediately amused by his words. She had never seen such a smart and cunning boy. After his analysis, could she still refuse his request? If she refused, wouldn't it be stupid? The waiter saw Su Maoyang's hesitation and was anxious. He immediately shouted at the black-clothed boy, "Hua Mingyu, are you here to mess things up? If you meddle in other people's business again, don't blame us for being rude." The black-clothed boy shook his head innocently. "No, don't you see I'm helping people and doing good things? What's more, it seems that there is no rule in Zhulongzai that you can't help people pay for their bills. I am willing to help them pay 800,000 spiritual stones now. It's my business and has nothing to do with you. You are the one who is meddling in other people's business by stopping them like this." The waiter was stunned by his sophistry, took a deep breath, and then snorted with some contempt. "Hua Mingyu, everyone knows that your Hua family is now stretched to the limit and very poor. With your status, can you afford 800,000 spiritual power stones? What's wrong with my status? No matter what, I am also the son of the Hua family. Even if my Hua family is not as powerful as the three major forces, it is higher than your status as a slave." Although the boy is not very old, he speaks very tough and his words are particularly sharp, which makes Su Maoyang admire him a little. At this time, the waiter was so angry at his sarcasm that his cheeks flushed. Well, you dare to insult me. It is said that you have to look at the owner before you beat a dog. Even if I am a slave. I am a slave of Shuanglongman. You are not qualified to be a slave of Shuanglongman. Don't worry. If you like to be a slave of Shuanglongman, take your time. No one will compete with you. The black-clothed boy smiled and retorted, which made the waiter tremble all over. Come here. Hua Mingyu is running the place. Beat him up, the waiter yelled. And the thugs behind him all burst out with spiritual power and prepared to take action. However, at this moment, a majestic shout suddenly came from outside the door. Stop! As soon as the voice came out, a man in a purple brocade robe strode in. The familiar face suddenly broke into Su Maoyang's sight, which shocked her spirit. She recognized the identity of the person at once and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Don Fan Liyue, Xiaohe Wanxian, and the others were also surprised and exclaimed, Hey, isn't this the young man who helped us out in the forest? We meet here again. What a coincidence. Xiaohe Zian and Don Fan Yao heard this. Their eyes slightly condensed, and they looked at the purple-clothed man curiously, and seemed a little surprised. Just when everyone was surprised, the waiter's face changed drastically, and he immediately bowed to the purple-clothed man and saluted him properly. Then, an old man came out to greet him, and apologized in a panic. Young master has arrived. I failed to welcome you from afar. I deserve to die. As a member of Shuanglongman, you fight with guests and ruin the reputation of Shuanglongman. You really deserve to die. The purple-clothed man frowned, with a cold and handsome face, and shouted fiercely. Seeing the purple-clothed man getting angry, the old man and the waiter were so scared that their legs and feet softened, and they knelt on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy. Young master, spare me. Young master, spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Never dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered that the people from Bayutang seemed to have mentioned Shuanglongman at that time. Judging from this posture, the purple-clothed man should be the young master of Shuanglongman, and his status in Shuanglongman is not low. And this Julong Zai should be the industry under Shuanglongman. No wonder the waiters inside are so arrogant. It turns out that there are big forces as backers. Just as Su Maoyang was thinking, the purple-clothed man had already raised his head and apologized to her. Sorry. I have caused trouble to you all. Su Maoyang smiled politely. What are you talking about? Sir? We are very grateful for your help before. You don't have to take this little friction to heart. Su Maoyang had accepted the favor before, so it was difficult for her to pursue the matter further. She could only let it go. Seeing that she didn't care, the purple-clothed man nodded gratefully. To show my apology, I will treat you to this meal. How can we do this? You have helped us a lot before. We really feel bad to ask you to treat us to a meal again. Don Fan Liyue had a good impression of this person. Although she was happy in her heart, she was still polite. The purple-clothed man smiled and shook his head. It's just a meal. No need to be polite to me. Su Maoyang took a deep look at him, and always felt that this person was not simple. Facing his kindness, she was on guard and finally politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. It just happened that someone was willing to pay for us, and I have already agreed to him. She didn't want to owe this person too many favors, because she didn't know much about Shuanglongman and didn't know what the young master of Shuanglongman was up to. So it was better to be cautious. Thinking of this, she glanced sideways at the black-clothed boy who was standing next to her. The black-clothed boy came back to his senses after hearing her mention this. Surprise instantly surged on his face, and his eyes bulged. Instantly cute. So, do you agree to give me the Shuanmalingya? Su Maoyang saw his excited face and nodded with a faint smile. Well, I give it to you. Please help us settle the bill. For a cautious person like Su Maoyang, it is better to be assured of equal transactions than to accept benefits without reason. So, she would rather exchange it with medicinal materials than accept help from others for no reason. The black-clothed boy was so happy to hear her promise in person that he nodded like pounding garlic, and immediately took out a bag of spiritual power stones and put it on the table. Here are 800,000 spiritual power stones. They're meal money. The purple-clothed man saw Su Maoyang insisting, and a dark flash flashed in his eyes, and then smiled and said, If you feel bad, then this meal will be regarded as my treat to that little brother. You can take back the 800,000 spiritual power stones. Chapter 1303. We all rely on robbing here. The surprise came too suddenly, and the black-clothed boy was ecstatic when he heard this. He didn't need to spend 800,000 spiritual power stones, but only 100,000 spiritual power stones to exchange for a Xuanmu spiritual leaf. This was simply a great thing that fell from the sky. Afterwards, the black-clothed boy quickly put away the 800,000 spiritual power stones, and nodded and bowed to the purple-clothed man. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Seeing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and said disapprovingly, Young master, we really feel bad for you to do this. Haha. Don't get me wrong. This is my Shuangwoman's compensation to this young master. I offended Shower just now. I hope you don't mind. The purple-clothed man chuckled and pointed to the black-clothed boy next to Su Maoyang. The young man in black was flattered to see the young master of Shuangwoman apologize to him in person, and waved his hands quickly. No. No. No! Young master is too polite. They didn't do anything to me. Just forgive them. He didn't lose anything, and spent 100,000 spiritual stones to get a black with spiritual leaf. Such a great thing. He was too happy to mind. Besides, he will have to go in and out of Zhuangzai in the future, so he can't make the relationship too stiff. The man in purple smiled and nodded when he heard it. I'm glad you don't mind. Then he lowered his head to the waiter and the shopkeeper who were kneeling on the ground, and warned coldly, This young master pleads for you. I'll forgive you this time. Next time, it won't be so simple. Hearing this, the waiter and the shopkeeper were grateful and kowtowed repeatedly. Seeing that the other party had given an explanation and compensated the black-clothed boy, Su Maoyang naturally had no objection. He clasped his fists towards the purple-clothed man and said, I'm really sorry to have troubled you again. We have other things to do, so we'll take our leave first. After saying that, Su Maoyang winked at Dong Liu and others beside him, and then walked out of Zhuangzai quickly. The black-clothed boy saw them leaving, and then he came to his senses, and hurriedly chased after them and called them. Girl, wait for me. Su Maoyang had just walked out of Zhuangzai when he heard the black-clothed boy trotting after him. He couldn't help but stop and look at him. Do you have anything else to do? Su Maoyang still had some good feelings for this smart and cunning black-clothed boy. The black-clothed boy walked forward and handed over the bag of spiritual power stones with gratitude. Girl, your 100,000 spiritual power stones. Su Maoyang saw that he kept his promise, and his expression softened a lot. He reached out and took his spiritual power stones. Thank you. They were short of money now, and Su Maoyang didn't bother to be polite with him. Although 100,000 was not much, it was better than nothing. Haha. I should be the one to thank you. 100,000 spirit stones for one Xuanmu spiritual leaf. The girl is giving it to me. The black-clothed boy scratched his head with a smile, but felt a little embarrassed. You're welcome. I don't need the Xuanmu spiritual leaf anyway. Since you need it, it's okay to take it. Su Maoyang still has a lot of precious medicinal materials in her space, and one Xuanmu spiritual leaf is nothing. The black-clothed boy was even more grateful when he heard her say that. He seemed to think of something and said excitedly, Girl, you are really amazing. You actually know the young master of Shuangwoman. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and replied lightly, In fact, it's not acquaintance. It's just a one-time encounter. Then you are even more amazing. You have only met once, and the young master of Shuangwoman is willing to help you. The black-clothed boy gave a thumbs up, with a face full of admiration. Su Maoyang was amused by his tone and expression. This young man was a clever and slick guy. If you have nothing to do, we will leave first. But Su Maoyang still had work to do, and he didn't have time to listen to his flattery. The black-clothed young man saw that they were leaving, and his expression jumped a little worried. Where are you going? I see that you don't have many spiritual power stones on you. I'm afraid you can't move an inch in this nether city. Hearing this, Su Maoyang and Dong Yaoyu and others looked at each other, and they all saw worry in each other's eyes. They didn't know until they got here that the people here didn't care about the black crystals at all. They only needed spiritual power stones and medicinal materials. But they only had 600,000 spiritual power stones in total. And now they couldn't even pay for a meal. Not to mention that they had 6 people, and they would really have a hard time moving forward in the future. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang asked, Do you have an auction house here? The black-clothed boy shook his head. I have heard the elders mention auction houses, but we don't have one here. Then how can you get spiritual stones here? Su Maoyang frowned even more tightly when she heard that there was no auction house. She heard that medicinal herbs and pills were very popular here, and she was planning to go to the auction house to exchange pills for some spiritual stones. But she didn't know that this ghost place didn't even have a trading place. The black-clothed boy saw that she didn't understand the situation, and patiently explained, "Spiritual stones? We all rely on robbery. If you want spiritual stones, I can take you to rob. I know where there are more people, and it is easier to rob." Su Maoyang and his group didn't expect such an answer, and they were immediately shocked. Donfang Liu asked in disbelief, "Robbery? Are you all so barbaric here? What should the weak people here do? Can they just wait to die?" As the daughter of the Donfang family, she really couldn't do it if she was asked to be a bandit. If you don't have the strength, you can only rely on cheating. Of course, most people still like to rob. It's simple, direct and fast. The black-clothed boy answered seriously. When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads in disbelief. No wonder the Nether City was in such chaos. It turned out that in addition to the poison people, even normal people would smash, loot and kill. This has become a trend. A kind of atmosphere. Robbery and murder here. Is there no one to care? Donfang Liu frowned unacceptably. The black-clothed boy shook his head again. It's not that no one cares. It's that no one can care. Can't care. What does this mean? Don't you have anyone in charge here? Xiao Xian's face flashed with confusion and took over the conversation. The one in charge is our city lord. The entire Netherworld city is under his jurisdiction. But you may not know that our people here suffer from a strange disease. Once the disease occurs, it is like mania. They can't control themselves and just want to kill and eat people crazily. Even our city lord and his soldiers have this disease. How do you want him to manage it? The black-clothed boy sighed helplessly. Even the city lord has this disease? Su Maoyang looked slightly surprised. Yes, most of our people here have this disease, and those who are not sick are a minority. So there is really no way to manage it. Hearing this, Su Maoyang and his group were all shocked. Chapter 13:0 For the three major forces of Netherworld City. Xiao Xian was even more curious after hearing what he said, and continued to ask, "What disease do the people here have? And why is it so rampant in the city?" The black-clothed teenager sighed and shook his head solemnly. "Actually, I don't know much either. I just heard from my elders that it seems to be a poison. It seems that someone once poisoned the well in our town, causing many people in the town to be poisoned." Xiao Xian nodded in understanding after hearing this. Sure enough, he guessed right. This is a poison. A very special poison. It is probably not easy to detoxify it. Otherwise even the city lord would not be deeply affected by it. I just didn't expect someone to be so vicious that they actually put poison in the well water. It's clear that they want to destroy the entire town. I really don't know what kind of deep hatred can make people do this. Apart from smashing, looting, killing, cheating, and deceiving. Do you have other ways to get spiritual stones? The more Su Maoyang understood the situation here, the uglier her face became, because she really couldn't do those immoral things against her conscience. The young man in black thought about it and nodded slightly. In addition, the city lord will give out some spiritual stones every month to help the poor. But only 500,000 spiritual stones are given out every month, which can't even meet their basic needs, let alone practice. So, don't expect to rely on the city lord for help. Just go and rob. Donfang Liu was shocked when she heard this, and her pupils widened. As if stimulated, she growled, "Oh my god! 500,000 spiritual stones can't even meet their basic needs. Your things are too expensive. Do you want to live?" The young man in black saw their dilemma and was quite helpless. There is no way. This has always been the situation here. You will get used to it after staying for a long time. By the way, there is another way to obtain spiritual power stones. If your spiritual power level reaches the initial stage of the postnatal monarch spiritual master, you can try your luck in the three major forces in the city. If you are favored by the three major forces, you can join the three major forces and work for them. They will give you spiritual power stones. At least you will have no worries about food and clothing. And you can also practice at the same time. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with doubt. Three major forces? Yes. In addition to the city lord's mansion, our nether city has three major forces, namely Shuangwangmen, Baiyutang, and Yanluo Hall. The rest are some small families. And the lowest are some independent people, because the city lord rarely manages things. These three major forces are almost all powerful in Nether City, and no one dares to provoke them. The young master of Shuanglongmen just now is a big figure in our Nether City. Speaking of the three major forces, the black-clothed boy was obviously much more excited, and his tone was full of envy. After listening to his explanation, everyone had a rough idea in their hearts, but none of them had reached the initial level of postnatal monarch spiritual master, and they were not qualified to join the three major forces at all. It seems that if they want to get the spiritual power stone, they have no other way except to rob it. The young man in black saw that they were confused and had no idea about the situation here. He couldn't help but feel a little worried and kindly reminded them, "You should be from the outside world. Otherwise you wouldn't know anything. I heard from the elders that many people came from there before, and it seemed that they were planning to assassinate our city lord. But they were killed by our city lord, and not even a bone was left. So I must tell you that our city lord is a very powerful person. You must not have such thoughts. Otherwise you will die miserably." Seeing that he knew the existence of the Maple Forest Empire, Su Maoyang's heart trembled uncontrollably, and he asked in surprise, "Has someone come in from outside before?" "Yes. It was many years ago. I was not born at that time, and I don't know the specific situation. But I heard from my elders that someone came in from outside and later died here. Of course, even if they don't die, they will be trapped here for life, because our Netherworld city has been set up with a formation. You can only enter, not leave. If you enter, don't think about leaving in this life." The black-clothed boy shook his head and sighed, with some sympathy in his tone. Hearing this, Su Maoyang and his group all changed their faces and looked at each other in shock. From his tone, the people here seemed to be very clear about their situation and the world outside. They had no need to hide at all. Don Fanyayu was a little anxious when he heard that he could never get out. What if the formation is broken? No matter how powerful the formation is, there will always be a gap. As long as it is broken, there is hope to get out. When they suddenly disappeared, all the relatives of the Donfang family would be anxious. His father was already old and had been worried about his illness before. He probably couldn't stand it anymore. And his sixth uncle was impatient and who knew what he would do. While Donfang Yaoyu was worried about the Donfang family, Su Maoyang also frowned with mixed feelings. She was not only worried about the Donfang family, but also worried about whether Elder Dong was alive, and whether he was accused of killing disciples because of them. Of course, she was more worried about Jun Haosong. I don't know how he is now, whether his cold disease has relapsed, whether the battle situation in the dark area of Yunlu has improved, and whether Feng Moxie has made things difficult for him. There are too many people and too many things outside that she can't let go of, and she can't stay here forever. The black-clothed boy listened to his words, chuckled, and shook his head. "You are too naive. Even our city lord, who is so powerful, has studied for so many years, and can't break the formation. You'd better forget about it, and spend the rest of your life here honestly." Donfang Yaoyu frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with his advice. But he also knew in his heart that it was not easy to break the formation. It's not easy. At least for them, who are like headless flies now. It's late now, and it's the peak period for people to rob spirit stones and get sick. You are not safe outside. If you are not careful, not to mention spirit stones, even your life will be lost. How about this? If you have nowhere to go, stay at my house first. Although my family has no money, there are still empty rooms. At least it can shelter from the wind and rain, ensure safety, and not sleep on the streets. The black-clothed boy took such precious medicinal materials from others. Seeing that they were homeless at this time, he felt sorry for them and invited them warmly. Su Maoyang hesitated a little. "It's not good for so many of us to come and bother you." "What's wrong with that? It's just a few more mouths to eat." The black-clothed man waved his hand. "It's not easy for you either. It's too expensive for so many of us." Xiao Wanxian also couldn't bear to trouble others. She just heard the waiter say that the Hua family was poor, and she thought the situation was not much better. Chapter 1305, Quota to Enter the Immortal Pond. The black-clothed youth couldn't help laughing when he saw their politeness. "Haha. You really don't have to worry. Although our Hua family is just an inconspicuous small family in the Nether City, we can still afford to eat. Besides, you are not eating and drinking for free. I just took the medicinal materials from you. These Xuanmu Lingye are enough for you to live for a long time. Hearing this, everyone was a little shaken and looked at Su Maoyang, waiting for her to make a decision. Su Maoyang knew that they were no different from beggars now, and their strength could not meet the requirements of the three major forces. Even if they did, she was unwilling to be someone else's slave and be ordered around. The most annoying thing is that there is no trading house here. If you want spiritual power stones, you have to rob them. Although she is not a good person, she never takes the initiative to harm others. So, now they seem to have no choice as they are in a mess with nowhere to go. Now, it's good to have someone who is not afraid of trouble to take them in. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Okay. We have no choice but to come and bother you shamelessly. Sorry for bothering you. Haha. What are you talking about? I have received such a big benefit from you. And these are all my dues. But I don't know your names yet, the black-clothed boy said with a smile. Dong Fong Liu was very happy to hear that she didn't have to sleep on the street tonight. She excitedly pointed at everyone and introduced them one by one. My name is Dong Fong Liu. The one next to me is Dong Fong Yoyu. My brother, the one who gave you the herbs, is Su Imo. And the idiot over here is Xiao Zian. And this is his sister, Xiao Wan Xian. The young man in black nodded in understanding. My name is Huamingyu. You heard it just now. So there is no need to explain too much. It's getting late now. Let's go quickly. Everyone nodded slightly after hearing this, and followed him towards the direction of the Hua family. When they were halfway there, they suddenly found that there were many people gathered in front of the bulletin board in front of them. And everyone was chattering about something, which immediately attracted their attention. Dong Fong Liu's pretty face was full of curiosity, and she couldn't help asking Huamingyu, what happened in front? It seems quite lively. Oh, it's an announcement issued by the City Lord's mansion. In a few days, a competition will be held to select the places to enter the Immortal Pond. Huamingyu glanced at the bulletin board and explained with a clear mind. Su Maoyang was a little confused. Immortal Pond? Well, you just got here. You don't know. We have a pond in the Nether City, which contains rich spiritual power. Just soaking in it for an hour is more effective than absorbing any spiritual power stone. It is the most precious place in our Nether City, and the place everyone wants to go to the most. So it is called the Immortal Pond, because the Immortal Pond is too precious. The City Lord protects it very well, in order to prevent it from being polluted and help everyone improve their strength. The City Lord decided to select a group of people to enter the Immortal Pond every 3 months through a competition. After hearing this explanation, they suddenly realized that this was the case. What kind of competition is this? Are there any special requirements? Su Maoyang was interested when she heard that the Immortal Pond could improve strength, and continued to ask. Seeing her curiosity, Huamingyu explained, it's an alchemy competition. You should have seen that our Nether City is full of fighting and killing, and there are poison patients everywhere. What we lack most is medicinal materials and pills. Therefore, the City Lord, who was also poisoned, was no exception. Although he didn't like to manage things, he always attached great importance to alchemists, and wanted to vigorously cultivate alchemists, hoping that they could refine detoxifying pills to free the people from torture. Unfortunately, although there are alchemists in our Nether City, there are not many, and their strength always fails to meet the requirements of the City Lord. Fortunately, the City Lord did not give up. After so many years, the alchemy competition is still held every 3 months, which has become a habit. Su Maoyang heard that it was an alchemy competition, and she couldn't help but have more ideas. Although her current alchemy strength is not particularly good, it can at least be shown. She can participate in the competition to try. If she gets a place in the fairy pool, she doesn't have to think about how to get so many spiritual stones. Can everyone sign up for this competition? Su Maoyang asked again. Huamingyu frowned and shook his head. His face became a little embarrassed. No. Only the 3 major forces and some powerful families can participate in the competition. Our Hua family was once qualified, but my brother died, leaving only me. A waste. So the Hua family was expelled and no longer qualified to participate in the competition. Su Maoyang felt sorry for touching on his sad story. I'm sorry. Haha. It's nothing. I'm used to it. You don't have to feel sorry. My brother who had a talent for alchemy died, leaving only a half-baked me. I can only say that my Hua family is not destined to have that. Huamingyu waved his hand indifferently, and the smile on his face was actually a bit distressing. Xiao Zian didn't quite understand. Since it's an alchemist competition, Aren't all those who enter the fairy pool alchemists? No. This competition awards prizes based on ranking. For example, 8 prizes for the first place, 5 prizes for the second place, and 3 prizes for the third place. Only the top 3 alchemists can bring people into the immortal pond. As for who to bring, you can choose by yourself. There is no hard and fast rule, Hua Mingyu explained. Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing this. Alas, don't think about it. This competition has nothing to do with our Hua family anyway. Let's go! Their Hua family had long lost the qualification for the competition, so it was useless to think about it. Su Maiyang took a deep look at the notice board, and then continued on the road with him. But she was worried all the way. It was not until she arrived at the Hua family, and walked into the Hua family's yard that she began to look at the surrounding environment. At this time, an old man dressed as a housekeeper suddenly stepped forward, saluted to Hua Mingyu, and informed him, "Young master, the old man and the head of the family have something to talk to you about. They are waiting in the hall. You should go quickly." When Hua Mingyu heard this, he knew what it was. His face jumped with a bit of disgust. He could only say to Su Maiyang and others beside him, "Miss Su, you guys go to the Hua family first. I'll be back soon." Su Maiyang saw that he was going to leave alone and felt that it was inappropriate. He immediately stopped him. "We are already very sorry for disturbing them rashly. Now we are visiting someone's home. But we don't even visit their elders. It's really unreasonable. I think we should go with you to say hello. When visiting someone's home, saying hello is the most basic courtesy. Not to mention that they are expected to disturb them for a while, so they should be more polite." Hua Mingyu heard this, and thought it made sense. He nodded in agreement. "Well, okay. Let's go." Chapter 1306. Not even qualified to participate. Walking into the hall of the Hua family, I saw several elders sitting in the hall. The old man sitting at the top had gray hair and wrinkles on his face. Although he looked haggard and thin, his pair of brown eyes were deep in his eye sockets. But they were sharp and brilliant. Judging from his eyes, he should be in his 70s. Sitting to his lower right were 2 middle-aged men. Although they were younger, they were not as imposing as the old man. However, their facial features were very similar to the old man. At this moment, they sat upright and looked a little serious. Sitting opposite them was a young man in a white robe. He looked to be in his 20s, much more mature than Hua Mingyu. His facial features were cold and resolute, and his eyes were particularly arrogant and indifferent. As soon as Hua Mingyu entered the hall, before he had time to salute, the white-haired old man at the top suddenly slammed his fist on the table, making a loud noise, and then shouted fiercely, "You bastard! Why don't you stay at home to make pills? Where have you gone now?" The angry scolding shook Xiahou Wanxian and others who followed him in and trembled, and their faces turned pale. However, before they could recover, Hua Mingyu had already retorted unhappily, "Our Hua family has long lost the qualifications to participate in the competition. No matter how I refine, it will be useless. You should give up this idea as soon as possible." The old man was so angry when he heard him say this, and he blew his beard and glared, and scolded again, "You bastard! How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, a useless thing, why would our Hua family not even have the qualifications to participate in the competition? I'm not good at alchemy. No matter how you force me, I'll still be like this. If you want the Hua family to regain the qualification for the competition, you should put your hope on my second brother." Hua Mingyu yelled back angrily, not caring about etiquette and seniority. It was obvious that he had been oppressed for a long time, and hated these people in the hall to the core. Seeing him so presumptuous, the white-haired old man was so angry that he trembled all over, gnashing his teeth and couldn't breathe. The middle-aged man in the navy blue robe below saw that the old man was very angry and embarrassed, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Father, Mingyu is still young and ignorant. The more pressure you put on him, the more he resists. Alchemy can only be cultivated slowly, and it can't be rushed." Hua Mingyu looked very similar to the middle-aged man who was talking. From his tone, he also wanted to protect him and help him to intercede. Su Maiyang guessed that this person should be Hua Mingyu's biological father. But just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man sitting next to him, who was wearing a blue brocade robe and had a relatively burly figure, snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Second brother, you can't say that. Since my son died, our Hua family has not been eligible to participate in the competition for several years. Now the Hua family is getting worse day by day. If it continues like this, the Hua family will lose sooner or later. Therefore, we don't have much time. If Hua Mingyu doesn't practice hard, our Hua family will be finished. Since uncle knows that time is running out, he should let the second brother practice hard. Why pin his hopes on a waste like me? Hua Mingyu was full of dissatisfaction and snorted heavily with his eyes bulging. The man called uncle was so angry that he frowned and cursed. Asshole. The elders taught you, and you dare to talk back. If your second brother had a little talent for alchemy, I would have let him make the alchemy long ago. It would never be your turn. A waste. I don't have the talent for alchemy. After so many years of alchemy, I have only reached the level of a midterm alchemist. I can't even meet the minimum requirements for participating in the competition. How can you let me revive the Hua family? Hua Mingyu thought he was very hardworking and made great efforts for the Hua family. But he had no talent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't meet the requirements for participating in the competition, even if he was forced to death. What's more, the Hua family never treated him as a human being. When his eldest brother was there, he was almost a transparent person. Except for his biological parents, everyone in the family treated him coldly. Later, after his eldest brother, who was an alchemist, was killed, they began to pay attention to him. Just because in the entire Hua family, except for his eldest brother, he was the only one who could make alchemy. Although his talent was not strong, he was at least an alchemist. Therefore, the Hua family regarded him as a tool to revitalize the family. They wanted to train him to be a powerful alchemist, win a place in the competition, and take the people of the Hua family into the fairy pond for cultivation. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. The more you desire something, the more it goes against your wishes. He is not a material for alchemy. No matter how they beat him, scold him, or lock him up, he cannot meet the requirements for participating in the competition. The young man in white robes sitting on the side heard Hua Mingyu turn the topic to himself. His sword eyebrows slightly frowned. His eyes shot out a sharp cold light. And he said lightly, "Little brother, your second brother is not unwilling to help. But I have measured that he really has no mental power at all. He can't be as lucky as you to become an alchemist. Therefore, the burden of the Hua family has to be hard on you." What is he working hard for? Hard work? All these years, among the younger generations of Nether City, you have always been the one who has been holding up. If it weren't for you, our Hua family would have been scolded as having no successors. Although you have no mental power, you are at least excellent in spiritual power. And you are not like him who can't show anything. The old man of the Hua family heard the words of the young man in white robes and immediately retorted disapprovingly. Between the lines, it can be heard that he prefers the young man in white robes. Although the profession of alchemist is very popular and honorable, only alchemists who can make elixirs are honorable. Alchemists like Hua Mingyu, who could only make some of the lowest level elixirs and are not even qualified to participate in the competition, really cannot be respected. The white-robed man heard this and glanced at Hua Mingyu coldly. The contempt and complacency in his pupils were fleeting. And although it was very fast, it was still captured by Su Maoyang. It seems that Hua Mingyu's second brother said nice things, but he also despised Hua Mingyu in his bones. "Father, it is my poor teaching that made Mingyu so lazy. In the future, I will strengthen his training and try not to disappoint you." The expression of the man in navy blue clothes was particularly ugly. He seemed to feel sorry for his son being scolded and humiliated in public. So he took the responsibility and planned to temporarily calm Mr. Hua's anger. But the old man above obviously didn't buy it. He frowned and roared angrily. "Humph! Strengthen his training? Not only did you not strengthen his training, you also let him go out to play. How can you be a father? Seeing that the alchemy competition is coming soon, our Hua family can only watch other families grow stronger and suffer contempt and humiliation. We have tasted that kind of taste for several years. Do you still want to endure this?" Chapter 1307 His difficult situation. When Hua Mingyu heard him scolding his father in front of so many people, the emotions that he had been suppressing suddenly burst out, and his eyes were red with anger. "My father has worked hard for the Hua family and for me, and has never slacked off for a moment. It is because I don't have the talent for alchemy, and it has nothing to do with my father. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. Don't embarrass my father." "Humph. If you don't want your father to be embarrassed, then be more conscious. Work hard to practice. Meet the requirements of the competition. And don't disappoint us elders. Besides, your seriously ill mother is still waiting for you to make a name for yourself. You don't want her to die of illness like this. Right? The uncle snorted coldly and warned sternly. Hearing this, Hua Mingyu clenched his fists immediately, and the veins on the back of his hands burst out. It seems that he used a lot of strength and suppressed a lot of anger. This scene fell into Su Maoyang's eyes, and a layer of ripples was stirred in his heart. She didn't expect that the boy's situation at home would be so difficult. At this time, the old man of the Hua family above finally noticed the existence of Su Maoyang and others. He narrowed his eyes and cast a cold and sharp look at them. After looking at them for a while, he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, and why did you break into my Hua family?" Before, because he was angry, Mr. Hua didn't notice Su Maoyang and his group. Now that he gradually calmed down, he found that there were many more people in the hall. When Mr. Hua asked, the uncle and Hua Mingyu's biological father looked at Su Maoyang, frowned and looked at them, and their pupils jumped with doubts. Hua Mingyu was worried that Mr. Hua would embarrass Su Mo and others, so he quickly explained, "They are my friends." "Friends? With your current strength? What friends do you need? Hurry up and go back to make pills." Old Master Hua was already dissatisfied with him for neglecting his cultivation and playing around. Hearing that he even brought friends back from outside, he was furious and scolded him. Hua Mingyu was very disgusted with his overbearing order and rejected it with a tough attitude. "They are my friends. I plan to let them stay in the Hua family for a while. Now you have seen it. It is considered a greeting." Then, Hua Mingyu turned to Su Mo and others and said, "Let's go to my yard. There are several empty rooms in my yard." As he said that, he was going to take them away without caring about Old Master Hua's reaction. When Old Master Hua heard that he wanted to let this group of people live in the Hua family, he was even more furious. He slammed his palm on the table and yelled fiercely, "Asshole! Stop right there. When did I allow you to bring people back to live here? You are really lawless. I brought them back and asked them to see you. Not to ask for your opinion, but to respect you as the elder of the Hua family, and to say hello to you. Please show respect. Otherwise I don't even want to say hello to you." Hua Mingyu stopped in his tracks after being yelled at, and glared at him resentfully, his tone sharp, like a sword out of its sheath. Hearing these disrespectful and rude words, the old man of the Hua family was so angry that he gasped and pointed at Hua Mingyu's arm, shaking non-stop. You evil creature. You are so rebellious. Someone, get this evil creature out of the Hua family." Hua Mingyu's father had never expected that the old man Hua would be so angry. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately stood up and begged anxiously, "Father, calm down. Mingyu is my only son, and one of the few bloodlines of the Hua family. You must not do this." Facing this cold-blooded grandfather, who never treated him as a human being, Hua Mingyu sneered and said sarcastically, "Okay, you can drive me away, but I want to see how the Hua family, which has lost its alchemist and completely lost hope of the competition, will go to ruin step by step." Mr. Hua was immediately speechless by Hua Mingyu's words. His whole old face turned red and purple, and his gritting teeth looked particularly hideous. Although he hated this useless and rebellious grandson, he was the only one with spiritual power except for the dead grandson. And he was the only hope for the Hua family to gain a foothold in the Nether City. Seeing that his son refused to admit defeat, Hua Mingyu's father became even more anxious and persuaded him again. "Father, there are not many descendants in our Hua family. Now there are only Haoqing and Mingyu left. Don't make any more mistakes. Mingyu is just a little hard-mouthed, but he has a good heart. Even if he is useless and has poor talent, he is still a mid-term alchemist. He is the only hope of our Hua family. If you drive him away, won't you destroy the last hope of our Hua family?" It must be said that his words are exactly what Mr. Hua is most worried about. It doesn't matter what Hua Mingyu is like. What matters is the survival of the Hua family. The Nether City is already turbulent. In addition to the three major forces, other small families rise and fall too quickly, and may go to extinction at any time. And their Hua family is on the verge of extinction, lingering on. So Hua Mingyu is their only hope for rise. If Hua Mingyu is gone, then their Hua family probably has no choice but to wait for death. Thinking of this, although Mr. Hua was angry, he had not lost his mind. He tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to drive him away. You should supervise him during this period, and don't let him be presumptuous again." When Hua Mingyu's father heard him give in, His heart finally fell back. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I will discipline him strictly, and not let father worry. Hua Mingyu saw that his grandfather had to bow to him for the Hua family in the end. Snorted disdainfully, and walked out of the hall. Su Maoyang wanted to say hello to several elders. But before he could say a word, he was urged to leave by Hua Mingyu. Why are you still standing there? Come with me. Being urged by him, Su Maoyang and others couldn't stay here any longer. They all saluted the three elders and followed Hua Mingyu to the backyard. Su Maoyang witnessed his battle with the Hua family and was a little curious. He couldn't help asking, "Is your mother seriously ill?" When the uncle mentioned his mother just now, Hua Mingyu's expression was obviously wrong. Su Maoyang saw everything, so he couldn't help but care about her. Yes, she has been ill for many years. Hua Mingyu nodded slightly, feeling a little depressed. Xiahou Wanxian saw that his relationship with his family was so stiff, and felt the same way. She felt distressed and asked softly, "Have you asked a doctor to see her?" Hua Mingyu sneered as if he had heard a joke. But that smile was uglier than crying. "What doctor? My grandfather would rather she not get better." When they suddenly heard such an answer, everyone was shocked and puzzled. Chapter 1308 threatened him with my mother. What do you mean by that? Donphan Liu asked in surprise. Hua Mingyu glanced at her, his tender face full of sarcasm. Didn't you see that the Hua family wanted to use me to participate in the alchemy competition? In order to control me and make me obedient. They threatened me with my mother. As long as I couldn't meet the requirements of the competition, they would not give my mother medicine to treat the disease. Even when they usually ask the doctor, they have to look at my performance. What? They actually threatened you with my mother. Your grandfather is too much. Donphan Liu, who has a bad temper, didn't hear such a thing, and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian and others were also shocked and frowned, staring at him in disbelief. The Hua family can do anything to achieve their goals. It's so despicable and shameless that it's incredible. It seems that the blackwood spirit leaf should be a medicinal material for treating your mother's disease. Su Maoyang understood everything when he heard this. Since the Hua family is already in such a difficult situation, they probably can't afford many spiritual stones. But he readily took out 800,000 spiritual stones to help them pay the bill, and was willing to take out another 100,000 spiritual stones in exchange for the blackwood spiritual leaves, which was enough to show the importance of this medicinal material to him. So Su Maoyang guessed that it should be related to his mother's illness. Hearing Su Maoyang's guess, Hua Mingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Well, my mother's illness can only be cured by a pill called Yashinyuan pill. But this kind of pill requires a mid-stage great pill master to refine it. Unfortunately, I can't even reach the level of an early-stage great pill master, let alone a mid-stage great pill master. However, even if I reach it, it is still very difficult to get the medicinal materials. You should know that the medicinal materials and elixirs here are very scarce, and the prices are extremely expensive. If the Hua family doesn't give me money, I can't afford it at all. If I hadn't met you this time, I don't think I would have gotten the Xuanmuling Yen in my life. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding after hearing this, and he already had an idea in his mind. In order to cure his mother and let Mr. Hua hire a doctor for her mother, he should have worked hard to make pills. Unfortunately, he was not talented. Although he had mental strength, he could not become an excellent alchemist. On one side was the burden given by the elders of the Hua family, and on the other side was the pressure caused by his mother's illness. But God did not let him have his way. No matter how hard he tried, he could not meet the requirements. So, it is needless to think about how tormented and painful it was for him to survive in such an environment. Just when everyone was worried, Hua Mingyu suddenly stopped. Okay, let's not talk about unhappy things. You just arrived at the Hua family, and I let you see such an embarrassing side. I'm really sorry. As he said, he pointed to the room on the left side of the yard and explained. From now on, you will live here temporarily. There are several empty rooms on the left. You can choose by yourself. If you have any needs, just tell me. Xiahou Wanxian and others nodded gratefully after hearing this. Thank you for troubling Mr. Hua. Haha. Don't be so polite to me. I should thank you for letting me get the herbs for my mother's treatment. Hua Mingyu smiled and waved his hand. You have been walking for a whole day. You must be tired. I won't disturb you to rest. After saying that, Hua Mingyu waved his hand and left quickly. Dongfang Liu and Xiahou Wanxian were indeed tired a long time ago. Now that they had a place to rest, they couldn't wait to choose a room to sleep. Xiahou Zian and Dongfang Yaoyu were injured and needed to find a place to rest. After saying goodbye to Su Maoyang, they also returned to their rooms. Su Maoyang knew that Shi Nuo was also very tired, so he didn't keep her around this time and sent her to rest early. When Su Maoyang returned to the room, she put out the evil blood cauldron. She saw the situation of the Hua family today and understood Hua Mingyu's difficulties. She really couldn't stand by and watch. Since she planned to stay in someone else's house temporarily, she had to do something for them. And the Yishan Yuan Dan that Hua Mingyu mentioned was only a pill that could be refined by a great pill master. For Su Maoyang, who was at the peak of the pill sect, it was just a matter of moving his fingers, which was really insignificant. It just so happened that she still had several Xuanmu spiritual leaves in her space, as well as other medicinal materials, which were just right for refining the Yishan Yuan Dan. So, she quickly activated the strange fire in her body, ignited the evil blood cauldron, and then began to peel the medicinal materials, put them into the medicine cauldron, and refine them with ease. In just 10 breaths, the Yishan Yuan Dan was successfully produced and fell into her hands. The night passed gradually and soon ushered in the morning, because she had consumed her mind yesterday's escape. Su Maoyang also slept until very late before getting up, thinking of refining the elixir for Hua Mingyu last night. She got up, put on her clothes, cleaned up, opened the door and walked out, intending to give him the refined Yishan Yuan Dan. However, when she arrived at Hua Mingyu's room, she did not see him. She asked the maid and learned that he had gone to the medicine shop with his father to buy medicinal materials this morning. It seems that after what happened yesterday, his father has indeed strengthened his supervision, and even accompanied him to the street to buy medicinal materials. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. At this time, the Xiahou siblings and the Dongfang siblings also came out of the room. Perhaps they had a good rest and looked much better than yesterday. Seeing Su Maoyang at this time, they were in a good mood and greeted him. I plan to go out and find out about signing up for the alchemy competition. Do you want to go? Su Maoyang asked when he saw them coming out. Hearing that Su Maoyang was interested in the alchemy competition, the Xiahou siblings and Dongfang Liu were a little surprised. Only Dongfang Yaoyu seemed relatively calm, because he had seen Su Maoyang's alchemy skills when he was in Songyan sect. And even more so, he had seen the strange fire she contracted, so he had no doubts about her alchemy ability. When he heard her ask about this competition yesterday, he knew that Su Mo was probably thinking about participating in the competition. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yaoyu nodded. Well, I'll go with you. Dongfang Liu is Su Maoyang's little follower, so there is no doubt that he will go with her. The Xiahou brothers and sisters all listened to Su Mo's command, so naturally they have no objection. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded gently. Let's go! As he said that, the 6 of them walked towards the front yard. Just when they walked to the front yard, they saw Hua Mingyu and his father walking in quickly, just bumping into them. Su Maoyang and others saluted politely when they saw Hua Mingyu's father. Hua Mingyu's father was much gentler than Mr. Hua. He did not show any impatience, but nodded politely at them. Are you used to living in the mansion? He knew that Hua Mingyu had a hard life these years. He was despised when he was a child, and was forced to make pills when he grew up. He had no time to make friends. Now he has a few friends, so he can still understand. Chapter 1309 Sudden Qualification. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to see that the other party could greet them so calmly, and then nodded and said gratefully, We are used to wandering outside. How could we not get used to the good environment of the Hua family? In addition, with the care of Mr. Hua, we can't thank you enough. Hua Mingyu's father nodded with relief after hearing this. And Hua Mingyu, who was standing by, asked curiously when he saw that they were about to go out. Where are you going together? Just as he finished speaking, Su Maoyang was about to answer, and suddenly heard uniformed footsteps outside the gate, and then saw an army stopped at the gate. Hearing the movement, Hua Mingyu and his father turned around and looked. At this time, they saw a general wearing golden armor, and with an upright figure walking in from outside, with his head held high. Seeing this person, Hua Mingyu and his father were both shocked. They immediately recognized the other person's identity, stepped forward, bowed, and said in unison, I pay my respects to General Feng. General Feng has arrived. We are guilty of failing to welcome him. I deserve death. Facing the scene in front of them, Su Maoyang and others were stunned. Surprise flashed across their faces. They looked at this majestic and dignified middle-aged man with curiosity. Judging from the attitude of Hua Mingyu and his son towards the visitor, it was enough to see that this person's status in the Nether City was not low. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at the other person looked around and said seriously, "Where is the old man of the Hua family? This general has good news for him." Even though he said good news, this person had a stern face and was serious. He did not show any joy. However, Hua Mingyu's father was very happy to hear this. He nodded repeatedly, called the servants in the yard, and hurried to inform the old man and the eldest brother of the Hua family. General Feng always keeps his word and never jokes. If he comes to the door in person to say that he has good news, then it must be true. Sure enough, when they heard that General Feng came to the door in person, Mr. Hua and the eldest brother of the Hua family hurried over from the backyard. Before they got close, they came to General Feng with flattering smiles and trotted to him. They saluted respectfully. "I greet General Feng. I wonder if General Feng has any good news to tell me." Hearing the good news, Mr. Hua's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, and he couldn't wait to ask while saluting. General Feng handed the token that he had prepared long ago to the old man of the Hua family and explained in a deep voice, "The alchemy competition will be held in a few days. This time, your Hua family is qualified to participate. I hope you can arrive on time to participate." Hearing this, the old man of the Hua family, the eldest brother of the Hua family, Hua Mingyu's father, and even Hua Mingyu were all shocked by the sudden news and stood there in a daze. They were so surprised that it was like a thunder exploded above their heads. Their bodies were numb. Their expressions were stiff, and they seemed to have lost their voices and could not speak. After a long time, the old man of the Hua family gradually came back to his senses. With his mouth open and his eyes bulging, he asked in disbelief, "Qualification to participate in the competition? Did I hear it wrong? Our Hua family is qualified to participate in the competition?" The old man of the Hua family exclaimed and looked at his two sons beside him, trying to confirm whether he had hallucinations or heard it wrong. But his two sons also looked confused. They were dizzy by the sudden surprise. They couldn't recover for a long time and shook their heads dully. Mr. Hua couldn't count on the two of them. He looked at General Feng again. His face flushed with excitement and tears welled up in his eyes. "General Feng, are you telling the truth? Our Hua family is finally qualified to participate in the competition? I have already handed you the token for the competition. How could it be fake?" General Feng said with a stern face and a somewhat unhappy tone. Even though he heard the other party's arrogant and disdainful words, Mr. Hua was as sweet as eating honey. He held the token in his hands and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. I am so happy. If I have offended you, please forgive me." General Feng, the eldest brother of the Hua family beside him, also nodded in surprise and said good things. Hua Mingyu's father was happy, but he was still a little confused when he thought of his son's alchemy ability. He couldn't help asking, "General Feng, doesn't this alchemy competition require the level of a great alchemist to participate? But my son is only a mid-term alchemist. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" Seeing that he didn't believe him, General Feng frowned and said angrily, "How could this general make a mistake in doing things? The reason why you can participate in the competition this time is that the young master of Shuanglongmen interceded and asked the city lord for the qualification. Otherwise you would have no chance." Suddenly knowing the truth, everyone in the Hua family froze their expressions in an instant, and their smiles froze at the corners of their mouths, looking a little forced. Hearing that it was the young master of Shuanglongmen who was asking for mercy, they all looked at each other in confusion. Shuanglongmen is one of the three major forces in Nether City. When did the inconspicuous small family of the Hua family have a relationship with Shuanglongmen? It was too incredible that the young master of Shuanglongmen personally asked for mercy. The people of the Hua family were all confused and couldn't figure out the situation. Su Maoyang was slightly shocked, and the handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. The man helped her out twice, which made Su Maoyang feel grateful. But this time, hearing his name again made Su Maoyang feel a little strange. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. This person seemed to take special care of her. Su Maoyang was also very surprised that he would suddenly plead for the Hua family. Was it really because of him? However, they only met once, and were not even friends. Why would he help him? If he didn't help him, did he have any other intentions? However, they were poor and not as strong as his subordinates. What intentions could he have for them? Did he know that she was an alchemist? It shouldn't be. Since she entered here, she has never revealed her identity as an alchemist. How did he know? After thinking for a long time, Su Maoyang still had no answer. And Hua Mingyu came to Su Maoyang and said excitedly, Su Mo, is it because of you? The young master of Shuanglongmen gave our Hua family the opportunity to participate in the competition because of you? Suddenly heard Hua Mingyu. After saying this, the three elders of the Hua family looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. From Hua Mingyu's tone, it seemed that this woman had some relationship with the young master of Shuanglongmen. Su Maoyang couldn't guess the young master's mind. How could she be so thick-skinned to bear the uncertainty? Facing everyone's surprised eyes, her mouth twitched slightly, and she denied awkwardly, No, I only met the young master once in the forest. And we are not even friends. The young master of Shuanglongmen would not personally come forward to plead with the city lord for a stranger. Hua Mingyu's uncle was a little nervous just now, wondering if he had offended a great person. After hearing this explanation, he immediately reacted and sneered disdainfully. Hua Mingyu, don't you think about it. If your friend really has such a good relationship with the young master of Shuanglongmen, why would he come to my Hua family to stay? Chapter 1310, unable to figure out the young master's mind. How can the Hua family compare with Shuanglongmen? If this person really has a good relationship with the young master of Shuanglongmen, why should they stay in the Hua family? As long as the young master takes them to Shuanglongmen, they can participate in the competition without even saying anything. Why bother? So, no matter how you say it, it doesn't make sense. Su Maoyang also took this into consideration and couldn't figure out the young master's mind. He felt that this person was a little weird, but it was hard to say where he was weird. He seemed to be doing it for himself. But after careful analysis, the logic didn't make sense. I really don't know what the young master of Shuanglongmen is doing. After listening to what the Hua family's uncle said, Mr. Hua and Hua Mingyu's father both nodded in agreement. It was really absurd to ask them to believe that the young master of Shuanglongmen gave the Hua family the opportunity to participate in the competition because of these people. At this time, the uncle of the Hua family thought of Hua Mingyu's alchemy skills that were not up to par. And he sneered and shook his head, and even sarcastically said, Hua Mingyu, with your little strength, what kind of friends can you make? Don't you know it in your heart? In the Nether City, even small families like them are trampled and bullied. Let alone this group of homeless people. If they had some strength, they would have gone to the three major forces long ago. How could they have fallen to the point of staying at the Hua family? So, while the uncle of the Hua family disdained Hua Mingyu, he despised the group of people he brought back even more. Hua Mingyu was so angry when he heard such humiliating words that his face froze. But he couldn't refute it. Although this was unpleasant to hear, he had to admit that what he said was true. With his status, no one was willing to be friends with him. And only this group of homeless people were willing to go home with him. At this time, General Feng was not interested in the relationship between the Hua family and Shuanglongmen. His mission was completed, so there was no need to stay. He then said in a cold voice, I have brought the general's message. I will take my leave first. Only when the elders of the Hua family heard that he was leaving did they come to their senses, and hurriedly sent him out in a flattering manner, until the team faded out of sight. The master of the Hua family excitedly ordered the eldest uncle of the Hua family. Quick! Take all the spiritual stones and medicinal materials of the Hua family, and go to Shuanglongmen with me. I want to visit Shuanglongmen in person. Since it was Shuanglongmen who interceded for them to let the Hua family participate in the competition, they could use this as an excuse to thank them and get closer to Shuanglongmen. Of course, the most important thing is to ask Shuanglongmen for a few places to enter the immortal pool, because the old man of the Hua family knows very well that with Hua Mingyu's alchemy skills, even if he has the qualifications to participate, it is impossible to get a place in the competition, let alone a place to enter the immortal pool. And the alchemist who has the ability to win the first place in the alchemy competition is none other than the young master of Shuanglongmen. This person's talent in alchemy is quite outstanding, and even the city lord is very optimistic about him. As we all know, the first place winner will have 8 places to enter the immortal pool. If Shuanglongmen can give them a few places, it will be a great gift from heaven. He knows the power of the immortal pool. It can not only allow people to absorb spiritual power infinitely, but also strengthen people's bodies, transform talents, and maximize their strength. Everyone who is soaked in the immortal pool has amazing talents and great strength, so countless strong people flock to it. It is precisely because the young master of Shuanglongmen is an excellent alchemist, and has won many places for Shuanglongmen, that Shuanglongmen has become one of the three major forces in the Nether City. If the Hua family can establish a good relationship with Shuanglongmen and obtain a few places, this time may become a turning point for the rise of their Hua family. Therefore, how could Mr. Hua miss such a hard-won opportunity? Even if he has to pay more spiritual stones and medicinal materials, he will not hesitate. When the uncle suddenly heard such an order, he was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and nodded repeatedly. Well, I will prepare it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran quickly to the backyard. After the order was completed, Mr. Hua ordered the butler to prepare the carriage, and then walked towards the gate. Seeing that Mr. Hua was about to leave the house, Su Maoyang hurriedly stepped forward and called him. Bowing respectfully, Mr. Hua, wait a minute. I have something to discuss with you. Mr. Hua didn't like Su Maoyang's group of people. When he was suddenly called by her, his face suddenly darkened, frowned, and scolded unhappily. Don't you see that I have something to do? I have something to say. Su Maoyang answered seriously. Humph. I don't have time to listen to your business. Letting you live here is already a kindness. If you delay my business, I will make you look good. Mr. Hua glared at Su Maoyang with anger on his face, and warned him fiercely. After saying that, he turned away, and quickly got on the carriage. Su Maoyang wanted to say something, but at this time, the eldest uncle of the Hua family was also ready. He hurried over from the backyard, got on the carriage without saying a word, and drove away in the direction of Shuanglongmen. This old man Hua didn't like them, and it was very difficult for her to even say a word to him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. It seemed that she could only wait for him to come back and find a time to discuss the alchemy competition with him. After all, she didn't want to miss the quota to enter the fairy pool this time. Hua Mingyu saw that Su Maoyang had something to say, and old man Hua didn't give her face at all. He felt bad and immediately comforted her. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't pay attention to that old guy. He has always been annoying. Su Maoyang forced a faint smile and nodded gratefully as a response. Didn't you want to go out just now? Do you want me to accompany you? I am very familiar with this Nether City. I can take you wherever you want. Hua Mingyu saw that she was worried and thought she was still sad about his grandfather's attitude, so he quickly changed the subject. Su Maoyang shook her head. No. Take me to see your mother. She originally planned to inquire about the alchemy competition and study how to qualify for the competition. Since the Hua family has already qualified for the competition, she doesn't need to go out to find a way. As long as she can compete on behalf of the Hua family, she will have the hope of getting a place in the fairy pool. So, her problem now is to convince the old man of the Hua family to let her participate. Since the old man of the Hua family is not at home for the time being, she can only wait for him to come back. It happened that she had refined the elixir for Hua Mingyu's mother last night, so she planned to visit her in person. Hua Mingyu didn't expect that she would want to see her mother. He looked a little surprised, but he nodded and said to his father, Dad, I'll take them to visit Mom, and then come back to make pills with you. Hua Mingyu's father was a reasonable man and didn't stop him too much. Go, but don't delay too long. If your grandfather comes back, he will scold you again. Okay, I know. Hua Mingyu nodded heavily, and then took Su Maoyang and others to his mother's yard. Chapter 1311. She intends to compete for the quota. Hua Mingyu's mother lives in a relatively remote courtyard. Just looking at the geographical location and the humid environment, you can tell that his mother's status in the Hua family is not high. Dongfang Liua has always been indignant about Mr. Hua's behavior. When she saw the pale and haggard lady lying on the bed, she was even more furious and asked angrily, Your grandfather threatened you with your mother. So what about your father? Didn't he stop it? Didn't he ask the doctor to treat your mother? Hua Mingyu sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. My father has no say in the Hua family because he gave birth to a waste like me. All the affairs of the Hua family are decided by that old guy. Even if my father wants to treat my mother, he is as powerless as me. Hearing this, Dongfang Liua and Xiahou Wanxian frowned in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang saw that his mother's condition was indeed not optimistic, and then took out the prepared pill and handed it to Hua Mingyu. This is the Yishan Yuan and you want. Give it to your mother. Hua Mingyu was shocked when he heard it. When he saw the pill in her hand, he suddenly widened his eyes, and his pupils were instantly filled with surprise. He quickly caught it and held it in his palm, and he was so excited that he stuttered. This is really a mid-level Yishan Yuan Inn? Don't worry. We are not familiar with the place, and are temporarily staying in your house. If we use fake pills to deceive you, I'm afraid we will die miserably. Su Maoyang replied with a faint smile. Although Hua Mingyu has not reached the level of a mid-term great pill master, he is still an alchemist. At this time, smelling this smell and seeing this color, he has basically confirmed the quality of the pill. He shook his head excitedly. No, I don't suspect that you took a fake one. I'm just too excited and can't believe that I actually got the Yishan Yuan in. He had worked so hard and long for so long, but always felt that the Yishan Yuan Den was out of reach. But now he had it in his hands. This feeling was like a dream. Donfang Liu saw this scene and exclaimed with a shocked face. Su Imo, are you a magician? How can you always surprise people? During the time she spent with Su Maoyang, her worldview was constantly refreshed by Su Maoyang. Before, a master gave her a divine pattern pill, and later she persuaded the old man Dan Sheng to make pills to cure diseases. Later, she showed her skills in Nanan Forest, contracted a crazy 5th level monarch beast, and took out so many high-quality pills to thank the Red Star Alliance. Everything can scare people to death. I really don't know how she did it. Is she a Danzong alchemist? Suddenly having this absurd idea, Donfang Liu quickly shook her head. How can someone reach the level of Danzong alchemist at such a young age? It's really a fantasy. The Xiao siblings had seen Su Maoyang taking out pills at any time before, and they also felt very strange. However, since Su Maoyang didn't say anything, they didn't ask more. Now that they saw her take out the pills that Hua Mingyu wanted again, they already had an idea in their hearts. She could always take out pills at critical moments, so it couldn't be a coincidence every time. Su Maoyang had never made pills in front of him, nor had she ever mentioned that she was an alchemist. So they were just guessing and not sure. However, even if it was a guess, they couldn't accept it in their hearts. After all, reaching the level of Danzong at such a young age was something that had never happened before, and it was hard for people to believe it. At this time, Hua Mingyu was so excited to get the pill that he couldn't wait to stuff the pill into his mother's mouth. Not long after, Hua Mingyu saw his unconscious mother gradually wake up, and his face flushed with excitement, and he shouted to Su Maoyang, "My mother is awake! My mother is awake!" Well, actually her illness is not serious. It's just that it's been delayed for too long, and it's become serious. Take this pill and take good care of yourself in the future, and your body will slowly get better. Su Maoyang nodded and said. Hua Mingyu was grateful to see such a curative effect. Staring at Su Maoyang with shining eyes. Su Imo, did you make this pill? Are you an alchemist? In order to participate in the competition, Su Maoyang was going to show the Hua family his identity as an alchemist. Seeing him ask, he naturally admitted it without hesitation. Seeing her nod, Hua Mingyu widened his eyes in surprise, and excitedly pulled her, his eyes full of admiration. You are actually an alchemist. Then you can definitely help our Hua family participate in the competition. Oh, by the way, you just went to discuss something with that old guy. Is it about the competition? When Hua Mingyu learned about her identity as an alchemist, he immediately thought of the alchemy competition in a few days. He was still worried about how not to lose too badly in the competition. Now there is an alchemist who can refine Zhongting grade elixirs in front of him. At least he can make people shine in the competition, so that they will not be laughed at by others. In this way, the Hua family can also save the face they have lost in the past few years. Thinking of this, Hua Mingyu was extremely excited. Well, I originally planned to discuss it with your grandfather, but your grandfather doesn't even want to talk to me now, so it may be a bit difficult. Su Maoyang said helplessly. Hua Mingyu smiled and waved his hands. Don't worry. If that old guy knew you were an alchemist, he would definitely talk to you shamelessly. He's out now. I'll take you to see him when he comes back. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, believing that with Hua Mingyu's help, it should be much easier to convince old Hua. In this way, they waited until the evening, when the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family returned to the house. When Hua Mingyu heard that they had returned and were having a meeting in the hall, he hurriedly called Su Maoyang and others to the hall together, ready to discuss with them about letting Su Mo participate in the competition on behalf of the Hua family. At this time, as soon as he walked to the door of the hall, he heard the voice of the eldest uncle of the Hua family coming from inside. Ah, I really don't know what the young master of Shuanglongmen means. He interceded for our Hua family, But we personally visited him, but he didn't appreciate our kindness. He also asked us to send back the spiritual power stones and medicinal materials intact. When he heard that we wanted to ask them for a few places, he turned hostile on the spot. It's really confusing. Did he deliberately want to make fun of our Hua family, and deliberately let the city lord agree to let us participate in the competition? Hearing what the Hua family uncle said, the old man of the Hua family, who was sitting at the top, had a solemn expression, and shook his head in thought. I don't know what Shuanglongmen means. But fortunately, the people of Baiyutang accepted our benefits and agreed to a place. At least Haoqing's place to enter the fairy pool is settled. Because this opportunity is rare. Mr. Wu doesn't want to miss it. So after being rejected by Shuanglongmen, they retreated to the second best and visited Baiyutang with gifts. Fortunately, the group of people in Baiyutang accepted everyone. Hearing this, the eldest uncle of the Hua family felt relieved when he thought about his son's upcoming cultivation in the immortal pond and his success. A smile finally appeared in his eyes. We, the Hua family, have given them most of our spiritual stones and medicinal herbs. We have almost spent all our savings. Baiyutang is not stupid. How could he refuse such a generous gift? This time, as long as Haoqing enters the immortal pond, I believe he will not let my father down. Chapter 1312. Confessing one's identity. Old Master Hua looked at Hua Haoqing, who was sitting below, with a kind look, and nodded with satisfaction. I believe in Haoqing's talent and spiritual power. But it's a pity that the old man Baiyutang took so many good things from our Hua family, but was only willing to give one quota, which is really infuriating. The Hua family has been in decline for too long, and there is always a danger of extinction. So they made up their minds, and spent a lot of money to decide to gamble on this. Who knew that Baiyutang would ask for a big mouth, making them bleed so much, but only willing to give one quota. But even so, they didn't dare to have any complaints. So they could only grit their teeth and swallow their blood, and endure it temporarily. Because one quota is better than none. Although the eldest uncle of the Hua family was not satisfied with the group of people in Baiyutang, he was quite confident in his son. Don't worry, father. Haoqing will definitely work hard to practice and revitalize the Hua family, and give you an explanation. Hearing this, Mr. Hua nodded with a slightly relieved expression, and he also placed high hopes on Hua Haoqing. For him, he could not count on Hua Mingyu. That waste. Only by relying on the quotas given by big forces to cultivate Hua Haoqing, their Hua family might still have some hope. Grandpa, I have something to tell you. Knowing Su Maoyang's identity as an alchemist, and hearing that they were entangled in the alchemy competition, Hua Mingyu hurried into the hall, eager to tell this great news. Suddenly seeing Hua Mingyu and Su Maoyang's group coming to the hall again, Mr. Hua's face, which had just been relieved, suddenly became gloomy, and his pupils instantly jumped into anger. I don't want to see you. And I don't want to see the group of people behind you. Get out. This time, they were talking about serious matters. Hua Mingyu was too lazy to argue with him and continued. Grandpa, I came here for the alchemy competition. No matter how angry you are with me, you have to let me finish what I want to say. I don't have a grandson like you. You have cultivated to this state, and now you have the nerve to talk to me about the alchemy competition. When Mr. Hua saw him, he was full of anger. He slapped his palm on the table again and roared fiercely. If he hadn't been so unpromising, why would the Hua family spend so many spiritual stones and medicinal materials to beg for charity from others? Seeing that Mr. Hua didn't even give Hua Mingyu face, Su Maoyang had no choice but to step forward and saluted. Mr. Hua, please don't blame Hua Mingyu. He came to say this to you for the sake of the Hua family. This time, I can actually... Before Su Maoyang finished speaking, Mr. Hua interrupted angrily. Shut up. This is our family affair. Why do you, an outsider, have to interfere? I have already shown you special favors by letting you live in the Hua family. Why do you have so many opinions? If you don't want to live here, just get out. This group of people knew that he didn't welcome them, but they always liked to get in front of him, which really made him angry. When the Hua family's uncle saw the old man getting angry, he also accused Hua Mingyu. Mingyu, can you understand a little bit? Don't you see that your grandfather is old and in poor health? It's fine if you bring these people back, but why do you have to bring them here to make trouble for your grandfather and make him angry? Haha. You are really funny. I can't meet your alchemy requirements. So you say I don't put the honor and disgrace of the Hua family first. Now I bring the alchemist to you for the honor and disgrace of the Hua family. And you accuse me of being ignorant. What should I do to satisfy you? Hua Mingyu felt aggrieved and asked speechlessly. When the Hua family's uncle heard this, he frowned in confusion. Alchemist? What do you mean by this? Not only him, but also the old man of the Hua family, and Hua Mingyu's father changed color slightly, and stared at him in confusion. When Hua Mingyu saw him asking, he pointed to Su Imo beside him, and explained. Su Imo is an alchemist. She can fight on behalf of our Hua family. When they heard this suddenly, everyone in the Hua family was stunned. After a moment, they all looked at Su Imo. Uncle Hua looked at Su Maoyang and laughed without giving him face. Alchemist? Ha ha ha. She is also an alchemist? Is she on the same level as you? Hua Mingyu saw his uncle's sarcastic and disdainful look, and he was furious. He retorted, She made a medium-grade Yishan Yuan Dan for my mother before. My mother woke up after eating it. So she is a serious alchemist. Yishan Yuan Dan? A mid-term great alchemist? Uncle Hua raised his eyebrows slightly, stared at Su Maoyang, and asked back. Su Maoyang shook his head and promised seriously. No. My current strength is the peak of Danzong. Although I can't guarantee whether I can get the first place in this competition, I am sure of the quota to enter the fairy pool. She just arrived here, and didn't know the strength of the three major forces. She didn't know whether there were any alchemists with amazing talents among them. So she didn't dare to talk big, but could only guarantee that she could win the quota. However, when the Hua family heard these words, they became arrogant and boastful, and they immediately attracted the ridicule of the Hua family uncle. Ha ha ha. What did I hear? The peak of Danzong? What are you kidding? Do you think we are stupid? The Hua family uncle sneered speechlessly. This was definitely the funniest joke he had ever heard. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Su Maoyang was somewhat helpless and reiterated. I am really the peak of Danzong. Enough. There is a limit to lying. I didn't let you stand here to listen to your nonsense and bragging. At this time, the old man of the Hua family was so angry that his face turned black when he heard such outrageous bragging, and he scolded angrily. The people of the Hua family were full of disbelief and felt that they were being teased. But the Xiahou siblings and Dongfang Liu and others were stunned, because even if they had guessed it before, it was a great blow to them to hear her admit that she was the peak of Danzong. The peak of Danzong. Such strength can completely compete with a group of very powerful old guys in the alchemy guild. No. She is better than those old guys. She is only in her early 20s, and still so young, while those old guys are over 100 years old. If she is really the peak of Danzong, I believe that in 2 years, her achievements will be quite terrible, and even those old guys can't catch up. Suddenly realizing this, they were shocked. At this moment, looking at the whole audience, only Dongfang Yaoyu was relatively calm. His eyes looking at Su Maoyang became particularly gentle, with subtle emotion surging in them, while Xiahou Wanxian was looking at Su Maoyang. She caught a glimpse of Dongfang Yaoyu from the corner of her eye, seeing the deep affection hidden in his eyes when he stared at Su Maoyang. Her heart twitched, and she lowered her head silently, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, Su Maoyang did not notice Dongfang Yaoyu's gaze. He wanted to persuade the old man of the Hua family, and spoke persistently. Old Hua, I am telling the truth. This time, the Hua family finally got the qualification for the competition, and Hua Mingyu is only a mid-term alchemist, and there is no way to get a place in the fairy pool. Do you really want to waste this opportunity? Chapter 1313. Let her try. Humph. You don't need to worry about this. Bai Yutang has already promised our Hua family a quota. You should think about how to survive in the Nether City. Uncle Hua snorted coldly, and glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain. In his opinion, Su Maoyang's threat was extremely stupid, no matter whether she was an alchemist or not. Even if she was really an alchemist, he didn't believe that Hua Mingyu's friend, a waste, could be as good as the alchemist of Bai Yutang. The old man of the Hua family also didn't take Su Maoyang's threat seriously. He frowned impatiently and drove her away angrily. Get out quickly, and don't show up in front of me again. Grandpa, Su Imo is really a very powerful alchemist. The pills she made have already woken up my mother. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it. Why be so unkind? Seeing that the old man Hua was repulsive, Hua Mingyu was anxious and continued to persuade him. Seeing his serious expression, Hua Mingyu's father couldn't help but chime in. Father, although Mingyu is not talented, she won't joke about the fate of the Hua family. Anyway, our Hua family doesn't have a suitable alchemist to participate in the competition, since Hua Mingyu recommended her. Let her try. whether she can win a place or not. It's no loss for our Hua family. Instead, it's an extra hope. Isn't it? Hope. You actually still expect an arrogant and ignorant girl to help our Hua family win a place, and pin the hope of revitalizing the Hua family on such a person. Second brother, are you stupid or crazy? You are also old. How can you be as ignorant and ridiculous as Hua Mingyu? Hua's uncle widened his eyes and roared in disbelief. Now with Bai Yutong's promise, the Hua family is not worried about the quota. Although the Hua family is not a big family in the Nether City, no matter how declining it is, it has not fallen to the point of relying on a little yellow-haired girl to get promoted. Hua Mingyu's father was embarrassed when he heard the sarcastic ridicule of the Hua family's uncle. He frowned and explained, "Brother, nothing is absolute. I just said to give her a chance and let her try. No matter what the result is, it will not cause any loss to our Hua family. Why not do it?" Second brother, what you said is wrong. Let a little yellow-haired girl help the Hua family fight. What will others think? They will laugh at you, Hua Jinggang, for being incompetent and giving birth to a useless son, which has caused the Hua family to fall to the point where they need the help of a little yellow-haired girl. Don't you think the Hua family is not shameful enough? The Hua family's uncle waved his hands in dissatisfaction. His tone was very sharp and harsh. Hua Mingyu's father was immediately speechless, and his cheeks flushed with anger. You? Su Maoyang was speechless when he heard the other party speak so mercilessly. He accused him unhappily. It turns out that in your heart, your face is more important than the rise and fall of the Hua family. In order not to be laughed at by others, you arbitrarily decide everything. Don't you think it's too hasty? You are also old, and you can't tell what is important. I think you are not as good as Hua Mingyu. So what qualifications do you have to blame others? Su Maoyang returned his words to ridicule Hua Mingyu's father intact. And the eldest uncle of the Hua family was so angry that his cheeks turned blue and his eyes were gnashed. You are so bold that you dare to blame me. If you were the head of the Hua family, why would I say this? Su Maoyang stared at him coldly and spoke mercilessly. The Hua family uncle was so angry at her attitude that he was about to yell at her. But the old man of the Hua family spoke at this time. Okay, stop arguing. Since she is so confident, let her go. Let her see the world and put herself in the right position. However, I must remind you that this alchemy competition is extraordinary, and the entire Nether City attaches great importance to it. You must behave yourself and don't make any trouble. If you lose the face of my Hua family and cause trouble for my Hua family, I will not forgive you. The old man of the Hua family was willing to let her try. It was obvious that he was not going to give her a chance, let alone have any expectations for her. Instead, he wanted Su Maoyang to face the reality and let her know how ignorant she was. Because with her little strength, she dared to ask to participate in the alchemy competition in front of him and guaranteed a place. In the eyes of the old man of the Hua family, it was too arrogant. Let her go to the place where masters gather to take a look. Hearing what Mr. Hua said, Uncle Hua naturally had no objection, but his face was still full of disdain. And he warned seriously, Hua Mingyu, you must take good care of her, and don't let her make a fool of herself in such an occasion. Uncle, you don't need to worry about this. Hua Mingyu glanced at him dissatisfiedly. With the consent of Mr. Hua, Hua Mingyu was happy in his heart, and he didn't want to stay here to see the faces of these people. He hurriedly waved to Su Maoyang and others. Let's go! The alchemy competition will be in 2 days. The competition will be fierce at that time, so it's better to prepare. Su Maoyang nodded and followed him out of the hall. Thinking that he didn't know the situation very well, he couldn't help asking, tell me what level of alchemy your alchemists are at. This is Su Maoyang's first time here, and he is not familiar with anything. Last time he saw them, their spiritual power was very strong. He wondered if their alchemy talent was also so amazing. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Since he is going to compete, he should at least understand his opponent's strength. Seeing her confusion, Hua Mingyu patiently explained, there are not many alchemists here. It is precisely because of the shortage of alchemists and the great demand for elixirs that the status of alchemists is particularly noble. Most of these alchemists gather in the 3 major forces because only they have the money to support alchemists. Of course, other small families also have alchemists, but they cannot be compared with the 3 major forces. Although there are not many alchemists here, their alchemy talent is quite terrifying, because many alchemists supported by the 3 major forces are at the level of Dan King. Take the strength of the young master of Shuanglongmen for example. He has reached the early stage of Dan Huang at a young age, so his status in the Nether City is extremely high. Huan Mingyu's eyes lit up when he talked about alchemists, especially the young master of Shuanglongmen. It can be seen that he is full of awe for the young master. However, the demon Martin in the space laughed so hard after hearing these words. Ha ha ha. Dan King Alchemist. Terrible talent? Early Dan Emperor. Extremely high status? Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. That old guy looked down on people so much. I thought the alchemists here were so powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this level. That old guy also had the nerve to ridicule you. Who gave him the courage? Su Mayan was helpless when he heard this. There were many Dan King level alchemists even in the Maple Forest Empire. Although they were more noble than the strong ones, who cultivated spiritual power, they were not so rare, let alone to the point of terrible talent. For her, a Danzone level alchemist, it was more than enough to deal with Dan King and Dan Emperor. Chapter 1314 Attending the Alchemy Competition. After hearing Huan Mingyu's introduction, Su Mayan was already familiar with the alchemy level here, and nodded gently. Yes, I know. You go and do your thing. We can take care of ourselves. Huan Mingyu saw that she understood, so he didn't say much. He gave her a few instructions and turned and left. Donphan Liu and others, who were standing aside and had been shocked by Su Mayan's words just now, had not recovered from the shock until now. Seeing Huan Mingyu leave, she couldn't help but ask, Suimo, you are not really a Danzong alchemist, are you? Tell me honestly. Are you kidding? Or did you deliberately deceive that old man in order to participate in the competition? Donphan Liu still couldn't believe it. After all, it was the first time she heard of such a young Danzong alchemist. Donphan Liu's words also asked the question of the Xiahou brothers and sisters. Everyone stared at Su Mayan curiously, waiting for her answer. Su Mayan smiled mysteriously and looked at her meaningfully. You'll know when the time comes. After that, she left Donphan Liu and the others and strode to the backyard. Although she was sure to win the first place, she still had to practice hard and find a way to get out of here. Donphan Liu was even more curious about the truth after hearing such an ambiguous answer. She wanted to chase after him and find out the truth, but was stopped by Donphan Yaoyu beside her. Don't chatter all day long. You only know how to care about other people's affairs. You should pay more attention to your own practice. You haven't made any progress in such a long time. If it weren't for Xian, I think you would have lost your life. When it comes to the question of strength, Donphan Liu's eyes dodged with guilt, and she muttered in a low voice, I am also a worry for others. And you still have the nerve to say that to me. What? If you have the guts? Speak louder and say it again. Donphan Yaoyu heard her muttering and frowned in anger. Donphan Liu was afraid of being scolded, so she hurriedly changed the subject. I'm going to practice. You guys can talk slowly. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran away. Seeing this naughty and playful sister, Donphan Yaoyu shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know when she would grow up, and when she would be strong enough to stand on her own. Time passed quickly, and the day of the alchemy competition soon arrived. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the Nether City was bustling. Everyone in the city rushed to the central square, and soon the square was crowded. Su Mayan and others arrived early with the Hua family's convoy. After getting off the carriage, they saw that a platform had been set up in the square, and an alchemy furnace was prepared on the platform. Behind the platform, there were all kinds of medicinal materials. At a glance, they were so dense that the onlookers were salivating. Su Mayan had seen people fighting for medicinal materials here some time ago, and clearly understood the rarity of medicinal materials in this place. Now seeing so many medicinal materials, he had to admit that this alchemy competition was indeed of great significance to the city lord of Nether City. In order to train alchemists, he could come up with so many kinds of medicinal materials, which really surprised Su Mayan. However, from another perspective, it was enough to prove his importance to alchemists. At this moment, she finally understood. No wonder people in Nether City were trying so hard to take part in the competition, given the importance the city lord attached to alchemists. In addition to the places to enter the Immortal Pond, there should be quite a few prizes for the competition. For example, these medicinal herbs were the treasures that everyone dreamed of. Just as Su Mayan was thinking, Huan Mingyu next to her had kindly introduced them to her. Suimo, look over there. The group of people sitting on the left wearing white robes and feather badges are the people of Baiyutang. Like Shuangwangmen, they are one of the three major forces. They are very powerful in terms of spiritual power. But they are slightly inferior to Shuangwangmen in terms of alchemy. And the one sitting on the right is Yanluo Hall. This force is more mysterious. They often disappear without a trace, and their whereabouts are very secretive. Even we don't know their specific strength. But it is definitely not worse than Shuangwangmen and Baiyutang. They basically do some shameful things, which is quite consistent with their names. Anyway, they are not good birds. Although there is no one like the young master of Shuangwangmen in Yanluo Hall. There are many alchemy geniuses. But they support very experienced alchemists of the older generation. One of the alchemists is very skilled, and is definitely not a pushover. Last time, he almost took away the first place of the young master of Shuangwangmen. So you must be careful of Yama Palace. Hua Mingyu saw Su Maoyang listening carefully, and continued to point in the direction in front of him. Explaining again, the one sitting in the middle is Shuangwangmen. You have seen the young master of Shuangwangmen, Xiayin Ran, and the one sitting behind him is his power. Because of Xiayin Ran, Shuangwangmen can always win a place in the fairy pool in the alchemy competition. This has become a fact that our nether city cannot be shaken by thunder. Don't look at him as gentle and elegant. But he is indeed a very powerful and ruthless character. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. As for other small families, there are also a few alchemists participating in the competition. Some of them are at the level of great alchemists, and some are at the level of alchemy kings. So, this time, if you want to get a place in the fairy pool, you must defeat the alchemists at the level of alchemy kings. And if you want to get the first place, you must defeat the strong men of Shuangwangmen and Yanludian. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was touched, and couldn't help but look in the direction pointed by Hua Mingyu, carefully looking at the three forces in the audience and some small families sitting on the edge. In the end, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the young master of Shuangwangmen. Today, he wore a royal blue brocade robe, giving people a luxurious and elegant beauty. His angular and handsome face seemed a little abrupt and eye-catching among the group of sallow and thin men. I don't know why. This young master of Shuangwangmen always gave her a strange but unpredictable feeling. At this time, the other party seemed to notice her gaze, and his eyes, that were slightly drooping, and making it difficult to see the emotion slowly raised up, meeting Su Maoyang's gaze. And then a glimmer of light flashed in his narrow and beautiful eyes, and a faint and charming smile rose at the corner of his mouth. And he nodded politely at her. Su Maoyang was shocked by his deep eyes and ambiguous smile, and hurriedly retracted his gaze. But strange emotion surged in his heart. At the same time, a cold sneer suddenly came from a distance, and the sarcastic sarcasm made Hua Mingyu's face darken. Defeat Shuangwangmen and Yanluo Palace? The Hua family is really as stupid as ever. It's broad daylight, and they are still dreaming here. I think you should think about what to do later, so as not to lose too badly. And don't think about anything else. Chapter 13:15. Embarrass yourself here. Hearing such a sharp ridicule, Hua Mingyu, Su Maoyang and others turned around and looked at the person who spoke. A young man in a white robe, surrounded by several guards, walked slowly over. He had a contemptuous smile on his face. Although he was not tall, his eyes looked superior. He looked at Hua Mingyu with contempt. Even if you didn't listen to what he said just now, you could see from his expression that he disdained Hua Mingyu. Hua Mingyu was still happily introducing the current situation to Su Maoyang. But when he suddenly saw this person, his face suddenly sank, and he frowned unhappily, saying unconvincedly, "Bai Chengyan, don't be too proud too soon. This time I have invited helpers for our Hua family, and we will definitely defeat you." Helpers? Is it the one next to you? The young man called Bai Chengyan seemed to have heard something incredible. Deliberately widened his eyes in surprise, and pointed at Su Maoyang next to him. Hua Mingyu nodded and said seriously, "She is a great alchemist. You have to be careful this time." Bai Chengyan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You asked me to be careful of her? Hua Mingyu, I think your brain is getting more and more abnormal. Is it because of the game 3 years ago that you were stimulated and stupid? In my opinion, let the Hua family find a doctor for you. Oh, by the way, I forgot that your old man Hua brought the remaining family property of the Hua family to ask our Baiyutang to give a quota to your Hua family 2 days ago. I think the Hua family should not have much money to see a doctor now. Tut. It's really pitiful. Bai Chengyan sighed and smacked his lips, looking at him with disdain. His eyes and tone were full of ridicule. Yu Huamingyu was choked by his ridicule and couldn't speak. His face turned red and blue. After a long time, he took a deep breath and retorted, I advise you not to be too confident. Although our Hua family has been silent for a while, it doesn't mean that it will always be silent. You are not the only one in the world who has excellent alchemists in Baiyutang. We also have them. Now the competition has not started yet, and it is not certain who will win or lose. Let's wait and see. Ha ha. You also have excellent alchemists? Ha ha ha. You are still as naive and ridiculous as you were 3 years ago. I heard that the reason why your Hua family can participate in the competition this time is that the young master of Shuanglongmen sympathizes with you and speaks for you in front of the city lord. Otherwise you will have nothing to do with today's competition. You dare to brag here. Who gives you the face? Bai Chengyan sneered and shook his head sarcastically. Please remember one thing. As long as you are here, the Hua family will always be defeated by Baiyutang and will never be able to turn over. Although I can't guarantee that Baiyutang will definitely defeat the other two forces. It will be effortless to deal with you and your Hua family. Otherwise, why would your old man come to Baiyutang with the Hua family's property to beg us for a quota? In my opinion, in the entire Hua family, only your old man sees the most clearly. Ha ha ha, Bai Chengyan said, and couldn't help laughing again. The loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of many people, because Bai Chengyan's voice was not small. Everyone heard the conversation between the two of them clearly, and pointed fingers at the Hua family and others. They really didn't know where Huamingyu got the confidence to dare to provoke Bai Chengyan. You know, Bai Chengyan is an alchemist who has reached the peak Dan King level. Although his talent is not as good as the young master of Shuanglongmen, he is still a genius in Baiyutang, and he is much better than Huamingyu. What's funny is that Huamingyu dared to claim to defeat Bai Chengyan. He is really ignorant of the world. The old man and uncle of the Hua family, and even Huamingyu's father, who were standing aside, were embarrassed by the contemptuous and accusatory eyes and discussions around them, and they couldn't raise their heads for a while. Hua Haoqing, as a genius in spiritual power, has always been arrogant. Now because of this useless brother, he was ridiculed and mocked by everyone. The anger at his heart surged up instantly, and he couldn't bear it anymore and scolded Huamingyu. Huamingyu, Grandpa warned you before that if you want to let that woman participate in the competition, you should watch her and don't make any trouble. In such an occasion, your words and deeds are not only a loss of your face, but also related to the reputation of our Hua family. Don't you understand what I say, old man Hua? He also glared at Huamingyu with an ugly face, and growled with gritted teeth. Huamingyu, don't you think you haven't embarrassed the Hua family enough? Now you are even worse, running to the scene to embarrass yourself. I shouldn't have agreed to your request. Hurry up and let those people leave. Don't come out to embarrass yourself. He was worried that if Su Mo and his group stayed here, they would be laughed at. Their Hua family finally got the qualification to participate in the competition, and they must not make any mistakes. They must perform well and save their face in the past few years. At this time, Bai Chengyan heard the reprimand of Mr. Hua and saw Huamingyu's embarrassed face. He felt funny in his heart, and the smile on his mouth deepened. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Hua, forget it. This young master also wants to feel the strength of the helper that Huamingyu strongly advocates. If you let her go like this young master will miss the opportunity to fight with the master, and I will feel deeply regretful. I believe that Mr. Hua will not let this young master leave this regret. Right? Hearing Bai Chengyan's ironic joke, the expressions of Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family became extremely stiff, and the corners of their mouths pulled up a smile that was uglier than crying. Even though they were humiliated and angry in their hearts, they still went against their conscience and followed his words for the quota promised by Baiyutang, nodding their heads in a flattering manner. Yes, yes, Mr. Bai is right. As he said this, Mr. Hua immediately changed his attitude and warned Huamingyu, Su Maoyang and others loudly. You guys better behave. Otherwise get out of the Hua family together. As soon as Mr. Hua said this, Bai Chengyan raised his eyebrows at Huamingyu and said, with your strength, if you leave the Hua family, you will probably be eaten to the bone. So it's better to listen to the elders. Don't worry. I will take good care of this particularly powerful alchemist you mentioned in the competition. As he said this, Bai Chengyan looked at Su Maoyang meaningfully, with a smile in his pupils with a bit of coldness and contempt. and then retracted his gaze with disdain, walked towards the seat of Bai Yutong. And his eyes and posture clearly showed that he didn't take Su Maoyang, a yellow-haired girl, seriously. Seeing the other party leave, due to the presence of the elders of the Hua family, Donphan Liue didn't dare to shout loudly, and only dared to express his dissatisfaction in a low voice. Oh my! Who was that person just now? So arrogant! His eyes were up to the sky. Chapter 13:16 The Lord of the City arrives. Hua Mingyu stared at the man's back as he left, and explained with a sullen face. His name is Bai Chengyan. Because of his good talent in alchemy, he was adopted as an adopted son by the head of Baiyu Hall. In the past 2 years, he has won many places for Baiyu Hall, and has a very high status in Baiyu Hall. Donphan Liue heard this and spit disdainfully. He's just an adopted son. Why is he so arrogant? He really thinks he is the master of Baiyu Hall. Look at his arrogant look. It's really disgusting. Haha. He is an alchemist at the peak of the Dan King. Of course, he is qualified to be arrogant. Even if he is not in Baiyu Hall, Shuanglongmen and Yinluo Palace will also win him over. After all, the peak of the Dan King is hard to come by and is very precious. Hua Mingyu was amused by her words, and shook his head with a smile. Donphan Liue was not convinced, and said to Su Maoyang angrily, Su Mo, you must work hard later, and defeat him. Show him some color, and see if he dares to be arrogant in front of you. Faced with her competitive spirit, Su Maoyang just smiled, and did not express anything. After all, she did not take the Dan King Peak, who was 6 levels lower than her, seriously. The other party really could not attract her attention. So, her eyes swept over by Chengyan, and moved to the direction of the Yama Palace. She found that there seemed to be no young alchemists in the Yama Palace. They were all old men in their 40s and 50s. They were relatively calm and stable, exuding a sinister aura. Those pairs of eyes scanned the surrounding competitors like eagles. At first glance, they were tough characters who were not easy to deal with. And they were no weaker than the Bai Chengyan just now. Seeing this, Su Maoyang had to admit that the competition in this alchemy competition was indeed fierce. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly had a question and turned to look at Hua Mingyu. How many places are there in total to enter the immortal pool? Speaking of the places, Hua Mingyu's face suddenly became serious, and he introduced seriously, each time the alchemy competition, there are a total of 20 places to enter the immortal pool. The first place can have 8 places. The second place has 5. The third place has 3. The fourth place has 2. The fifth and sixth place have only 1. The 7th to 10th place do not have a place to enter the immortal pool. But there are elixirs and medicinal materials rewards. And the 11th to 20th place only have medicinal materials rewards. So, as long as you rush into the top 20, even if you don't get a place to enter the immortal pool, you will have precious prizes, no matter what. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. In this place where medicinal materials and elixirs are extremely rare and precious, it is not easy for the city lord to take out so many prizes. Just as Su Maoyang was feeling deeply moved, a loud announcement suddenly came from afar. The lord of the city has arrived. Before the voice fell, everyone saw a carriage with a golden python carved on it driving quickly from a distance. Seeing this scene, the crowd surrounding the square instantly retreated to both sides, making way for the golden and luxurious carriage. Su Maoyang recognized the identity of the driver at a glance. It was General Feng who came to the Hua family that day and brought them good news. Today, he was still wearing golden armor, with a dignified and extraordinary demeanor, which attracted everyone's attention at once. Everyone was just talking about who would get the quota to enter the fairy pool. At this time, when they saw the city lord's carriage appear, they all shut up and kept quiet, with awe in their eyes, watching the carriage drive into the center of the square. Then, General Feng pulled the reins to stop the carriage. And then he jumped off the carriage, opened the door for the city lord, and helped him down. The next second, Su Maoyang saw a white-haired old man in a black python robe coming out. His hair was gray. His face was full of wrinkles, and he exuded a vicissitudes and powerful aura. It was estimated that this man should be 90 years old, or even older, but his handsome outline was vaguely visible. I think he was also an extraordinary handsome man when he was young. But compared to his appearance, what attracted Su Maoyang's attention more was his dress and the decoration of the carriage. She found that whether it was the pattern on the carriage or the clothes he wore, they were all golden pythons. You know, python robes are clothes that only princes can wear. Could it be that he is a member of the royal family? However, Su Maoyang didn't have time to think about it. At this time, General Feng had already served the city lord to sit on the referee's seat, and he walked up to the ring quickly. After looking around, he announced loudly, "Everyone has participated in the alchemy competition many times, so I won't introduce the rules in detail. As long as you rush into the top 6, you can get a place to enter the fairy pool. After the 6th place, rewards will be distributed according to rankings, and no capable alchemist will be treated unfairly. The city lord has prepared the medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces for everyone. You just need to do your best to refine good pills and strive for a good ranking. You don't need to worry about anything else. This time, you only have 1 stick of incense to compete. When the time is up, this general will personally ring the bell to signal the end of the competition, and then ask the city lord to personally inspect it." After saying that, General Feng stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "If everyone is ready, you can take your place on the stage now." Hearing General Feng's words, the alchemists who had been eager to try in the audience could not wait to go to the stage, choose their positions, and get ready. Hua Mingyu saw that everyone had gone, and was afraid that the good sites would be chosen by others. So he hurriedly urged, "Su Imo, let's go too." Su Maoyang nodded slightly and followed him to the stage. It was just at this time the Hua family finally had the qualifications to go to the stage after 3 years, which made Hua Mingyu's figure particularly conspicuous and attracted a lot of attention. And Su Maoyang, who followed him, was a new face to the people of Nether City. He had no fame or background. In everyone's eyes, he was just a nobody. So the Hua family sent out such a lineup, which undoubtedly became a laughing stock. Ha! Look! The Hua family can no longer send out alchemists. So they picked up a little girl from somewhere to fill the gap. It's ridiculous. Yes, the Hua family is really hopeless. Since the death of their eldest son, the Hua family's status in the Nether City has plummeted. Now it is estimated that whether they can continue to survive is a problem. It's really miserable. Ha! Yes, the Hua family must have been desperate. So they found a girl to help. If it were me, I would have been ashamed to see people. Fortunately, the Hua family is thick-skinned and dared to come out to compete. Ha! How can they not come out? They have been silent for 3 years, and have not even qualified for the competition. This time they finally have a chance. How can they let it go? Anyway, they have made enough jokes, so they don't care about this time. Ha! Chapter 1317, he gave up the game. The elder of the Hua family received the ridicule from the people around him. His face was dark and gloomy. His hands were clenched into fists. He secretly exerted force, trying his best to suppress the humiliation and anger in his heart. The hot-tempered uncle of the Hua family could not hold back his anger at all, and said to the old man of the Hua family, "Father, I told you not to let that damn girl go to the competition. You see, our Hua family has become a joke in everyone's eyes again." The old man of the Hua family also looked not much better, but he was much more stable than the uncle of the Hua family. Facing his anger, the old man just frowned and analyzed calmly. "I have confirmed that Hua Mingyu's mother did wake up after eating the Yishan Yuan Dan. If the pill was really made by her, then she should be a midterm great alchemist. Although her strength is not very good, she is still so young. If she is lucky and attracts the attention of the city lord, she may even get a participation award." He knew that the city lord valued talents, and the reason why he held the alchemy competition was to cultivate talents in alchemy, hoping that one day, an alchemist would be able to make a pill that could solve the toxins in his body, which led to his special attention to young alchemists. Although he didn't expect Su Imo to get a spot in the Immortal Pond, or even to make it into the top 20, if she could get the participation prize, then the Hua family would have gained something. Indeed, as Hua Mingyu's father said, the Hua family didn't lose anything. But what if she doesn't get the participation prize? The Hua family's uncle didn't have much confidence in Su Imo, because he knew that there was a lot of luck involved. So he asked worriedly. When the old man of the Hua family heard this, his eyes became sharp, and a cold light flashed from his deep eye sockets. He lowered his voice and said, "The only way is to get rid of them. We must not let this group of people become a stain on our Hua family." Hearing this, the eldest uncle of the Hua family was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement, and glanced at Dongfang Yaoyu and others not far away. And he had already made a plan in his mind. At this time, Su Maoyang and Hua Mingyu did not know the old man of the Hua family's plan. After going on stage, they chose their positions, and were ready. Because these two people caused quite a stir. Even the people of Baiyutang cast their eyes on them. The man from Baiyutang who had a conflict with Su Maoyang and others in the forest because of the star grass recognized Su Maoyang at once, wiped his eyes in disbelief, and after a moment of shock, he pointed at Su Maoyang excitedly and complained to Bai Chengyan next to him. Mr. Bai, it was that woman who snatched the medicinal materials from our Baiyutang people in Nanan Forest. Because of her, the star grass we found with great difficulty was snatched away by Shuanglongman. Oh, there is such a thing? Bai Chengyan did not expect there would be such a feud, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. A hint of coldness flashed across his pupils. Thinking of Hua Mingyu's insistence that she would defeat him, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "She dared to steal the medicinal materials from my Baiyu Hall. She is quite courageous. I would like to meet her and see what she is capable of. To dare to be so arrogant in front of my Baiyu Hall." As he said that, Bai Chengyan snorted coldly, brushed his sleeves and walked onto the stage, deliberately choosing a position next to Su Maoyang, looked at her with a sidelong glance, and said with a smile, "You must perform well. Don't lose too badly. Don't disappoint the expectations of that idiot Hua Mingyu." Su Maoyang knew that Hua Mingyu's words just now angered Bai Chengyan, causing him to be full of hostility towards her, and his words were particularly unpleasant. Facing his sarcasm, Su Maoyang did not get angry, but just glanced at him lightly, and said lightly, "Mr. Bai should still hope that he will not lose too badly. I heard that there are not many alchemists in Baiyutang. In addition to you, there are only 2 alchemists who have reached the early stage of Danwang. Whether they can get a place in the immortal pool is hanging in the balance. Baiyutang is not as good as Yanluo Hall and Shuanglongman in alchemy. Their alchemists are slightly inferior to the other 2 in both quantity and quality. Although Bai Chengyan has good talent and has reached the peak of Danwang at a young age, there are mostly experienced alchemists of the older generation in the other 2 forces. Even if he can squeeze into the top 6, he will never be ranked at the top. So if he is not careful, he may be squeezed out and miss the immortal pool. What's more, Su Maoyang decided to intervene, which would make his ranking even more precarious. But Bai Chengyan was arrogant and proud, and he couldn't stand such words. He was furious and his face turned black in an instant. However, the competition was about to start, so he couldn't get angry. He could only warn coldly, "This is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Don't forget that the Hua family spent a lot of money to ask Baiyutang for a quota this time. So you better hope that Baiyutang can make it into the top 3. Otherwise, your Hua family won't even have a quota." Su Maoyang just smiled. "Mr. Bai, you should work hard to get your quota. I'm afraid you can't take care of the Hua family." You Bai Chengyan didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn, and was choked by her and couldn't speak. I really don't know where this woman got the confidence and self-confidence to dare to challenge him. A Dan king. Doesn't she know his strength? Impossible. Even if she didn't know, Hua Mingyu should know. She was with Hua Mingyu. Hua Mingyu wouldn't even tell her the strength of his opponent. You know, throughout the Nether City, only the young master of Shuanglongman dared to look down on him, and no one dared to humiliate him like this. Thinking of this, Bai Chengyan was full of anger, and just when he was about to explode, who knew that Su Maoyang had already retracted his gaze with disdain, and didn't intend to pay attention to him at all, which made him angry. At this time, General Feng saw that the alchemists of all forces were basically in place, except for Zhai Yinran. He frowned and looked towards the direction of Shuanglongman, reminding him, "Mr. Zhai, the competition will start soon. You should also hurry up and get in place." Zhai Yinran smiled and shook his head when he heard this, and he didn't seem to take the alchemy competition to heart. "I'm not feeling well. I won't participate in this competition." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked by the sudden news. They all opened their mouths in shock, gasped, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Zhai Yinran is the alchemist that everyone looks forward to most in every alchemy competition. Now he actually gave up the qualification for the competition, which means that Shuanglongman will lose more than half of the quota to enter the fairy pool. Not only were the onlookers around frightened, but even the people of Shuanglongman were stunned by Zhai Yinran's sudden decision. "Ran, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were not feeling well? If you had told me earlier, I could have asked the doctor to check you out so that you wouldn't miss the competition." The leader of Shuanglongmen didn't expect such a thing to happen. His cheeks flushed with anxiety as he blamed. Chapter 1318, What are you standing there for? The alchemy competition is extremely important to all forces in Nether City. And Shuanglongmen is no exception. Once they miss the opportunity and fail to get enough places, they will probably be overtaken by other forces. Therefore, they have to fight for every competition with all their strength. Who would have thought that Jai Inran would give up at such a critical moment? It is really unbelievable, and even unacceptable, compared with the shock of the crowd and Shuanglongmen. Jai Inran was quite calm and explained calmly. I feel a little uncomfortable temporarily. I was sorry that I didn't tell my father in time. Where are you uncomfortable? Is it so serious that you can't make alchemy at all? The leader of Shuanglongmen has never seen Jai Inran in trouble at this time. He has always been a cautious and prudent child, and never let him worry. He never expected that he would suddenly feel uncomfortable and delay the competition. The leader looked anxious and full of doubts. Jai Inran nodded slightly, rubbing his forehead with a painful expression. I have a headache. I'm not in the right state, and I can't use my mental power to make pills. Hearing such an answer, the leader of Shuanglongmen was so anxious that he jumped up and down. His old face was all tangled up. Alas, why do I have a headache suddenly? Come on. Hurry up and ask the doctor to come and see the young master. Jai Inran didn't seem to want to trouble others, and he stopped when he heard this. Father, no need. I am an alchemist myself. I just took the pill, and I should be fine in a while. Although I can't compete, we have other outstanding alchemists in Shuanglongmen. Father, don't worry too much. How can I not worry? Do you know how many places we will miss if you don't play? How much will the loss be? Seeing his calm and indifferent look, the leader of Shuanglongmen was furious. Then he waved his hands in disapproval and pleaded with General Feng on the stage. No. No. General Feng. My Inran is feeling a little uncomfortable and needs to rest for a while. Can you make an exception and postpone the game and wait for us? General Feng suddenly heard such a request. His expression froze, and he seemed a little embarrassed. However, before he could speak, Bai Chengyan on the stage was already shouting angrily. Master, isn't your request too much? All of us are ready. Why waste time waiting for him? Are you the only one who can participate in the competition? Shuanglongmen and Bai Yutang have always been at odds. Whether in the alchemy competition or in the usual competition for medicinal materials and business dealings, the two forces have always been in an incompatible relationship. This time, Bai Chengyan finally heard that Jai Inran was feeling unwell and planned to withdraw from the competition. How could he miss such a good opportunity and wait for him to play again? Wait until he has rested enough before competing with me for the quota. Unless he is almost stupid. Of course, in addition to Bai Chengyan, the other alchemists on the stage also protested very dissatisfiedly. Yes, the stipulated competition time is coming soon, and we are all ready. Why should we wait? If others make everyone wait like you Shuanglongmen, I am afraid that this competition will not be able to be held. Well, there is no rule of waiting for people in the alchemy competition. If you can't participate in the competition, you can give up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yes, there are so many of us. It's impossible for us all to wait for him alone. This request is really too much. Seeing the alchemists on the stage in a mess, all indignantly accusing Shuanglongmen, General Feng frowned with an unsightly look, then turned to look at the leader of Shuanglongmen and rejected his request. Sorry, there are rules for the competition. If you can't participate in the competition due to lateness or personal reasons, you can only be treated as a waiver. Master Jai, you can only participate in the next competition. Although it was a rejection, General Feng's tone was still quite polite. It can be seen that General Feng is still quite friendly to Jai Inran. Jai Inran did not feel any dissatisfaction after hearing this, and he always had a gentle smile on his face. General Feng, don't feel sorry. This is my own problem. It has nothing to do with General Feng, and it has nothing to do with the alchemists on the stage. They should not be delayed because of me. General Feng, let's announce the start. When the leader of Shuanglongmen heard that he was really going to give up the competition, he was so anxious that his face turned red, and he wanted to say something else. While General Feng on the stage was grateful for Jai Inran's magnanimity, after nodding slightly, he rang the bell and announced, "The alchemy competition starts now." As soon as General Feng's voice fell, the alchemists who had been impatient for a long time all started to roll up their sleeves and work hard. However, Su Maoyang looked at Xia Yin under the stage with some doubts at this time. She was also a little curious about why Xia Yin suddenly gave up the competition. She didn't believe that this person really gave up because of physical discomfort. Su Maoyang was thinking. And Hua Mingyu next to him looked a little worried. And reminded anxiously, Su Mo, the competition has started. Why are you still standing there? Although Hua Mingyu heard Su Mo say that she was an alchemist of Danzong, he had never seen her make pills in person. So he felt a little uneasy and uncertain. Now that the competition has started, everyone is rushing to start. But she is just standing there in a daze. You know, the time of an incense stick is very short. And many alchemists of the older generation have to rush to make pills. If it weren't for the experienced and skilled alchemists, it would be impossible to complete the refining within the time of an incense stick. On the other hand, Su Mo really has no sense of urgency. It turns out that she has never participated in an alchemy competition and doesn't know how fierce the competition is here. Bai Chengyan, who was standing next to him, heard Hua Mingyu's reminder and couldn't help but cast a mocking look at him, chuckling and saying, Hua Mingyu, you asked someone to help you, but you didn't even teach him how to make an elixir. Bai Chengyan's words were quite ironic, and Hua Mingyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Inviting someone who can't make an elixir to participate in the elixir competition. Do you really think I'm stupid? Are you still smart? Bai Chengyan sneered and rolled his eyes at him, then retracted his gaze and began to peel off the selected medicinal materials. Hua Mingyu was so angry at his attitude that he wanted to continue arguing. But thinking that there was not much time left, and he couldn't delay any longer, he forced himself to suppress his anger and began to concentrate on selecting medicinal materials. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Bai Chengyan's ridicule. He glanced at the medicinal materials that the city lord had prepared for everyone in the back, and sighed helplessly. Although there are many medicinal herbs here, they are not refined. They are all ordinary varieties. It is basically impossible to refine good pills. This is the first time that Su Maoyang has encountered a situation where he is unable to start with a pile of medicinal herbs. Chapter 1319. Don't you even know the herbs? Hua Mingyu was worried that she didn't understand the rules of alchemy. So he kept an eye on her actions so that he could give her some pointers. Seeing her stop in front of a pile of herbs and not start, he was puzzled and asked again, Su Mo, what's wrong? Why don't you choose herbs? Can I use my own herbs in this competition? Su Maoyang frowned, looking a little embarrassed. Hua Mingyu didn't expect her to ask this. And after a pause, he explained, no. This competition must use uniformly prepared herbs to show fairness and justice. If you use your own, you will be treated as cheating and will be permanently disqualified from participating in the competition. You can't do that. Haha. There are so many free herbs here. Why are you so stupid as to use your own herbs? Is there any secret about your own herbs? The alchemist standing next to Hua Mingyu heard the conversation between him and Su Maoyang and asked maliciously. Hua Mingyu felt something was wrong when he heard his tone, and he immediately retorted angrily, Bah! What secrets are you talking about? Be careful when you speak, and don't accuse people without any evidence. Haha. I didn't say anything. Why are you so guilty? If there is no secret, could it be that the alchemist you invited doesn't know the medicinal materials at all? So he can't choose the medicinal materials he wants to refine? The man in a green robe next to him saw that Hua Mingyu was excited, and his smile deepened, and he couldn't help but tease him. When this person said this, several alchemists next to him laughed, and the tone and expression were particularly embarrassing. You are talking nonsense. Su Mo not only knows, but also has more precious medicinal materials than these. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. Hua Mingyu shouted back angrily. Last time, he saw Su Maoyang take out the black with spirit leaves to exchange for food money. She even has such precious medicinal materials. How could she not know these? This group of people knows nothing, but they are self-righteous and yelling here, which is really annoying. Ha ha. More precious than this? I am dying of laughter. The alchemists present heard Hua Mingyu's words and thought that he was just talking nonsense because he was not convinced and wanted to save face. Everyone laughed so hard. Bai Chengyan saw that Hua Mingyu and Su Mo had become a laughing stock. His pupils flashed with disdain, and he smiled lightly and said, I advise you not to cheat. The city lord has a bad temper and is very scary when he gets angry. If you violate his rules, it is probably not as simple as losing the game. You seeing that he was sure that Su Mo wanted to cheat. Hua Mingyu took a few deep breaths in anger and stared at him angrily, as if his anger was about to burst out of his eyes. What do you mean by me? Look at that incense stick. It's half burned. According to your speed of refining pills, I think you should just admit defeat. Seeing Hua Mingyu was so angry that he was half dead, Bai Chengyan was even happier in his heart. He pointed to the incense stick on the opposite side that was constantly decreasing, and reminded him with gloating. After being reminded by him, Hua Mingyu woke up. He really didn't dare to delay any longer. Then he had to grit his teeth and hurry up to peel the medicinal materials. Su Maoyong heard that he couldn't use his own medicinal materials, so he had to compromise and choose the medicinal materials prepared uniformly. It's just that these herbs are too common, and can only be used to refine some low-level pills. However, the conditions are limited at the moment, so she can't be picky, so she can only use what she can. Fortunately, in this place, even the early-stage Dan Emperor can be called a super genius. I think she only needs to refine a pill that the peak Dan Emperor can refine, which should be enough. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong just picked a few herbs and started to peel them. However, she just wasted a lot of time. The pills of several alchemists next to her were almost out of the furnace, and Su Maoyong's herbs had just been peeled and thrown into the furnace. The Hua family members in the audience didn't know Su Maoyong's strength, and they were also paying attention to her movements. She once claimed that she was an alchemist of Danzone level, although the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family did not believe her nonsense. They still wanted to know what level she was at. Seeing her slow pace at this time, not only was she slower than others in selecting medicinal materials, but she was also a step slower than others in stripping medicinal materials. She was also ridiculed for not knowing how to make pills at all. She made a lot of trouble on the stage, which made people anxious. Witnessing this scene and hearing the laughter from the stage, the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family were simply overwhelmed. Their faces, which were already gloomy and black, were even uglier than eating shit. The eldest uncle of the Hua family did not think highly of Su Maoyong at the beginning, and did not approve of her representing the Hua family to compete. Seeing this scene, he was even more angry and blamed Hua Mingyu's father next to him. Is this what you call giving her a chance? Look at how she competed in the competition. She has simply lost the face of our Hua family. Hua Mingyu's father was embarrassed by his scolding. Isn't the pill not refined yet? Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. I don't think it's a problem whether she can make the elixir. Not to mention that the time is coming soon. Even if she can make it, will time wait for her? The eldest uncle of the Hua family was so angry that he yelled back. Hua Mingyu's father hated his behavior of not giving face in public, but he was too lazy to argue with him. If he really quarreled with him, the people around him would be more ridiculous. Thinking of this, Hua Mingyu's father shut up completely and turned his eyes back to the arena. At this time, he only saw Su Maoyong slightly raised his hand, waved lightly at the elixir furnace, and ignited the flame lightly. Before he could react, her onion-like fingers were already moving quickly in the air, and the flame under the elixir furnace swayed back and forth in the direction of her fingertips, obedient and docile like a docile pet. However, although it was docile, the heat it released was not low. The onlookers standing slightly closer were all shocked by the heat and changed their faces, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The people who were not optimistic about Suemo did not expect that she could really control the flames, and control them so skillfully, so quickly, and with such smooth movements that it was amazing. They found that compared with the alchemist next to her, her alchemy was not alchemy at all, but a kind of beautiful enjoyment, which made everyone dazzled and surprised. The proficiency of fire control was far better than other alchemists. Seeing this scene, even the lord of the city sitting in the referee's seat straightened his face, staring at the flying and flamboyant, but gentle and well-behaved flame, and his deep pupils burst into a dazzling light. It was the first time he saw someone who could control the flame to this extent. Bai Chengyan, who was standing next to Su Maoyong, was naturally also shocked by this extraordinary fire control ability. However, as proud as he was, the shock on his face was fleeting, which he concealed very well. Then he snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph! Isn't it just the ability to control fire? What's so great about it? Being able to control fire skillfully does not mean that you can refine good pills. The quality of your pills still depends on the level of your mental power. Chapter 1320. What kind of abnormal speed is this? Su Maoyong heard Bai Chengyan's sarcastic voice, slightly side-eyed, and glanced at him coldly. If you have time to laugh at others, You might as well spend more time on your own pills. Look, the incense is about to burn out. You have to hurry up. Don't end up with no ranking. Then you will be laughed at. Bai Chengyan had never been humiliated like this before. And he was immediately furious. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, I should say this. Right? The time is about to come. My pill will be ready soon. And your pill has just started to be refined. So it should be you. Not me. Who can't even get a ranking? Su Maoyang had just thrown the medicinal materials into the pill furnace a second ago. Even if he used the fastest speed and the most skilled method, it would take at least a cup of tea. And the incense was about to burn to the end. Not even half a cup of tea. So it was almost impossible to refine a finished pill in such a short time. Even a genius in alchemy like Xia Yinran couldn't do it. Let alone this little girl, who didn't even know the herbs. However, just as Bai Chengyan finished his unconvinced words, Su Maoyang smiled sweetly, and a confident glow flashed across his ordinary face. He curled his lips slightly and chuckled. It looks like I'm going to disappoint you. Su Maoyang's sudden words startled Bai Chengyan. But before he could react, Su Maoyang had already retracted that meaningful, even contemptuous look, and then raised his hand, and the flame seemed to explode in the alchemy furnace, instantly setting off a raging fire that covered the entire alchemy furnace. At this time, the whole square was instantly filled with a strong and pure medicinal fragrance, which shocked the audience and made everyone's face change. Everyone's eyes were focused on the alchemy furnace in front of Su Maoyang. This fragrance? Could it be that it could not? When Hua Mingyu's father smelled the fragrance, he opened his eyes wide in anticipation, and smacked his lips in excitement. This rich fragrance? Could it be a lower-grade spiritual medicine? When the Hua family's uncle heard this, he frowned and waved his hands in extreme rejection. Impossible. Lower-grade spiritual medicine can only be refined by the early stage of the Dan Emperor. The young master of Shuanglongmen has extraordinary talent, and has just reached the level of the early stage of the Dan Emperor. How could that girl of unknown origin be at the same level as the young master of Shuanglongmen? This is too absurd. The Hua family's uncle was unwilling to believe that Su Maoyang had this ability from his subconscious mind. When he heard Hua Mingyu's father's guess, he naturally rejected it. When the old man of the Hua family heard the conversation between the two, his face became more solemn. He stared at the Dan furnace in front of Su Maoyang, and his pupils were surging with unknown emotions. In his heart, he didn't quite believe that Su Mo could refine a lower-grade spiritual pill, because she was obviously much younger than Xia Yinran. And Xia Yinran was already considered the most talented person in Nether City at his age to have reached the early stage of the Pill Emperor. She was younger than Xia Yinran, but she had reached the early stage of the Pill Emperor. Wasn't she more talented than Xia Yinran? If she was really such a genius, why had he never heard of this person? Therefore, it was still unlikely for him to believe that this woman was a talented alchemist like the young master of Shuanglongmen. However, just as Mr. Ho was pondering, Su Maoyang suddenly waved his hand and instantly extinguished the raging fire. Then everyone saw a plump and shiny pill slowly rising from the pill furnace, and the rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire square. Seeing the pill successfully coming out of the furnace, Bai Chengyan, who was standing aside, choked on the ridicule that was rolling in his throat before he could say it out. And he could no longer spit it out. He was shocked on the spot. His expression was stiff. His face was shocked, and his pupils were surging with unbelievable horror. He never expected that Su Mo had just thrown the herbs in and said a few words, and she had already made the pill. Did he see it wrong? What kind of speed is this? It's too abnormal. Bai Chengyan was shocked by Su Maoyang's speed in making pills. But the city lord sitting in the referee's seat was so excited that he stood up from his seat. His deep eyes bulged out, and he was extremely surprised. The Xianyang Holy Pill of the upper spiritual grade. It's actually the Xianyang Holy Pill of the upper spiritual grade. The city lord was too excited, and his loud voice trembled slightly. When it reached the ears of everyone, it immediately set off a storm. Most of the people in the audience were laymen who didn't know how to make pills. Those who were well informed could recognize some pills, but there had never been a pill refiner at the peak of the Dan Emperor in the Nether City, which made them not very familiar with the upper spiritual pills. The city lord was old enough to have a deep knowledge of elixirs, so even though he was so far away, he could still tell the grade of the elixir at a glance. When the people around heard the city lord reveal the grade of the elixir, they were all shocked. They stared at Su Maoyang on the stage blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were even more surprised, standing there in a trance, and gasped in shock for a long time. Just now the city lord said that it was a high-grade Xianyang holy pill. Did I hear it right? After a long while, Mr. Hua asked Uncle Hua next to him with a trembling voice. The eldest uncle of the Hua family was also shocked by the words of the city lord and stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could it be the Xianyang holy pill of the upper spiritual grade? How could she be an alchemist at the peak of the Dan Emperor? The city lord must have made a mistake. Just now, Hua Mingyu's father guessed that Su Imo was an alchemist at the early stage of the Dan Emperor, which he already thought was ridiculous. But now he told him that Su Imo was not at the early stage of the Dan Emperor, but at the more powerful Dan Emperor peak. Is this possible? This is too incredible. Just when the Hua family was full of shock, the city lord could not wait to order loudly. Quick! Bring the pill to me quickly. I want to see it myself. At this time, the city lord had long lost his usual majestic and steady image. Now he was just like an impatient young boy, which surprised everyone. General Feng was also shocked by his excessive reaction, and his face changed slightly. After a moment of stunned, he quickly clasped his fists and accepted the order, and quickly stepped onto the ring. The alchemists on the stage were also shocked by Su Maoyang's movements. They stared blankly at General Feng as he carefully placed the elixir that Su Maoyang had made on a plate, and quickly brought it to the city lord. They all seemed to want to know what level of elixir Su Maoyang had made. So, at this moment, everyone in the audience held their breath and stared at the city lord intently, waiting for his conclusion. Chapter 1321 A huge surprise. The city lord was more excited than ever at this moment, and quickly took the plate from General Feng. Seeing the upper spiritual grade pill at such a close distance, the city lord was ecstatic. His eyes bulged. His face was full of surprise, and he kept muttering, "Really? It's true. It's really Xianyang holy pill." When he first saw Xianyang holy pill, he was just shocked and a little unsure. Now he can clearly see the color of the pill, feel the delicate touch of the pill, and his nose is filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. He is more than sure that this is the upper spiritual grade Xianyang holy pill. It can't be fake, even if the people who have been waiting for the result don't listen to the city lord's muttering. Just looking at his excited expression, they have basically confirmed that Su Maoyang has refined Xianyang holy pill. Realizing this, everyone gasped in shock. Their pupils dilated unconsciously, and horror surged inside, turning their heads to look at Su Maoyang on the stage. Although everyone was not familiar with the top-grade elixirs, no matter how ignorant they were, they could not fail to know that the alchemists who could make top-grade elixirs were at least at the peak of the elixir emperor level. However, Master Zhai, the most talented alchemist in their nether city, was only at the early stage of the elixir emperor level, and the woman in front of them, who was obviously younger than Master Zhai, had actually reached the peak of the elixir emperor level. Is this true? Are they dreaming? At this time, not only the onlookers in the audience were shocked, but even the alchemists on the stage were extremely stunned. They were still laughing at him the second before, saying that he didn't know the herbs and wanted to cheat with his own herbs. But the next second, he refined a high-grade pill. Su Maoyang's move was like a loud slap in the face of everyone, and stunned them all. At this time, Bai Qingyan's eyes were red with jealousy, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling so aggrieved that he could spit blood. Such a truth was more humiliating to the proud him than any of Su Maoyang's words that humiliated him just now, because he just laughed at him for not being able to complete the refining within the specified time. But he started refining the pill after him. But he was able to refine it before him, and the quality was higher than all of their pills. This fact was undoubtedly a huge blow to Bai Chengyan. Su Maoyang felt the sharp gaze next to him, glanced at Bai Chengyan, raised his eyebrows slightly, and kindly reminded him again, "Mr. Bai, the incense is about to burn out. If you don't get it out, you probably won't even be able to rank." After hearing Su Maoyang's words, not only Bai Chengyan, but all the alchemists around him suddenly woke up and picked up their own pills. They were stunned by the pills made by Su Maoyang just now, and for a moment they even forgot that they were still in the competition. After being reminded by her, everyone remembered. Bai Chengyan was in a complicated mood. He resisted the humiliation and anger, and suddenly waved his sleeves to fish out the pills and put them on the plate beside him. At this time, The alchemists on the stage had almost finished refining when General Feng saw that the incense had burned out. He rang the bell on time to indicate the end of the competition. Afterwards, General Feng did not delay and directly brought the pills made by the alchemists to the city lord, asking him to personally review them. Since the pills produced by these alchemists were all at the Xian grade level and had no comparison with the Ling grade pills, the city lord's reaction was quite cold. He just glanced at it quickly, wrote down the ranking, and handed it to General Feng next to him. General Feng took over the rankings and announced loudly, "First place, Su Imo of the Hua family. Refined the Xianyang holy pill of the upper spiritual grade, and will get 8 places to enter the immortal pool. Second place, Elder Lu of Shuanglongmen. Refined the 5 elements Huishan pill of the lower spiritual grade, and will get 5 places. Third place, Elder Ko of Yanluo Hall. Refined the Tian Shan Jingqi pill of the upper mysterious grade, and won 3 places. Fourth place, Elder Meng of Shuanglongmen. Refined the Yangxin pill of the upper mysterious grade, and won 2 places. Fifth place, Mr. Bai of Baiyutang. Refined the Buzhong Ichi pill of the upper mysterious grade, and will get 1 place. Sixth place, Elder Li of Baiyutang. Refined the Shuli pill of the middle mysterious grade, and won 1 place. The above are the top 6 alchemists in this alchemy competition. Alchemists after the 6th place can come to me to check the rankings and receive the corresponding rewards." As soon as General Feng finished speaking, the whole audience was boiling. Everyone is most concerned about the top 6 alchemists, because this is related to how many people they can bring into the fairy pond for cultivation. Judging from the ranking just announced, the biggest winner this time should be the Hua family, which everyone is not optimistic about. This result is too unexpected. Everyone turned their heads in shock and cast envious eyes towards the Hua family. Before the competition, they were still mocking and ridiculing the Hua family for participating in the competition. No one could have thought that the person who won the first place was actually a member of the Hua family. This ending was too unexpected, and many people couldn't accept it. Even the eldest uncle of the Hua family was a little dazed at the shocked and envious eyes of everyone. He stared with shocked eyes and took a step back in disbelief. When Hua Mingyu's father heard the result, he laughed with surprise on his face. The laughter was deafening, and he could not hide his excitement. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that. I underestimated Sumo's strength. He is not the early stage of Dan Emperor. He is clearly the peak of Dan Emperor. The Xianyang holy pill of the upper spiritual grade. Ha ha ha. It's amazing. My son's vision is really good." Just now, he smelled the fragrance of the medicine and guessed that it was a lower spiritual grade pill. Even so, he still felt that his guess was amazing enough. Who knew that his real strength was 3 levels higher, which was even more amazing than he guessed. This girl really gave him an unprecedented surprise. "Ha ha ha. Father, big brother, I'm right. My son won't joke about the fate of the Hua family. He made friends with a super genius this time. A genius who is more talented than the young master of Shuanglongmen." Hua Mingyu's father was probably too excited. His face flushed, and he spoke with more confidence than before. Such a young Danwang peak. It goes without saying that he will definitely be valued by the city lord, and his future is limitless. When the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family heard this, they were also shocked. But their attitude towards Suimo and Hua Mingyu was a little inappropriate before. Now even if they were ecstatic because she won 8 places for the Hua family, they didn't dare to show it. At this moment, facing the surprise that suddenly fell from the sky, the two stood there as if they had taken root, trying their best to hide their inner emotions. But the shock and ecstasy in their pupils could not be concealed. Chapter 1322 want to occupy 8 places. But while Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were surprised and excited, they suddenly felt regretful. They had treated Su Imo badly before, spoke badly to her, and had never had a good face. They even thought of killing her. But according to the current situation, this person is definitely a ruthless character who cannot be offended. Thinking of this, Mr. Hua changed his attitude just now, and forced a smile on his serious old face. He said to Su Maoyang with a thick face, "Miss Su." "Oh, no, Master Su. I have offended you before. You are generous. Don't take it to heart. I apologize to you here." It must be said that although Mr. Hua is an out-and-out snob, he can bend and stretch for the benefit of the Hua family. He is also a character. As he said that, Mr. Hua quickly pulled Uncle Hua next to him and gave him a look. The meaning was obviously to let him apologize to Su Imo, say a few good words, and ease their relationship. But the Hua family's uncle had said a lot of harsh words to Suemo before, and now he asked him to apologize to someone. He was so old. How could he lose face? Not to mention that the other party was still a junior. Therefore, after receiving the instructions from the old man of the Hua family, the Hua family's uncle looked extremely embarrassed, and his whole face was tangled together. After all, asking him to please a little girl who was offended by him was really a bit too much, seeing that his eldest son couldn't lose face. The old man Hua glared at him angrily, and then smiled at Su Maoyang and said, "Ha ha ha, Master Su. The old man and Hua Mingyu's uncle are all for the sake of the Hua family. There is no malice. You must not take the past things to heart." Hearing that Mr. Hua lowered his status to apologize to her, and also with a flattering meaning, Su Maoyang naturally would not be relentless. Just not arguing with them does not mean that Su Maoyang has forgiven them. At this time, facing Mr. Hua's apology, Su Maoyang just glanced at him coldly and said perfunctorily, "Mr. Hua, you are too kind." When Mr. Hua saw that Su Maoyang did not hold on to her, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense expression on his face also eased a lot. He continued to smile and said, "This time you won 8 places for our Hua family. But you are a great contributor to our Hua family. Just ask for whatever you want, and our Hua family will try its best to satisfy you." Hearing what Mr. Hua said, the referee's seat, the lord of the city also stared at Su Maoyang with a smile, and nodded with admiration. "Suemo girl, you won the first place in the competition. Now you can choose 7 more people to enter the Immortal Pond to practice with you. I wonder if you have a candidate in mind." Su Maoyang heard this and nodded politely at the lord of the city. "Yes, I have one." Then she raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Mr. Hua and others, and saw that Uncle Hua and Hua Haoqing and others were excited and full of expectations, and licked their lips impatiently, because now they only need Suemo to say a word, and they can enter the Immortal Pond to practice, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, just as the Hua family was secretly excited, Su Maoyang pointed to Dongfang Yaoyu and others behind Mr. Hua. "I decided to take Xinhua, the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaoho siblings, and Hua Mingyu and his father to the Immortal Pond together. The first place winner of the alchemy competition has a total of 8 places to enter the Immortal Pond, and the 6 of them plus Hua Mingyu and his father just make up 8 people." So Su Maoyang didn't hesitate at all and quickly decided. However, she did not hesitate at all. When the people of the Hua family heard this answer, their faces suddenly changed. The smiles on their faces suddenly froze, and their expressions became extremely ugly. After a moment of stunned silence, Mr. Hua woke up and shouted, "How can you choose them to enter the fairy pool? They are my companions. Why can't I choose them to enter the fairy pool?" Facing Mr. Hua's questioning, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little puzzled. Mr. Hua's expression was stagnant by her righteous questioning, and his face darkened instantly. He frowned in disapproval. "You are participating in the competition on behalf of my Hua family, so of course you have to choose from my Hua family. If they choose according to her, then their Hua family will not get any benefits at all. Isn't it just a false joy?" Thinking of this, Mr. Hua's expression suddenly sank, and he felt dissatisfied in his heart. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be so greedy that he wanted to occupy 8 places. She sneered in her heart and refuted rudely. "Didn't I choose Hua Mingyu and his father? Aren't they from the Hua family?" You Mr. Hua didn't expect her to use Hua Mingyu to refute him, and was immediately blocked by her. When the Hua family's uncle heard this, he was furious and angrily accused. "Suemo, you should understand that if it weren't for our Hua family asking you to help participate in the competition, how could you have the opportunity to win the first place? Now that we give you a place to enter the fairy pool, our Hua family has done our best. You actually want to take up all the other places in our Hua family. You are going too far." Su Maoyang almost laughed out loud when he heard such shameless words. At first, these 2 old guys were strongly against her participation in the competition. They either disliked her lack of strength and caused trouble for the Hua family, or worried that she would bring shame to the Hua family. They humiliated her and denied her with words that were quite unpleasant to hear. Now that she has won 8 places, they shamelessly came up to share them. There is no such a good thing in the world. "Master Hua, I admit that I participated in the competition under the name of the Hua family. So I chose Hua Mingyu and his father to enter the fairy pond with me, which is also a reward for them and the Hua family. It should be clear that you did not agree with my participation in the competition at the beginning. It was Hua Mingyu and his father who supported me and interceded for me. So I had the opportunity to stand here. It is reasonable that these two places should belong to them. Moreover, I won this competition through my own strength. It is my freedom to choose who I want. You don't seem to have the right to ask. Could it be that this alchemy competition also stipulates that the family should choose the candidates instead of the alchemist? Speaking, Su Maoyang turned his head and looked at the lord of the city in the referee seat, looking forward to his answer. The lord of the city heard some clues from the conversation between the two parties. He was a little dissatisfied with the Hua family's approach. He frowned and said, "The alchemy competition has been held for so many years, and there is no such rule. Sumo girl, don't worry. No one can decide for you." Hearing that the lord of the city has spoken, even if Mr. Hua is 10,000 dissatisfied in his heart, he has to shut up. Sumo has now shown an amazing talent for alchemy, and must have become a favorite in front of the city lord. If they want to embarrass Sumo today, the city lord will definitely stand up for her. Therefore, if the Hua family provokes Sumo at this critical moment, they will probably be in trouble. Old Master Hua saw through it. But the Hua family's uncle couldn't control his temper and said, "Sumo, you rely on my Hua family to participate in the competition. But now you only give my Hua family 2 places. You are simply an ungrateful villain." Chapter 1323. It's not up to you. The Hua family. Facing the accusation of the Hua family's uncle, Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head. She found that this person was really shameless. They didn't pay anything, nor did they give any support. Not even the most basic trust. They just wanted her to make pills with the mentality of watching her laugh. Now that she succeeded, they shamelessly wanted to share a piece of the pie. The funny thing is that they also planned to take all the remaining 7 places and only give her 1 place. Even so, in their opinion, 1 place is already a great gift to her. I really don't know what they rely on to do such shameless things with confidence. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled his lips slightly and sneered sarcastically. "Master Hua, please understand that if it weren't for me, your Hua family wouldn't have even 1 place, let alone 2 places. Now I have helped you get 2 places, but you are not grateful and want to occupy them all. What's the difference between you and unreasonable robbers? Humph. If it weren't for the Hua family, would you be qualified to participate? Can you stand on the stage to make pills? Since you represent my Hua family, the place you want is naturally my Hua family. My Hua family rewards you with a place because we think highly of you. I advise you to hand over the place wisely. The opportunity that the Hua family's uncle has waited for so hard. He doesn't want to give the place to Hua Mingyu. That waste. Now that the interests are at stake, he must fight for it even if he risks offending the peak of the Dan Emperor." Su Maoyang was displeased by the other party's greed and strong attitude. Her face suddenly darkened, and a sharp cold light flashed in her dark pupils. She was about to open her mouth to retort, but before she could say anything, a warm and pleasant voice came from a distance. But there was a little anger in the tone. "Master Hua, it seems that you have misunderstood. She was able to participate in the competition not because of your Hua family. Strictly speaking, your Hua family was able to qualify for the competition because of her." Suddenly hearing this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were shocked and looked at the person who spoke. They saw that the young master of Shuanglongmen, Xia Yinran, was staring at them with a faint gaze. His handsome and elegant face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and his whole body exuded a chill. Receiving that sharp gaze, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua couldn't help but shudder, and some doubts arose in their hearts. "Young master, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Hua looked at him with a confused look and asked in confusion. Sumo obviously participated in the competition in the name of the Hua family. How come from his mouth? It turned out that they relied on Sumo? Xia Yinran saw that he was confused, raised his eyebrows slightly, and explained, "You should know that the reason why your Hua family can participate in the competition this time is because of the favor I asked the city lord. Yes, we know this. We will never forget Mr. Zhai's kindness." Upon hearing this, the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family immediately clasped their fists and expressed their most sincere gratitude. "Don't thank me. You should thank Miss Su and Mr. Hua." As he spoke, Xia Yinran looked up at Su Maoyang. Even Su Maoyang himself was shocked by his inexplicable words, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. At this time, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family were even more confused. They stared at Su Maoyang and Hua Mingyu in surprise, showing an expression that they couldn't grasp the key. "Thank them?" Xia Yiran smiled and nodded. Last time, Miss Su and Mr. Hua came to my Shuangwanmen restaurant for dinner, but were offended by my subordinates. At that time, Miss Su and Mr. Hua were magnanimous and unwilling to accept my compensation. But I always felt sorry. And I happened to hear that she joined the Hua family. So in order to make up for my fault of improper discipline, I helped you ask for a place to participate in the competition. In the final analysis, your Hua family can participate in the competition, thanks to Miss Su and Mr. Hua. After hearing these words, the spectators who had been wondering why the Hua family had the qualifications to participate in the competition suddenly understood. They also wondered why the young master of Shuangwanmen would intercede for the inconspicuous Hua family. It turned out that it was to compensate Su Mo and Hua Mingyu. No wonder Master Zhai has a high prestige in Shuangwanmen and is deeply sought after by everyone. Just this character is praised by people. Sure enough, as soon as Xia Yinran's words came out, he immediately won the hearts of the people. But the people of the Hua family were severely hit. They stared at Su Mo and Hua Mingyu in disbelief. And their expressions were so awkward that they froze directly. They never thought that the Hua family could qualify for the competition because of the relationship between Su Mo and Hua Mingyu. Hua Mingyu is the least important person in the Hua family, and they can't connect his homeless friend with Shuangwanmen. Now that they suddenly know the truth, the people of the Hua family are all stunned and a little overwhelmed. Hua Mingyu laughed happily when he heard this, and deliberately mocked the uncle of the Hua family. Ha ha ha. Uncle, you seem to be too sentimental. Su Mo was able to participate in the competition because of Mr. Zhai's plea, and it has nothing to do with you and the Hua family. How can you be ungrateful? On the contrary, it was you who won the competition with your own strength and gave the Hua family 2 places out of kindness. It's okay for you not to be grateful, but you want to occupy all the places. You are simply greedy and greedy. You, the uncle of the Hua family, was ridiculed by Hua Mingyu, and his face turned red with anger, and he couldn't speak. Before, he could still use Su Maoyang's participation in the competition under the name of the Hua family as an excuse. But now he has no reason to occupy the quota, because the Hua family's qualification for the competition was obtained by others. So how can he face to compete for the quota? What's more, the people present had already begun to point fingers at the Hua family, and they were undoubtedly cursing the Hua family for being shameless. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't resist the pressure of public opinion and continued to put pressure on Su Maoyang. At this time, Mr. Hua was also extremely angry and dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's attitude. But he was more patient than the Hua family's uncle. At this time, he suppressed his anger and persuaded. Forget it. Don't take those 7 places. But what should Haoqing do? This time, he finally got a place to enter the fairy pool. But Haoqing couldn't go in. But let Hua Mingyu. That waste. Go in. Isn't this a waste of natural resources? The Hua family's uncle was anxious, and his brows were furrowed so much that he could crush a fly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hua remained calm and reminded him calmly. Didn't Bai Yutang promise a quota? Hua Haoqing will definitely get in. Don't worry. Hearing this, the Hua family's uncle suddenly remembered and immediately turned his eyes to the direction of the Bai Yutang head, smiling and flattering. Oh, master. This time we will leave Haoqing in your hands. Hearing this, the Bai Yutang head frowned and refused unceremoniously. Master Hua, you just saw that our Bai Yutang only got 2 quotas in total, which is not enough for us. And I am afraid that we can't give them to your Hua family. Chapter 1324 Denial. Speaking of the 2 quotas, the head of Bai Yutang and Bai Chengyan and others were all very angry. If it weren't for the helpers invited by the Hua family, their Bai Yutang would not have been squeezed to such a low position. The Hua family had harmed Bai Yutang to this extent, and now they had the nerve to come to them for quotas. It was already very good that they didn't ask the Hua family to settle accounts. However, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family, who were expecting Bai Yutang to give them quotas, were stunned when they heard such an answer. They never thought that Bai Yutang would suddenly change its mind at the critical moment and refuse to share the quota. This was a fatal blow to them. Suddenly realizing that his family Haoqing's quota was not guaranteed, the eldest uncle of the Hua family, who had just been appeased, panicked again, bulging his eyes and excitedly asked, "Oh, master, didn't you promise to give our Hua family a quota before? Why did you say that at the critical moment? You are not keeping your word." The head of the hall is also a dignified middle-aged man. When he heard what the Hua family uncle said, his sword eyebrows furrowed fiercely. His face was gloomy, and he refuted without admitting it. Master Hua, you must have made a mistake. When did I promise you a quota? Although your Hua family has helped Bai Yutang before, the quota to enter the fairy pool is so precious that I will not give it to your Hua family. Right? The people around heard what the head of Bai Yutang said, and they all felt that it made sense. They looked at the Hua family uncle with extremely ironic and disgusted eyes. The Hua family is getting more and more shameless. First, they wanted to occupy Sumo's quota. Now that they can't get any benefits from Sumo, they turn their target to Bai Yutang. In order to enter the fairy pool, they can really do anything. Uncle Hua didn't expect that the other party would not only change his mind at the last minute, but also flatly deny the previous promise. His face changed drastically. His cheeks turned redder, and he glared at the hall master in anger, and growled impatiently. Hall master, you should speak with conscience. Your Bai Yutang has received so many benefits from our Hua family, and you promised to give us a quota. How can you go back on your word and turn your face against us? Benefits? What benefits? I don't see any benefits. Master Hua, you can eat this meal casually, but you can't say anything casually. Just because my Bai Yutang didn't give you a quota, you framed me and deliberately ruined my Bai Yutang's reputation. What is your intention? The hall master of Bai Yutang frowned, calmed his voice, and scolded angrily. Seeing the other party's attitude, the old man of the Hua family and the uncle of the Hua family were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and trembled all over. Mr. Hua is old, and he can't stand such stimulation. You know, they spent a lot of money to please Bai Yutang, almost spending more than half of their family assets. But now the other party denied that there was no quota. How can he bear it? Thinking of this, Mr. Hua was furious. His eyes went dark. His body shook, and he almost fainted. The uncle of the Hua family next to him was shocked by his reaction and immediately stepped forward to support him. Father, are you okay? Fortunately, he supported him in time, and the old man barely stabilized his body and didn't lose his composure in front of everyone. But he lost face today and suffered enough blows. Even if he didn't lose his composure, he couldn't raise his head. They never thought that the Hua family not only spent a lot of money, but also humbled Bai Yutang, suffered a lot of humiliation, and endured so many people's eyes and ridicule. But in the end, they had nothing and got nothing. Such a blow could make a person so angry that he would vomit blood. No wonder Mr. Hua almost fainted, seeing that his father was very angry with them, and thinking of the heavy losses of the Hua family. The eldest uncle of the Hua family was also gritting his teeth in anger, and said unbearably, Master, God is watching what we do. You know whether Bai Yutang has received any benefits from our Hua family. At the beginning, you promised to give our Hua family a quota, but now you deny it. I have never seen such shameless people as you. Since you Bai Yutang are unwilling to share the quota, then return our things to us. We are too lazy to argue with you about the quota. Master Hua, I have made it very clear just now that our Bai Yutang has never taken a penny from your Hua family. So how can I return it to you? If you continue to make trouble like this, don't blame me, Bai Yutang, for being rude. The master of Bai Yutang finally cheated their things, so there is no reason to return them. Besides, the helpers invited by the Hua family this time made Bai Yutang miss so many quotas, so the Hua family must bleed to compensate. At this time, the eldest uncle of the Hua family heard such a rogue word and suddenly realized that Bai Yutang had no intention of allocating the quota to them. Even if Bai Yutang won the first place and got 8 quotas, there would be no chance for the Hua family, because from the beginning, Bai Yutang temporarily agreed to them in order to cheat them of their spiritual stones and medicinal materials. When it came to allocating quotas, they pretended that nothing had happened and refused to admit it. The funny thing is that they did not believe Hua Mingyu, but believed in the scheming Bai Yutang, and naively thought that they spent so much money, Bai Yutang would definitely help them. But they didn't know that not only did they not help, but they also wanted to take advantage of their misfortune to seize their property. Thinking of this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were so angry that they vomited blood and regretted it. If they had trusted Sumo and supported Sumo, they would not have ended up in such a situation today. Hua Mingyu's father saw that his father and elder brother were so angry that they didn't even have the strength to speak. He felt helpless inside and shook his head. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? You, the Hua family suffered heavy losses, and you are still talking nonsense here. You got a place to enter the fairy pond. Are you very proud? Uncle Hua had no place to vent his anger, So he turned his spearhead to Hua Mingyu's father. Hua Mingyu's father was helpless and dissatisfied. Blaming? The Hua family suffered heavy losses. Was it me who caused it? Even if Bai Yutong cheated us, it was you, the eldest brother, who took the things and took the initiative to be cheated by others. Who can you blame? Yes, I went there with the things. But this was also my father's order. I went with my father. Do you also want to blame my father? Hua Mingyu's father received the angry eyes of Mr. Hua and was shocked. He immediately bowed his head and clasped his fists. Son, dare not. Mr. Hua glared at him fiercely. Although he was angry, he still forced himself to endure it when he thought of the quota for entering the fairy pool. He calmly discussed. Jin Gang, you also know that your son has no talent. No matter how he practices, he only looks like a ghost. So, it is better to let your son give up the quota to Haoqing. It will be more useful to the Hua family. Chapter 1325 Give up the quota. When Hua Mingyu's father heard such a suggestion, his face froze, and he frowned, retorting disapprovingly. Father, this is not appropriate. After all, our Hua family got the qualification to participate because of Mingyu and Miss Su. Now we want Mingyu to give up the quota, which seems too inhumane. Although Hua Mingyu is not talented, he has seen all his efforts for the Hua family over the years. Now Mingyu has finally waited for the opportunity. How can he, as a father, have the heart to deprive him of it? But the old man of the Hua family didn't think so. To him, the interests of the Hua family were the most important. No matter who it was, no one could stop the development of the Hua family, including his own grandson. So he angrily scolded. Jin Gang, as an elder of the Hua family, you actually disregarded the interests of the Hua family for your own selfishness. Is that reasonable? Do you still act like an elder? Second brother, I'm not speaking for my son. It's really that Hua Mingyu is too disappointing. He has practiced for so long, but there is no improvement. But Haoqing is different. He is very good at spiritual power. As talent has never disappointed us all. As long as he can enter the fairy pond to practice, he will definitely be able to advance from the middle stage of the acquired Junling Shi to the late stage of the acquired Junling Shi. His future practice will also be like a fish in water. I think it won't be long before our Hua family can produce a Xiantian Junling Shi. In this way, our Hua family will not be eliminated so quickly. These principles are so simple. Don't you understand it? Seeing that Hua Mingyu's father was unwilling to give up the quota, the uncle of the Hua family also persuaded anxiously. Although every word made sense, it was very harsh when it fell into Wu Jingyang's ears. He admitted that Hua Haoqing was gifted in spiritual power, but he also knew his elder brother's selfishness. However, whose son is not the flesh and blood of his hand? Even if Hua Mingyu is not talented, he is also his treasure. His elder brother wants to give Hua Haoqing all the good things. So is he. On one side is his precious son, and on the other side is the future of the Hua family. He can't give up both sides, so he can only sacrifice himself. I won't go. Let Haoqing have my place. No. You must go. You have reached the level of an early Xiantian Junling Shi now. This time you go to Xianxi. You may be promoted to the middle stage. How can you let go of such a rare opportunity? After hearing this, Mr. Hua rejected it without thinking. Hua Mingyu is a waste who is not good at anything. So he wants him to give up his place and not waste it. However, his father is already a Xiantian Junling Shi. As long as he works harder, he can have a better improvement, which will be of great benefit to the development of the Hua family. But Wu Jingyang was a little embarrassed. He really didn't want to deprive Hua Mingyu of the quota. No buts. This time you and Haoqing will go together. I believe Hua Mingyu can understand you. The old man of the Hua family didn't want to listen to him anymore, and directly gave a death order, leaving no room for negotiation. At this time, Su Maoyang and Hua Mingyu just walked down from the stage, heard the conversation between them, and a few sneers jumped on their faces. The two old guys were still thinking about the two quotas. Just now, they couldn't get any benefits from Su Mo, so they changed their strategy and put pressure on Hua Mingyu's father. It seems that they also used all their tricks for this quota. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a sneer. Mr. Hua, do you have bad hearing, or are you too old to understand me? I have already decided on the candidate, and I don't need you to help me choose here. Even if I need to change people, it is up to me to decide. When will it be your turn? Mr. Hua didn't expect that this girl, as a junior, would not give him any face at all. He was so angry on the spot. But thinking that the decision on the quota was in her hands, he had to swallow his anger. Miss Su, what I said was that I just suggested that Hua Mingyu be replaced by Hua Haoqing. You should know that Hua Mingyu's spiritual power is not good, and it would be a waste of quota if he went. So we will use other better ways to compensate him. Please rest assured. Mr. Hua knew that the reason why Su Mo chose Hua Mingyu was because they had a good relationship and were emotional. But now was not the time to be emotional. Sorry. I don't accept your suggestion. If we talk about compensation, entering the fairy pond should be the best compensation for him. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly and refused directly, seeing that the other party was unmoved. Mr. Hua was so angry that he trembled all over. Hua Haoqing was furious when he saw that his grandfather and father could not help him get the quota. He gritted his teeth and said to Hua Mingyu in anger, Hua Mingyu, don't you know your own weight? You probably won't last even an instant's stick of time if you go there. Why do you have to occupy the toilet without doing anything? Second brother, when the eldest brother was here, you always had a quota to go to Xianqi. But I didn't have a chance. Grandpa only thought of you for any good things in the family. But I have nothing. I have lived a humble life under your halo for so many years. This time I finally got a quota to go to Xianqi. Why should I give it to you? Am I born to owe you? Hua Mingyu's eyes were red. And he asked emotionally. He asked himself that he had never done anything to let Hua Haoqing down. Nor had he ever owed him anything. Over the years, he had been trying to avoid his light, and had been forbearing, not being a stumbling block to him. But when would it end? How long would he have to forbear and endure the grievances before he could be free? Okay. Your wings have grown hard. I can't control you anymore. Okay. Go ahead. I want to see what you can cultivate into. Hua Haoqing was embarrassed by his questioning. Panting and nodding, the city lord saw that they had been struggling for a long time and finally made up their minds, and couldn't help but say to Su Mo and others, Su Mo girl, if you have decided, bring the selected people to sign. Su Maoyang heard this, nodded slightly, waved to Donphan Liu and others, and walked quickly to the referee's seat, and everyone signed their names on the list. Su Mo girl, tomorrow morning you will gather at the gate of the city lord's mansion. General Feng will receive you then. I will personally take you to the immortal pond, so you can go back and rest for a night today. But don't absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise your bodies will be in a saturated state tomorrow, and you won't be able to stay in the immortal pond for too long, which would be a pity. The city lord saw that Su Maoyang was a stranger and should have never been to the immortal pond, so he was so patient in giving her instructions. Chapter 1326 Go to the immortal pond. The onlookers nearby, including General Feng, were stunned, their cheeks twitching, and their hearts were shaken when they saw the hot-tempered city lord gently explaining the process to Su Mo and others with a kind smile on his face. You know, even the young master of Shuanglongmen did not enjoy such treatment at the beginning. But Su Mo and his group received the almost flattering care of the city lord, which was really good luck. However, such a young Danwang Peak is indeed worthy of respect and attention. However, everyone does not know that Su Maoyang is not a Danwang Peak. He is clearly a serious Danzong Peak, only one step away from Dansheng. The reason why Su Maoyang did not refine the elixir that Danzong Peak can refine this time is because the conditions here are limited. The medicinal materials in the competition really cannot be used to refine high-quality elixirs, and it is stipulated that you cannot use your own medicinal materials. Otherwise it will be considered as cheating. Forced to do so, Su Maoyang had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and choose to refine a high-grade spiritual pill. If she really exposed her strength as a top-level Danzong, the people in the entire Netherworld city would probably be scared to death. After all, for the people here, the early stage of Danwang can be called a super genius. Not to mention such a young top-level Danzong. Compared with the shock and envy of others, Su Maoyang was much calmer and nodded gratefully to the city lord. Well, thank you, Lord City Lord. We will be there on time tomorrow. The city lord nodded with a smile. Well, okay. You can go back and rest. After getting the approval of the city lord, Su Maoyang finished the ceremony and led everyone back. Before leaving, she glanced slightly sideways at Xiaoyin Ran, who was sitting in the stands, and nodded slightly at him before striding away. Before, she guessed that the young master of Shuanglongmen interceded for the Hua family, which was related to her, but she couldn't figure out why he wanted to help her. Today he explained it clearly. It was for compensation. Although Su Maoyang was still a little confused, she was still grateful for his help in front of Mr. Hua. Seeing that they had all left, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family naturally didn't have the face to stay here and be pointed at by others. And then, they went back to the Hua family with a dark face. Bai Chengyan saw Hua Mingyu and Su Mo leave the scene in the envious eyes of everyone, and clenched his fingers in jealousy. He was slapped in the face today, and he was also a little embarrassed. In addition, he only won 2 places for Bai Yutang this time, and he would inevitably be criticized when he returned. And all this was caused by that bitch named Su Mo, thinking that with the participation of this woman, the future alchemy competition would be more difficult. Bai Chengyan was so angry that his face turned pale. This time, they were able to squeeze into the top 6 because Xia Yinren gave up. If Xia Yinren returned to the competition and took the top 2 places with that woman, then their Bai Yutang might not even get a spot. Thinking of this, Bai Chengyan's pupils flashed with murderous intent, and he had an idea in his mind. Xia Yinren is the young master of Shuanglongmen. With the support of Shuanglongmen, Bai Yutang can't move easily. But that woman is different. She lives in the Hua family. With the strength of the Hua family, it is simply a fool's dream to want to protect her. Therefore, it is easy for Bai Chengyan to kill her. However, the assassination operation should wait until the fairy pool is finished. And it is best not to alarm the city lord. At this time, as soon as Su Maoyang and others left, General Feng arranged for the candidates of other forces to sign and confirm, and distributed prizes. After everything was arranged, the talents on the field gradually dispersed. Everyone seemed to be rushing back to rest, intending to welcome tomorrow's practice in the best condition. The next morning, just after dawn, Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian, who had rested for a night, left the yard early and prepared to call Hua Mingyu and his father, who knew that the father and son got up earlier than them, prepared the carriage early, and waited at the gate of the Hua family. As soon as Hua Mingyu saw Su Maoyang coming out, he greeted him happily and teased with a smile. Su Mo, great hero. The carriage has been prepared for you. May I get in the car? Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head. She knew that this guy was a flattering ghost when she first met Hua Mingyu. And now it has become even worse. Hua Mingyu's father just smiled and called others to get in the car. Obviously, he was also very grateful to Su Mo. The carriage drove all the way to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, they saw that many people had already arrived. In this competition, in addition to Su Mo's 8 places, Shuanglongmen was the most powerful, winning 7 places, followed by Yan Luo Hall, which won 3 places, and finally Bai Yutang, which won 2 places. At this time, they gathered in 2s and 3s, talking about something lively. It can be seen that everyone is particularly looking forward to being able to enter the immortal pool for cultivation. However, the appearance of Su Maoyang and others quickly interrupted everyone's discussion, and everyone cast strange eyes in this direction. After all, no one expected that the 8 places would fall to the Hua family, which is difficult to talk about. Seeing Su Mo coming with Hua Mingyu and his father, everyone was somewhat jealous, and sighed at Hua Mingyu's good luck, actually making friends with the Dan Emperor Peak. And the benefits will continue to come in the future. When Bai Chengyan saw Su Maoyang's figure, he narrowed his eyes, and there was an imperceptible sinisterness in his eyes. Just as everyone was looking at Su Maoyang, General Feng walked out of the city quickly. He looked around and asked seriously, "Is everyone here?" The representatives of the 3 forces heard his question and answered in unison. All. Seeing that Shuanglongmen, Yan Luo Hall and Bai Yutang were fine, General Feng turned his attention to Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Su Maoyang also nodded in response. "Yes, we are all here too." General Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Okay. Since everyone is ready, follow me." After saying this, General Feng turned around and led the way inside, while Su Maoyang and others, and the other 3 forces followed closely, and soon entered the city lord's mansion. Under the leadership of General Feng, they walked from the outermost part of the city lord's mansion to the innermost part. It took them almost an instant stick of time to walk this distance. Afterwards, General Feng took them to the back mountain and led them through the woods, moving deeper and deeper. At this time, Dongfang Yaoyu looked solemn and whispered to Su Maoyang, "This forest should have a very powerful formation." Su Maoyang nodded in understanding when she heard this. She could guess it without Dongfang Yaoyu saying it. This should be the entrance to the Immortal Pond. The Immortal Pond is so important in the Nether City that naturally not everyone can enter. So the city lord must have protected it very well. Chapter 1327. Ignorant of the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. However, with General Feng leading the way, they naturally had no danger and walked all the way to their destination smoothly. Gradually, they found that there was smoke in front of them, and the whole forest seemed to be covered with a layer of white gauze, with mist and clouds, as if they were in a fairyland. At this time, they saw a tall figure standing in the mist. When they approached, they found that it was the city lord they had seen in the square that day. At this time, General Feng immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully to the city lord. City lord, the people who enter the fairy pond have been brought here. The city lord heard this, raised his eyebrows and glanced at everyone, then nodded as if pondering, and instructed very seriously. The fairy pond is in front. You can practice in it for a day. The spiritual power in the fairy pond is fierce. If you can't bear it, don't try to be strong. Otherwise it will not only fail to improve your strength, but will damage your meridians and even put your life in danger. So, it is better to choose the time to practice according to your own physical condition. Remember. Hearing this, Su Mayan looked in the direction of his finger and saw a huge pond. It was estimated to be more than 10 meters long and wide. It was extremely wide and could accommodate more than 20 people. At this time, there was still steaming mist floating on it. It was really as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. No wonder everyone called it the fairy pond. It really had some fairy air. Most of the people from the three forces were not entering the immortal pond for the first time. Needless to say, they also knew how powerful the immortal pond was. When they heard the city lord's instructions, they all nodded in understanding. When Su Mayan heard that they could only practice for one day, he was puzzled and couldn't help asking, Lord City Lord, is it stipulated that they can only practice for one day? Can't they practice for a few more days? She finally found a place where she could absorb spiritual energy at a high intensity. If she could only practice for one day, wouldn't that be a pity? Moreover, she was an ancient spirit body. According to her body's demand for spiritual energy, one day would not be enough for her to fill her teeth. In addition, her spiritual power stones have been used up. And in the Nether City, if you want to get spiritual power stones, you either have to work for the three major forces or rob them. No matter which method, Su Mayan doesn't want it. So it is of course best to practice without spiritual power stones now. However, when her words fell into the ears of others, they changed their meaning. Bai Chengyan sneered on the spot and said sarcastically with dissatisfaction, Suimo, you are really shameless. Don't think that you are invincible just because you won the first place in the alchemy competition. You dare not take the fairy pool seriously. Even the city lord doesn't dare to say that he will practice for a few days. You dare to say such big words. You are probably dreaming. As soon as Bai Chengyan's words came out, the people around him were dissatisfied and talked about it. Those who can enter the fairy pool to practice are all powerful people with some reputation in the Nether City. They are already arrogant and arrogant. Unexpectedly, this little girl is even more arrogant. Does she know what it means to practice in the fairy pond for a day? How dare she say such big words? When Mingyu saw that Su Mayan's words caused public outrage, and pulled her clothes with an awkward expression, and asked in a low voice, Suimo, what level is your spiritual power now? Su Mayan looked at him puzzledly, and answered honestly without hesitation, mid-stage Jun Lingshi. Hearing such a level, Huan Mingyu's expectant expression froze instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Not knowing what to say, Bai Chengyan, who was standing by, laughed out loud as if he had heard a big joke. Without waiting for Huan Mingyu to explain, he mocked him. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. You are just a mid-level Jun Lingshi, but you still want to practice in the fairy pond for a few more days. In my opinion, you are lucky to be able to hold on for an hour. Don't let your imagination run wild. It will only make you look particularly ignorant. The people around him laughed and shook their heads when they heard this. They also thought that Su Mayan's idea was extremely absurd and ridiculous. Miss Su, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You have the same spiritual power level as the waist next to you. I don't know where you get the confidence to say such things. At this time, a middle-aged man next to Bai Chengyan couldn't help but mock him. Judging from his attire, he was also from Bai Yutong. The waist he mentioned was naturally Huan Mingyu. Huan Mingyu was a recognized waist in the Nether City. Whether it was spiritual power or mental power, he had nothing to show for it. Although they acknowledged Su Mo's amazing talent for alchemy, entering the immortal pool to practice did not rely on alchemy talent, but on the strength of spiritual power. Only people with higher spiritual power levels could absorb more spiritual power and stay in the immortal pool longer. However, Su Mo had the same spiritual power level as Huamingyu. In the final analysis, he was also a loser in terms of spiritual power. You know, even the Lord of the City, who had reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, could only practice in the immortal pool for 2 days at most. And the peak level of Xiantian Lord Spiritual Master could only survive for 1 day at most. Some Xiantian Lord Spiritual Masters below the peak level could not even survive half a day. Not to mention Su Mo, who had not even reached the initial level of acquired Lord Spiritual Master, and was still a loser in the middle level of Lord Spiritual Master. Her strength was just as Bai Chengyan said. She probably couldn't last an hour, but she wanted to practice for a few more days. So, her words were undoubtedly too ignorant to everyone. At this time, the city lord saw that Su Maoyong had become the target of public criticism, and he couldn't bear it. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Su Mo girl, it's your first time to come to the fairy pond, and you don't know the situation here very well. It's understandable. Everyone, please be more tolerant. Although Su Mo's spiritual power is not good, her alchemy talent is amazing, which is very useful to him. He doesn't mind leaving a good impression in front of her. Hearing that the city lord was biased towards Su Mo, in order not to embarrass the city lord, everyone shut up and stopped finding fault. But everyone had already had a deep opinion of Su Maoyong. The lord of the city knew that Su Maoyong didn't quite understand the situation, so he patiently explained, Su Mo girl, don't underestimate this fairy pond. The spiritual power inside is not as good as the spiritual power stone. You see it is calm on the surface, but inside it is as turbulent as the waves of the Yellow River, and contains fierce power. You need great perseverance just to stand in it, not to mention soaking in it to practice. According to your current spiritual power level, it is only suitable for the time of an incense stick. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Hearing the good advice of the lord of the city, Su Maoyong was still grateful in his heart. Thank you for your advice, Lord of the City. I know. The Lord of the City saw that she understood, and then nodded with relief, and then raised his eyes and warned everyone majestically. After you enter the fairy pond, each of you will find a place to practice. You are not allowed to sneak attack and fight in the fairy pond. Once discovered, you will be executed. Chapter 1328 No effect on her. Everyone is very clear about the rules of the immortal pond. No one dares to do anything under the eyes of the city lord. Moreover, the quota to enter the immortal pond is precious. Everyone is busy absorbing spiritual power. So how could they have the mind to harm others? Therefore, they don't want to waste such a rare opportunity to practice on fighting. Therefore, the city lord is still relatively relieved at this point. He just mentioned it by the way, and waved to General Feng to let them in. General Feng took the order and immediately stepped aside, stretching out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Everyone who had been eager to try saw that the immortal pond was open, and they all rushed in impatiently and chose a comfortable position. Huamingyu saw that everyone had gone, and he was unwilling to fall behind. So he quickly pulled Su Maoyong into the immortal pond. As soon as he stepped into the fairy pond, Su Maoyong really felt a fierce force impacting his body, and then a stream of warm currents fiercely invaded his pores and spread to his limbs, as if he was baked by fire in winter. Warm and cozy. After personally feeling the powerful undercurrent of the fairy pond, Su Maoyong suddenly understood why they had just ridiculed him, and why the city lord warned him earnestly. The power contained in this fairy pond is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the strong men in the Nether City are generally stronger than those in the Maple Forest Empire in terms of spiritual power. It seems that half of it is because of fierce competition, and the other half is because of this fairy pond. However, Su Maoyong is an ancient spirit body, so this impact is nothing, except for feeling a slight tingling in the skin. There are no particularly serious symptoms. Instead, he feels as if his body is wrapped in a warm current. Warm and particularly comfortable. But the Xiahou siblings and others beside them were not so lucky. As soon as they entered the fairy pond, they could not help but cry out in pain. If they had not held the stone wall in time, they would probably have fallen into the fairy pond. The Xiahou siblings themselves had a low level of spiritual power, so it was understandable that they felt exhausted by such a strong spiritual power. But even the Dongfang siblings and Huamingyu, whose spiritual power levels were not much different from Su Maoyang, felt the pain was unbearable. The expressions of several people were grinning, and it was obvious that they had endured a lot of pain. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Maoyang found that their expressions had changed from the initial excitement and expectation to twisted and hideous. Soon they were sweating and panting, gritting their teeth and forcing themselves to hold on. Hua Mingyu's father was at least a Xiantian Jun spiritual master. He was much calmer than these juniors. But a layer of sweat also appeared on his wrinkled forehead, and he was obviously enduring the power brought by the fairy pond. Looking at the others, their situation was not much better. They all looked painful and tried hard to hold on. Therefore, looking at the whole scene, everyone was in agony. Only Su Maoyang had a calm expression, and there was no big change in emotion. At most, at the beginning, a trace of surprise flashed across his pupils, and then there was no ripple. This scene fell into the eyes of the city lord, who had been paying attention to Su Maoyang, but it was like a stone thrown into the lake, stirring up a layer of ripples in his heart, making him open his eyes involuntarily, and his expression looked a little stunned. This girl was really beyond his expectations. For so many years, he had never seen anyone enter the fairy pond for the first time, and be so calm and indifferent. Not to mention that she was only a mid-stage Junlingshi, and her attitude was even calmer than that of a congenital Junlingshi. Is this reasonable? Could it be that she was pretending to be calm? But even if she was pretending, her endurance was too abnormal. She could still pretend under such a high-intensity attack. She must be a talent. Thinking of this, the city lord was shocked and stared at her without blinking, as if he wanted to see through her. But at this time, Su Maoyang saw that everyone had already meditated and practiced in the fairy pool. So he closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual power flowing in the fairy pool. It must be said that the spiritual power in this fairy pool is indeed much stronger than the power contained in the spiritual power stone. If absorbing the spiritual power stone is like drinking water with a straw, then soaking in the fairy pool is like holding a bucket to fill water. Whether in terms of quantity or speed, it is many times stronger than the spiritual power stone. There is also an invisible force that consolidates her bones and repairs her remaining injuries. It can be said that Su Maoyang was pleasantly surprised. She had been severely injured by the old guys in Burning Blood City. Although she had almost recovered with her efforts, there were still some stubborn injuries that had not healed. This time, her illness was obviously cured. She felt a warm current enveloping her internal organs, and waves of comfortable warmth came, making her feel sleepy. Unconsciously, Su Maoyang fell into a deep sleep. In this sleep, she forgot the fact that she was practicing and the time of practicing. While she was relaxing and resting, her body was running at high speed, absorbing the spiritual power that came in like a glutton, never knowing how to be full, and wishing to drain the spiritual power of the entire fairy pool. A cup of tea passed quickly. The Xiaohou brothers and sisters tried their best, but they couldn't hold on. They had to take advantage of the last bit of strength to get up and leave the fairy pool and sit on the shore. Both of them were sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and their eyes rolled back. They rested for a long time before they gradually regained a bit of clarity. However, although the training time was very short this time, they gained a lot. In that cup of tea, both of them were promoted by 1 level. Not only that, they touched the threshold of promotion again. I believe that it is not a problem to digest it by themselves and then promote it to another level. But the impact of spiritual power was too strong. Their bodies were saturated, and they could not continue to absorb it. Otherwise, it would be as the city lord said, and their lives would be in danger. Therefore, they had to give up the training reluctantly. Hua Mingyu and Dongfang brothers and sisters were stronger than them. They gritted their teeth and held on for an hour before coming out of the fairy pool. But their situation was not optimistic. After coming out, they all looked half dead and gasped heavily. Obviously, this training also took a lot of effort. Similarly, they also benefited a lot from the fairy pool. The bodies and breaths of several people have changed, and they are obviously stronger than before. Only after the surprise did Dongfang Yaoyu suddenly remember Su Maoyang's situation. He looked around and didn't see her figure, so he turned his eyes back to the fairy pond. At this time, he saw Su Mo still sitting motionless in the pond, with her eyes closed and expressionless, without even a trace of vitality. Dongfang Yaoyu was frightened and his face changed drastically. He shouted anxiously, "Su Mo, are you okay? Are you okay?" Chapter 1329. She must have died in there. Seeing him yelling, General Feng was afraid that he would disturb other people's practice. So he quickly scolded him. You have finished your practice. You can go out and wait for her. Please don't disturb other people's practice. Practicing in the fairy pond is dangerous. Everyone has to be alert and concentrate on absorbing spiritual power. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise their lives will be in danger. General Feng, for the sake of everyone's safety, naturally does not allow anyone to disturb them. Donphan Yaoyu was worried that Su Maoyang would get into trouble. So he didn't care about so much. When he heard General Feng scolding, he had to shut his mouth. But his expression was still anxious. Although he knew that Su Maoyang was very powerful. It had been an hour, and she hadn't come out yet. And Donphan Yaoyu couldn't help but worry. No matter how powerful, capable, and resourceful she was, he would still be afraid, because he couldn't afford the risk of losing her. Xiahou Wanxian saw that Donphan Yaoyu was out of control because of his concern, and her pupils dimmed slightly. Then, as if she had mustered up the courage, she walked to his side and comforted him. Don't worry. Su Imo will be fine. You have to believe her. Donphan Yaoyu suddenly heard this. His expression froze, and he looked down at her. When his eyes met her gentle smile, his impatience slowed down a little. But he still said with concern, It's been so long. She hasn't come out yet. How can I not worry about her? She is a sensible person and won't joke with her life. She didn't come out, which means she can withstand the power of the fairy pool. Let's wait with peace of mind. As she spoke, Xiahou Wanxian suddenly lowered her voice and reminded him in his ear. They are all watching you. You pretended so well before. You can't fail and show your true colors at this time. Xiahou Wanxian was talking about his pretending not to like Su Imo. Donphan Yaoyu immediately understood what she meant. His expression seemed a little stiff, even a little embarrassed. Staring at her bright eyes, he actually felt a little guilty and hurriedly avoided her sight. But his anxious mood was well restrained. Seeing that he gradually calmed down, Xiahou Wanchuan's mouth corners raised slightly, and there was a faint smile flowing. But only she knew that she felt a little inexplicable pain in her heart. In this way, they waited on the shore for another hour. And someone else came out of the pool. Seeing that everyone came out one after another, but there was no movement from Su Maoyang. The mood of several of them became heavier. At this time, Xiahou Xian stared at Shinua, who was also motionless sitting next to Su Imo, and exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe that Shinua could hold on for so long. She is really not simple. Donphan Liu nodded in agreement. Yes, I always feel that this Shinua is not simple. Although she doesn't talk much, she is very powerful. I don't know how such a powerful person could become a slave. Hearing this, Donphan Yaoyu and Xiahou Wanchuan's expressions were filled with doubts. They looked deeply in the direction of Shinua. And at this time, they happened to see Shinua also stood up from the pool and returned to the shore. Seeing this, Donphan Liu and Xiahou Wanxian both greeted her and asked about her well-being. Seeing that she was fine, everyone was relieved. At this moment, they saw Bai Chengyan also stood up from the pool. Donphan Yaoyu saw that he had lasted so long, and couldn't help but sigh. This Bai Chengyan is also quite amazing. He actually lasted for 2 hours in there. I saw that he was quite talented in alchemy before, but I didn't expect that he was also not inferior in spiritual power. No wonder some people are arrogant and look down on others. Donphan Liu had a lot of opinions about the arrogant guy, and sneered in dissatisfaction. What's so great about it? Didn't he get defeated by Su Imo in the alchemy competition? Now he came out earlier than Su Imo. And it seems that his spiritual power talent is not as good as Su Imo. As an alchemist, Bai Chengyan has extraordinary perception ability. Naturally, he heard the discussion of Donphan Liu and others about him. At this time, he looked up at Donphan Liu and looked at them sharply. Sure enough, he didn't see Su Imo. His smug expression suddenly froze and collapsed immediately. Then, he frowned and looked towards the immortal pond in disbelief, only to find that Su Imo was still in the immortal pond, with no sign of getting up. Seeing this, his face darkened, his brows furrowed even deeper, and his pupils were filled with unacceptable shock. As a postnatal Junlingshi, it was already remarkable that he could hold on for 2 hours. He did not expect that Su Imo, a mid-stage Junlingshi who was so much lower than him, could still hold on in the pond. This was too incredible. According to her strength, she could only hold on for an hour at best. When did she? A mid-stage Junlingshi. Become more powerful than him. A postnatal Junlingshi? Seeing that Su Maoyang not only had no intention of getting up, but also had a very calm expression, and did not even frown in the face of such a high-intensity impact. Bai Chengyan was shocked. You know, even the Xiantian Junlingshi next to her were frowning and looked painful. But she was fine. Is this reasonable? If Bai Chengyan hadn't just felt the power contained in the fairy pool, which made him extremely painful to resist and almost fainted several times, he would find it hard to believe that Su Mo was soaking in such a difficult environment. The people who had already gotten up from the fairy pool also discovered Su Maoyang's abnormality at this time. Everyone stared at her in surprise. They were shocked and confused at the same time. They didn't know how Su Maoyang did it. Just like this. Another hour passed, and many Xiantian Junlingshi in the pool came out one after another. Even Hua Mingyu's father finished his training and returned to the shore. But there was no sign of Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Dong Fangyaoyu and others were even more anxious and restless, walking back and forth on the shore. Bai Chengyan didn't expect that after so long, Su Mo was still motionless, with a cold face and no emotional changes, as if she had lost consciousness. If she really lost consciousness, then there are only two possibilities. One is that she has fainted, and the other is that she is dead. Thinking of these two possibilities, Bai Chengyan suddenly realized, raised a bright smile on his face, and said with a gloating smile, "Ha! In my opinion, she is not gifted, but has died in there." Dong Fangyaoyu, who was already worried and almost crazy, suddenly heard this, and his eyes were red with anger, and he shouted angrily, "You fart! You are not dead yet. How could she be dead? Don't deceive yourself. I am also a postnatal Junlingshi. How can she, a Junlingshi, compare? Besides, now the innate Junlingshi has come out, and she hasn't come out yet. Is she dead in there?" Bai Chengyan sneered and shook his head, disdaining his self-deception to the extreme. Chapter 1330. Is he more powerful than the Xiantian Junling master? After hearing what Bai Chengyan said, the people around him nodded in agreement. The day was almost over. How could a mid-term Junling master last a day? They didn't believe that a mid-term Junling master was more powerful than the Xiantian Junling master. So, if Su Mo died in the Immortal Pond because he couldn't bear the power of the Immortal Pond, everyone would be more understanding and more accepting of this situation. However, Dong Fangyaoyu and others couldn't accept it. Facing Bai Chengyan's smiling expression, several people were so angry that their teeth itched. Don't talk nonsense there. Su Mo's ability is far better than yours. With your ability, you are not worthy of comparing with her. You are a loser who came out of the Immortal Pond early. I really don't know what you are proud of. Dong Fangyaoyu was unforgiving and retorted unceremoniously. Bai Chengyan heard this, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. He obviously didn't take her words of humiliation to heart. You guys just keep deceiving yourselves. I have something else to do. I don't have time to waste time with you here. You guys just wait here slowly. I'm sorry, I won't accompany you. Seeing that Su Mo didn't come out for a long time, Bai Chengyan had already anticipated her outcome. He was not interested in waiting for a dead person here. He sneered and turned around and left with the elders who came with him. In his opinion, the group of people brought by Su Mo were a group of brainless fools. At this critical moment, they still naively believed that a mid-stage Junlingshi was still alive. It was really stupid. He was very busy. Bai Yutong still had a lot of things waiting for him to do. He really didn't have time to argue with this group of fools. Dong Fangyaoyu saw Bai Chengyan's contemptuous look, and she was furious. She wanted to talk to him, but he turned around and left with disdain this time, not even giving her a chance to debate. She had nowhere to vent her anger, so she had to swallow it back. Although she was very tough on the outside, she was still worried in her heart. After all, even the Xiantian Junlingshi had come out, and Su Mo was still in the fairy pool. It was indeed a bit unreasonable. Besides, if she was alive, she should have some reaction. But she didn't move at all, expressionless, and didn't know what she was thinking, which was really anxious. Just when Dong Fangyaoyu and others were worried, the rest of the people had basically all landed. After everyone finished practicing, they all retreated one after another. Soon, only the 7 people brought by Su Mo were left around the fairy pool. Everyone stayed on the shore, anxiously waiting for Su Mo to come out. I don't know how long it took. Their confidence seemed to be disintegrated bit by time. and they became more and more uneasy. Dongfang Yaoyu saw that Su Maoyang was still sitting like an old monk, with no sign of getting up. He felt uncomfortable like a cat's claw in his heart, and finally couldn't sit still and shouted, "No! I have to go down to save her!" As he said, Dongfang Yaoyu strode forward and prepared to jump into the pool again. When General Feng heard this, he immediately stepped forward and blocked his way. He frowned and warned him seriously. "You have already come out of the pool. You can't go in again. Your physical condition will be life-threatening if you go in again. After being washed in the fairy pool, his body has reached its limit. If he enters the pool again and is subjected to a new round of impact, he will definitely not be able to withstand the abnormal intensity. If he is lucky, his tendons and veins will be destroyed. If he is unlucky, he will probably die in it." So, for the sake of his life's safety, General Feng had to stop him from going into the water. But Dongfang Yaoyu's heart was almost in his throat. Even if he was not in the pool, he was already sweating profusely. How could he have the mood to wait? At this time, facing General Feng's obstruction, he instantly erupted and roared. "But what about Su Mo? If she faints or has a 3-game or 2-game short, will you be responsible?" General Feng didn't expect that a junior would dare to talk to him like this. His face darkened on the spot, and he angrily scolded. "How dare you challenge me? Are you tired of living?" "Yes, I am tired of living. If Su Mo really has any accident, even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Dongfang Yaoyu has died twice, and he is least afraid of death. The only thing he is afraid of is that Su Maoyang will get into trouble. If she really has something, he doesn't know what terrible things he will do." General Feng was frightened by his vicious aura. Then his eyes widened in surprise, and he angrily retorted, "You are the ones who volunteered to enter the immortal pond. What does it have to do with me? Besides, the city lord warned her at the beginning that the immortal pond is very dangerous, and her life will be in danger if she is not careful. Don't try to be brave. Who can she blame for not listening to the advice? You? Anyway, I don't care. I must go down to save her. I can't let her stay there alone." Dongfang Yaoyu was too worried about Su Maoyang's safety, and couldn't wait any longer. He swore that he must protect Su Mo well. If she really had any problems, he would never forgive himself for standing idly by. "Don't worry. Although I don't know her specific situation, I am sure she is still alive, and it won't be so easy for her to die." Just when Dongfang Yaoyu was clamoring to go into the water, the city lord suddenly spoke. When everyone heard the city lord's voice, they all turned their heads to look at him, staring at him expectantly. Dongfang Yaoyu was shocked when he heard this. His worried eyes lit up instantly. He asked in surprise, "Really? City lord? Are you telling the truth?" Seeing that he was not sure, the city lord smiled and shook his head. "Can I joke about her life?" At this time, the city lord's answer was undoubtedly a reassurance to Dongfang Yaoyu and others, and everyone's hanging hearts fell back. Although everyone could temporarily rest assured after hearing the city lord's assurance, they still had a lot of questions. If Su Mo was still alive, why didn't she come out until now? Could it be that her strength was stronger than that of the Xiantian Jun Lingshi? It shouldn't be. Su Mo wouldn't lie and say that she was a Jun Lingshi. Besides, the Dongfang siblings and the Xiahou siblings had seen her spiritual power, and she was indeed a mid-stage Jun Lingshi. If she was a Xiantian Jun Lingshi, when they were chased by several elders of the Beast Hall, she wouldn't have fled so embarrassedly and ran to this dangerous and chaotic place. So, they believed that Su Mo's spiritual power level should not be a lie. But it was beyond their expectations that she could hold on for so long. Of course, not only them, but even the city lord was very shocked and strange. Since he found this pool, he had never seen anyone soaking in it so calmly. He actually lasted a whole day with the strength of a mid-stage Jun Lingshi. It was unbelievable. Huan Mingyu saw this scene and said considerately to everyone, "Su Mo should still be practicing. Let's wait slowly, and don't disturb her. She will come out by herself after she finishes practicing." Chapter 1331, She just fell asleep. Well, since the city lord said she's still alive, there should be no problem. Let's wait patiently. Xiahou Zian also nodded to calm everyone down. After hearing what everyone said, Dongfang Yaoyu had to calm down and wait even though he was worried. In this way, they waited for several hours, from night to the next morning. Perhaps because they were concerned about Su Maoyang's safety, everyone almost didn't sleep all night. All kept their eyes open, staring at Su Maoyang, afraid that if they were distracted, they would miss her reaction. The city lord also stayed here without leaving for a moment. It was the first time he saw someone other than him who could stay in the fairy pond for so long. He was shocked, and his curiosity about Su Maoyang kept rising with time. He wanted to see how long this little girl could hold on, and how much surprise she could bring him. Time seemed to be very slow and very torturous. Everyone couldn't wait for Su Maoyang to come out. But time seemed to be very fast. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. But Su Maoyang still didn't move at all, as if she wanted to stay in there forever. While Dongfang Yaoyu and others were anxious, the city lord could no longer hold back his inner shock and said in amazement, "TSK, TSK, TSK, TSK. This girl is really not simple. I can only hold on for 2 days at most on weekdays. But she has held on for 5 days. It's true that every generation has talents. We old people can't do it. City lord, Su Mo has been in there for so long. Is there really no problem?" Xiahou Wanxian was still not at ease and asked again. The city lord stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes full of admiration. "Ha! What could be wrong with her? She is very tenacious." In the past few days, the city lord clearly felt that Su Mo's vitality was getting stronger day by day. Perhaps because of the fairy pond, her vitality seemed to be getting stronger. Hearing the city lord's words and seeing his smiling face, everyone looked at each other in surprise. It seems that they still underestimated Su Mo's strength. But they don't know what kind of perverted talent can last longer than the city lord, who is the supreme spiritual master. Time slowly flowed in everyone's discussion and speculation, and unknowingly ushered in the 6th day. Early that morning, Bai Chengyan walked out of the room in good spirits and called the old housekeeper of Bai Yutang. While sorting out his clothes, he asked leisurely, "What's the situation in the fairy pond?" The old housekeeper naturally knew that he was asking about the little girl named Su Mo. He nodded in understanding and smiled flatteringly. It's been 5 days, and Su Mo hasn't come out of the fairy pond yet. I guess she died in it a long time ago." This young master had guessed that this would be the result. I kindly reminded them at the beginning, but they didn't believe it. What a bunch of idiots. Bai Chengyan had expected such a result and laughed happily. Seeing that he was happy, the old housekeeper nodded with a smile. "Yes, those idiots haven't given up yet, and have been waiting by the fairy pond. If they are willing to wait, let them wait. As long as Su Mo can't participate in the next alchemy competition, it's none of my business if they wait until the end of time." Bai Chengyan sneered disdainfully, not caring about the actions of those idiots. Because for him, as long as Su Mo does not become a stumbling block to him, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, he has to thank Xianqi this time. If it were not for Xianqi, he would have to personally assassinate Su Mo. If Su Mo really died in his hands, if he did not handle it properly, he might offend the city lord. So this is a risky way. But now, Su Mo fell in Xianqi by himself. And it has nothing to do with anyone. He did not have to do it himself. And he solved a strong competitor, which is simply perfect. Bai Chengyan here was so happy because of Su Mo's death. But the people waiting for Su Maoyang by the Xianqi were drowsy at this time, because they waited for too long. Even if they were nervous about Su Maoyang, they were exhausted. You have waited for so many days. If you wait any longer, your body will not be able to bear it. You should go back and rest. If there is any news about Su Mo, I will personally send General Feng to inform you. The lord of the city has been particularly gentle to Huan Mingyu and others these days because of Su Mo's perversion." Dongfang Yaoyu heard this and immediately rejected his proposal without thinking. "No! I want to wait. No matter how long it takes. I will guard her." Dongfang Liu saw that her brother was so determined. She also nodded stubbornly. "I want to stay and guard Su Mo too." Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian had already followed Su Mo, and it was even more impossible for them to leave at this time. They all expressed their firm position. "Lord of the city, Su Mo did not abandon us when we were in trouble. How can we leave her alone at this time? No matter how hard or tired we are, we will wait." Although she knew it didn't say anything at this time, she stood there like a root, motionless, obviously wanting to stay and guard Su Mo just like them. Huan Mingyu's father was moved to see the children so tenacious and united, and said to the city lord, "City lord, I think they will be restless even if they go back. So it's better to see Su Mo here with their own eyes. So you can let them stay." Mingyu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. We want to see her come out with our own eyes. Ha ha ha. Okay. Then wait. The city lord was moved by these loyal little guys, and nodded with a helpless smile. However, before his laughter fell, Su Maoyong in the pool suddenly opened his eyes, and couldn't help stretching. Don Fanyoyu, who had been paying attention to the fairy pond, suddenly saw such a movement. He was so shocked that his eyes widened on the spot. He rubbed his eye sockets in disbelief, and then opened his mouth in surprise, pointing at Suemo in the pond, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. Move! 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 She moved. Don Fanyoyu suddenly shouted like this, and everyone's expression was shocked. They all looked at the pond with surprise. At this time, they saw Su Maoyong had a reaction, and he stretched his waist comfortably, with a lazy and satisfied look on his face. Alive! 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 She is really alive. Don Fanliue was so excited that she was incoherent. Xiao Zian couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. What do you mean alive? Suemo has always been alive. Okay. Don't curse her. Don Fanliue was too happy this time, and didn't bother to argue with Xiao Zian. She rarely admitted her mistakes. Ha ha ha. Yes. Yes. She has always been alive. She won't die so easily. I said the wrong thing. Don Fanliue was relieved to see that she was fine. But she was still scared when she thought of her lack of popularity before. She couldn't help but complain. Suemo, you scared us to death. How come there was no movement for so long? Su Maoyong heard the shouts from the shore, and suddenly remembered that she was still practicing in the fairy pond. Seeing everyone's anxious faces, she twitched her mouth awkwardly. Sorry. I fell asleep. Chapter 1332, like a bolt from the blue. Hearing such an answer, everyone present was shocked, as if a thunder had exploded above their heads. The city lord staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, General Feng next to him was quick to support him and prevent him from losing his composure. However, even so, his old face was still twitching with shock, and his deep eye sockets could not stop his eyeballs from bulging outwards. Needless to say, the shock surging inside had already reached an unprecedented peak. Asleep? Did his ears have a problem, and he heard it wrong? This girl actually said she fell asleep? Is there such a perverted person? He persisted in it for 2 days, and could no longer bear the impact of the fairy pond. But this girl actually fell asleep in it. How relaxed and comfortable must she be to do this? Doesn't she feel pain or torture? This is too incredible. The city lord shook his head in disbelief, and his heart was so shaken that he couldn't speak for a long time. Not only the city lord, but also Don Fanliue, Hua Mingyu and others had expressions that were not much better. They saw Suemo sitting inside without making any movement, and thought something had happened to her. They were worried and anxious outside. Their hearts were about to jump out for her, and they were almost driven crazy by her. But Suemo told them that she just fell asleep. To suddenly learn the truth, it was like a bolt from the blue for everyone who had been anxious for a long time. And the eyes staring at Su Maoyong were also filled with unprecedented shock. They were in the fairy pond, enduring the impact of abnormal power. Even if they were sitting, they felt like sitting on pins and needles. Their bodies were hit by strong power, as if they were about to explode at any time. The pain was so severe that they could hardly stand it for a moment. But Suemo was good. Not only did she resist this abnormal torture, she even fell asleep. What on earth is she made of? She is so abnormal that she is not human. Suemo, can you hit me more? I won't mention the things you did in the past. Why are you still abnormal? Don Fanliue's young heart was hurt. Her pretty face was wrinkled with frustration. Her eyes looked pitiful, but could not hide the deep envy inside. Suemo really gave her too many shocks and too many surprises. She originally planned to take Sumo as an example and work hard in her direction. But as it stands now, she probably won't be able to achieve the level of abnormality of Sumo even if she works hard all her life. Xiao Wanxian and Xiao Zian were also stunned by the talent displayed by Su Maoyong. But the two siblings had long recognized the gap between them and Su Maoyong, so they did not feel any gap, but were sincerely happy for Su Maoyong. Don Fanyaoyu was not interested in her talent or strength. Now the only thing he was thankful for was that she was still alive and well without any major problems, which was the biggest surprise for him. Shinua, who was standing aside, remained silent, but her beautiful eyes were shining with dazzling spirit, and the corners of her mouth were also slightly raised. Her spiritual talent had always been called abnormal. I don't know what those people would react to after knowing her master's talent. At this moment, she actually had a little more expectation. Huamingyu's father, like the city lord, stood there, a little dazed, until Huamingyu's excited and proud voice beside him pulled him back. Dad? Look! I said Suemo is amazing. She is simply a genius. Huamingyu smiled, proud of Suemo. Wu Jingang saw the scene in front of him and naturally agreed with his son's statement. He nodded dully, took a deep breath, and said with emotion, Yes, she is simply a genius. She soaked in the fairy pond for 5 days without any movement. Just because she fell asleep. He thought there should be no one in the world who is more talented than her. In front of her, no one dared to call her a genius casually. The city lord saw Sumo's talent and was even more impressed. He spoke in a tone like coaxing a kitten, asking in a low voice, as if he would scare her if he spoke louder. Suemo girl, have you finished your practice? Are you going to come out now? Su Maoyang heard the city lord's question, and then she remembered to check the practice in her body, and quickly put her consciousness into it. This check gave Su Maoyang a lot of surprises. Her original injuries had been completely repaired, and her strength had completely recovered from the mid-stage Jun Lingshi to the level before the injury. And she had re-entered the ranks of the early stage of the acquired Jun Lingshi. I believe that in a short time, she will not be far from the mid-stage realm. In addition, her body's bones and muscles have also been strengthened, and her overall strength has been greatly improved. I believe that now she has a great chance of winning even against the talented young people in the Nether City. Thinking of this, feeling the power filling her body, Su Maoyang nodded with relief. But even so, she still had no intention of coming out, and then pleaded with the city lord. Senior, your fairy pond is so comfortable, so much to my taste. Can I stay in it for a while? The city lord was stunned again when he heard such a request, and his mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. She actually said that the fairy pond was comfortable. She had been soaking in it for 5 days, and she wanted to stay for a while longer. This girl is really different from ordinary people, and she can't be viewed with ordinary people's thinking. Seeing her looking at him pleadingly, the city lord really couldn't bear to refuse her request, and could only nod stiffly. Okay. You stay. You stay. You stay. You can stay as long as you want. Su Maoyang got the city lord's approval, and nodded with gratitude on her face. Thank you, city lord. Faced with her thanks, the city lord immediately showed an awkward but polite smile, and saw her close her eyes again and start practicing. He immediately turned around and solemnly ordered General Feng, block the news of the immortal pond. Don't let anyone know the situation here. General Feng, who was also frightened by Su Maoyang, suddenly heard the city lord's order, and immediately came back to his senses. After a moment of stunned, he immediately understood and hurriedly clasped his fists to accept the order. Yes, I obey your order. He knew that the reason why the city lord blocked the news here was to protect Suemo. If people outside knew about this person's talent, they might be afraid of her and plan to kill her before she fully grows up. From this point, it can be seen that the city lord is concerned about Suemo, and has the intention of cultivating and protecting her. At this time, Donfang Yoyu and his group did not realize the city lord's thoughts at all, because they were dumbfounded by Su Maoyang's request, and they had no time to think about anything else. Chapter 1333, A Major Discovery. Donfang Liu had already been hit hard by Su Maoyang. Hearing her words again was undoubtedly salt in the wound. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed. Fuck. You are so perverted. Are you still a human being? Xiahou Zian saw that she was stimulated, and he laughed in his heart. He couldn't help but teasing. Jealousy is useless. You should think about how to improve yourself. Otherwise, when you go out, you won't be qualified to carry Sumo's shoes. Are you qualified? You are lower than my level. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Donfang Liu retorted unconvinced. Xiahou Zian heard this, but he didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, You are higher than me, and you still need me to save you. In this way, I am not qualified to laugh at you. Donfang Liu was blocked by him again. Seeing the two quarreling again, Xiahou Wanxian shook her head helplessly. You should be quiet. Suemo still needs to concentrate on cultivation. Hearing this, Dongfang Liu and Xiaozian glared at each other and stopped talking. At this time, Su Maoyang had already blocked out their voices and concentrated on absorbing spiritual power. It was not until today that she had a particularly strong feeling. The physique of her ancient spirit body was indeed like what the old man Jinjuan said. It was like a bottomless pit, and it was extremely terrifying to absorb spiritual power. Thanks to such a good place with abundant spiritual power, her physique was fully utilized. She found that soaking here for an hour was more useful than her practicing in the training room for several days and nights. And the spiritual power here was much purer than that of the spiritual power stone. And the continuous supply gave people a feeling that it would never be exhausted. So, how could Su Maoyang bear to leave such a good place? Therefore, she planned to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb more spiritual power. Even if she couldn't advance immediately for the sake of her body, it was better to store the spiritual power temporarily in her body and digest it slowly later than to miss it. Thinking in this way, Su Maoyang entered the mysterious realm again, slowly feeling the power flowing in her body. It wasn't long before she suddenly noticed something unusual, frowned, and sighed in her heart. Huh? It seems there is something? The old man Jinjuan in the space also nodded solemnly. Well, I also noticed it. It should be under this pool. Hearing that the old man Jinjuan also sensed it, Su Maoyang confirmed her guess. This fairy pool can have such a strong energy. It must be because of the thing below. I want to go down and take a look. Discovering the mystery of the fairy pool, Su Maoyang was curious and planned to go down to find out. Well, it should be a good thing. It's a pity to miss it. The old man Jinjuan agreed with her idea. Su Maoyang heard him say that, and without any hesitation, she plunged into the water and swam towards the bottom of the fairy pond. The people waiting for her outside did not expect her to suddenly sink into the water, and they all opened their eyes wide in surprise. Oh my god! How did she sink? Dongfang Liu exclaimed, and then looked at the city lord anxiously and asked, City lord, what happened to Su Mo? Is she okay? The city lord was also a little puzzled by Su Maoyang's behavior, and his expression was also very shocked. But one thing was certain. Su Mo was not in danger of life. I don't know what she wants to do, but she should be fine. She can sleep comfortably in it. So the spiritual power impact of the fairy pool must not pose any threat to her. Hearing the city lord's words, everyone who was a little nervous just now suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Su Mo, that pervert, can sleep in it. Obviously does not take the power of the fairy pool seriously. Although I don't understand why she suddenly sank into the water. I can be sure that there should be no difficulties in the fairy pool that can stump her. Thinking of this, everyone was relieved and continued to wait patiently. But Su Maoyang below made a major discovery. The closer she got to the depths of the pool, the stronger the fluctuation of that power became. She kept going deeper and deeper. After an unknown period of time, she suddenly found that there was a huge vortex formed by spiritual power in the deepest part of the fairy pool. Fierce power continued to gush out from the vortex and spread to the surroundings, as if woven into a large, airtight net. But this net was a little special. It was made of spiritual power. Force was woven together, surging with terrible energy. In the vortex, a ball of green flame flickered, and the flame burst into dazzling light, as if injecting life into the intricate spiritual power network around it, releasing scorching temperature. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, Strange fire. It's actually a strange fire. She has already subdued 2 strange fires, and her perception of strange fires can be said to be quite sharp. When she saw the green flame at this time, she recognized it at a glance. It was undoubtedly a strange fire. The old man Jinjuan in the space was also very excited at this time, and his deep eye sockets burst into a light of surprise. Then he said the type of flame. It turned out to be the 5th ranked Baiyunshan spiritual fire. Little master, you are so lucky. You have touched such a rare flame. Su Maoyang heard the tone of the old Jinjuan, and it was obvious that he knew this fire very well. He couldn't help but ask, Baiyuntianling fire? What kind of strange fire is this? This Baiyuntianling fire is the fire of life. The pills refined with this fire are endowed with vigorous vitality and have miraculous effects in treatment and prolonging life. No wonder this fairy pool has endless energy. It turns out to be due to the fire of life. The old Jinjuan smacked his lips and sighed, his old face full of excitement. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding after hearing this explanation. And then he thought of something. His face changed. And he seemed a little excited. It has miraculous effects in treatment and prolonging life? Does that mean that the pills made with this strange fire can temporarily relieve Jun Haotsong's cold disease? Ha ha ha. Of course. You use this flame to refine the cold blood pill. Although it cannot completely cure his cold disease, it can suppress the cold disease to the greatest extent. And it can prolong his onset time and prolong his life to the greatest extent. The old man Jinjuan stroked his beard and laughed. After learning about the function of this strange fire, and thinking that it could help Jun Haotsong, Su Maoyang's cells were boiling. At this time, he stared at the Baiyunshan spiritual fire with shining eyes and licked his lips. It seems that I must subdue it today. Young master, don't underestimate this Baiyunshan spiritual fire, which can heal and prolong life. But its lethality is very amazing. If you are not careful, you will become its nourishment. It is better to be careful. Old Jinjuan knew that Su Maoyang would not miss such a good opportunity. But seeing her eager to try, he couldn't help but remind her. Chapter 1334. She sucked it all up. Su Maoyang didn't need the old man Jinjuan to remind her. She could also think of the power of the Baiyunshan spiritual fire. Because her previous fantasy earth cold flame was only ranked 7th. And it took her a lot of effort. Not to mention the 5th ranked strange fire, the danger of which is naturally not comparable to the fantasy earth cold flame. Thinking of this, she nodded solemnly, not daring to despise it in the slightest. Well, I will be careful. For Jun Haotsong, she would not let herself get hurt no matter what. Seeing that she was ready, the old man Jinjuan nodded with relief. This flame has a strong vitality, and it is not easy to tame it. I have never touched this strange fire, and I have no tricks to teach you. This time, you have to feel it yourself. Practicing is your own business, and it is impossible to let the seniors guide you in everything. Besides, the seniors have taught me a lot, so let me do it myself now. Su Maoyang knew that improving strength was much easier with the assistance of external forces. But in order to become stronger and go further, it still depends on his own efforts. When the old man Jinjuan heard this, he showed a gratified smile on his face, and only told a few words. Be careful. After that, Su Maoyang rushed towards the Baiyunshan spiritual fire with all his might. Unknowingly, another 5 days had passed, and the people outside had been waiting for a long time. They were all deceived by Su Mo. She said she would stay for a while, but she didn't expect that this little while would turn into 5 days. Her little while was really long. The city lord didn't expect that this girl would not be satisfied after 5 days, and could stay for so long. He was shocked and jealous at the same time. He really couldn't imagine that he was already an old man, and his strength had reached the level of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master. He could be said to be a top figure in the 9 Netherworld. Now he actually began to envy a young girl. If it were to be spread out, how ridiculous it would be. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying this girl would be if she developed. However, just as the city lord was sighing, he suddenly found that the mist above the fairy pool was dissipating little by little, and the heat emanating from the pool was slowly decreasing, until finally, it disappeared. At this moment, the fairy pool was no different from an ordinary pool, which made the city lord's expression stagnate and his eyes widen. Huh? Seeing the changes in front of them, even Dongfang Liu and Xiao Wanxian and others also found the abnormality of the pool. At this time, the city lord immediately realized that something was wrong, walked over quickly, and reached into the pool. With this touch, the city lord actually found that the pool had lost its temperature, and it was cold as if it had lost its vitality. The pool water, which should have been surging with powerful spiritual power, now has no spiritual power fluctuations, just like a pool of stagnant water, which shocked the city lord and made him pale. Seeing that the city lord's expression was not right, Dongfang Yaoyu and others beside him came forward and asked nervously, City lord, what's wrong? What happened? The city lord shook his head in disbelief and put his arm deeper into the fairy pool. But the result was the same. He suddenly realized that the fairy pool had lost its original power. His face became darker and darker, and became extremely ugly. No! The water in this pool is not right. Hearing the city lord's words, everyone was shocked and put their hands into the fairy pool one after another. Then everyone changed their faces and looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect that the fairy pool would not have the abnormal spiritual power impact just now. Now it is no different from ordinary pool water, as if it has become a different pool. City lord, what's going on? Dongfang Yu raised his head and asked in surprise. The city lord shook his head in confusion, his face particularly solemn. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Maybe. However, before he finished speaking, there was a splash in the middle of the pool. And at this time, Su Maoyong suddenly popped up, wiped the water stains on his face happily, and gasped for breath. Seeing Su Maoyong come out, everyone's eyes lit up and shouted in surprise. Su Mo. It's Su Mo who came out. Su Mo. You finally came out. You've kept us waiting. When the city lord saw the scene, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. And he was so scared that he trembled instantly. His face was as pale as paper, and his arm pointing at Su Maoyong was trembling a little. You didn't absorb all the spiritual power in my fairy pond. Otherwise, how could the water in the pond be without spiritual power? 10 days ago, the spiritual power in the fairy pond was still abundant, and it didn't make sense that it would suddenly be without spiritual power. You know, the fairy pond has been with him for decades, and there has been no problem. But Su Mo had problems after soaking in it. Who else could it be except her? At this time, seeing Su Mo's energetic appearance and the strong spiritual power aura emanating from her body, the city lord almost confirmed this guess, and felt a chill running through his back, which made him shudder. Su Maoyong was so happy just now because she had tamed the Baiyunshan spiritual fire that she didn't notice the changes in the pool water. After being yelled at by the city lord, she suddenly realized that the impact of the spiritual power around her had completely disappeared. She thought it was because the strange fire was contracted by her. At this time, facing the somewhat frightened and angry expression of the city lord, Su Maoyong felt sorry, pulled up an awkward smile at the corner of her mouth, and scratched her head embarrassedly. Sorry. I didn't know that the spiritual power of this fairy pool was so scarce and so easy to absorb. I couldn't control it for a while. So, Su Maoyong's strength is limited now, and she doesn't want to expose the existence of the strange fire. If the city lord knew that she had subdued the strange fire under the fairy pool, I'm afraid he would not let her go easily. Therefore, for the sake of her own safety, she can only use the spiritual power absorption to cover up the existence of the Baiyunshan spiritual fire. However, the lord of the city was frightened by her answer. His legs and feet went weak, and he almost fainted from the thunder. She sucked up all the spiritual power in the whole pool, but she thought the spiritual power in the fairy pool was too scarce, and she didn't want to suck it. This was definitely the most horrifying answer he had ever heard. As far as he knew, the spiritual power in his fairy pool was endless. After decades, it was still the same as it was at the beginning. The strength of the spiritual power had never decreased. But how could it be different when she said it? How perverted was this girl that she could suck up all the spiritual power in the fairy pool? At this time, the lord of the city could not bear the blow and pressed his chest, breathing deeply, trying to calm himself down. And Dongfang Liu and others were even more frightened and stood there, their jaws almost dropped to the ground, staring at Su Maoyong with their eyes wide open. Their eyes seemed to be rusted and could no longer move. Su Mo actually absorbed all the spiritual power in the fairy pond? Were they dreaming? They had personally experienced how powerful the power of the fairy pond was, and they couldn't believe that someone could absorb all the power there. Chapter 1335, Angering the Lord of the City. Although Dongfang Liu and others came into contact with the immortal pond for the first time, they also had a general understanding of the situation of the immortal pond. They knew that many strong people entered the immortal pond every year, but after so many years, there was no problem with the immortal pond. Now it was sucked up by Su Mo. Faced with such a horrifying thing, everyone was frightened and dazed, and they couldn't recover for a long time. They didn't know how Su Mo did it. This was too unbelievable. No, I must be dreaming. You slapped me quickly. Dongfang Liu has suffered too many blows today and could no longer face the facts in front of her. She grabbed Xiahou Xian's hand and put it on her face. Xiahou Xian was also in shock. He was awakened by her pulling. He pulled his hand out helplessly. Face the reality. You are not dreaming. Now you are really not qualified to carry Sumo's shoes. Hearing Xiahou Xian's cruel answer, Dongfang Liu wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was envious and jealous and gritted her teeth. Woo! Su Mo was born to attack people. Too perverted. Too perverted. Huan Mingyu's father couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Yes, too perverted. Where did you get such a perverted friend? Hearing this, everyone's expression jumped into a proud look. Yes, after this period of getting along, they are all grateful to have a friend like Sumo. She is always so capable, always has endless means, and always brings them different surprises. She is so low-key, but so dazzling, as if no one and nothing can cover her brilliance. But at this time, Don Fanyayu frowned, and felt a little more worried. The more outstanding Sumo is, the more dangerous her situation is. She sucked up all the most precious fairy pond in Nether City, and I am afraid it will be difficult to explain to the city lord. Sure enough, what Don Fanyayu worried about happened. At this time, the city lord was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pointed at Su Maoyang and his face turned red. Sumo, how can you suck up all the spiritual power of the fairy pond? If you suck it up, what should the other people in our Nether City do? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Su Maoyang saw that the city lord was angry and felt helpless. In fact, she had thought of facing such consequences when she decided to subdue the Baiyunshan spiritual fire. But for Jun Haotsong, she had to get the Baiyunshan spiritual fire even if she risked offending the city lord. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, looked at the city lord calmly, and replied, Lord City Lord, I got your permission to enter the fairy pond at the beginning. I also asked you before whether I could stay a little longer. You promised me in person at that time. Stay a little longer? Your a little while lasted for a full 10 days. The Lord City Lord felt a pang of pain when he thought of her absorbing all the spiritual power of the fairy pond. And he almost cried. Su Maoyang looked innocent. But the Lord City Lord promised me at that time that I could stay as long as I could. What? The respected Lord City Lord is going to deny his previous promise now. Is he going to cheat? Hearing this, the City Lord held his breath in his chest, and he couldn't swallow it or spit it out. And he was so angry that he trembled all over. If he had known that this girl was so perverted and could absorb all the spiritual power of the entire fairy pond, he would never make the stupidest decision in his life. Su Maoyang felt a little guilty when she saw that the other party was so angry that he was half dead. After all, the person in front of her was a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Of course, she didn't want to offend such a powerful person. She immediately advised, Lord City Lord, I heard that you have been a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master for many years, but you have not successfully promoted. I think this fairy pond has no effect on your current strength. Therefore, even if you lose the spiritual power of the fairy pond, it should not have much impact on you. Humph. It has no impact on me, but it has an impact on the Nether City. There are so many people outside who plan to rely on the fairy pond to improve their strength. Now that you have destroyed the fairy pond, how can I explain to the people of the Nether City? The city lord didn't buy her tricks and snorted angrily. Su Maoyang saw that he was not going to give up so easily, so he was not in a hurry. He analyzed calmly. The Lord City Lord opened the immortal pond to attract everyone. One of the important reasons is that he wants to cultivate alchemists. Hearing that Su Maoyang actually pointed out his intention, the Lord City Lord frowned and stared at her intently. Seeing the Lord City Lord's reaction, Su Maoyang knew that he guessed right. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a confident smile appeared. Lord City Lord, you insist on holding alchemy competitions every year, and use the immortal pond as a reward for the competition. It is obvious that you want to encourage various forces to work hard to cultivate alchemists. Because only by cultivating outstanding alchemists can you get a place in the competition and successfully enter the immortal pond. In this way, a large number of excellent alchemists will emerge in the Nether City. At this point, Su Maoyang paused, and then changed the subject and said bluntly, and the reason why the Lord City Lord is so keen on cultivating alchemists is to remove the toxins in the body. Lord City Lord, do you think I am right? Upon hearing this, the City Lord narrowed his eyes and said, since you know this, you should understand the importance of the immortal pond to me. Yes, of course I know. You want to use the immortal pond to encourage everyone to train alchemists and achieve the goal of refining antidotes. But the alchemist who can refine the antidote is right in front of you. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Although Su Maoyang didn't know what kind of poison they were infected with, and what kind of antidote they needed, she had to deal with it temporarily in order to stabilize the City Lord. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the City Lord suddenly opened his eyes wide, and looked at her in disbelief, as if evaluating her value. Although I have to admit that you are indeed gifted in alchemy, the antidote, I need is a divine rune elixir of the middle level Saint grade. Do you think you can make it with your current strength? When Su Maoyang heard that it was a divine rune elixir, a flash of surprise flashed across her pupils. Not only her, but even the people around her all widened their eyes in shock. They didn't know what kind of poison the city lord had been poisoned with. It was so powerful that it actually required a divine rune elixir to solve it. However, for Su Maoyang, the divine rune was not a problem. But the middle-level Saint grade elixir required the strength of the middle-level elixir Saint to refine. And she was currently 2 levels short. So at present, she still needed some time. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. Yes, I am indeed unable to refine it with my current strength. But you also said that I have extraordinary talent, and I am still so young. So my hope of reaching the middle stage of dancing is greater than others. Why don't you let me try? Chapter 1336, They are afraid of being in danger. However, she took the strange fire from others. And she also had the responsibility to compensate them. So she said this not only to stabilize the city lord. If she could really help, she would be happy to serve. Therefore, facing the city lord, she was still very sincere. It was impossible for the city lord to have no thoughts after hearing her words. The reason why he treated Su Imo specially was because she had the hope of becoming a great alchemist and refining the antidote he wanted. Now she took the initiative to offer to help refine the antidote. And the city lord could not deny that he was still a little moved. He and the people of the Nether City were tortured by this poison and were worse than death. If someone really helped them get rid of this pain, I believe that even if there was no fairy pool, everyone would be able to accept it, because they can think of other ways to cultivate spiritual power. But they are helpless with poison and can't find a solution. In comparison, the antidote is much more important than the fairy pool. Seeing that the city lord was lost in thought, obviously weighing her value, Su Maoyang was worried that he could not think it through. So he analyzed enthusiastically again. Lord City Lord, now that the immortal pond has been destroyed, even if you kill me, it will not help. Not only is this move meaningless, you also killed an alchemist who has the best hope of refining an antidote. It is a huge loss for you and the Nether City. Senior, you must think it through. Hearing this reminder, the city lord's pupils shrank sharply, and he had to admit that her words made some sense. Weighing the pros and cons, the city lord really couldn't bear to destroy the hope of the Nether City with his own hands. Finally, he took a deep breath and let go. Okay, I will give you this opportunity. Tell me, how long will it take you to refine the elixir? 1 year at most. Su Maoyang gave a broad range. Although it shouldn't take long for her to reach the middle stage of Dansheng. It is estimated to be 2 or 3 months at most. But it is better to have more time than to be pressed. However, when the city lord heard the deadline, he exclaimed in disbelief. What? Only 1 year? Are you sure? Yeah. Sure. Su Maoyang nodded affirmatively. She had already calculated the time. But when it fell into the ears of the city lord, it became a very terrifying thing. Cultivating spiritual power is extremely difficult. Even if a talented alchemist wants to advance, it takes a long time. However, this girl actually promised to reach the middle stage of Dansheng within a year, and to refine a pill with divine patterns engraved on it. This is too arrogant. She is only at the peak of Danhuang. She is really arrogant. Not only the city lord, but also Xiaozian and others standing next to him were stunned. After a long while, they woke up and urged anxiously. Su Imo, you are crazy. Reaching the middle stage of Dansheng in 1 year is simply impossible. Don't make random promises. Yes, we admit that you have a talent for alchemy and admit that you are a pervert who is different from ordinary people. But you don't give yourself such a short deadline. If you don't achieve it, how are you going to explain to the city lord? Donfang Liue was also anxious. Su Maoyang heard this, but asked back indifferently. Short? Is this deadline very short? I think it's quite long. Puff, all the companions who were nervous about her were almost vomiting blood because of her shock. A year is too long for her. In their opinion, Su Imo can not only surprise them, but also frighten them. The city lord saw her so sure, and quickly took over the conversation. Su Imo girl, you said it yourself? Make an antidote within a year. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Well, don't worry, city lord. I will do my best. However, I have another request. Su Maoyang bowed to the city lord. Hearing that she had another request, The city lord had already been in a state of fear. He was immediately frightened by her, and asked fearfully, "You have sucked up all the spiritual power of the fairy pool. What else do you want?" With the experience of the last time, the city lord knew that her awhile was not really a while, and her request was not an ordinary request. It is better to be careful and never agree easily. Su Maoyang saw the horrified look on the city lord's face, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Junior just wants to ask the city lord to keep the things that happened to me here a secret." Hearing this, the city lord was obviously relieved. "Don't worry about this. I have asked General Feng to block the news here. At that time, just tell the outside world that you have been a guest in the city lord's mansion for the past few days." Su Maoyang heard this and nodded gratefully. The city lord is still thoughtful. Since the city lord has made arrangements, she doesn't have to worry about anything else. After that, she called Donfan Yaoyu and others to evacuate the place quickly. She had drained the other person's fairy pond dry. If she stayed any longer, she was really afraid that the city lord would regret it and lose control of himself and kill her. Thinking of this, Su Mo left the city lord's mansion very quickly. In a blink of an eye, he and everyone else left and headed straight for the Hua family. At this time, the Hua family was restless. They had heard that Su Mo died in the fairy pond early in the morning, but they couldn't figure out why Hua Mingyu and Hua Jingang hadn't returned home yet. Those who came out of the fairy pond didn't mention Hua Mingyu and Hua Jingang, so the Hua family didn't hear about their deaths, and didn't have any news, so they were very puzzled about their delay. They also sent people to the city lord's mansion to find out the situation, but for some reason, they couldn't get any news. Now they didn't know whether Hua Jingang and Hua Mingyu were alive or dead, and the old man of the Hua family was very angry. "A bunch of trash. I've been asking for 10 days, and there's no news at all. What do I keep you for?" Old Master Hua roared angrily and slapped the table with a palm, making a loud noise, scaring everyone in the hall to tremble. At this time, standing in the hall were the old butler of the Hua family and a large group of guards. They had been looking for information outside for the past 10 days, but the city lord's mansion blocked the news, so they got nothing and had to be criticized in front of Mr. Hua. Hua Haoqing thought that Hua Jingang and Hua Mingyu might have died in there. He sneered in his heart, but pretended to be sad and comforted Mr. Hua. "Grandpa, forget it. It's been 10 days, and they haven't come back yet. I think it's more likely than not. Please accept my condolences." Mr. Hua raised his eyebrows and shouted in disapproval. "Nonsense! Your second uncle is also a Xiantian Junlingshi after all. He has entered the fairy pond before. There is no problem with his strength. How could he die in it?" The eldest uncle of the Hua family was upset when he saw Mr. Hua getting angry at his son, and he exaggerated his analysis. "Father, this is not impossible. Hua Mingyu values the girl named Su Mo so much. I think he probably likes her. If Su Mo really died in the fairy pond, he would make a fuss. With his stubborn temper, the city lord may not tolerate him." Chapter 1337. The Hua family's attitude reversed. Hua Haoqing nodded in agreement after hearing this. Yes, Hua Mingyu values that girl so much. If something happens to that girl, how could he not make a fuss? If he offends the city lord and is punished, can second uncle, who dotes on him so much, stand by and watch him get into trouble? After hearing this analysis, Mr. Hua's face became even more gloomy and terrifying, because what they said was indeed very likely. These days, he saw with his own eyes that Hua Mingyu and that girl had a deep relationship. He argued with him and got angry with him for that girl. If he really saw that the girl got into trouble with his temper, he would definitely not let it go, and he might even have a fight with the city lord. But the city lord is not a good person either. Compared with Hua Mingyu, the city lord's violent temper is probably even worse. If Hua Mingyu wants to confront the city lord, is there any way for him to survive? As for Hua Jingang, he only has Hua Mingyu as his son now. He has always treated Hua Mingyu like a treasure. If his son has problems, Hua Jingang will probably die. Thinking this way, it makes sense why they haven't returned home for 10 days. Seeing that Mr. Hua began to think about what they said, Hua Haoqing's mouth drew a subtle arc, pretending to be sad inside. Alas, Hua Mingyu is really... I asked him to give up the quota a long time ago, but he didn't listen and insisted on going by himself. Now, not only did he waste 2 quotas, but he also lost his life. It's not worth it. If it were me and my father, We would never act so impulsively. Obviously, from Hua Haoqing's tone, we knew that he was still jealous of Hua Mingyu and Hua Jingyang's unwillingness to give up the quota. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sarcastic questioning voice came from the door. "Uh-huh. Second brother, are you so eager for me to die? There is no news yet, and things are not confirmed yet. But you say we are dead. What do you think?" Hua Mingyu's loud voice was loud and clear, exploding in the hall like thunder. At this time, everyone in the hall only saw Hua Mingyu, his father, and Su Maoyang's group all striding in from outside. Suddenly seeing Su Maoyang's figure, everyone in the hall was shocked, and they all opened their eyes in horror. After a long while, they shook their heads in disbelief to make themselves sober. They heard with their own ears that Su Mo died in the fairy pond. How could he appear here? Father, am I seeing it right? Is that Su Mo? Hua Haoqing, who was sitting, pointed at Su Maoyang and asked his father beside him with an unbelievable face. Uncle Hua was also shocked by this scene and was speechless. He opened his mouth and twitched for a long time before he stuttered a few words. "It seems so." "Uh-huh. What do you mean by it seems so?" "She is Su Mo." "Uncle, second brother, I really disappoint you. Not only are we not dead, we are back alive." Hua Mingyu heard Uncle Hua's answer and couldn't help but sneer, cruelly breaking his fantasy. Hearing this, Uncle Hua and Hua Haoqing's expressions froze, and their pupils were obviously shocked. At this time, Mr. Hua turned his head suddenly, stared at the old housekeeper, and angrily scolded. "How did you get the news? She is obviously alive and well. How can you say she is dead?" The old butler was yelled at and trembled. "I don't know what happened. This was told to me by the butler of Baiyutang. Baiyutang is well informed. I thought, humph. You idiot. You believe what the butler of Baiyutang said?" Old Master Hua was so angry that he gritted his teeth and scolded. The old butler was yelled at, and his legs softened. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed in fear. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me." "Sir, it's useless to ask me to forgive you. Go and ask Miss Su for forgiveness." It must be said that old Master Hua did not live in vain. Although he and Su Mo had a bad quarrel before, he immediately changed his face when he saw Su Mo coming back. His attitude was obviously flattering to ease the relationship, because he knew very well that once Su Mo came back alive, things would be very serious. He heard that Bai Chengyan believed that Su Maoyang died in the pool because Bai Chengyan came out of the pool, while Su Mo had not made any movement. However, she was safe and sound now, without any serious problems. This could only mean that Su Mo's talent and spiritual power was even stronger than Bai Chengyan's. This person was also an alchemist at the peak of the Dan Emperor level, and his spiritual power talent was not inferior to Bai Chengyan. How could he dare to neglect such a powerful person? However, the old man of the Hua family only guessed that Su Mo came out of the pool later than Bai Chengyan. But he didn't know that Su Mo stayed in the pool for 10 days and sucked the spiritual power of the pool dry. If he knew such a horrifying truth, he would probably faint directly from fear. But even so, Su Mo was enough to attract his attention. Seeing that Mr. Hua had changed his attitude towards Su Mo and his group in an instant, the eldest uncle of the Hua family frowned unhappily and had some thoughts in his mind. Su Mo and his group were brought by Hua Mingyu. If Mr. Hua intended to please Su Mo, he would definitely start to pay attention to Hua Mingyu. Once Hua Mingyu was favored, the Hua family would completely lose his and Hua Haoqing's place. And they had offended Su Mo and his group so much that even if they wanted to ease the relationship now, it would probably be impossible. In this way, they would definitely be excluded by Hua Mingyu and Su Mo's group. He knew Mr. Hua's character. No matter what, he would put the interests of the Hua family first. Even family affection had to give way. So, it was obvious that as long as Su Mo was there, their lives would be difficult. After all, the Hua family urgently needs Su Mo as a helper. Su Maoyang saw that the old housekeeper was old and knelt in front of him to admit his mistakes. Even if he was dissatisfied with these people in the Hua family, it was not easy to just turn his face away. Get up. Just remember that rumors are not credible, and don't make them again in the future. Hearing that Su Mo was not going to bother with them, Mr. Hua breathed a sigh of relief. He was puzzled and couldn't help asking curiously, "Mingyu, since you are fine, why don't you come back earlier? Grandpa is worried to death." Hua Mingyu sneered at his hypocrisy and replied coldly, The city lord invited us to be guests in the city lord's mansion, and let us play for a few more days. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. So, hearing that it was the city lord who invited them to stay, Mr. Hua's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is. Knowing the truth, Mr. Hua immediately guessed that it must be related to Su Mo. The city lord has always favored alchemists. It must be that Su Mo's alchemy talent was appreciated by the city lord, and Hua Mingyu and others benefited from it. Thinking of this, Mr. Hua immediately ordered the old housekeeper loudly. Housekeeper, you immediately tell the kitchen to prepare a table of delicious dishes. Mingyu and Miss Su have worked so hard for the Hua family, and they must be rewarded. Chapter 1338 Go to the Hua family to apologize to Su Mo. Hearing this, the housekeeper nodded his head like pounding garlic, and quickly responded. Yes, yes, I will go down and prepare it now. With that, the old housekeeper bowed and left, heading straight to the kitchen. This night ended with a lively dinner at the Hua family. The news that Su Mo and Hua Mingyu returned to the Hua family spread quickly in the Nether City. Of course, the news that Su Mo was alive also quickly reached Bai Chengyan's ears. The next morning, Bai Chengyan was still sleeping in his room when someone knocked on the door. Bai Chengyan woke up sleepily, only to see his personal guard standing respectfully at the door, with his head down and a solemn expression, and reported with a fist, Master, I have something to report. Bai Chengyan was disturbed from his sweet dream, and was in a bad mood. He frowned and said, What's the matter? Tell me. The guard lowered his head even more, as if he was afraid that Bai Chengyan would get angry, and his voice became much deeper. Master, Su Mo has returned to the Hua family. What does Su Mo's return to the Hua family have to do with me? You dare to bother me with such a small matter? Wait! Who are you talking about? Who has returned to the Hua family? Bai Chengyan was still half asleep, and when he heard the guard talking about a trivial matter, he couldn't control his temper and yelled on the spot. But after saying Su Mo's name, he suddenly reacted. His expression froze in an instant. His eyes widened suddenly, and he asked loudly in shock. The guard saw him wake up, and was frightened by his terrifying gaze. He stuttered and repeated, It's Su Mo. Hearing the word Su Mo clearly, Bai Chengyan shuddered immediately, and his stiff handsome face turned gray. His eyes widened, and he looked overly frightened. After a long stalemate, he trembled and confirmed in disbelief. Su Mo? The Su Mo you are talking about is the Su Mo that Hua Mingyu found. The Su Mo who won the first place in the alchemy competition? Fearing that it was someone with the same name, Bai Chengyan described Su Mo's identity in great detail. The guard saw that he could not accept this fact, and was even more uneasy. But in the face of his persistent questioning, he could only answer honestly. Yes, it's that Su Mo. After getting the exact answer, Bai Chengyan could not bear the shock and took a step back, shaking his head repeatedly with horror on his face. No. No. Impossible. Isn't she dead? How could she return to the Hua family? Oh, I know. The body was carried back to the Hua family. Right. Suddenly thinking of this, Bai Chengyan's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, grabbed the guard, and asked anxiously. The guard was frightened by his extreme behavior and turned pale. He replied tremblingly, Master, I walked back alive. What? Alive? Impossible. She is a mid-stage Junlingshi, and has been in there for so long. Longer than me. How is this possible? I couldn't withstand such a perverted impact. How could she resist it? Are you kidding me? Bai Chengyan was stimulated. His eyes were red with anger, and he roared angrily. In this case, wouldn't he be inferior to a mid-level Junlingshi? The guard was frightened by his anger and trembled, and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, I dare not tell a lie to deceive the master. Bai Chengyan wanted to get angry after hearing this, but before he could curse, he heard an anxious shout from a distance. Master! Master! Master has something urgent to find you, and is waiting in the hall. You should go quickly. Bai Chengyan saw the old housekeeper running in quickly, with a heavy face, and his heart skipped a beat. And suddenly he had a bad premonition. It was just that the hall master had something urgent to ask him, so he didn't dare to neglect it, and had to follow him to the hall. At this time, the hall master of Baiyu Hall was sitting in the main seat in the hall waiting for him. When he saw Bai Chengyan coming in, his face was not very good. His sharp and cold eyes fell on Bai Chengyan's face. which immediately made Bai Chengyan feel a little cold. Bai Chengyan walked to the center of the hall and saluted respectfully to the hall master. Although he was the young master of Baiyu Hall, he was just an adopted son. On weekdays, he still felt very distant in front of this majestic and indifferent father. Seeing his father's dark face, Bai Chengyan couldn't figure out his mind for a while, and asked nervously, "Father, I don't know why you asked me to come here." Hearing his question, the hall master couldn't control his anger and snorted angrily. "Humph. You still have the face to ask what's the matter? It's just the mess you made." Father, I don't understand." Bai Chengyan was yelled at by him, and his face turned pale, and his expression was a little confused. "Humph. Don't understand? Haven't you heard that Su Mo has returned to the Hua family safely? Do you know what they have been doing for the past 10 days? The hall master asked coldly with a dark face. Bai Chengyan only heard the news that Su Mo was alive, and had no time to ask about her situation in the past 10 days. Suddenly, he heard the hall master's question and shook his head in confusion. Seeing his stupid look of knowing nothing, the hall master was furious and blew his beard and glared at him. They have been guests in the city lord's mansion for the past 10 days. The city lord and Su Mo are so compatible that he can't bear to let her go back. So he kept them in the city lord's mansion and treated them with good wine and meat. It can be seen that the city lord attaches great importance to Su Mo. Bai Chengyan learned the truth, and his pupils flashed with shock, and he felt bad. He worked so hard, but didn't get the appreciation of the city lord. How could he not be jealous of a yellow-haired girl who suddenly appeared and received such preferential treatment? Seeing his pale face, the hall master was also angry because he didn't expect Su Mo to have such achievements. He continued to hum, "I heard that Su Mo didn't belong to any organization. Although she lived in the Hua family temporarily, she was not welcomed by the Hua family. We, Bai Yutang, could have offered her an olive branch at this time to win her over and let her become a member of our Bai Yutang. But all this was ruined by you." Before, he heard that Su Mo died in the fairy pond, but he didn't have much expectations for this person. He didn't care about the relationship between Bai Chengyan and her. But now Su Mo has returned safely, and has been a guest in the city lord's mansion for so long. So her value and status are different. I think all the forces in the Nether City will try every means to win over this person. After all, Su Mo is an alchemist at the peak of the Dan Emperor. As long as she is there, the 8 places in the alchemy competition will be secured. And perhaps they can also have a good relationship with the city lord and get preferential treatment from the city lord. No matter how you look at it, Su Mo is a piece of delicious fat meat, which will definitely attract everyone to scramble for it. When he thought that their Bai Yutang had a good chance of winning over this person, but was ruined by Bai Chengyan, he was very angry. Hearing this, Bai Chengyan couldn't help but clench his fists. He was obviously humiliated in his heart, but he had to apologize with guilt on his face. "I'm sorry. My son made Bai Yutang miss out on talents and disappointed my father." He knew that the hall master was blaming him and Su Mo for the unpleasantness and making the relationship stiff. "Humph. Did you apologize to me? Since you know you were wrong, then go and make up for your mistakes and apologize to Su Mo at the Hua family." The hall master only wanted to ease the relationship with Su Mo at the moment, and then ordered in a cold voice. Chapter 1339. Seeing that she still had to queue up, Bai Chengyan was lowering his head, enduring his father's blame. But he didn't expect that he would suddenly make such a request. Bai Chengyan's face changed drastically, and he suddenly raised his head and fiercely objected. "Father, my relationship with Su Mo has already become strained. Even if I go to please her now, she will not join Bai Yutang. Why should father go to such lengths and make himself unhappy?" The hall master saw that he had caused trouble and dared to object, and he gritted his teeth in anger and scolded again. "Humph. You still have the nerve to say that it's unnecessary. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have to do such a thing. Now I don't expect Su Mo to become a member of Bai Yutang. As long as she doesn't become an enemy of Bai Yutang, I will thank God. So, in order to prevent the other party from hating our Bai Yutang, you have to go this trip no matter what." Being criticized by the hall master, Bai Chengyan frowned in confusion, and his expression became extremely ugly. He was such a proud man, but now he was asked to apologize to a yellow-haired girl. How could he lose face? Earlier, he looked down on others and ridiculed them. Later, he was slapped in the face. He felt very humiliated and unwilling. Now he was asked to apologize to Suemo in a humble manner. What is the difference between such behavior and throwing his self-esteem to the ground and trampling it to pieces? Although he is not the biological son of the Hall Master, his outstanding alchemy talent makes him quite influential in the Netherworld City. So it has always been others who apologize to him. And he has never apologized to others. What's more, the other party is a yellow-haired girl. Where can he put his face? Besides, the girl is arrogant. If he bows to her, her tail will not be up to the sky. As long as he thinks that the other party will despise him and make things difficult for him. Bai Chengyan can't bear it and clenched his fists. Therefore, even if the Hall Master was determined, he still looked embarrassed and couldn't let go of his status. Father, I have offended her. It's useless to apologize now. She will definitely not forgive me. I am a 7-foot man after all. Apologizing to a little girl is a joke. If it gets out, how can I gain a foothold in the Nether City? Seeing that he dared to disobey him, the Hall Master narrowed his eyes in anger and warned him sinisterly. If she really doesn't forgive you, then you have to ask for her forgiveness. So you'd better pray for yourself and hope that the other party is not a petty person. Otherwise, you will have a big responsibility this time. Not to mention gaining a foothold in the Nether City. You may not have a good life in Baiyu Hall. Hearing such a strong threat, Bai Chengyan was shocked and his face turned pale as paper. His handsome face was stiff like a stone at this time, and his dark pupils were floating with horror. It was obvious that he was frightened by the Hall Master's words. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he really had to go on this trip. No room for negotiation. At this time, due to the arrogance of the Hall Master, he had to compromise, and finally forbearingly bowed his hands. It's up to my father. Well, that's more like it. Don't worry. I will go with you. With me here, they won't make it too difficult for you. Seeing that Bai Chengyan agreed to go, the Hall Master's expression eased a little. After speaking, he shouted to the housekeeper waiting at the door. Hurry up and load all the gifts prepared by this old man into the carriage. I have to go to the Hua family. The old housekeeper took the order and turned around to count the gifts. But when they arrived at the Hua family, the head of Baiyu Hall realized that he was still a step late. At this time, the gate of the Hua family was already crowded with people coming in and out, and they were all well-known figures in the Nether City. Bai Chengyan did not expect such a spectacular scene. He looked around in astonishment and suddenly felt that he was not here to meet people, but to pay tribute to the gods. The head of Baiyu Hall is the leader of one of the 3 major forces after all. He has seen all kinds of battles. Seeing this scene, he quickly restrained his emotions and reminded Bai Chengyan, talk to Suemo later. Don't mess things up. As he said this, Bai Songyuan had already walked to the gate of the Hua family first. At this time, the housekeeper who was receiving guests at the gate saw that it was the head of Baiyu Hall. He was shocked and immediately stepped forward, bowed and saluted. Your servant kowtows to the head of the hall. This time I came here to see Miss Su. I hope the old housekeeper will pass on the message for me. As the head of Baiyu Hall, Bai Songyuan couldn't hide his arrogance even if he came to visit someone. The old housekeeper was embarrassed when he heard this. He said hesitantly, Master, it may be difficult to see Suemo today. Hearing this, the Hall Master frowned and shouted angrily. Asshole! I came here in person, but I can't see anyone. Is that reasonable? Or is it that your Hua family deliberately forbids Suemo to see me? The Hall Master roared fiercely, and the old housekeeper was frightened and turned pale. He waved his hands in panic. No. No. The Hall Master misunderstood. It was Suemo who refused to see him. This morning, not only Baiyu Hall, but also many other forces and other bigwigs came, all wanting to meet Suemo. But Suemo was reluctant to show up. Mr. Hua had sent many people to call her many times, but there was no response. Mr. Hua did not dare to drive them away directly, because these were all big shots in the Nether City, and the Hua family could not afford to offend them. Therefore, Mr. Hua told him to entertain the guests well, and not to neglect them. Humph. Stop talking nonsense here, and report it quickly. Just say that I came in person. I think she would not dare not come out. He was the head of the Baiyu Hall, and he had never visited a junior. Now he came in person to give Suemo face. He did not believe that Suemo had the courage to refuse him directly. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, the old housekeeper did not dare to disobey. He could only nod helplessly and stabilize him temporarily. Master, I will go and report it now. Otherwise, you can drink some tea in the hall and rest for a while? Bai Songyuan heard this and nodded coldly, and went to the hall with him. When he walked to the hall, Bai Chengyan realized that he was still naive. It turned out that in addition to the people in the yard, even the hall was full of people. The people sitting in the hall were naturally more distinguished than those outside. Even several elders of Yama Palace, one of the three major forces, were among them. In addition to them, there were some big families that were well known in Nether City. Although they could not be compared with the three major forces, their reputation, status and strength were not low, and they could also speak in Nether City. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Chengyan felt bad and his expression was very embarrassed. He never thought that so many big figures would line up to see the person he didn't want to see. In this comparison, he seemed a little bit unsophisticated. Chapter 1340 Under Great Pressure. Bai Chengyan felt bad, and so did the head of Baiyu Hall. Although he had expected that other forces would try to win over Suemo, he did not expect that these people would come so quickly and in such large numbers. Just looking at this lineup, one can tell how much they valued Suemo. It can be seen that it would be quite difficult for Baiyu Hall to win Sumo's favor. Moreover, Bai Chengyan and Suemo had a bad relationship before, and they had lost a lot to others from the beginning. Now if they want to compete with other forces, it would be difficult. Faced with this situation, the head of Baiyu Hall felt even more depressed. But he sat aside without any expression. When the elders of Yanluo Hall saw the head of Baiyu Hall, their pupils flashed with a hint of coldness. But the people of Yanluo Hall were always mysterious and arrogant, and did not like to talk much, let alone socialize. If it were not for seeing Suemo, I believe they would not sit with so many people like now. Seeing the head of Baiyu Hall at this time, they just glanced at him coldly, and then retracted their gazes, without even the desire to say hello. And the head of Baiyu Hall would not lower his status to say hello to the elders. So both sides were cold, and had no intersection. Some people from other families present said a few polite words to Bai Songyuan, but everyone was perfunctory on the surface. But in fact they had their own thoughts, because they all came to snatch people. They were essentially a group of competitors. Facing their opponents, they naturally couldn't have any good ideas. However, since everyone gathered together, of course they wanted to feel each other's bottom line and understand the situation. Unfortunately, they have been waiting here for a whole morning, trying to figure out the situation. But they still haven't seen Suemo. And Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua, who were entertaining guests in the hall, were under great pressure. Their mouths were almost stiff with laughter. But they still didn't see Suemo. And they were even more anxious. They knew very well that this group of people could wait here patiently because they wanted to see Suemo. And now Suemo was reluctant to see anyone, which made this group of people impatient. Although the Hua family didn't want Suemo to be poached, the strength of these people in front of them could destroy the entire Hua family with a wave of their hands. So they couldn't afford to offend them. Mr. Hua, Master Hua, when will Suemo come out? Don't hide her and don't let her see anyone. The head of Baiyu Hall stared at Mr. Hua coldly. His eyes were without any warmth, but with a suffocating danger, which frightened Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua so much that they trembled all over and turned pale. Mr. Hua immediately waved his hands in panic. No. No. How dare we do that? She is now a favorite of the city lord. I dare not say a harsh word to her, let alone stop her from seeing people. An elder in a gray and white robe in the Yama Palace frowned and asked sternly. Since you didn't stop her, she knew we had been waiting here for most of the day. Why didn't she come out? I don't know. Maybe she's busy. How could Mr. Hua know Sumo's thoughts? He was still wondering how someone could be so calm. She was not excited at all when she heard so many big shots coming to see her in person. Bai Songyuan heard the words, and his face darkened instantly. He shouted angrily. How dare you? What's the matter? It's more important than seeing us. They were all well-known figures in Nether City. It was extremely difficult for others to meet them. Now that they came in person, Suemo dared to give them a cold shoulder. How unreasonable. Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were frightened by the anger of the hall master and were sweating all over. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Mr. Hua forced himself to calm down, trying to force a smile and comforting him. Don't worry, Master. I'll ask for you again. As he said that, he stood up and quickly shouted to the housekeeper outside. Housekeeper Lu, has Suemo come? Housekeeper Lu heard Mr. Hua's voice and immediately ran in, tremblingly replying, Not yet. I have sent someone to urge him. The white-robed elder of the Yama Palace narrowed his eyes in anger when he heard this, and a fierce roar rolled out of his throat, as terrifying as thunder. Mr. Hua, I'm saying this today. If we can't see Suemo, there's no need for your Hua family to exist. Life or death. You decide? The people of the Yama Palace are also extremely domineering and even vicious in what they say and do. Since they have issued an ultimatum, they must do what they say. Hearing this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua were so frightened that their legs and feet went limp. Their faces turned pale, as if they were dead. They had been able to pretend to be calm just now, but now they couldn't. Mr. Hua's face was pale, and he nodded hurriedly. Yes. 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 We will go and urge them in person. The elders, please wait here for a while. We will be back soon and will definitely help you bring Suemo there. After saying this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua told the housekeeper and ran quickly to the backyard. At this time, Suemo was still meditating in the room, digesting the spiritual power absorbed in the fairy pond and trying to control the Baiyunshan spirit fire. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door. She didn't intend to pay attention to it, but she didn't know that it was Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family who came in person. Miss Su, are you in the room? I beg you, please come out quickly. There are already many people waiting outside, all waiting to see you. Even the head of the Baiyu Hall and the court elders of the Yanluo Hall are here. Just give me a favor and meet me. Mr. Hua didn't dare to offend Suemo, so he knocked on the door in a proper manner and waited for her reaction. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face also flashed with surprise. She heard that the people from the Yanluo Hall had arrived before, which was understandable, but she didn't expect that even the Baiyu Hall, which had friction with her, had arrived, which surprised her a little. However, hearing Mr. Hua's anxious tone, she knew that those major forces should have put a lot of pressure on him because she had not shown up for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips and sneered. This old guy is a snob. He is cold and ruthless to his grandson. He is not a good bird. The reason why she refused to go out to meet everyone was, first, because the time was not yet ripe and everyone was not there, and second, because she wanted to make things difficult for the two old guys of the Hua family, which was also a way to vent Hua Mingyu's anger. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang closed his eyes again and turned a deaf ear to their pleas. Mr. Hua begged outside for a long time, but got no response. He was so anxious that he was sweating. Bai Yutang and Yan Lidian were already impatient. If Suemo didn't go out, their Hua family might be in danger. When thinking of this, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family felt like there was fire in their chests, burning fiercely. Chapter 1341, making things difficult for the two old guys. Finally, Mr. Hua waved his hands and anxiously ordered, "This is not a solution. Ji Feng, go find Hua Mingyu quickly. He is the only one in the Hua family who can invite Suemo." Hua Ji Feng nodded quickly and was about to turn around and head to Hua Mingyu's yard. But he happened to see Hua Mingyu and the group of people brought by Suemo walking over from a distance. Seeing Hua Mingyu at this time, the Hua family uncle seemed to have seen a savior, almost crying with joy, and hurried forward and held him affectionately. "Mingyu, you are finally here. We are looking for you everywhere. You come and persuade Miss Su. There are already many people waiting outside. All of them are big shots who cannot be offended. If you don't want the Hua family to disappear in the Nether City, you should quickly persuade Miss Su to come out." This morning, so many people came to the door. The Hua family was busy and exhausted. Hua Mingyu and Dongfang Yaoyu and others naturally heard about this, so they were planning to come to find Suemo. Now hearing the request of the Hua family uncle, "Hua Mingyu, you couldn't help but sneer. Uncle, Suemo refuses to come out. What's the point of you looking for me? I'm her friend, not her master. I can't make decisions for her." Seeing that Hua Mingyu was still angry with him, Hua's uncle suddenly had a headache and apologized quickly. "Mingyu, it's Uncle's fault. Uncle shouldn't have treated you like that before. Please forgive Uncle. Now is the time for the life and death of the Hua family. Uncle begs you." "No, no, no. As an elder, you beg a junior like me. I can't bear it." Hua Mingyu finally got the opportunity to make things difficult for Hua's uncle. He didn't want to let him go so easily. Seeing that Hua Mingyu was still angry with him, the old man of the Hua family felt helpless and full of regret. "Mingyu, it's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa apologizes to you. Now the lives of our Hua family are all in Sumo's hands. If she doesn't come out, our Hua family will be finished. Grandpa? Didn't you say before that you didn't have a grandson like me? Now you come to recognize your relatives? According to you, the Hua family is finished. And it's still my responsibility? Hua Mingyu had long seen through the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family. Hearing their pitiful pleas, he didn't show any mercy, but just thought it was ridiculous and said sarcastically. Seeing that Hua Mingyu was still unmoved, Mr. Hua became even more anxious. Thinking of the survival of the Hua family, he had no choice. Finally, he hardened his heart and knelt on the ground with a bang, begging with tears in his eyes. Yes, it's not your responsibility. Everything is Grandpa's fault. Grandpa's responsibility. Grandpa kowtows to you and apologizes to you. I really shouldn't have said those words to you. Nor should I humiliate Miss Su and embarrass you. Grandpa doesn't ask for your forgiveness, but only asks you to persuade Miss Su for the sake of the entire Hua family. The uncle of the Hua family was shocked by Mr. Hua's actions and quickly reached out to support him. Father, why are you kneeling down? Before he finished speaking, Mr. Hua grabbed him, pulled him down, knelt on the ground, and ordered sternly, Jin Feng, kowtow to Mingyu to apologize and ask for his forgiveness. Father, are you crazy? At our age, how can we kowtow to the younger generation? Uncle Hua couldn't bring himself to kneel down and kowtow to Hua Mingyu, so he struggled to get up and helped Mr. Hua up. But Mr. Hua had made up his mind. He pressed Hua Jinfeng's body hard and didn't let him get up. If you don't want the Hua family to be ruined, kowtow and apologize now. Hua Jinfeng was forced by Mr. Hua to be pale and entangled. He knew that the Hua family was at the critical moment of life and death. With just one word from outsiders, the whole Hua family would die. The only one who could save the Hua family was Su Mo. But they had offended Su Mo before. Su Mo didn't give them face now, and didn't want to see anyone. Only Hua Mingyu could help to intercede. It seems that he really has no choice but to beg Hua Mingyu for forgiveness. Thinking that there was no way out, Hua Jinfeng gritted his teeth, closed his eyes painfully, and then kowtowed heavily to Hua Mingyu, begging, Mingyu, it's Uncle's fault. Everything is Uncle's fault. Uncle deserves death. Uncle is guilty. Please, for the Hua family's sake, talk to Miss Su and ask her to save our Hua family. Hua Mingyu was shocked to see that his uncle and grandfather, who used to be aggressive and always bullied him and his parents, were all kneeling in front of him, kowtowing and begging. He had always kowtowing and begging to them, but he didn't expect that his uncle and grandfather would have this day, which was really a relief. Seeing this scene, even Dongfang Yaoyu, Xiahou Wanqian, and others were stunned. The two elderly people knelt in front of their group of young people, kowtowing and begging with tears and snot. The scene was really a bit scary. In the past, Grandpa Hua and Uncle Hua did not take Hua Mingyu seriously, and kept squeezing out value from him. They also deliberately refused to treat his mother's illness, and used it to threaten him. I really don't know if this is retribution, which caused Grandpa Hua and Uncle Hua to fall to the point of kneeling and kowtowing to the younger generation. Seeing their miserable appearance, Hua Mingyu sneered. Perhaps he had already let out his anger, and he didn't want to keep nagging, so he let go. Forget it. Since you are sincerely repentant, I will go and talk to Su Mo. Hearing this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua paused, and ecstasy instantly surged on their faces. After Hua Mingyu finished speaking, he walked toward Su Mo's room and knocked on her door. Su Mo, are you there? I want to ask you for a favor. Su Mo in the room had already heard the movement outside clearly. She had not come out because she wanted to punish the two old guys and let Hua Mingyu vent his anger. Now that the anger had been let out, she didn't need to keep holding the airs. So as soon as Hua Mingyu opened his mouth, she opened the door. Seeing that Su Mo finally showed up, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua both breathed a sigh of relief and quickly kowtowed to Su Mo and begged, Miss Su, please save our Hua family. There are many people outside who want to see you. They said that if they can't see you, they will take action against our Hua family. Yes, please, for Hua Mingyu's sake, have mercy and save our Hua family. Seeing that the two old guys had been taught a lesson, Su Maoyang didn't make it too difficult. He nodded gently and agreed. Okay, for Hua Mingyu's sake, I will see them. You go to the hall and wait first. Let me change my clothes and come. Hearing that she agreed to see people, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family were so grateful that they quickly helped her get up from the ground and nodded in surprise. Okay. Okay. We will go to the hall and wait now. Chapter 1342. What the hell is she doing? As they said this, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua did not dare to delay Su Maoyang from changing clothes, and immediately turned around and rushed back to the front yard. After watching them leave, Dong Fang Yaoyu and others walked forward inside. Su Mo, you are really amazing. I heard that even the head of Baiyu Hall and Bai Chungyang came. You have successfully made 2 of the 3 major forces come to you. Not to mention that there are a group of other family forces waiting for you for a long time. You really have a good reputation this time. They have never seen anyone so popular. It seems that an outstanding alchemist is really popular in the Nether City. Once the people here get enthusiastic, they are unexpectedly crazy. Of course, they have never seen someone as calm and self-assured as Su Mo. When she heard that so many big figures outside wanted to see her, she could turn a deaf ear to the outside world, as if she didn't know anything. She ate when she should eat, slept when she should sleep, and practiced when she should practice. She didn't take that group of people seriously at all. I'm afraid that few people can do this. Hua Mingyu on the side also smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha. That's right. These people used to look at my Hua family, but now they are all blocking my Hua family. My Hua family has never been so lively. All thanks to you. Hua Mingyu probably guessed some of the reasons why Su Mo was reluctant to show up, and he was somewhat grateful in his heart. Xiahou Wanxian laughed and shook her head. Su Mo, the Hua family has been busy because of you. Just now, even Mr. Hua and the head of the Hua family knelt down and kowtowed to you. If you don't leave, those people will be impatient and will probably really overturn the Hua family. Uh-huh. If they are willing to wait, let them wait. Who asked them to poach Su Mo? It's not that easy without my permission. Hua Mingyu has always had a problem with those big shots who are arrogant. Now he has a rare opportunity to make things difficult for them, and he doesn't want to let it go. Dong Fang Liu laughed when she heard it. Uh-huh. You are really your grandfather's grandson. Your grandfather just performed a scene of crying and kneeling on the ground, and you turned your back and denied it. No. 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 That old guy never treated me as his grandson. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy is at hand and the Hua family is in trouble, he would never kneel down and kowtow to me. Even this time, I was just a tool he used to help him intercede. Hua Mingyu saw it very clearly and sneered. Dong Fang Yaoyu knew that he had suffered a lot of grievances in the Hua family when he was a waste before. He also endured a lot of contempt and humiliation, so he especially understood this feeling. He immediately stepped forward and patted Hua Mingyu's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay. It's all over. With us here, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Hua Mingyu heard this and gave him a grateful smile. Thank you. Uh-huh. We are friends. Why bother to thank me? Dong Fang Yaoyu smiled and shook his head. Dong Fang Liu didn't want Hua Mingyu to be too embarrassed, so she immediately asked Su Mo. Su Mo, are you going out to meet them now? Su Mo's cold eyes flashed cunning. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he asked innocently, Who said I was going out to meet them? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and sighed in unison. Didn't you say it just now? They clearly heard Su Mo agree with Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family to go out to meet the distinguished guests outside. So why did he change his mind in a blink of an eye? This woman really changes her attitude faster than turning a page of a book. Yes, but I am not going to see them. But they are going to see me. Su Maoyang raised a meaningful smile, chuckled and whispered. Everyone was even more confused after hearing this, and looked at each other in confusion, not quite understanding what Su Maoyang meant. Seeing their confused faces, Su Maoyang simply instructed Dong Fang Liu directly. You go to the hall and say that there are too many people who want to see me, and I can't take care of them. Let them line up in order and come to my yard in turn. Dong Fang Liu was still a little confused. Su Mo, there are so many forces outside. If you meet them one by one, how long will it take to meet them? Why don't you go out and meet them all? Which saves time and effort. How good it is. Meeting them all together does save time and effort. But there is no benefit. The smile at the corner of Su Maoyang's lips deepened, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Hua Mingyu reacted immediately. His eyes were wide open, as if hiding little stars, shining. Uh-huh. I know. You want to blackmail them. It must be said that Hua Mingyu's strength is not very good, but his mind is quite fast. When Su Maoyang touched him, he understood the deep meaning. Su Maoyong smiled undeniably, and then leaned into Don Fan Liu's ear and told her a few words. Don Fan Liu heard this, and then suddenly understood, covered her mouth and smiled secretly and nodded, and then trotted to the front yard. Xiaozian and others didn't know what Su Maoyong was doing. Looking at Don Fan Liu's cheerful back, they asked with puzzled faces, Su Mo, what are you doing? Su Maoyong didn't answer directly, but just smiled mysteriously. Wait a minute. You will know. At this time, the front yard was already crowded with many people. The scene was just like a big family holding a banquet, and everyone came to congratulate them, because in addition to the people coming, they also brought a bunch of gifts. Don Fan Liu's appearance at this time instantly brightened the eyes of the old housekeeper, who was waiting at the door of the hall, and had been waiting anxiously. He hurried forward and saluted her. Miss Don Fan, has Miss Su come out? The head of the Baiyu Hall, and the elders of the Yinluo Hall, have been waiting for most of the day. We can't delay any longer. Don Fan Liu saw that he was sweating profusely in anxiety, and immediately raised her hand to comfort him. Well, don't worry. I'm here to talk about this. The old housekeeper was happy when he heard it, and immediately stretched out his hand to lead her into the hall. At this time, the old man and uncle of the Hua family were nervous, and carefully comforted these big shots. Suddenly, they saw the housekeeper bringing Don Fan Liu in. They were all surprised and stood up from their seats. Miss Don Fan, where is Miss Su? Mr. Hua knew that Don Fan Liu was someone close to Su Mo. Seeing her was like seeing Su Mo, which made him a little excited. Not only Mr. Hua, but even the big shots present also straightened their faces and looked at Don Fan Liu expectantly. As soon as Don Fan Liu walked into the hall, she felt like the center of attention. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In addition, she saw that the senior officials of Baiyu Hall and Yinluo Hall were sitting here, which made her feel a little helpless. But thinking of what Su Mo had told her, she swallowed her saliva, tried to calm down, and said, Su Mo said that because there were too many guests who wanted to see her, she couldn't take care of them all, and she was worried that she would neglect the guests. So she asked everyone to sort out the order and then go to her courtyard to talk alone. Chapter 1343. The two sides started fighting. When everyone heard this, they looked around with different thoughts, and their faces became alert. If they could meet Su Mo alone, it would be the best, because they had a lot of things to say that were not convenient to say in front of so many people. However, the order of priority was a big problem. It seemed that everyone was worried that their opponents would get ahead and take the lead, so they were not willing to give in. Therefore, when Don Fan Liu said this, the atmosphere in the whole hall became a little subtle. Everyone looked at each other, as if they were afraid of each other. However, with Bai Yutang and Yan Lidian here, other families did not dare to hope to compete with these two heavyweight forces for the order of meeting. In fact, they had long expected that the three major forces would win over Su Mo. But the people of Bai Yutang had friction with Su Mo, and Su Mo would not join in 80%. So this force could basically be ruled out. The Yama Palace has always been mysterious and aloof. Most people don't know much about the situation inside. It's hard to say whether Su Mo is willing to join. As for the fact that Shuang Longman didn't come this time, they probably won't come to compete with him. So, they still have a 50% chance to compete with the Yama Palace. Although their strength is not as good as the Yama Palace, they are sincere and humble, and there are not as many rules and constraints as in the Yama Palace. Su Mo is willing to stay in a shaky family like the Hua family. Their big families are better than the Hua family in terms of conditions. It is precisely because of this that they plan to try their luck. However, it doesn't matter if Su Mo is unwilling to join their family, because they will be satisfied as long as they can have a good relationship with the alchemist at the peak of the Dan Emperor. If Su Mo is happy and willing to give them 1 or 2 places to enter the immortal pool, it will be a great gift for them. However, this group of people were still kept in the dark. The spiritual power in the fairy pond had long been sucked up by Su Mo, so there would be no quota in the future. At this time, Bai Songyuan, as the leader of one of the 3 major forces, certainly did not want to fall behind, and was the first to speak. Our Baiyu Hall will be the first. Hearing the words of the head of Baiyu Hall, several elders of Yinluo Hall could not sit still. One of the elders in gray-white robes had a cold face and retorted strongly. We in Yinluo Hall oppose it. The head of Baiyu Hall frowned immediately. His face was not very good. Why do you oppose it? Do you think that my Baiyu Hall is afraid of your Yinluo Hall? Whether Baiyu Hall is afraid of our Yinluo Hall, We really can't say. But what is certain is that our Yanluo Hall will never be ranked behind your Baiyu Hall. The elder in the gray-white robe frowned and snorted coldly in response. Suemo is now a big shot in front of the city lord. And he is also the most talented alchemist in the Nether City. The Lord of Yama Palace has repeatedly told him to persuade Suemo to join Yama Palace without any mistakes. Therefore, they must take the initiative no matter what, and get ahead of Baiyu Hall. Seeing that the other party was so strong, the Lord of Baiyu Hall was choked by a breath. And his face was dark and heavy, as if thunder and rain were about to fall at any time. Dafeng Liu saw that the forces of both sides were on the verge of a fight, and was worried that they would really fight. She quickly followed Su Maoyang's instructions and persuaded. Everyone calm down. Suemo said that she was flattered to let the two major forces of Baiyu Hall and Yama Palace come to her personally. But she was also very embarrassed, because the strength of both sides is very good, which is beyond doubt. But she just doesn't know how sincere you are. Upon hearing this, Bai Songyuan immediately understood and started bidding without thinking. Bai Yutang, offer 3 million spiritual power stones to be the first to see Miss Su. Perhaps because of his strong desire to see Suemo, or because of his face. The head of Bai Yutang did not want to be outshined by Yanluo Hall in front of everyone. So he was particularly generous when he opened his mouth. Seeing that Bai Yutang had bid, Yanluo Hall naturally did not want to fall behind and said straightforwardly, Yanluo Hall, offer 4 million spiritual power stones. Bai Yutang, offer 5 million. As soon as Yanluo Hall's voice fell, Bai Songyuan immediately took over, without even blinking, and raised the price by 1 million again. Several elders of Yanluo Hall were so angry that their faces turned black, and they shouted again. We offer 6 million. Bai Yutang, offer 7 million. Bai Songyuan still refused to bow his head. The guests present were shocked and stiffened when they heard that they had bid so high a price, and their eyes wandered back and forth between the two forces. Judging from the situation, Baiyu Hall and Yanluo Hall are completely at loggerheads, and neither of them will give in easily. However, these two forces are rich and powerful, and a few million spiritual stones should not be a big deal for them. Sure enough, the elders of Yanluo Hall raised their prices without blushing or breathing heavily. We offer 8 million. Hello. Baiyu Hall, offer 9 million. Bai Songyuan saw that the other party was deliberately going against him, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, and finally made up his mind, and added another million. The elders of Yanluo Hall were also arrogant, and refused to admit defeat easily. We offer 10 million. Hall Master, are you still going to add more? Hearing this number, everyone else present gasped in shock, staring at Yanluo Hall with their eyes wide open, and their hearts were shocked. They soon began to discuss in a low voice. They didn't know much about the mysterious Yama Palace before, but today, after seeing the other party's financial strength, they realized that Yama Palace was definitely not a pushover. They easily called for 10 million without hesitation. Such strength has far exceeded their expectations. At this time, Bai Songyuan was calm on the surface, but he was also shocked by the financial strength of Yama Palace. Now that he received the other party's provocative eyes, he was angry and felt like he was about to explode. It hurt a lot. Bai Chengyan, who was standing aside, was terrified and immediately leaned close to Bai Songyuan's ear and whispered, Father, 10 million spiritual power stones is not a small amount. We took so much money just to see Suemo. It's really not worth it. I hope Father will think twice. After listening to Bai Chengyan's persuasion, Bai Songyuan gradually calmed down. Of course, he knew that this was not a small amount, but compared with Sumo's value, it seemed insignificant. Of course, the most important thing is that he didn't want to be compared with Yama Palace in front of so many people. As the head of Bai Yutang, if he personally showed up and still lost to Yanlidian, he would become the laughing stock of Yuming City. In this way, his Bai Yutang would be far inferior to Yanlidian, which was not what he wanted to see. So, in order to maintain this face, even if he felt heartbroken, he had to bite the bullet and bid. But he thought of the friction between Suemo and Bai Chengyan, and the hope of inviting her to join Bai Yutang was slim. If he took so much money just to ease the relationship, it was really not worth it. Chapter 1344, Compromise. Thinking of this, Bai Songyuan had to endure it. Even if he was embarrassed, he had to compromise. Forget it. Since Yama Palace is so eager to see Miss Su, How can I, Bai Yutang, have the heart to compete with you? It's just to see someone. A gentleman should help others. I, Bai Yutang, still have this tolerance. I will give you the first place. Bai Songyuan said this very freely, trying his best to hide his embarrassment. But everyone present knew it. But no one dared to expose him directly. The elders of Yama Palace sneered disdainfully when they heard this. And their ridicule of Bai Yutang was obvious. However, they were too lazy to argue with Bai Songyuan. It was more important to do business. Thinking of this, the white-robed elder retracted his gaze, looked at Donphan Liyue, and asked, "Excuse me, can we go to see Miss Su now?" After witnessing the fight over the spiritual power stone just now, Donphan Liyue was stunned and stood still, completely frightened. She had never expected that Yama Palace would offer 10 million spiritual power stones to see Suemo. This was beyond her expectation. Hearing such a huge and shocking number, Donphan Liyue was deeply shocked and could not recover for a long time. It was not until she heard the elder of Yama Palace asking that she blinked as if awakened. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. Yes. Of course. If you can't see someone even if you offer 10 million spiritual power stones, it really doesn't make sense. Now that the first place in Yama Palace has been settled, Donphan Liyue turned her attention to Baiyu Hall and other families, and asked again, "The head of Baiyu Hall offers 9 million spiritual power stones. Are there any other guests who want to increase the price?" When Bai Songyuan heard that Donphan Liyue actually used his angry bid as the bottom line, his face darkened and his expression became extremely stiff. If he hadn't been trying to save face, why would he have bid so high? In the end, not only did he not get the first place, but he was directly set at 9 million. Even if he wanted to regret it now, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only swallow his bitterness and couldn't say anything. When the other family forces heard 9 million, they all looked around in silence. It seemed that no one was so rich that they dared to compete with Bai Yutang for the second place. If they bid higher, wouldn't it be the same as the Yama Palace? Naturally, no one would be willing to be the scapegoat for such a loss-making business. Bai Songyuan saw that he was firmly in second place, and instead of being happy, he was so angry that his face turned blue. He gritted his teeth secretly, and his eyes looking at the elders of the Yama Palace were even more sinister and terrifying. This time, he was tricked by the people of the Yama Palace. Seeing that no one was competing with Bai Yutang, and fearing that the head of the hall would go back on his word, Donphan Liyue immediately and decisively decided, since no one is bidding higher, the second place is Bai Yutang. Congratulations, head of the hall. Bai Songyuan couldn't smile at all when he heard Donphan Liyue's congratulations, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. Donphan Liyue didn't bother to pay attention to the head of the Bai Yutang's reaction. Suemo had explained to her that she would blackmail Bai Yutang, so she naturally couldn't be soft-hearted. At this time, seeing that the first two had been decided, she naturally couldn't delay their meeting with Suemo, and immediately ordered the housekeeper next to her, "Butler Liu, take the elders of the Yama Palace to Sumo's yard first, and after they have met, you can come to pick up the head of the hall." Upon hearing this, Steward Liu nodded in response and respectfully extended his hand to the elders of the Yama Palace, making a gesture of invitation. The elders of the Yama Palace were in a good mood to be the first to see Suemo. They stood up, straightened their clothes, and walked out of the hall with their heads held high in the envious eyes of everyone. The head of the Baiyu Hall and a group of family forces were left staring here, and Bai Songyuan and Bai Chengyan were so angry that they took a deep breath and clenched their fists. After watching the elders of the Yama Palace leave, Donphan Liyue started the next round of bidding. Who wants the third place? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall was once again in climax, and the spirit stones that kept doubling rolled through everyone's mouths like snowballs, rolling bigger and bigger, and soon another considerable amount was set. When Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family saw this scene, they were indescribably shocked and couldn't help but smack their lips inside. This Suemo is really capable. You know, they have never seen so much money in their lives. But after just one meeting, Suemo extorted so many spiritual stones, which is incredible. They may never have dreamed that someone could easily earn thousands of spiritual stones in such a simple way. And they didn't expect that the yellow-haired girl they looked down on at the beginning has now become a hot commodity that everyone in the Nether City is scrambling for. Looking at this situation, Suemo should leave the Hua family before today. It's a pity that when they discovered Sumo's value, they had to face separation. Thinking of this, Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family almost regretted it. In the hall, everyone was fiercely competing for the order to be alone with Sumo. And it was a mess. On the other hand, Su Maoyang's courtyard was quiet and peaceful, until the housekeeper led several elders from the Yama Palace in, and it became more lively. At this time, Su Maoyang was sitting in the pavilion by the pond, sipping tea leisurely, when he saw the elders from the Yama Palace coming over. He stood up and bowed to the elders, but his etiquette was still poor. Junior greets the seniors. It is an honor for the seniors to come in person. I apologize for keeping you waiting for a long time. The elders did not expect that the little girl in front of them would be so calm. Even though she has become a favorite of the city lord and is being fought over by all forces, she has not shown an arrogant attitude. Instead, she is respectful and polite. She is a likable junior. Seeing this, the elders of the Yama Palace looked at each other unexpectedly and nodded with satisfaction. Miss Su, no need to be polite. We can come here in person because of your talent. I believe you know it. Seeing that the other party was straightforward and made clear the purpose of the visit, Su Maoyang did not beat around the bush and nodded in response. Well, the junior knows. If the seniors have anything to say, please sit down and talk slowly. Su Maoyang politely extended his hand and invited them to sit down. After hearing this, the elders of the Yama Palace walked over and sat down, intending to have a good discussion with Su Maoyang. Come on. Show the elders tea. Su Maoyang had no grudges with the Yama Palace, although he did not plan to join them. He did not want to offend this mysterious and powerful organization, so the necessary etiquette had to be done. The elders obviously did not have the leisure to drink tea now. Hearing Sumo's words, they waved their hands and refused. Tea is not necessary. We are in a hurry to go back and report. Chapter 1345 Invitation from Yama Palace. Seeing that they were anxious, Su Maoyang did not force them, but nodded and sat down. Senior, please feel free to say anything. One of the elders in gray and white robes seemed to be the representative among them, and went straight to the point. Miss Su, come to our Yama Palace. We sincerely welcome you to join us. Su Maoyang was not surprised to hear this, but just smiled. Senior, Yama Palace is one of the 3 major forces in Nether City. I am not very knowledgeable, and I am afraid I am not qualified to enter your palace. Miss Su, you are an alchemist recognized by even the city lord. I think there is no alchemist in the entire Nether City who is more talented than you. Why should you be so humble? If Miss Su can join my Yama Palace, it will be an honor for my Yama Palace. The serious white-robed elder had a rare kind smile on his face. It was not easy for him to lower his status and invite a junior. It is enough to see that Yama Palace really attaches great importance to Sumo this time. However, Su Maoyang has long been accustomed to an unrestrained life, and it is impossible for her to join the organization and be bound by others. What's more, she is not a member of this organization at all and may leave at any time. It is impossible for her to settle down, so she had to politely refuse. I appreciate your kindness, but I am used to being free and undisciplined. I really don't like the organized life. I am afraid that I will disappoint you. Hearing that Sumo refused to join Yama Palace, several elders were shocked and changed their faces. They looked at each other with serious expressions. Originally, they were very sure that Sumo would join Yama Palace, because Bai Yutong and Sumo had frictions. Whether Bai Chengyan could ask for Sumo's forgiveness was a problem, not to mention inviting her to join. Shuang Longman did not come to join in the fun this time, so the result was almost obvious. However, it was unexpected that Sumo was not moved by Yama Palace's sincere invitation, which was really surprising. Normally, they might not agree to join Yama Palace even if others begged them to do so. Now, they personally went to invite them, but were rejected. No matter how you look at it, it is really outrageous. Thinking of this, the elders felt uncomfortable, but due to Sumo's current status, they could not get angry in front of him, so they could only frown in silence. One of the elders in brown robes looked a little anxious and asked in disbelief. Miss Su, are you sure? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which many people would beg for. As long as you join the Yama Palace, you can rest assured that we will never ask too much of you or restrict you. We just need you to help the Yama Palace win the 8 places in the alchemy competition. Are you really not going to consider it again? Yes. Think about it again. As long as you join our Yama Palace, The Yama Palace can provide you with spiritual stones and medicinal materials for free. You only need to make pills in peace in the future, which is much better than being in the Hua family. The white-robed elder also nodded and threw out generous conditions to lure Su Mo. Seeing that the other party was still trying to persuade him, Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. I'm really sorry. I really have no intention to join the force. And I feel really bad for failing to live up to the kindness of the seniors. Hearing this, several elders were shocked again, staring at Su Mo in astonishment, their old faces stiff and twitching slightly. They didn't expect that the Yama Palace gave such tempting promises and benefits. But this girl could refuse without changing her face or heartbeat. Not to mention other people. Even if it was them, it would be hard not to be tempted by such conditions. They really didn't understand how this little girl could be so patient. It was incredible. At this time, the elder in white robe saw that Su Mo was determined, and there was no room for negotiation. He could only sigh and said helplessly, Okay. Since Miss Su is unwilling to join the Yama Palace, we will not force her. However, I want to know whether Miss Su's reason of not having the intention to join a force is true, or just to deal with us. He can allow Su Mo's refusal, but he wants to know the truth. When Su Maoyong heard him ask this, he immediately understood what he meant, nodded immediately, and answered seriously, Well, you can rest assured that I will not join any force. This is my promise. The reason why the elder in white robe asked this was obviously because he was worried that she said these words just to perfunctory them, and actually had a force she wanted to join. He wanted to confirm whether Su Mo would become a member of another force after letting her go. Su Maoyong did not want to make enemies with the Yama Palace, so he made a clear promise to reassure them. Hearing Su Maoyong's answer, several elders were obviously relieved, and then they relaxed their expressions and said, Okay. I hope Miss Su can remember today's promise. Su Maoyong heard this and laughed freely. Haha. Of course. I don't want to become an enemy of Yama Palace. This time, several seniors came to visit in person, and I can't let the seniors go back empty-handed. Although I haven't joined Yama Palace, if the elders need elixirs, I am happy to serve you. Su Maoyong heard that Nether City is particularly short of elixirs, and the most powerful alchemist here is only at the early stage of the Alchemy Emperor. I don't think there are any high-quality elixirs. Elixirs are the simplest thing for Su Maoyong. People came all the way here and spent so many spiritual stones to see her. Su Maoyong has to express her gratitude. Sure enough, the elders who were frustrated by Su Mo's rejection suddenly heard such a promise, and their eyes lit up, and their faces were filled with surprise. It was a great thing to be able to get the elixir of the Danhuang Peak alchemist. Besides, she was still so young, and she might become a Danzong or even a Dansheng in the future. Now that she said this, they basically didn't have to worry about the elixir in the future. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the elders. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Miss Su. This trip was not in vain. It was worth it. The elder in the brown robe stroked his beard and laughed. The elder in the white robe also nodded gratefully, and then stood up and bowed to say goodbye. Miss Su has to meet other guests, and we old guys won't delay you to meet guests and say goodbye first. After that, the elder in the white robe took the other elders out of the pavilion and left the Hua family. Lu, the housekeeper who had been waiting outside, saw that the people from Yama Hall had finally left. So he hurried to the hall to lead the way for the head of Baiyu Hall. The head had waited for so long today and spent so much money in vain. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If he didn't hurry up, he was afraid that the head would really overturn the Hua family. At this time, Su Maoyong sent away the elders of Yama Hall, and soon saw the head of Baiyu Hall and Bai Chengyan walking in from outside with dark faces. Seeing that they looked bad, Su Maoyong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a cunning flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1346. Bai Chengyan is angry. To be honest, Su Maoyong didn't have a good impression of Bai Yutang, because as soon as they arrived in Yuming City, Xiao Zian was beaten by the people of Bai Yutang. If it weren't for the young master of Shuanglongmen who came out to rescue them, the two sides would have fought long ago. Later, in the alchemy competition, Bai Chengyan's arrogant sarcasm was even more annoying. Su Maoyong couldn't treat such a person sincerely. So, when he saw the father and son coming over, Su Maoyong didn't stand up, but just greeted politely on the surface. What kind of wind is this? Which actually blew the master of Bai Yutang and Mr. Bai here. Bai Songyuan and Bai Chengyan had been waiting outside for so long. So they naturally knew that Su Imo was deliberately making things difficult for them. At this time, seeing her sitting here, drinking tea leisurely, her contented attitude obviously didn't take them seriously. Both of them were so angry that they gritted their teeth and were full of anger. Bai Songyuan is old after all, so his character is much more stable and he can hide his emotions. But Bai Chengyan is not good enough. Although he dare not get angry directly, his anger is all on his face. And his handsome face is black and smelly, which is very ugly. Bai Songyuan heard Su Mo's teasing, and he suppressed his anger and forced a smile on the corner of his mouth. Ha. There is no wind. It's just that the old man and my son heard that Miss Su returned safely. So we came to visit the girl. Ha. Master, Mr. Bai said everywhere that I died in the fairy pond. You are not here to confirm whether I am dead or not. Su Maoyang heard the words and chuckled, and asked back jokingly. Hearing such sharp words, Bai Songyuan's smile suddenly froze, and her expression looked a little embarrassed. Bai Chengyan also frowned and stared at her unhappily. Bai Songyuan knew that Su Imo had some opinions about Bai Chengyan, and immediately smiled to smooth things over. Miss Su, it was because I didn't teach my son well that he became arrogant and outspoken. It was wrong for him to spread rumors about Miss Su. I apologize to the girl on his behalf. I hope Miss Su won't take it to heart. Su Maoyang had a smile on her lips, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Instead, she gave people a cold and indifferent feeling of distance. When she heard the apology of the hall master, she just waved her hand gently. The hall master. Your Excellency. You are too kind. Mr. Bai really thought I was dead in there. So he said that. Ignorance is not a crime. Bai Songyuan heard this. His mouth twitched slightly, and he just smiled dryly and nodded. Yes, my son is arrogant and ignorant, and misunderstandings have occurred. I hope Miss Su will not blame me. It's all in the past. Why bring it up again? Hall Master and Mr. Bai, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Su Maoyang didn't want to be hypocritical with the annoying people here, so he just spoke frankly. Seeing that Su Imo had no patience, Bai Songyuan knew that she had a deep opinion of Bai Yutong. If he didn't ask for her forgiveness and ease the relationship with her, Bai Yutong's situation in the Nether City would be a bit difficult in the future. Because, if she said something in front of the city lord, or if she joined other forces and let other forces exclude Bai Yutong would definitely have a lot of trouble. So no matter what, this was not what Bai Songyuan wanted to see. Thinking of this, Bai Songyuan had to be thick-skinned and pointed to the seat beside him. I wonder if I can sit down and talk to Miss Su in detail. Su Maoyang was awakened by what he said, and sighed. Oh, it's all my fault. I was so happy to see the hall master and Mr. Bai. I was busy talking and forgot to invite you two to sit down. Sorry. Hall master. Mr. Bai, please come this way. Su Maoyang then pretended to extend his hand to invite them. But when these words fell into Bai Chiyan's ears, they caused a cold snort. He could see clearly that Su Imo had no intention of letting them sit down. It was obvious that she was deliberately making things difficult for them. Now that his father mentioned it, she couldn't help but invite them to sit down. This woman was still as annoying as ever. His father actually asked him to apologize to such a woman. It was too disgusting. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say it directly, because Bai Songyuan had told him before coming to talk to Su Imo properly. He had already offended Su Imo and couldn't mess up his father's plan again. Besides, in order to meet Su Imo, Bai Yutong spent 9 million spiritual stones. If he ruined this meeting because of impulsiveness, his father would be so angry that he would kill him. So, for the sake of this money, he had to endure it anyway. Thinking of this, Bai Chengyan forced himself to swallow his anger and sat down with Bai Songyuan. Bai Songyuan certainly knew what Su Imo meant. He also endured his unhappiness and pretended to be unaware. He tried to speak calmly. Miss Su, it is better to resolve enemies than to make them. In a chaotic place like Nether City, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I believe this truth. Miss Su understands it without me saying it. So, can Miss Su see that I came to your door in person and resolved the previous grievances and joined my Bai Yutong? As he said that, Bai Songyuan quickly glanced at Bai Chengyan next to him. Although Bai Chengyan knew what he meant, he just couldn't speak. After struggling for a long time, his eyebrows were twisted into a river shape, and he finally spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry for offending you before. Although it was an apology, His tone did not make people hear the slightest apology. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he heard this apology. Haha. Mr. Bai is of noble status. Why bother to apologize to such a vulgar person like us? Haha. No force. No force. This is his apology from the bottom of his heart. Bai Songyuan heard the hidden meaning of Su Maoyang and immediately waved his hand to correct him. Seeing the hall master telling lies with his eyes wide open, Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, then glanced at Bai Chengyan, who looked like he had eaten shit, raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Isn't it forced? He looks reluctant. I feel sorry for him." Hearing this, Bai Songyuan immediately stopped smiling and shouted at Bai Chengyan angrily, "Who are you showing your stinky face to? Do you still want to apologize properly?" Bai Chengyan had been holding back a lot of anger for a long time, and being scolded by Bai Songyuan, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He stared at Su Mo angrily and roared in an unbearable way, "Su Mo, I have already apologized to you, but you are still pushing me. It's endless." Right. Since he arrived at the Hua family today, Su Mo has been waiting in the hall for a whole morning. He has been furious, but for the sake of his father, he has been enduring. Now that he finally saw Su Mo, he forced himself to apologize, but the other party's attitude was really intolerable, and he finally couldn't control his outburst. After all, for Bai Chengyan, being able to lose face and say sorry to Su Mo against his conscience was the limit of what he could do. And Su Mo didn't even appreciate it. How could he not be angry? Chapter 1347 Su Maoyang's Conditions. Su Maoyang saw from the beginning that Bai Chengyan was forced by the situation and was forced by the hall master to apologize. In fact, he had no regrets at all. He probably wanted to cut himself into pieces. So, what is the meaning of such an apology to her? Is this what you call an apology? A so-called resolution of grievances? In my opinion, you think the grievances are not deep enough, and you are here to intensify the conflict. The smile on Su Maoyang's face disappeared. His eyes narrowed, and his tone became a little colder. Seeing Su Maoyang's face darken and a little angry, Bai Songyuan hurriedly explained, "Miss Su, you misunderstood. We really want to make peace with you. We hope you can put aside the past and join our Baiyutang. As long as you are willing to become one of us, I will agree to any request you make." Su Maoyang didn't expect the hall master to be so straightforward and make such a big promise. Her cold pupils finally showed a trace of interest. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "Any request?" Seeing that she was a little moved, Bai Songyuan was happy and nodded solemnly. "Yes. Any request. Okay. Since the hall master is so sincere, I will say it directly. It is unlikely that I will join Baiyutang. However, you are trying to win me over just to let me win a place for you to enter the fairy pool. In fact, this is not difficult. I can give 8 places to Baiyutang next time." Su Maoyang raised the corners of his eyes slightly, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He agreed very straightforwardly. Hearing such a promise suddenly, Bai Songyuan's eyes lit up with joy. His eye sockets unconsciously doubled in size. He asked excitedly, "Miss Su, are you serious? Are you really willing to give me 8 places in Baiyu Hall?" "Well, Hall Master, you can rest assured. I won't joke about such an important matter. Just like you said, it's better to resolve a feud than to make one. Since we can become friends who support each other, why bother to tear each other apart and make ourselves unhappy?" Su Maoyang said seriously. Bai Songyuan was relieved to see that she could figure it out. But he still had doubts about the 8 places she mentioned, and asked again cautiously, "Miss Su, you gave me 8 places for Baiyutang. And what about you? Don't you plan to go to Xianxi?" Su Maoyang smiled and waved his hand, explaining, "I soaked in Xianxi for a long time before, and the spiritual power in my body is saturated, so it takes a long time to digest. Besides, I am an alchemist. I focus on alchemy on weekdays. The requirements for spiritual power are not high, so I am not in a hurry to go to Xianxi. If Baiyutang needs this quota, of course, I would rather use this quota in exchange for something useful for alchemists." Hearing this, Bai Songyuan understood even, nodding. "Ha! Yes, yes. Miss Su is now the most outstanding alchemist in Nether City. She can go to the Immortal Pond whenever she wants. There is no rush. If Miss Su can really give the quota to our Baiyutang, you can rest assured that we will try our best to satisfy you with what you want." Seeing that Bai Songyuan had no objection, Su Maoyong nodded with satisfaction. And then his eyes moved, revealing a gleam of light inadvertently, and asked with a light smile, with the words of the hall master, "I won't be polite. I heard earlier that Bayutang has a treasure called the 10,000 Poisons Bone Furnace, which seems to be a furnace specially used for poisoners to refine poisons. I wonder if the hall master can give it up." After Su Maoyong came out of the city lord's mansion, he specifically asked Hua Mingyu's father about the situation of Bayutang, because Bayutang had cheated the Hua family of a lot of property this time. Although Mr. Hua and the eldest uncle of the Hua family were annoying, the loss of the Hua family also affected Hua Mingyu and his father. Therefore, for their sake, Su Maoyong planned to help them get it back from Bayutang, and then blackmail Bayutang. This is why he specifically learned about the treasures owned by Bayutang. But this understanding gave Su Maoyong a big surprise, because this Wandu White Bone Furnace is the most precious thing in Bayutang. It is said to be a 4-star holy furnace. At the beginning, Lung Shuyue had the 2-star holy Taichin Jade Cauldron, which was already envied by everyone. Not to mention this 4-star holy furnace. The only difference is that the Taichin Jade Cauldron is used for alchemy, while the Wandu White Bone Furnace is used for making poisons. So it is rarer and more precious than ordinary 4-star alchemy furnaces. A long time ago, Su Maoyong saw Xiahou Zian in the Lingbao Pavilion of the Academy, and couldn't let go of an alchemy furnace. However, that alchemy furnace was used for alchemy, and was not suitable for him as a poison master. However, it can be seen from this that Xiahou Zian also particularly wanted to have a furnace that could make poisons. Su Maoyong took note of it at the time, and kept an eye out for him. But he had not come across a furnace suitable for poison masters. After all, poison masters are too rare, and poison-making furnaces are also very rare. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to come across one. So she didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, and had to help Xiahou Zian get it anyway. Bai Songyuan didn't expect Su Mo to suddenly mention the 10,000 Poisons Bone Furnace. He was shocked and frowned in confusion. "Miss Su, this furnace can't be used to make pills. It's only suitable for poisoners. What do you want this for? Are you a poisoner?" Such a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. And Bai Songyuan was shocked and widened his eyes in disbelief. An alchemist and a poison master. What other cards does this girl have that he doesn't know? The hall master misunderstood. "I'm not a poison master, but my friend is. I wonder if the hall master can give me the 10,000 Poisons White Bone Furnace for the sake of 8 places." Su Maoyong explained patiently, and then asked for his opinion. When they heard that her friend was a poison master, Bai Songyuan and Bai Chengyan both changed their faces and looked at each other in shock. The faces of Dongfang Yaoyu and Xiahou Zian flashed through their minds. They had seen the group of people brought by Su Mo in the alchemy competition before, but they were all strangers, and they had no impression of him, so they didn't pay too much attention. Now when they heard Sumo's words, they naturally thought of that group of people, although they were not sure who it was. The fact that Su Mo knew a poison master was enough to attract their attention. However, the 10,000 Poisons Bone Furnace is too precious. It is the most precious thing of their Baiyu Hall. Using it to exchange for 8 places is too expensive. Although Bai Songyuan wanted to win over Su Mo, he was reluctant to hand over the furnace. He frowned and hesitated. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Su Maoyong persuaded him earnestly. "I know that the 10,000 Poisons Bone Furnace is very precious to Baiyu Hall, but this furnace is only suitable for poisoners. The hall master has been carrying it, and it is useless. Why not take it out and exchange it for something of practical value? Besides, now that I and the young master of Shuanglongmen are here, what do you think the chances of Baiyu Hall winning the next alchemy competition? I think, according to the strength of the noble young master, it is difficult to squeeze into the top 6. Does the hall master want to spend his whole life guarding the useless furnace? Or does he want to strengthen the strength of the entire Baiyu Hall? Think clearly." Chapter 1348. How dare you attack her? But this furnace is of great significance to Bayutang, and it is really impossible to give it away easily. So the head of Bayutang still refused to give in. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Su Maoyong had to take a drastic measure. If the city lord is willing to give up, I can guarantee that Bayutang will have a place in every entry into the fairy pool in the future. Bai Songyuan was shocked when he heard such an attractive condition, and his face changed immediately. But he was still very embarrassed to give up such a precious thing. "Miss Su, except for this furnace, I can promise you other things." Su Maoyong saw that the other party was still unwilling to give up, so he smiled and said, Haha. I am too abrupt. The head of the hall. Don't blame me for forcing you. If you think this matter is inappropriate, it's nothing. You can go back and think it over before coming back. I still have to meet the guests behind. If they can give me what I want, I won't have to embarrass the master. Hearing Su Missouri drive people away directly, Bai Songyuan was immediately anxious. They finally spent 9 million spiritual stones to see her. Now they have to leave before anything is settled. Wouldn't they lose a lot? Besides, if she met the people behind and negotiated the conditions, and waited for him to think it over before coming back, the 8 places would have been taken a long time ago. By then, even if he figured it out, Suemo might not be able to agree. Realizing this, Bai Songyuan quickly raised his hand to steady her. Miss Su, let's discuss it slowly. Don't be so anxious. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and also put on an embarrassed expression. Master, there are still many guests waiting outside. I can't afford to offend those people. I really can't discuss it slowly with the master. I hope the master will forgive me. She was disgusted by these 2 hypocritical people. It was not easy to sit here and talk to them, since this old guy was no longer valuable. She was not interested in continuing the conversation with him. Bai Chengyan was furious when he saw that the other party had made them wait for so long and took so many spiritual stones without giving them a chance to discuss things slowly. He roared, Suemo, we came to you to give you face. Don't be shameless. You want to drive us away after receiving so many benefits from us? It's not that easy. Su Maoyang was born to be soft-hearted. When he heard Bai Chengyan's impoliteness, he was very angry. Warning. She stood up and glanced at him coldly. Mr. Bai, please understand that you took the initiative to come to my door and voluntarily paid to see me. I never forced you. If you don't want to leave, just rest here. I have something else to do. So I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Su Maoyang was about to leave. Bai Chengyan was already furious. Seeing her attitude, he couldn't control his anger. He suddenly attacked and shouted at Su Maoyang. You want to leave? No way. Bai Chengyan used great strength in this punch. As he spoke, his fist had already reached Su Maoyang's face and was about to hit him. But at this moment, Su Maoyang dodged and easily avoided his swift attack, standing 2 steps away from him. At this time, she frowned, stared at Bai Chengyan with sinister eyes, and warned him sinisterly. Mr. Bai, I can tell you bluntly that if you dare to touch me, the city lord will never let you live beyond tomorrow. And Bai Yutong will probably be involved. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Su Maoyang's words were sonorous and powerful, and her fierce and powerful aura was undoubtedly exposed. Now she has recovered her strength. After being tempered by the fairy pond, her body bones are tougher than before, so she is not afraid of Bai Chengyan's attack. What's more, she is now the only hope of the city lord and the hope of the entire Nether City. If she makes any mistakes, the city lord will definitely not let Bai Chengyan go. And it is very likely that the entire Baiyu Hall will be implicated. So if Bai Chengyan touches her now, it will undoubtedly be a very stupid decision. Bai Chengyan suddenly heard such a fierce warning, and saw Sumo's strong posture. He was shocked and his face suddenly changed. The arm that was about to attack just now froze in midair. Obviously, he was shocked by Su Maoyang's momentum. When Bai Songyuan heard these words, his face turned pale. He hurried forward, grabbed Bai Chengyan, and shouted, You bastard! I asked you to apologize, but you hid me. Apologize to Miss Su. Su Mo has the support of the city lord behind him. He knows the city lord's temper. If the city lord knew that Bai Chengyan dared to attack the juniors he valued, the entire Baiyu Hall would suffer. Even he himself could not bear the anger of the city lord, let alone Bai Chengyan. Therefore, Su Mo must not be touched now. Not only can he not be touched, but he must be flattered and coaxed. And he must not be offended. But Bai Chengyan is good. He can't stand any grievances. He was so impulsive that he wanted to hit Su Mo, which was a big taboo. Seeing that the relationship was getting worse and worse, Bai Songyuan was furious. He glared at Bai Chengyan fiercely, trying to suppress the urge to beat him, and apologized to Su Maoyang. Miss Su, I have a bad temper, and I don't think before I speak or do anything. I offended you. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize to you here. As he said that, Bai Songyuan quickly clasped his fists and bowed to Su Maoyang. Okay, a big gift. Master, your gift is too big. I can't accept it. I think there is nothing more to say between me and your Bai Yutang. Please come in. Su Maoyang glanced at the master coldly, stretched out his hand directly, and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing Su Imo angry, it was obvious that he had a grudge against Bai Yutang. Bai Songyuan was sweating profusely, and didn't know how to save it. After struggling for a long time, he finally had to reluctantly give up and agreed. Okay. I am willing to give the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace to Miss Su. I hope the girl will not care about my Bai Yutang. Fulfill her promise to Bai Yutang, and ensure that every time I enter the fairy pool, there will be a quota for my Bai Yutang. Now that it has become like this, if he doesn't do something, Su Imo will probably become the enemy of Bai Yutang. Forced to do so, Bai Songyuan had to give up the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace to ease the relationship with Su Imo. Just as Su Imo said, although the 10,000 poisons bone furnace is precious, it is indeed not very useful to him. It is better to use it to exchange for something useful. However, Su Maoyang is not so easy to get rid of now. Hearing that Bai Songyuan is willing to give it up, he is not moved. He just looks at him coldly. Master, I can't afford your 10,000 poisons bone furnace. I am afraid that Mr. Bai will be happy again and want to kill me. I won't pay for a furnace. My life. Miss Su, don't worry. I will definitely discipline him strictly, and this will never happen again in the future. Bai Songyuan immediately promised, and kicked Bai Chengyan on the knee, making him kneel in front of Su Maoyang, and scolded him fiercely. Kowtow to Miss Su and admit your mistakes. When Miss Su forgives you, you will get up. Chapter 1349, just a piece of waste paper. Bai Chengyan knelt in front of Su Maoyang in shame, and wanted to struggle to get up angrily. But Bai Songyuan held him down, not giving him a chance to resist, and gritted his teeth and yelled, Apologize. If you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about staying in Bai Yutang in the future. I don't have a son like you. You have to believe that I will do what I say. His Bai Yutang must not be destroyed by the impulsiveness of an adopted son. He raised Bai Chengyan to revitalize Bai Yutang. If this son has no use value, not only can he not bring honor to Bai Yutang, but instead bring disaster, then he doesn't want this adopted son. Hearing such heartless words from his revered father, Bai Chengyan's heart seemed to be filled with cold lead, both cold and heavy. The coldness ran from his heart to the soles of his feet, as if freezing his whole body. Although he knew that this nominal father had never treated him as a son, but hearing him say such heartless words, his heart was still like a hole, and some pain surged. At this moment, he was also very clear. If he offended Su Imo and implicated Bai Yutang, his father would never let him go easily. If he was kicked out of Bai Yutang for that ridiculous dignity, it would be too unworthy to make all the efforts go to waste. Thinking of this, Bai Chengyan had to grit his teeth, endure the humiliation, and bow his head to Su Maoyang. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have attacked Miss Su. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to Miss Su. Please forgive me. Seeing that he was finally willing to bow his head and admit his mistake, Bai Songyuan was relieved. And then he pressed his head and knocked it to the ground, and then smiled at Su Maoyang and said, Miss Su, my son has already known his mistake. Please forgive him this time. Su Maoyang saw this scene and her expression eased a little. Although the other party was forced to apologize, at least he had corrected his attitude. If she continued to hold on, it would seem too unkind. She immediately waved her hand and resolved the grudge. Okay. Since you have apologized, I will not bother with you. For the sake of the Hall Master, I will forgive you this time. Hearing that Su Maoyang was willing to reconcile, Bai Songyuan's angry old face finally jumped up with some joy. Then he let Bai Songyuan go and ordered loudly, Why don't you thank Miss Su for her magnanimity? Bai Chengyan nodded numbly, like a thoughtless puppet. Thank you, Miss Su. Seeing that he was still kneeling stiffly in front of her, Su Maoyang gently raised her hand and ordered, Okay. Get up. If others saw it, they would think I did something to you. Hearing this, Bai Chengyan silently climbed up from the ground, with a blank expression on his face. And I don't know what he was thinking. At this time, Bai Songyuan didn't care about Bai Chengyan's mood at all. All his thoughts were on Su Maoyang's 8 places. However, he was cautious and still had many concerns about the 8 places. Miss Su, although you promised me 8 places for Bai Yutang, words are not enough. What if you deny it at that time? Then Bai Yutang will be the victim. Do you think we should make a written agreement? Haha. The hall master is afraid that I will use the same method you used to deal with the Hua family to deal with you. Don't worry. I am still not as despicable as the hall master. Su Maoyang pointed out by Song Yuan's thoughts. Although her words were sharp and harsh, she had a smile on her face, which made people unable to get angry. Bai Song Yuan knew from her tone that she was blaming him for coveting the Hua family's property. His expression was a little awkward. His mouth twitched. He laughed dryly twice, and hurriedly explained, Miss Su, the last feud with the Hua family was a misunderstanding. At that time, the gifts from the Hua family were received by the people below without my knowledge. I was not aware of it. Later, I learned the truth and severely criticized them. Look, I sent someone to return the gifts from the Hua family early in the morning, and also brought my gift. I am really sorry to make Miss Su laugh. Haha. The hall master is too polite. If the hall master wants a receipt, it's okay to write one, but I have to check the goods first. Su Maoyang did not expose his lie, but just smiled and nodded, and then put forward conditions. Since this old guy wants a receipt, just give it to him. Anyway, the fairy pool has no spiritual power, and the city lord will cancel the alchemy competition sooner or later. In the end, her receipt is just a piece of waste paper. So, whether there is this written document or not, the result is the same. It's just that the head of Baiyu Hall is still kept in the dark and knows nothing about what happened later. When Bai Song Yuan heard that she wanted to inspect the goods, he nodded in understanding, and then waved his hand and directly took out the 10,000 poisons bone furnace from the space ring and placed it in front of Su Maoyang. Miss Su, this is the furnace you want. This is the treasure of our Baiyu Hall. I have always treasured it, and I am reluctant to take it out. But since Miss Su's friends like it, I have no choice but to give it up. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard it, pretending to be flattered and thanked. Thank you for your kindness, Master. As he said, Su Maoyang walked to the furnace, carefully checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded with satisfaction and ordered loudly, Come on! Bring paper and pen. The maid waiting outside the pavilion received the order and immediately turned around to prepare. But in the blink of an eye, the maid handed over a pen and paper. Under Bai Song Yuan's expectant eyes, Su Maoyang wrote down the document quickly and handed it to him politely. Master, can you take a look at it? Is it appropriate to write it this way? The master glanced at the document and did not think there was anything wrong. He nodded in a good mood and bowed to Su Maoyang. Okay. Of course it's okay. Bai Yutang will be under the care of Miss Su in the future. Su Maoyang waved his hand politely. Master, don't worry. You have shown such great sincerity. I will naturally not let you down. It's getting late. I'll send someone to send you out. Haha. No need. I know you are still busy meeting other guests. I won't disturb you. I'll leave first. Since the matter has been settled, there is no need for him to stay here any longer. With that, Bai Song Yuan took the gloomy Bai Chengyan and quickly left the pavilion, and soon disappeared at the end of the yard. When the butler Lu outside saw the people from Bai Yutang leave, he immediately arranged for other forces to enter the courtyard. It was already evening when Su Maoyang finished meeting the guests. After today's incident, Su Maoyang earned a large amount of spiritual power stones just from the meeting fee. Not to mention the benefits he squeezed from the individual talks with various forces later. The amount was shocking and considerable. Therefore, as soon as Donfang Liu entered the courtyard, she laughed and shouted, and rushed towards Su Maoyang excitedly. It's rich. This time it's rich. I have never seen so many spiritual power stones in the Donfang family. It's like a dream. Su Mo, you are simply my goddess. Chapter 1350, Not Joining Any Force. Su Maoyang had just stood up and stretched when she was hugged by Donfang Liu, who suddenly rushed over, feeling the other party's excitement and strength like an ox. She sighed helplessly. Can you be gentler? Donfang Liu was too excited and didn't pay attention for a moment. She hugged a little hard. Suddenly, she woke up suddenly after hearing her words. She quickly let go and asked nervously. Oh, sorry. I was too excited. Did I hurt you? Seeing her worried face, Su Maoyang glared at her unhappily. The power of the fairy pool is not enough to hurt me, let alone your little arms and legs. Haha. That's right. You are a pervert who doesn't even take the fairy pool seriously. How can we, the little minions, have the chance to hurt you? Hearing this, Donfang Liu laughed with relief. Dongfang Youyu on the side also laughed and shook his head, also feeling a lot about what happened today. Suimo, don't blame her for being too excited. When we first came to Nether City, we couldn't even afford a meal, and we were treated as freeloaders, and we almost got into a fight. As a result, in the blink of an eye, you have become rich and become a favorite that all forces in Nether City are vying to win over. Such a change, let alone her. Even we can't digest it for a while. Yes, happiness came too suddenly, catching me off guard. Dongfang Liuan nodded heavily in agreement. Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian were amused by Dongfang Liu's exaggerated expression and laughed. At this time, Huan Mingyu looked at Su Maoyang with worry and asked in a deep voice. Suimo, today the Yama Palace and Baiyu Hall came aggressively. Did they embarrass you? These two forces have always been domineering in the Nether City, and never take people seriously. They can visit Su Maoyang in person, because they want to use her relationship. Therefore, they will inevitably use coercion and inducement to make Su Maoyang do things for them. Huan Mingyu is worried that Su Maoyang will be used by them. Hearing this, everyone restrained their smiles and looked at Su Maoyang seriously, as if they were very curious about how she dealt with those two forces. Seeing that everyone was worried about him, Su Maoyang chuckled and comforted them. Don't worry. With the support of the city lord behind you, how dare they threaten me? They are too busy trying to please me. Really? I saw Bai Yutong and his son. Their faces were dark and full of hostility, and they looked like strangers should stay away. They didn't make things difficult for you? Dongfang Liu was arranging the order of the meeting in the hall at the time. She was frightened by the aura of Bai Yutong and his son. She was really afraid that they would explode at any time and overthrow the entire Hua family. Now she was a little surprised to hear Su Maoyang's answer. Su Maoyang saw that she was still in a state of fear, so he smiled helplessly, and then reached out to release the poisonous bone furnace that he had stored in the space. Not only did he not embarrass me, he also gave me a good thing. At this time, everyone only saw that there was suddenly a golden furnace in the shape of a toad in front of him, with various black patterns of centipedes, spiders, toads, venomous snakes and scorpions carved on it, and the handrails on both sides of the furnace were two black snake heads, exuding a cold breath, looking gloomy and terrifying, making people shudder. However, the combination of black patterns and golden shells showed luxury. Just by looking with the naked eye, you can tell that this furnace is worth a lot. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. However, before they could ask, they heard a horrified roar from behind them, like thunder. Oh my god! Isn't this the most precious 10,000 poisons bone furnace of Bai Yutang? Everyone was shocked by the sudden movement and turned to look behind them. They saw Hua Mingyu's father, the old man of the Hua family, the eldest uncle of the Hua family, and even Hua Haoxing, all walking over from a distance with shocked faces. They helped entertain guests today and helped count the gifts sent by various forces. They also spent a whole day. Of course, they were also scared by the gifts from various forces. So as soon as they finished sorting, they rushed to find Su Maoyang and planned to report to her about today's situation. After all, the number was huge, and she had to look at it personally. However, when they saw the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace, they instantly forgot about their business and ran over with excitement to see the most precious treasure of the head of the Baiyu Hall. Uncle Hua was particularly excited. He couldn't let go of the furnace and kept sighing. Really? It's real. The real 10,000 poisons white bone furnace. Hua Mingyu's father was also shocked. He looked at the furnace for a while, raised his head and looked at Su Maoyang, and asked in disbelief, Miss Su, did you really get the most precious furnace of Baiyu Hall? Before, Su Imo specifically consulted him about the situation of Baiyu Hall. When he mentioned the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace, she was very interested. But she didn't expect that she didn't just think about it, but took practical actions, and even succeeded in getting it. It was really unbelievable. Hearing Hua Jingang's question, Mr. Hua, Uncle Hua, and Hua Haoqing all stared at Su Imo in shock, expecting her answer. Su Maoyang faced Hua Jingang's eyes that were eager for an answer, and did not hide it, and directly admitted, Well, I got it! Oh my god! This is the most precious thing of the head of Baiyu Hall. And he actually gave it to you? Before Hua Jingang could speak, Uncle Hua explained first. Dongfang Liu and Xiahou Zian and his group did not know the value of the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace. Now seeing the expressions and reactions of several elders of the Hua family, and hearing that it was the most precious thing of the head of Baiyu Hall, everyone guessed something. It seems that this furnace is quite extraordinary. Miss Su, have you agreed to join Baiyu Hall? When Mr. Hua heard that Baiyu Hall gave such a precious thing to Su Mo, he subconsciously guessed that she should have agreed to Baiyu Hall's invitation. Su Maoyang shook his head and said seriously, "No, I haven't joined any faction." What? The elders of the Hua family were all stunned when they heard this, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Bai Yutang sent so many gifts today, and even called out the high price of 9 million spiritual stones to see Su Mo. What's more, the hall master even gave Su Mo the 10,000 poisoned bone furnace. No matter how you look at it, Bai Yutang has spent a lot of money this time." But Su Mo now said that she didn't join Bai Yutang, or even join other forces. So many forces came today, and everyone sent so many gifts. They thought Su Mo would choose one from them no matter what. Who would have thought that she didn't choose any of them? This is too incredible. Chapter 1351. Is this furnace for me? Did I hear wrong? You didn't choose any of them? Uncle Hua was shocked and asked loudly in disbelief. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly. Compared with his shock, she seemed extremely calm. Well, I rejected them all. She was not that stupid. No matter which force she joined, she would be an enemy of other forces. Therefore, it would be better to be a loner, to be relaxed and comfortable, and to maintain balance, so that all forces would try their best to curry favor with her instead of thinking about getting rid of her. But, since you didn't agree to join Bai Yutang, how did you convince the hall master to give you the 4-star holy product furnace? Mr. Hua found it incredible. He knew the importance of the 10,000 poisons bone furnace to Bai Yutang, and it was impossible to give it away so easily. Since Su Mo had rejected Bai Yutang, was Bai Songyuan stupid to spend so much money to please her? At this moment, several elders of the Hua family were confused, while Donfan Yoyu, Xiao Zian, and others were shocked. 4-star holy product. This furnace in front of them, which was shaped like a toad and engraved with various poisonous patterns, was actually a 4-star holy product. When they suddenly learned the truth, they all gasped in fear and almost stared at the furnace. They had guessed that this furnace was not simple, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. No wonder the elders of the Hua family had such a big reaction. No wonder they said that this furnace was the most precious treasure of Baiyu Hall. They now suddenly realized that a 4-star holy level furnace was indeed very precious. Realizing this, everyone was just like Mr. Hua, very curious about how Su Mo got the 10,000 poisons bone furnace. So at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Su Maoyang. You know, Bai Songyuan is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Su Mo's ability to get his treasured things is undeniable. Seeing that everyone was looking forward to her answer, Su Maoyang shook her head and explained, "I promised Bai Yutang 8 places, and all the places in the future will be for Bai Yutang." Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this. Xiao Zian frowned slightly and asked uncertainly, "Are the places you are talking about the places to enter the immortal pond?" Su Maoyang nodded gently. "That's right. Those forces that are trying to win me over are just for the places to enter the immortal pond." Donfan Liu spit out when she heard this, pointing at Su Maoyang and shouting in disbelief, "Oh my god! They are crazy. The immortal pond has been taken by you." However, before she finished her words, Donfan Yaoyu next to her immediately stepped on Donfan Liu's foot, causing her to scream in pain and interrupting the rest of her words. Suddenly hearing Donfan Liu scream, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua stared at her in surprise, with a confused expression, not knowing what she was doing. Donfan Liu raised her head in pain and glared at Donfan Yaoyu angrily. She wanted to curse him, but she suddenly woke up after receiving his warning look. She almost forgot about Su Mo's feet in the fairy pond. That guy sucked up all the spiritual power of the fairy pond and directly destroyed it. The immortal pond is of great significance to the Nether City. If the people of the Nether City knew that Su Mo destroyed the immortal pond, Su Mo would be in danger of being killed and hunted down by the people of the whole city. At that time, everyone would not be vying to please her like today, but would be vying to take her head. Therefore, the destruction of the immortal pond must not be known to outsiders, even the elders of the Hua family. Thinking of this, Donfan Liu shuddered in horror, covered her mouth in fear, and regretted that she almost let the cat out of the bag. Donfan Yaoyu saw that the old man and the eldest uncle of the Hua family were staring at Donfan Liu with strange eyes. and hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Sorry, I didn't notice your foot and stepped on you accidentally." Dong Fang Liu could only wave her hands with a dry laugh. It's okay. It's not a big deal. The old man Hua, the eldest uncle of the Hua family, and Hua Haoqing were confused by the interaction between the two siblings. But Su Maoyang, the Xiaohe siblings, and Hua Mingyu and his son knew it well, and looked at each other meaningfully. Now that the city lord has not directly announced the cancellation of the reward for entering the fairy pool, he should also be considering how to properly handle it, and what kind of reasonable reason to give so that the public can accept it. Besides, didn't Suemo rely on the quota of the fairy pool to receive so many benefits from these forces? If these forces knew the truth, they would tear Su Maoyang into pieces. Therefore, before the city lord gave a reasonable plan, for the sake of everyone's safety, they could not disclose the matter of the immortal pond. However, when they learned that Suemo relied on a non-existent quota to deceive so many forces, squeeze so much profit, and even blew up the most precious things of Baiyu Hall, they still couldn't help laughing. Dong Fang Liu thought of the happy expression on the face of the head of Baiyu Hall when he left, but ended up getting a non-existent quota. She couldn't control herself anymore, holding her stomach and forcing a smile. Her expression became a little distorted. Miss Dong Fang, are you feeling uncomfortable? Uncle Hua asked when he saw her in pain. Dong Fang Liu waved her hands quickly. No, I was just stepped on, and my foot still hurts a little. Your foot hurts. Why are you holding your stomach? Hua Jinfeng was puzzled. The pain is coming to my stomach. It will be fine in a while. It will be fine in a while, Dong Fang Liu explained with a smile. Hearing such a weird statement, Mr. Hua and Uncle Hua looked at each other in surprise. Hua Mingyu smiled and shook his head, with admiration flashing in his eyes, and praised Su Maoyang. You are really amazing. Hua Mingyu's father was also at a loss for words, and smiled helplessly. He had never seen such a black-bellied girl, who was simply killing people without paying for his life. I really don't know if the head of Baiyutang will be so angry that he will die after knowing the truth. In the past, Baiyutang always bullied and played with others. This was the first time they saw Baiyutang being played with by others. Not to mention that the other party was a yellow-haired girl. Just thinking about this, Hua Jingang felt incredible. However, just when everyone admired her, Su Maoyang pointed to the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace beside her and ordered Xiao Zian. This is a furnace specially suitable for poisoners to make poisons. Take it. Hearing Su Maoyang asking him to take the furnace, Xiao Zian was obviously stunned for a moment, staring at her with a confused face, and was a little unable to react. Is this 10,000 poisons white bone furnace for me? Chapter 1352. They are too discouraging. Xiao Zian pointed at himself, somewhat unbelieving. This is a 4-star holy furnace. He dared not even think of a 1-star one, let alone a 4-star one. Now Suemo was actually going to give him such a precious treasure. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Not only Xiao Zian, but also several elders of the Hua family were frightened. It was as if a thunder had exploded above their heads. Their expressions were stiff, and their bodies were numb. They never expected that Su Maoyang would give such a precious and rare thing to others. This generosity is too much. Although Suemo did not spend much effort, and only exchanged a few quotas for it, she did not take the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace seriously. After all, there is no need to give such a rare and good thing to others. She is not heartbroken, but they are heartbroken for her. At this time, seeing that the 10,000 poisons white bone furnace was about to fall into Xiao Zian's hands, Mr. Hua, Uncle Hua, and Hua Haoqing licked their lips in envy, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I really don't know how many lifetimes these people have cultivated to become Sumo's friends. Su Maoyang didn't notice the reaction of the Hua family. Seeing Xiao Zian standing there in a daze, she nodded and reminded him. Well, it's for you. The 10,000 poisons bone furnace is very suitable for poisoners. It should be of great help to your poison making. Take it quickly. Hearing this, Xiao Zian's eyes widened and he waved his hands in surprise. No. 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 How can I accept such a valuable thing from you? Besides, a poisoner of my level doesn't need such a good furnace. Suemo has helped them a lot, and he was too grateful to ask for such a precious treasure. As a poison master, you should know that the furnace suitable for making poison is generally not suitable for alchemy. It is useless for me to use it. If you feel sorry, just make poison well, and become an excellent poison master. Don't let me down. Su Maoyang comforted him earnestly. Xiao Zian felt warm and moved when he heard this sincere persuasion. He didn't expect that Su Mo would always think of him even at this time, and help him get a furnace suitable for him. This kindness and this favor. He is afraid that he will never be able to repay it in this life. It seems that he can only repay her kindness by practicing hard, becoming a powerful poison master, and becoming her right-hand man. Thinking of this, Xiao Zian stopped being shy, bit his finger, and dripped blood on the poisonous bone furnace. At this time, a dazzling golden light flashed, and Xiao Zian quickly completed the contract, and then put the furnace into the space. The Hua family, who didn't know the situation, suddenly learned of Xiao Zian's identity, and all of them were shocked and their faces changed drastically. Their hair stood up, and then they stepped back in fear, staring at Xiao Zian with vigilance. Poison Master? The Xiao Zian in front of him turned out to be a poison master. Poison masters can use poison on you without you noticing, killing people invisibly, often catching people off guard, and are extremely terrifying. So, once you provoke a poison master, you may not even know how you died. However, they didn't expect that there was a poison master living in their house. Thinking of this, all the elders of the Hua family shuddered with horror. At this time, Su Maoyang did not notice their frightened expressions, but turned to look at Dongfang Yaoyu and asked with concern, "How is your perception of the formation?" "Well, after the cleansing of the fairy pool, my spiritual power has been upgraded, and my perception of the formation has also deepened. Just last night, I have successfully realized the 2-star primary trap formation." Dongfang Yaoyu's expression jumped into a smile when he talked about the formation, because he had been stuck at the 1-star formation for a long time, and had not yet realized the 2-star formation. Now he was very surprised to be able to advance so smoothly. Hearing that he had made such great progress, Su Maoyang was also happy for him, and nodded slightly with satisfaction. The elders of the Hua family on the side were already frightened by Xiao Zian's identity as a poison master. Now that they learned that Dongfang Yaoyu was a formation master and had realized the 2-star formation, they were so scared that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The man in front of him was only in his early 20s, but he was already able to perform a 2-star formation. Could he be more offensive? One was a Dan Emperor with amazing talent. One was a poison master who killed people without being seen. And one was a young 2-star formation master. Could they be more abnormal? At this moment, they suddenly realized that anyone who could be friends with Su Mo could not be a pushover. "Miss Su, where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Old Master Hua couldn't help his curiosity and asked. Such a powerful genius should not be unknown. I don't know what kind of shit luck Hua Mingyu had to lure such a powerful person home. If he had known that this group of people had such abnormal talents, he would have worshipped them like Buddhas. How could it be so awkward? Su Maoyang glanced at Mr. Hua and reminded him coldly. "Mr. Hua, it's getting late. You've been tired all day. You should go back and rest." Su Maoyang did not answer Mr. Hua's question directly. Instead, he drove him away rudely, obviously unhappy with his gossip. Mr. Hua heard her tone and knew that she didn't like him. He smiled awkwardly. Yes, Miss Su has been tired all day. We won't disturb her rest. Let's go first." With that, Mr. Hua asked Hua Jinfeng and Hua Haoqing to leave. Hua Jingang was more tactful. He saw that Su Mo had something to say to her friends, so he followed Mr. Hua and his group out of the yard. Seeing that all the members of the Hua family except Hua Mingyu had left, Su Maoyang continued to ask Dongfang Yaoyu, "Do you have any feeling about the formation here?" Dongfang Yaoyu frowned and shook his head solemnly. I still don't have any feeling. This formation is too high level, and it is not something I can perceive with my current ability. However, if I can go back to the place where we just entered the Nether City, I think I might find some feeling." "The place where we just came in?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then nodded in support. "Okay, since we started from Nanan Forest, let's find a breakthrough from Nanan Forest." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Then when are we going to Nanan Forest?" "Everyone take a good rest tomorrow, and share the gifts sent by various forces. We will set off for Nanan Forest the day after tomorrow," Su Maoyang said after pondering. They have been missing for too long. She doesn't know what happened to the Dongfang family, nor does she know if her master has been harassed or punished by the elders of the Beast Hall. She doesn't even know what the battle situation is like with Junhao's song. There are too many things to worry about outside. And she can't delay any longer. Chapter 1353. This is the original place. After Su Maoyang finished his order, everyone went back to sleep. At this time, Bai Chengyan, who had returned to Baiyutang, was furious. After saying goodbye to the hall master, he summoned the secret guards that night and ordered with a gloomy face. Do you remember what I told you before? Now you can find an opportunity to do it. Remember, you must not reveal your identity in this mission. You can only succeed and not fail. Do you understand? As a distinguished Dan Wang alchemist, he kowtowed and apologized to a dead girl in the Hua family today. This was definitely a great shame in his life. He had never been so aggrieved. What was even more chilling was that his father, whom he had always respected, not only did not protect him, but threatened him by severing the father-son relationship and driving him out of Baiyutang. And he knew that his father was not just talking. Once he really went against his will, his father would definitely do what he said, and would not care about the slightest family affection. This is his father. The extremely ridiculous and vulnerable father-son relationship. Of course, he hated the culprit who broke their father-son relationship. That bitch named Su Mo. When he thought of her, Bai Chengyan was furious. And he wished he could cut her into pieces right now to relieve his hatred. The secret guard heard his order and naturally understood what he was referring to. But Su Mo's current status and position were different. Not only was the city lord backing him up, but I believe that even the hall master would not allow anyone to touch Su Mo, because the hall master had just spent so many spiritual stones to please Su Mo today, and even took out his most precious 10,000 poisons bone furnace, and finally eased the relationship with Su Mo and won a place for Baiyutang to enter the immortal pond. If Su Mo had any problems, could not make pills, and could not participate in the competition, wouldn't everything he did be in vain? If he ends up losing everything, the hall master will probably go crazy. Thinking of this possibility, the secret guard felt that what Bai Chengyan ordered was really inappropriate, and then reminded him disapprovingly, Master, if you kill Su Mo, it will be difficult to explain to the hall master. That's why I asked you to do it secretly, and don't reveal your identity. Bai Chengyan stared at him coldly and warned him sinisterly. But the hall master is smart. If he knows the truth, it will definitely destroy the father-son relationship between the master and the hall master. This move is too risky and not worth it. The secret guard had many concerns and did not dare to agree casually. When Bai Chengyan heard the words father-son relationship, he seemed to have heard a big joke. He couldn't help laughing out loud and asked in disbelief, Father-son relationship? He doesn't care about the father-son relationship. So why should I care about the father-son relationship? In order to please that Su Mo, he can sacrifice me at will. Such a father-son relationship is too ridiculous. But the hall master spent so much money to arrange everything. If the master kills Su Mo, it will undoubtedly hinder the hall master and deliberately go against the hall master. The hall master will definitely not let the master go. Just thinking of the hall master's anger, the secret guard felt terrified and hairy. Hearing this, Bai Chengyan gave a sarcastic sneer. His low voice was cold and chilling. Humph! That old guy can force me to apologize to Su Mo today. But next time he might want my life for Su Mo. Therefore, only when Su Mo dies, I will be safe and my position in Baiyu Hall will be irreplaceable. Do you understand? The reason why the hall master would rather sacrifice him to please Su Mo is because the other party's alchemy strength and talent are higher than his own. If one day, Su Mo figured it out and decided to join Baiyutang, then Baiyutang would completely lose his place. Therefore, only if Su Mo died, would she not pose any threat to him. Therefore, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, he must get rid of her to prevent future troubles. Hearing this, the dark guard did not object anymore, and knew that Bai Chengyan had made up his mind. And no matter how he persuaded, he could not change anything. So he decisively clasped his fists and accepted the order. I will arrange it now. After the words fell, the dark guard turned around quickly and disappeared into the night. The next morning, after Su Maoyang was ready, he took Dongfang Youyu and a group of people back to Nanan Forest. Hua Mingyu was more familiar with the terrain here. He said that he wanted to help everyone, so he took the initiative to volunteer and followed along. However, Nanan Forest was too big, and it was still difficult to return to the original position. And Hua Mingyu didn't know where they came from, so he could only lead the way according to their description. But the deeper they went, the more they felt something was wrong. It seemed like they had walked this road many times before. And even the surrounding scenery was exactly the same, without any changes. Realizing this, Donphan Liu frowned and shouted in confusion. What's going on? We have been walking for a whole morning. Why do we feel like we are going in circles? Xiao Wanxian looked around and nodded in agreement. Well, I feel it too. We seem to be walking on the old road all the time. Not seeming. We are indeed walking on the old road. At this time, Su Maoyang walked to the big tree in front and stopped, pointing to the trunk, and explained, when I just passed here, I marked this tree. And now it is still this tree. Which means we are back again. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked and looked at each other in surprise. If this is true, then wouldn't they have been standing still? So, we are lost? Xiao Wanxian asked in confusion, with a slightly surprised look on her face. Donphan Yaoyu frowned and shook his head solemnly. We are not lost, but trapped in the formation. There is also a formation here? Xiao Zian was a little surprised. Donphan Liu shouted in dissatisfaction and questioned Hua Mingyu. Why is there a formation everywhere in this Nanan forest? Hua Mingyu, didn't you say that you are very familiar with Nanan forest? Why do you keep leading us in circles? Hua Mingyu scratched his head, also at a loss. I just led the way according to your description. It should be correct. I don't know how it turned out like this. Su Maoyang frowned, looked around seriously, and suddenly had a guess. Yes, you led the right way. This should be where we came in. What? Here? No. I remember it wasn't like this. There were a lot of star grass here. Didn't Xiao Zian and I almost fight with Bai Yutong because of the star grass? Later, the young master of Shuanglongmen came out to help us resolve the feud. But even if the star grass was picked up by the people of Shuanglongmen, there wouldn't be no trace left, let alone a large field of flowers. Before, there was a large field of grass. But now it has become a large field of flowers. The difference is too big. It's really hard for Donphan Liu to believe that this is the place they just entered. Chapter 1354 Donphan Yoyu is in danger. Su Maoyang shook his head and narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He analyzed seriously. When we were in the Maple Forest Empire, the Nether City was a formation for us. We fled to the southernmost part of the Nanan Forest at that time. So we accidentally broke into this formation and entered this place. But on the contrary, we are in the Nether City. And the Maple Forest Empire is also a formation from a certain perspective. We only thought about breaking the formation before, but never thought that returning to the Maple Forest Empire might also be entering the formation. The only difference is the direction and angle of standing. Hearing this analysis, the others were confused and seemed to understand. But Donphan Yoyu understood it instantly, staring at Su Imo with shining eyes, and said excitedly, Yes, why didn't I think of this possibility? Breaking the formation is entering the formation. And entering the formation is breaking the formation. If this is true, then the formation we are entering now is very likely to be the exit to the Maple Forest Empire. Donphan Yaoyu was extremely excited and obviously had an idea. Although everyone didn't understand Su Maoyang's analysis, they at least understood this sentence. This is probably the exit. If this is the exit, can we return to the Maple Forest Empire as long as we break this formation? Donphan Liu asked with excitement and expectation. Su Maoyang agreed with Donphan Yaoyu's idea and nodded slightly. Well, it should be. But it depends on whether your brother can successfully break the formation. It may not be easy to break the formation. I only sense that this is a trap formation. But the strange thing is that this formation is different from the general formation. And I can't tell where it is different. Donphan Yaoyu frowned, shook his head solemnly, and looked around with doubtful eyes. Xiao Zian, who was standing by, patted Donphan Yaoyu on the shoulder and comforted him. Since it is a formation, there must be a way to break it. You will slowly comprehend it. And there will always be ideas. We believe in you. Although Donphan Yaoyu was grateful in his heart, he sighed helplessly on his face. My strength is too weak. The level of this formation is too high. And it is too weird. If I want to comprehend it, I am afraid it will take a long time. Su Maoyang knew that it was not easy to break the formation, and he did not expect Donphan Yaoyu to solve it all at once. So he was mentally prepared and nodded in understanding. You comprehend it slowly. Don't worry. No matter how long it takes, we will wait for you. Others also comforted him. Well, You concentrate on comprehending. Don't think about anything else. We will wait for you. Hearing this, Donphan Yoyu did not delay. Sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to sense the entire formation. As a formation master, he had a great responsibility to break the formation and take everyone back. So he could not be lax. Seeing that he quickly entered the state, Su Maoyang did not disturb him anymore, but told everyone, since we have been standing still and cannot go out, let's stay here and wait for him for a while, and digest the spiritual power absorbed in the fairy pond. Hearing this, the Xiaohou siblings and Hua Mingyu had no objections, and sat down to meditate and practice. Unknowingly, 5 days passed quickly. Donphan Yoyu, who had been closing his eyes to sense, gradually had a layer of sweat on his forehead. His sword-like eyebrows were frowned, and his face became more and more ugly, as if he had encountered difficulties. In the past few days, Su Maoyang was practicing while paying attention to Donphan Yoyu's situation. Seeing that Donphan Yoyu looked wrong, he couldn't help but change his face and called him worriedly. Yaoyu, are you okay? However, Donphan Yoyu seemed to block the outside noise at this time, without any reaction, but his expression became more and more painful. Su Maoyang noticed that something was wrong, and immediately stood up, walked to Donphan Yoyu, and called him loudly. Yaoyu? Yaoyu? Wake up! Su Maoyang's call did not wake up Donphan Yoyu, but it alarmed everyone who was sitting next to him and practicing. Everyone opened their eyes, and saw Su Maoyang's nervous look. Their hearts trembled, and they all stood up and surrounded him. Suimo, what's wrong with Yaoyu? He seems to be trapped in the formation and can't get out. Su Maoyang saw his appearance and had already guessed it, and answered with a frown. What? Can't get out? What does this mean? Donphan Liyue was shocked and shouted anxiously. Su Maoyang calmed down and ordered decisively. No. His life will be in danger if this continues. We must wake him up. Su Maoyang immediately reached out and patted Donphan Yoyu's face, shouting, Donphan Yoyu, wake up. Don't sense the formation anymore. Empty your mind. Don't think about it. Don't be led by it. Otherwise you will be swallowed by it. Brother, wake up quickly. Don't scare me. Donphan Liyue was so anxious that his face turned red when he heard that his life was in danger. He shook his body hard and shouted loudly. Xiaohou Zian and Xiaohou Wanxian were also pale, with tangled expressions, and worried and at a loss. Xiaohou Wanxian saw that Donphan Liyue shook him hard, but he didn't respond, and her heart was in her throat. She couldn't help but pull Su Maoyang and asked nervously, Suimo, he hasn't woken up yet. What should we do? It seems that there is no other way. We can only knock him out and interrupt his consciousness. But I didn't expect this formation to be so powerful that it can devour people's consciousness. Su Maoyang explained in surprise. After hearing this, Hua Mingyu took the initiative to step forward and rolled up his sleeves. Let me fight. Seeing this, Donphan Liyue warned worriedly. Don't hit him too hard or he will get hurt. Don't worry. I know my limits. As he said that, Hua Mingyu didn't even wait for Donphan Liyue to react, and punched Donphan Yoyu's handsome cheek. The next second, everyone saw a stream of blood gushing out of Donphan Yoyu's nose, and he fell directly behind him. You almost broke his nose. You call that being measured? My brother has no grudge against you. You hit him too hard. Donphan Liyue felt that the punch was quite powerful just by looking at it with her naked eyes. Hua Mingyu scratched his head embarrassedly. If I hit him too lightly, he wouldn't be knocked out. Okay. Don't blame Hua Mingyu. Your brother was in critical condition just now, and his life was in danger at any time. Now that his consciousness has been interrupted, at least his life has been saved, Su Maoyang advised. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, Donphan Liyue completely shut up and glared at Hua Mingyu unhappily. At this time, Xiaohou Wanxian had been concerned about Donphan Yoyu's situation. Seeing him gradually open his eyes, she immediately shouted excitedly, Look! He's awake! He's awake! As she said that, she pulled him with surprise and wanted to help him up. At this time, Donphan Yoyu seemed a little excited. He pushed away Xiaohou Wanxian's hand and grabbed Su Maoyang, saying excitedly, Suimo, I understand, but my strength is limited. Otherwise, I can take you out. Chapter 1355. He realized it. Xiaohou Wanxian's hand was still frozen in midair, But she saw that Don Fan Yoyu, whom she wanted to support, was holding Suimo tightly at this time. Seeing him looking at Suimo with his eyes shining and his face full of excitement, her heart ached slightly, and then quietly put down her arm and smiled again. He realized the formation, and she was also happy for him. Su Maoyang didn't expect Don Fan Yaoyu to have such a harvest. His pupils were slightly dilated, and he said with some surprise, "You look painful just now. No matter how we called you, you couldn't wake up. We thought you were in trouble." "Well, I did encounter some difficulties. That's because I went deep into this formation and found that there were countless doors here. I opened many doors, but I didn't expect that every door would lead to Nanan Forest. Although it is the same forest, there is a different environment behind each door. I saw the environment we just arrived here and the environment we are in now. So I guess this should be a formation within a formation." Don Fan Yoyu was so excited that he poured out all his insights. Array within array? Hearing this statement suddenly, Su Maoyang was also startled, and his pupils suddenly lit up. "You mean, there is not only one array here, but many?" Don Fan Yaoyu's clear pupils surged with strange spirits, and he nodded heavily. "Yes, there are many trap arrays here. They overlap, which causes the environment here to change every day. And it is different every day, because it is not the same array at all. Therefore, if you want to break the array, you must conquer them one by one." "What? Many arrays overlapped? My God, breaking one array is as difficult as ascending to heaven. And you have to break many arrays. How long will it take to break them?" Don Fan Liu heard this, and her head was big, and she roared in disbelief. Xiaoho Zian, Xiaoho Wanxian, Hua Mingyu and others all looked at each other in shock, obviously not expecting this formation to be so complicated. "Well, it is indeed very difficult to break this formation. It is not something I can accomplish with my current strength. What is even more strange is that this formation is infused with the consciousness of the caster. The caster must be very powerful. So as soon as I invaded his formation, he began to devour my consciousness and wanted to bite me back." Don Fan Yaoyu thought of the terrible suffocation he felt in the formation, and took a deep breath with lingering fear. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded in sudden realization. No wonder. If there are several trap formations overlapping each other, it is really difficult to get out. Not only is it difficult to break, but it is also not easy to find that it is not just one formation, but overlapping trap formations. If Don Fan Yaoyu was not a formation master and had a special perception of formations, who would have thought that there were several trap formations overlapping in this place? Well, yes, I can sense that there are at least 5 traps here. I remember the scenes behind each door very clearly. I believe that if I study it carefully, I should have new ideas. It's a pity that my strength is too weak, and I can't comprehend it for too long. Alas, Don Fan Yaoyu sighed regretfully, seeing him dejected and full of self-blame. Xiaoho Wanxian couldn't help but comfort him. "You are already very remarkable. At least you let us know that this is the exit, and what kind of formation we are trapped in. Although this formation is a bit complicated and cannot be solved by your current strength, at least we have a direction. It won't make us like headless flies, not knowing where to work hard." Su Maoyang nodded in agreement. Wanxian is right. We have a direction now, which is good enough. However, it would be even better if we had a powerful formation master to help us. Don Fan Yaoyu has a high talent in formation, so he has many unique insights into formation. But his spiritual power is not good and his formation level is not high. If there is a formation master with strong spiritual power and formation level at this time, combined with Don Fan Yaoyu's understanding of formation, it should be much easier to break the formation. Hua Mingyu heard Su Maoyang sigh and suddenly reminded him. Isn't our city lord a powerful formation master? In recent years, after his spiritual power reached a certain level, he has been concentrating on studying alchemy and formation. His attainments in formation are obviously higher than alchemy, and now he is already a 4-star formation master. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered that when he went to the fairy pond last time, a formation was also set up in the woods. It seems that the trap formation should have been made by the city lord. Realizing this, Su Maoyang was delighted and his expression eased a little. It seems that we have to ask the city lord for help. But will the city lord help with this? He is still looking forward to you making an antidote for him. If he knows that you want to leave here, I am worried that he will not only be unwilling to help, but may even imprison you. Don Fan Yaoyu was worried about Su Maoyang's safety and asked back. Yes. Didn't Hua Mingyu say before that someone from outside came to the Nether City, and was later killed by the City Lord? If we ask the City Lord for help, our identities will definitely be exposed. Isn't this a dead end? Don Fan Liua didn't quite agree. Su Maoyang shook his head slightly. And he was somewhat confident about the City Lord. That's not necessarily true. The City Lord himself has been trapped in this place for so many years. And he probably wants to get out more than any of us. The reason why the City Lord is worried about us going out is nothing more than that we are afraid that we will run away. But as long as he can be assured, I think it is still possible. So, no matter what, it is better to have a powerful formation master than not. At least it is a hope, relying on Donphan Yaoyu's strength. It is unknown when they want to unlock the formation. But once they convince the City Lord to help break the formation, they still have a glimmer of hope. Well, I believe Su Mo. I will definitely be able to convince the City Lord. Xiahou Wanxian has always believed in Su Maoyang's methods. No matter what difficulties, they will be solved in front of her. Since she said so, there must be a chance. Xiahou Zian also nodded. Go and try it. Wanxian said before that she couldn't contract a spirit beast. Later, after trying, she found out that she had a talent in contracting spirit beasts. So, no matter what it is, you won't know until you try it. Then let's not delay here. Let's go back to the Hua family first. Yao Yu will draw the picture he saw in the formation. Then we can discuss it with the City Lord. Maybe we can find a breakthrough. Su Maoyang pondered and ordered. And then turned around and returned in the same direction. However, they didn't walk for a while before they felt a murderous aura coming towards them. Su Maoyang frowned suddenly. Stopped. Looked around with a murderous look. And finally said 2 words. Be careful. When everyone heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. And some bad premonitions came up. They all looked cautiously around. Chapter 1356. This is definitely not a coincidence. At this moment, more than a dozen black shadows suddenly flew over the surrounding trees. Each of them wore a black mask, and their faces could not be seen clearly. After just a brief encounter, they burst out with spiritual power and swooped down swiftly, with fierce momentum and deadly moves. Su Maoyang saw the fluctuations of their spiritual power. His face changed slightly, and he shouted decisively, Back off. They are all a group of peak-level postnatal monarch spiritual masters. Be careful. When they were in the Maple Forest Empire, although they were also chased by a group of postnatal monarch spiritual masters, they were all strong men in the initial stage. Now they are all masters in the peak stage. And there is no comparison at all. I have to say that even the assassins sent out by the Nether City are so awesome. The strong men who cultivate spiritual power here are really far ahead of the Maple Forest Empire. Fortunately, after the cleansing of the fairy pool and the cultivation during this period of time, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. So they are not as flustered as before. So, after hearing Su Maoyang's order, everyone rushed back several meters like a rainbow of light, and instantly avoided the attack of the group of black ghost masks. At the same time, Xiahou Zian sprinkled the poison powder that he had prepared long ago, trying to slow down their actions. But the black-clothed man didn't care about the poison powder in the air at all, and still rushed towards them as he pleased, obviously not taking his poison powder seriously. At this time, the leading man among the black-clothed men lowered his voice and sneered. We knew you would use poison. We were prepared. Just give up and die. As the roar fell, the leading man suddenly raised his arm and slapped his palm, instantly bursting out with terrible power, and was about to hit Xiahou Zian. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanxian was frightened and her face turned pale. She immediately waved her hand and called out loudly. Shadow White Tiger. Blood Eye Blue Sky Python. Lone Star Iron Wolf. Come out! At this time, 3 more ferocious spirit beasts appeared beside Xiahou Wanxian. The Shadow White Tiger was promoted to the 8th level Holy Spirit Beast some time ago. But it didn't improve so quickly this time. While the Blood Eye Blue Sky Python had already been promoted from the 8th level Holy Spirit Beast to the 9th level Holy Spirit Beast. As for the 1st level Monarch Beast, the Lone Star Iron Wolf was promoted to the level of the 2nd level Monarch Beast. Its comprehensive combat power is not a problem to deal with the postnatal Monarch Spirit Master in the initial stage. Unfortunately, the enemies in front of her are all at the peak level. So even if her 3 spirit beasts attack together, they are not their opponents. So the next second, Xiahou Wanxian saw the 3 spirit beasts that pounced on her were blown away by a terrifying force and fell to the ground. However, it was because they helped to block that Xiahou Zian was not injured. But seeing the three spirit beasts seriously injured at this time, Xiahou Wanxian still felt distressed. Su Maoyang knew that the Xiahou brothers and sisters were the weakest, and it was very difficult for them to face the peak level of the post-heavenly monarch spirit master. Now that she saw that they were almost injured, she raised her hand without any hesitation and prepared to summon the heavenly demon Martin and the black thunder explosion ape. However, before she could shout out her voice, she heard a crisp voice like thunder not far away. "Kill them! Leave one alive." At this time, Su Maoyang only saw a dozen men in Shuangwanmen costumes suddenly rushing in front of them. They burst out with spiritual power, performed moves, surrounded the black-clothed man with a ghost mask, and carried out a large-scale massacre without mercy. And behind the group of men, a tall and elegant figure slowly walked out. His handsome face, as glittering as jade, glowed charmingly under the sunlight. He pursed his red lips slightly, tilting his eyes in an alluring arc. But his deep black pupils were flashing with a cold and angry light at this moment. Seeing such a familiar face, Su Maoyang recognized the other party's identity at a glance. But he didn't expect that the young master of Shuangwanmen, Master Zhai, would appear here again to help them out. It was really shocking. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Could it be that Zhai Yinran was following them? Otherwise, why would he always arrive in time when they were in trouble? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's attention had been completely attracted by him, and he no longer cared about the black-clothed man who assassinated them. His surprised eyes were fixed on Zhai Yinran, and countless guesses flashed through his mind. Not only Su Maoyang, but also Xiahou and Dongfang stopped fighting. They were stunned by the sudden scene and stared at the situation in front of them in astonishment. Suddenly, they couldn't figure out the situation. The situation turned too fast. Just now, they were at a disadvantage and were suppressed by this group of peak-level postnatal monarch spiritual masters. They didn't expect that before they could use all their strength to resist. The opponent's forces were forcibly suppressed, and the one who came out to suppress them was the young master of Shuangwanmen. This familiar scene made everyone dumbfounded. Of course, in addition to Su Maoyang and his group being shocked, the black-clothed men with ghost masks were also frightened, although their expressions could not be seen at this time. From their suddenly flustered behavior, it was known that they were also frightened by the sudden appearance of reinforcements. They had made all the preparations, and were confident that they could kill Su Imo and his gang. But they never expected that a Cheng Yao Jin would show up halfway. And it was the young master of Shuangwanmen. Last time, all the forces came to win over Su Imo. But only Shuangwanmen did not go. They thought Shuangwanmen would not bother to please a yellow-haired girl. But they did not expect that the other party would show up to help at such a critical moment. It seems that Su Imo and the young master of Shuangwanmen have a special relationship. Thinking this way, the leading black-clothed man knew that he would not get any benefit from the young master of Shuangwanmen today. In order to save his life and reduce losses, he had to endure temporarily and look for another opportunity. He then waved his hand decisively and ordered loudly, "Retreat quickly." Seeing that the black-clothed man wanted to escape, Zhai Yinran's face sank, frowned, and shouted coldly, "Don't let them run away." After the order, the dark guards of Shuangwanmen chased him fiercely and surrounded the black-clothed man who wanted to escape. They raised their hands and knives, and only heard screams breaking through the sky and echoing in the entire forest, which seemed gloomy and terrifying. When Su Maoyang and others came to their senses, they found that a large number of masked black-clothed men had died, and only the leading man was still making the last struggle. However, the young master ordered to leave one person alive, so the dark guards did not dare to kill him. They just beat him seriously and stopped, then grabbed the black-clothed man and threw him directly in front of Zhai Yinran. Zhai Yinran took a look at the man in black lying on the ground like a useless dog, and asked coldly, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Chapter 1357. The Hua family was wiped out. Without waiting for the black-clothed man to speak, Su Maoyang opened her red lips slightly, knowing what was going on. No need to ask. It was sent by Bai Chengyan, only the head of Baiyu Hall. Bai Chengyan and the people of the Hua family know that I have a poison master friend. The leading man just now said that he knew they would use poison, which clearly showed that he knew there was a poison master among them. Except for Baiyu Hall and the elders of the Hua family, no one else knew about this. The head of Baiyu Hall spent a lot of money to win her over, and he would definitely not assassinate her. The Hua family now has no courage to touch her casually, except by Changyan, who kowtowed to her last time to apologize, and probably has been holding a grudge and wants to eliminate her. Therefore, among these people, only Bai Changyan is the most suspicious. Zhai Yinren heard this and directly ordered the secret guard next to him take off his mask. The secret guard received the order and swung his sword fiercely, directly cutting the ghost mask on the black-clothed man's face in half. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, the secret guard immediately clasped his fists and reported, replying to the young master, "It is indeed Bai Changyan's subordinate." Zhai Yinren was not surprised when he heard it. After glancing coldly at the black-clothed man on the ground, he looked up at Su Maoyang and asked, "Miss Su, how do you plan to deal with this person?" "Leave it to the city lord," Su Maoyang answered without hesitation. Leaving it to the city lord should be the simplest and most direct way. I believe that the city lord will definitely give her a satisfactory answer. Zhai Yinren understood her meaning, nodded slightly, and ordered the secret guards directly take him to the city lord's mansion and hand him over to the city lord for processing. Several secret guards clasped their fists and accepted the order. They immediately lifted up the limp man in black and quickly returned the way they came. Then, Zhai Yinren looked up, sized up Su Maoyang, softened his tone, and asked with concern, "Miss Su, are you okay? With Master Zhai protecting me anytime and anywhere, what can happen to me?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. His face became colder, and he said something lightly, which froze Zhai Yinren in place. Su Maoyang didn't wait for him to reply, and went straight to the point, asking, "Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to help me?" I don't understand what Miss Su said. Isn't Miss Su very clear about who I am? I helped the girl just because I couldn't stand Bai Yutong doing some shameful things in Nether City. It happened to be fate that I could help the girl. Zhai Yinren suddenly laughed, and his hearty voice was justified, without any guilt. Unfortunately, Su Maoyang would not believe a word, whether it is fate or some other intention. You and I both know it. Why does Master Zhai have to hide it like this? Ha. It seems that Miss Su has misunderstood. Zhai only has a simple admiration for Miss Su, and it is definitely not what you think. Does the lady only allow other forces to please you, but not give me the opportunity to get close to Shuanglongman? After all, Zhai has helped the lady. Isn't it too unkind for the lady to do this? Zhai Yinren complained, pretending to be sad. Hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but frown and narrow her eyes. She found that the more she looked at this man, the more she couldn't see through him. However, it was impossible for her to believe that he had no other thoughts, because the young master of Shuanglongman always gave people a weird feeling. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang said in a deep voice, "Young master, you can rest assured. I owe you so many favors, and the relationship between me and the young master is naturally incomparable to other forces." With Miss Su's words, Zhai is relieved. You were all frightened just now, and there is no guarantee that Bai Changyan will make another move later. In order to ensure everyone's safety, let Zhai escort you back. Zhai Yinren enthusiastically offered to help, although Su Maoyang didn't know what he was thinking. At least he was sure that he would not take his life. If he had his escort, Bai Changyan would definitely not dare to act easily. It would be much safer to have a group of free thugs around. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang accepted it frankly. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhai. Miss Su, you don't have to be polite. As he said, Zhai Yinren made an elegant gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly and led everyone to walk forward. With Zhai Yinren's escort, they did have a much safer journey and soon returned to the Nether City. However, as soon as they returned to the city, they heard groups of women on the street, talking and talking. Have you heard? The Hua family was wiped out last night. What a tragic death. Really? Didn't the Hua family have a Dan emperor? How could they be wiped out just like that? Yes. A few days ago, those big forces in Nether City personally visited the Hua family. How come the Hua family was wiped out in the blink of an eye? This is too strange. I don't think it's strange at all. Those forces didn't visit the Hua family at all. They visited Su Imo. Su Imo was just staying at the Hua family temporarily, and she was not a member of the Hua family. This time, so many forces tried to win her over. She must have joined a force, causing dissatisfaction among other forces. So they thought of ways to get rid of her. And the Hua family also suffered. Yes. 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 I think it's possible. You don't know anything. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that Su Mo didn't join any forces, and only wanted to stay in the Hua family. I think it must be that the Hua family didn't want to let her go, which angered other forces. So she was wiped out. Another woman who knew more about the inside story retorted disapprovingly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden enlightenment. The Hua family finally met an alchemist at the peak of the Dan Emperor. But now they want to give her up and let her join other forces. I think no one can accept it. They are understandable for stopping Su Mo from leaving. However, Hua Mingyu, Su Maoyang and others were shocked when they heard this. The next second, Hua Mingyu ran towards the Hua family. Su Maoyang was also in a heavy mood when he learned that something happened to the Hua family. He said to Zhai Yinren next to him, Mr. Zhai, we have to go back to the Hua family first, and not go to the city lord's mansion for the time being. Well, I have sent Bai Qingyan's people to the city lord's mansion for you. If you need any help, you can call me at any time. I will go first. Zhai Yinren saw that they were all rushing back to the Hua family. So he knew what to do and nodded in understanding. Then he took his people away quickly. Seeing him leave, Su Maoyang, Dongfang Yaoyu and others rushed back to the Hua family to find out what happened. As soon as they walked into the gate of the Hua family, they saw corpses all over the ground, all lying in a pool of blood, with miserable deaths, and no one survived. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Wanxian and Dongfang Liu took a breath of cold air in horror and covered their mouths instantly. Dongfang Yaoyu and Xiahou Zian had their pupils wide open and looked shocked, obviously frightened by the scene before them. Chapter 1358 by Chengyan. I'm going to kill you. Oh my god. What's going on? Xiahou Zian growled in disbelief. Seeing this shocking and horrible scene, Su Maoyang's face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. She looked around with a cold look, and then she frowned, as if she thought of something, and immediately walked inside. Let's go to the backyard. Hua Mingyu ran back before them, and he must have learned about the situation of the Hua family. Now he was not seen in the front yard, so it was clear that he should have gone to his parents' yard. Sure enough, as Su Maoyang expected, they found Hua Mingyu in his mother's room. However, the scene in front of them made everyone stop abruptly. Hua Mingyu's mother was lying on the bed, with a knife in her chest, her clothes stained with blood, and she had already died. Hua Mingyu's father was lying in a pool of blood. His face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes were bulging with fear, as if he had died with his eyes open. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce fight and endured great pain. But what killed him was the long blood mark on his neck, which was clearly caused by a sharp weapon. Looking at the situation in front of him, it should be that Hua Jingang fought with a killer who suddenly broke in to protect his frail wife, but was outnumbered and brutally killed by the enemy. At this time, Hua Mingyu fell down beside his parents. His expression was wooden. His eyes were empty, but tears kept pouring out of his eyes like a flood, wetting his tender cheeks. If you look closely, you can find that his fists are clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands are already bulging. At this time, blood slowly overflows from the gaps between his fingers, dripping on the ground, and spreading bit by bit. Even if they stand at the door and do not approach Hua Mingyu, everyone has already felt the grief and anger emanating from him. Witnessing all this, everyone feels uncomfortable, as if a huge rock is pressing down on them, making them unable to breathe. Dead? All the people in the Hua family are dead. No one escaped the clutches of the enemy. After a long silence, Hua Mingyu slowly opened his mouth, choking and murmuring, his voice trembling with great grief. Su Maoyang and others had basically guessed the result as they walked along. Although the strength of the elders of the Hua family was good, if the people of the big family were determined to kill them, no matter how they resisted, they would not be able to escape this disaster. This is the fate of provoking a big family. By Chengyan, you and I cannot coexist. Hua Mingyu, who had been lowering his head and clenching his fists, seemed to have reached the limit of anger in his heart. In the end, he could not bear it anymore, and suddenly raised his head and roared like a volcanic eruption. The Hua family died so cleanly, except for Bai Chengyan. He could not think of anyone who had such a deep hatred with the Hua family, and would not be willing to wipe out the Hua family. Therefore, he didn't need to guess to know that it was Bai Chengyan who sent someone to do it, because Bai Chengyan felt that the Hua family ruined him. If he hadn't found Suemo and asked Suemo to participate in the alchemy competition on behalf of the Hua family, there wouldn't be so many things going on, and his position in Bai Yutang wouldn't be threatened. Of course, Bai Chengyan hated Suemo even more. Suemo made him suffer such a great humiliation in the Hua family. As long as he thought of these, he couldn't forgive Suemo and the Hua family. Ah! I will kill him with my own hands to avenge my parents. At this time, Hua Mingyu's roar shook the cold room and also shook the hearts of Su Maoyang and others. In fact, they are the culprits who caused the Hua family to suffer such a disaster. If they hadn't come to the Hua family and provoked Bai Chengyan, the Hua family, although small, would not have been wiped out. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang clenched his fists with guilt, and his heart was like a drumstick hitting a cloth-covered drum, giving rise to a bitter pain. At this time, they saw Hua Mingyu suddenly stand up, with a face full of anger, and strode towards the door. Where are you going? Seeing Hua Mingyu's emotional excitement, Su Maoyang was worried that he would do something stupid, so he grabbed him. Hua Mingyu bulged his bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. I want Bai Chengyan's life. Su Maoyang frowned and advised disapprovingly. Don't be impulsive. Where are you going to find him now? Go to Bai Yutang? Do you think Bai Yutang will let you in? Even if they let you in, can you beat Bai Chengyan with your strength? What should I do? Am I going to let the murderer who killed my parents go unpunished? Hua Mingyu shouted even more manically when he heard this. Dongfang Liyue knew that he was very angry and in pain, and comforted him with sympathy. Hua Mingyu, calm down. This won't solve the problem. At this time, Hua Mingyu was in a state of rage, and he couldn't listen to anything. Now he just wanted to kill Bai Chengyan to avenge his parents. Calm down? My parents were killed. How can you ask me to calm down? Dongfang Liyue was yelled at and shut up, while Su Maoyang said solemnly, Hua Mingyu, don't worry. I am also responsible for the death of your parents. I promise you that I will make the enemy pay a heavy price. However, we should not go to Baiyu Hall now, but to the city lord's mansion. Instead of rushing to Bai Yutang to look for someone, it would be better to ask the city lord to help catch someone. It would be simple, direct and much easier. Hearing this, Hua Mingyu gradually calmed down and no longer opposed Su Maoyang's decision. Seeing this, Su Maoyang said to the people next to him, Let's go. Let's go to the city lord's mansion now. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Due to the emergency, Su Maoyang and Hua Mingyu and others quickly arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Now everyone in the Nether City knows that Suemo is a big celebrity in front of the city lord, and the guards working in the city lord's mansion are naturally no exception. Seeing the figures of Su Maoyang and others at this time, they all saluted respectfully, and did not dare to neglect them. Brother, I want to see your city lord, and I hope you can help me. Su Maoyang walked forward and saluted the guards at the door with his fists, and his attitude was very polite. The guard was flattered, and waved his hands quickly. Miss Su, what are you talking about? The city lord knows that Miss Su is coming, and is waiting inside. Please come this way. Miss Su. Then the guard smiled and made a gesture of invitation, and led the way flatteringly. Led by the guard, they walked to the hall in a short while. As soon as he entered the hall, Su Maoyang saw the black-clothed man who assassinated them in the forest, who was tied up at this time, and kneeling next to him was the abominable instigator, Bai Chengyan. Hua Mingyu was about to settle accounts with Bai Chengyan, but suddenly saw his figure, and the whole person was stimulated. He rushed up like crazy, grabbed him, and tore him with gritted teeth. Bai Chengyan, I'm going to kill you! Bai Chengyan was already frightened by the majesty of the city lord, and his face turned pale at Hua Mingyu's reaction. He pushed his palm reflexively and blasted Hua Mingyu away. With that level of strength, Hua Mingyu was no match for Bai Chengyan. He was blasted away for a distance and fell to the ground. Chapter 1359. She bribed my secret guards. Xiahou Wanxian and Dongfang Liyue saw Hua Mingyu being opened, and they both rushed forward to help him up. Dongfang Liyue sympathized with Hua Mingyu and hated Bai Chengyan to the extreme. Seeing that he was still so arrogant at this critical moment, she roared in anger. Bai Chengyan, you are guilty of a heinous crime, and you dare to hit people. Do you really think we are afraid of you? At this time, the lord of the city, who was sitting above, also did not expect that the two sides would fight after just meeting each other. He was also furious and shouted, Asshole! You dare to fight in front of me? What do you think this place is? Bai Chengyan was so scared by the lord of the city's roar that he trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly. Lord of the city, calm down. Lord of the city, calm down. I didn't do it on purpose. Huamingyu rushed up first. So I fought back. Humph. If you didn't send someone to assassinate Huamingyu, would he want to rush up and beat you as soon as he saw you? The lord of the city was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, snorted angrily, and scolded. Early this morning, the people of the Shuanglongmen young master brought Bai Chengyan's secret guards to see him, saying that Bai Chengyan sent people to assassinate Su Mo. Fortunately, the Shuanglongmen young master acted in time to save Su Mo and others. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He really couldn't imagine that Bai Chengyan was so bold that he dared to send people to assassinate someone he valued. He couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be if Bai Chengyan succeeded and really killed Su Mo. He placed all his hopes on Su Mo. If Su Mo really died, wouldn't his immortal pawn be sacrificed in vain? Wouldn't he and the people of Nether City have no hope at all? Therefore, when he learned that Bai Chengyan almost ruined his plan, he was furious on the spot and immediately sent people to Baiyutang to capture Bai Chengyan, intending to interrogate him personally. But Bai Chengyan was a man who would not cry until he saw the coffin. Even if his secret guards were caught and confronted in court, he would never admit it. He shook his head vigorously. Lord City Lord, it was not me. It was really not me. I really did not send secret guards to assassinate Su Mo and others. Su Maoyong saw that he dared to quibble when he was about to die, and immediately frowned, stared at him coldly, and angrily said, Bai Chengyan, this is the secret guard beside you. If you didn't send it, could it be that I sent it? I didn't expect Bai Chengyan to be so thick-skinned that he nodded repeatedly in accordance with Su Maoyong's words, and even accused loudly, Yes, it was you who framed me. Everyone knows that I have some grievances with you, and you have always disliked it. I want to get rid of me. So you bribed my secret guard to assassinate you, and then colluded with the young master of Shuanglongmen, wrote and performed this assassination drama, and finally cleverly put the blame on me. You have such a vicious heart. After saying that, Bai Chengyan immediately sent a warning look to the black-clothed man who was tied up next to him. The black-clothed man shuddered and quickly followed his words. Lord City Lord, all this is Su Mo's conspiracy. I was bewitched and bribed by her. So I did such a stupid thing. I really didn't get anyone to assassinate Su Mo. The head of Baiyu Hall standing aside frowned in confusion after listening to Bai Chengyan's accusation, and was not sure who framed whom. Donphan Liyue, Xiao Zian, and others were dumbfounded by Bai Chengyan's shamelessness. Bai Chengyan sent people to assassinate them, and he also viciously slaughtered the entire Hua family. Now he is biting back at them, saying that they framed him. This shameless skill of turning black into white is really perfect. Donphan Liyue has a bad temper. How can she listen to such words? She was furious on the spot, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to fight him. Damn it. I'll kill you today. Su Maoyong knew that Donphan Liyue was not Bai Chengyan's opponent. Worried that she would get hurt, he immediately reached out to stop her and asked calmly, Since Bai Chengyan said that I bribed his secret guards to frame him, then I would like to ask this secret guard, how did I bribe you in the first place? And what did I use to bribe you? So that you would rather sacrifice so many brothers to frame your master? You used a lot of spiritual stones and elixirs to bribe me. The secret guard was caught off guard by this sudden question and answered reflexively. Su Maoyong laughed. A lot of spiritual stones and pills? Okay. Then you should show everyone what I gave you, and see how much benefit you have received from me. After all, you need evidence to speak. Now you say that I bribed you without any evidence. Isn't it also suspected of slander? The secret guard was temporarily ordered to help Bai Chengyan lie. He answered Su Maoyong's question without thinking carefully. How could he know that the other party would really ask him to take it out? But where can he, a secret guard, get a lot of spiritual stones and pills for her now? Even if Bai Chengyan prepares it now, it's too late. Besides, he is still being tried in the hall. Even if there are a lot of pills, they are all stored in his space ring. Now there are so many eyes watching. It's not possible to snatch his ring and say it's his own. Therefore, the secret guards began to panic when they received everyone's questioning gazes. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and show us your evidence. The city lord above had lost his patience and shouted angrily. The secret guards were frightened by the city lord's majesty and quickly answered, Yes, It was a verbal promise. Hearing such an answer, Su Maoyang shook his head and felt it was ridiculous. Verbal promise? Do you really think the city lord is a fool? You actually made up such a ridiculous lie? Just because of a verbal promise. You risked your life to betray your master and sacrifice so many brothers. Do you believe this yourself? If this is true, how stupid are you? Everyone nodded when they heard Su Maoyang's words. They all felt that it made sense. Just because of a verbal promise, they sacrificed so many brothers and betrayed themselves. If the master of the city denies it, he will not only get nothing but also lose his life. It is too risky and unreliable. Besides, if you have really been bribed by me, shouldn't you help me accuse Bai Chengyan now? If you are really my man and really want to live, shouldn't you insist that it was Bai Chengyan who ordered it and help me get rid of Bai Chengyan completely? Then I can plead with the city lord and save your life. But why did you turn against me at this critical moment and bite me back? Su Maoyang asked lightly. The city lord frowned when he heard this, staring at the dark guard with a gloomy face, and roared angrily. Humph! You dare to tease this city lord. How dare you? Chapter 1360 Powerful Logical Analysis. Seeing that the city lord was angry and obviously leaning towards Su Mo's argument, Bai Chengyan suddenly had an idea and immediately refuted loudly. Lord City Lord, it's not like that. This secret guard has always been my man. When Su Mo bribed him, he immediately told me. So I took advantage of the situation and made him agree to Su Mo's conditions and cooperate with Su Mo's acting. The purpose was to expose her true face in front of the hall master. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneered and shook his head when he heard this. It must be said that Bai Chengyan's brain is really smart. In order to clear his name, he can really make up any lie. He even made up a counter-espionage plan on the spot. It's really eye-opening. Bai Chengyan, if you asked him to act with me, wouldn't the play be too realistic? As far as I know, the assassins you sent out are all postnatal spiritual masters at the peak level. They are elite troops that you have spent a lot of effort to train. Just to expose my true face. You spend so much money. Is it worth it? Is it possible? Lord City Lord, do you believe it? Bai Chengyan was speechless by her series of questions and gritted his teeth in anger. Now, his lies were full of loopholes. Su Maoyang had no patience to continue to waste time with him. And then, he directly exposed him. Bai Chengyan, stop struggling. What you said about me bribing your secret guards is essentially a huge loophole. Do you think that with my current strength and status, I need to bribe your secret guards? If I really want to get rid of you, I can ask the young master of Shuanglongmen for help and assassinate you directly. I believe that Bai Yutong will not bother me for a foster son. Right? At worst, asking your father is better than bribing your secret guards. As long as I agree to your father, I will join Bai Yutang and become a member of Bai Yutang. With my alchemy skills, do you think you still have a place in Bai Yutang? What's more, you are just an adopted son. Once you are no longer useful, I believe that with just one word from me, your father can help me get rid of you. Why should I go to the trouble of bribing your secret guards to frame you? So, no matter which method, it is easier than bribing your secret guards. Hearing Su Maoyang's series of logical and meticulous analysis, exposing all his lies and leaving him exposed to everyone, Bai Chengyan was hit by the powerful aura emitted by Su Mo. His face turned pale, and he fell to the ground dejectedly, with fear in his black pupils. He never thought that his lies would be vulnerable in front of this woman. He thought that as long as he bid her back, she would not be able to prove her innocence. Who knew that she was so smart and eloquent that she blocked him speechless with just a few words? It was really terrible. Seeing that Bai Chengyan was severely criticized by Su Mo and had lost his momentum, Donphan Liue, Xiao Zian, and others all felt relieved and jumped up to sneer. The hall master on the side was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Originally, he heard Bai Chengyan say that all this was framed by Su Mo, and he subconsciously still favored him. But he didn't know that the truth would make him so disappointed. Because Bai Chengyan knew that he had invested a lot of money to please Su Mo, and even gave away the 10,000 poisons bone furnace. He knew the importance of Su Mo's existence to him, and to Bai Yu Hall. But he went behind his back, and secretly made a move. This was undoubtedly holding him back, and going against him. He worked hard to raise his son for more than 20 years. And this is how he got his reward. I believe that no matter who it is, they will be furious if they encounter such a thing. Bastard. You bastard. At this time, the head of Bai Yu Hall pointed at Bai Chengyan. trembling with anger, his cheeks flushed. And then, he couldn't control his temper. He rushed forward and slapped Bai Chengyan in the face, knocking him to the ground. The head of the hall used great strength to slap Bai Chengyan in the face. Blood soon flowed from the corner of Bai Chengyan's mouth. He was dizzy and almost fainted. The Lord Mayor's expression was not much better. He looked at Bai Chengyan on the ground with a dark face, and then ordered loudly, "Come here! Drag Bai Chengyan out and behead him." Hearing that he was going to be beheaded, Bai Chengyan suddenly woke up even though he was beaten dizzy, and begged for mercy and fear. "Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. I promise you. I will never touch Suimo in the future." The Lord Mayor had a cold face. Without any mercy, "You should go down and ask the King of Hell for forgiveness." Bai Chengyan was even more flustered when he saw the city lord's firm attitude. He immediately looked at his adoptive father and begged, "Father, father, please, save me. For the sake of our father-son relationship of more than 20 years. Save me. I don't want to die." "Humph. You think about our father-son relationship now? When you sent people to assassinate Suimo, where did you put our father-son relationship?" The hall master took a deep breath in anger and growled with gritted teeth. "You know, my son has an impulsive personality. He was so angry with Suimo that he fainted and lost his mind, which caused a big disaster. He regretted it afterwards and felt sorry for his father. Fortunately, Suimo is not seriously injured, and I haven't made a big mistake. My crime is not punishable by death. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes. I will listen to you and work for Bai Yutang." As he said this, Bai Chengyan hugged the hall master's thigh and begged for his forgiveness. The hall master didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore at this time, and snorted coldly, "Humph. You are exposed. Of course you regret it very much. You assassinated someone that the city lord values. Even if I want to protect you, I can't do it. You should just accept the city lord's judgment obediently." After saying that, the hall master mercilessly kicked Bai Chengyan away and took 2 steps back indifferently. Now that the truth is out, the city lord will definitely not let Bai Chengyan go. And even if he comes forward to plead, it will not change the result. What's more, it is not worth offending the city lord and Suimo for a dying person who has no value. Bai Chengyan didn't expect that even his father gave up on him. His panicked expression seemed to be frozen by a layer of ice. At this time, the guards standing on both sides of the hall all stepped forward, ready to take Bai Chengyan down to be beheaded. Seeing this, Su Maoyang suddenly spoke up and stopped him. "Wait, Lord City Lord. Bai Chengyan not only sent people to assassinate us, but also massacred the entire Hua family and wiped out the entire Hua family. Hua Mingyu's relatives all died in his hands. I beg the city lord to hand him over to Hua Mingyu for disposal." Suddenly hearing this news, the city lord's face flashed with surprise, and he frowned and glared at Bai Chengyan again. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so vicious at such a young age." Bai Chengyan was suddenly accused of annihilating the Hua family. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and refuted emotionally. I didn't send people to massacre the Hua family. I had no knowledge of this matter." Chapter 1361. I won't admit it even if I kill you." "Humph. You dare to quibble when you are about to die. I will destroy his cultivation and hand him over to Hua Mingyu for disposal." The city lord was irritable and didn't have the patience to listen to his quibbling. He ordered loudly. After he finished speaking, the guard stepped forward and held down Bai Chengyan. But Bai Chengyan was stimulated. He struggled madly and yelled angrily, "I didn't kill the Hua family. I didn't kill Hua Mingyu's relatives. City lord, father, believe me, I was really wronged. I admit that I wanted to get rid of Suimo, but I wouldn't send people to destroy the entire Hua family. The Hua family is not a threat to me. Why should I kill them?" As he said this, he suddenly burst out with spiritual power and immediately lifted up the guards, who came forward to arrest him. When the city lord saw that Bai Chengyan dared to openly resist his orders, he immediately frowned and raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand and slapped a fierce force towards Bai Chengyan. Although Bai Chengyan was quite strong, he could not withstand the attack of the city lord. He was instantly knocked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Even though he had no strength to get up, he still refused to compromise and kept muttering, "No, no, no, I didn't do it. Hua Mingyu saw that he was still stubborn in this horrible look and roared in anger. Bai Chengyan, you have long disliked my Hua family. This time, just because you lost face in the alchemy competition, just because you were humiliated in the Hua family, and just because of your ridiculous dignity, you actually killed all the innocent people in my Hua family. I will kill you and avenge my parents. Hua Mingyu bulged his angry eyes and roared manically, then rushed over and raised his hand to hit Bai Chengyan, who had no power to resist. Fiercely, a scream suddenly rose up, shaking the whole hall. Bai Chengyan spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog, without even the strength to struggle. But at this time, he stared at Hua Mingyu with a sinister look, moving his bloody lips, and said with difficulty, Hua Mingyu, you have to catch the thief dirty. You have no evidence. Why do you say I killed your parents? You want me to admit something I never did, even if you beat me to death. It's impossible. Although Bai Chengyan's face was already pale without a trace of blood, his expression was fierce and ferocious, and his bloodshot eyes were even more surging with terrible stubbornness. A stubbornness that was unwilling to surrender. Hua Mingyu was already angry, and he was even more stimulated by Bai Chengyan's words and his reaction, and raised his hand to hit him again. The spiritual power hit Bai Chengyan like a heavy hammer, making him spit blood and roll back and forth until he was completely unconscious and lifeless. Hua Mingyu gradually stopped and gasped for air. At this moment, he killed Bai Chengyan with his own hands, which was considered revenge for his parents, and his tense spirit was slightly relieved. But at this time, Su Maoyang's ears kept echoing Bai Chengyan's words, and some unspeakable feeling surged in his heart, and he gradually frowned. Speaking of evidence, they did not have evidence to prove that Bai Chengyan did it, but the first person they thought of was Bai Chengyan, and they could not think of anyone else except him. As for the other forces, Su Maoyang thought about it, and found no motive for their crimes, because the people from Yama Palace had negotiated the terms with her last time, and they left in peace. There was really no need to make a big fuss, and it was even more impossible for the head of Baiyu Hall. What he wanted was a quota to enter the Immortal Pond. She had already promised him a quota and signed a document. Why should he go to such lengths to make the relationship worse? As for Shuang Longman, it seemed that they had never taken the Hua family seriously, and she had never heard of the feud between the two families. She really couldn't think of what the motive of Shuang Longman was to massacre the Hua family. If it were other families, they would not have the courage to provoke the Hua family. Even if they hated the Hua family, it made sense to kill other people in the Hua family. But it was too unreasonable to kill Hua Mingyu's parents as well, because they killed Hua Mingyu's parents. Wouldn't it be equivalent to offending Hua Mingyu? And everyone knew that Hua Mingyu had a very good relationship with her. How could she stand idly by when Hua Mingyu's parents were killed? This was something that could be figured out with a big toe, and she didn't believe that those family forces couldn't think of it. Therefore, looking at the forces of the entire Netherworld city, it is indeed only Bai Chengyan who is the most suspicious. But after hearing what Bai Chengyan said before his death, Su Maoyang was a little shaken, always feeling that something was wrong. But he couldn't think of the result after thinking carefully. However, just when Su Maoyang was thinking, the city lord above had waved his hand and ordered, "Carry the body down." The guards received the order and immediately stepped forward to lift up Bai Chengyan, who had been beaten to a bloody mess, and quickly left the hall. Seeing that the matter was handled, the city lord raised his head and looked at Su Maoyang, and asked with concern, "Su Mo girl, are you okay?" Su Maoyang nodded slightly, clasped his fists and replied, "Fortunately, the young master of Shuanglongmen helped us. We are all fine. Thank you for your concern, Lord City Lord." "Well, I'm glad you're fine." The city lord nodded in relief after hearing this, then looked at the head of Baiyu Hall, and said coldly and bluntly, "Head, although this matter has nothing to do with you, you are also responsible for raising such a cruel son. So, go back and reflect on it." The head of the hall saw that the city lord was in a bad mood, and immediately bowed with his fists. "I'm really sorry to trouble you. I will go back and rectify Baiyu Hall. There will be no such incidents again. Please rest assured, City Lord." The city lord just frowned and waved impatiently after hearing this. "Okay, you can leave." The head of Baiyu Hall saluted tactfully, and quickly left the hall. But Su Maoyang stood there, and did not intend to leave. Seeing that she was still here, the city lord raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "What? Is there anything else?" Su Maoyang stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "Lord City Lord, I want to ask you for help with something. What is it? Just tell me. Seeing that she was so formal, the city lord couldn't help but straighten his face and motioned her to continue. Su Maoyang nodded and said seriously, Lord City Lord, I want to confess something to you. In fact, we went to Nanan Forest this time to break the formation inside and get out of here. Hearing this, the city lord's face changed slightly and frowned suddenly. Go out? Why do you suddenly want to go out? It was too suspicious for this group of people to suddenly mention going out at this time. His first reaction was that they were probably afraid of being blamed by him, because they could not fulfill their promise to refine the antidote. And because they were in the Nether City, and could not escape from his palm. They had the idea of escaping from the Nether City. Chapter 1362 The City Lord's Strange Reaction. Su Maoyang saw him looking at him suspiciously. And it was obvious that he had misunderstood. He immediately explained, Lord City Lord, you misunderstood. We didn't want to leave because we regretted it. If we really wanted to escape from you, why would we come to you for help in person? Isn't this courting death? Hearing this, the Lord City Lord's expression eased a little. If it's not, then tell me, how did you suddenly think of the formation to break into the Nanan Forest? For so many years, although most people in the Nether City knew that they were trapped in the formation, they also knew very well that it was impossible to get out. He had studied the formation for so many years, but he couldn't come up with a way to break it. Even he himself had given up, let alone the people of the Nether City. So, many years ago, everyone stopped talking about the formation, and few people talked about the topic of going out. Everyone seemed to have long been accustomed to life here, and didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Now suddenly hearing someone mention the formation, the city lord's first reaction was shock, and even suspicion. Su Maoyang knew that if she wanted to ask the city lord for help, she had to tell the truth. This was the only way for them to break the formation and get out. Seeing him asking, she no longer had any cover-up, because she was sure that the city lord would not kill her. Lord City Lord, to be honest, we are not from the Nether City. We are from the Maple Forest Empire outside. We came here because we accidentally broke into the formation of the Nanan Forest. So we want to break the formation and return to our original life. What? Hearing this suddenly, the city lord's face changed drastically, and he stood up from his seat abruptly, staring at Su Maoyang with wide eyes, gritting his teeth and growling. Tell me again, where are you from? Everyone was shocked by the sudden reaction of the city lord. They froze in place and forgot how to react. Previously, Huan Mingyu said that the city lord hated people coming in from outside. Now, seeing his reaction, it seemed to be true. Just now, he was able to ask questions calmly. When he heard that they were from outside, he had such a ferocious expression. Everyone was suddenly uneasy and worried. Although Su Maoyang did not expect him to have such a big reaction, he was still very calm on the surface. He repeated as he asked, We are from the Maple Forest Empire. Lord City Lord, what's the problem? Hearing the words Maple Forest Empire, the Lord City Lord's cold and steady face suddenly became hideous and terrifying. And then he suddenly raised his head and laughed, making a laugh like a landslide. Ha ha ha. 100 years? A full 100 years. I finally see people from the Maple Forest Empire again. Maple Forest Empire. Such a long history. Such a distant country. I haven't heard of this name for a long time. Suddenly, the Lord City Lord raised his head and laughed. His expression was not only not happy, but uglier than crying. The old face full of traces of time wrinkled together, twitching as if he was enduring great grief and anger. The roar like a tsunami echoed throughout the hall, shaking the surroundings, rumbling. Extremely terrifying. However, just when everyone was frightened by the noise he made, Su Maoyang saw the cold and calm city lord burst into tears, and the scene became very strange. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang, who had always been steady, was also a little overwhelmed by him. After a moment of hesitation, she slightly frowned and asked curiously, City Lord, do you have any connection with the Maple Forest Empire? Su Maoyang was confused by his sigh, but at least she was sure that he must have some unknown relationship with the Maple Forest Empire. Perhaps something unpleasant had happened before. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression and such a reaction. Sure enough, as soon as Su Maoyang asked, the city lord's face suddenly darkened, staring at her coldly, and snorted, Humph. Origin? Speaking of origin, it's deep. You in the Maple Forest Empire. Haven't you heard of a brutal massacre that happened 100 years ago? Don Fan Liue, Xiaoho Wanxian, and others looked at each other in confusion. As people from the Maple Forest Empire, they really had never heard of such a thing. Seeing their confused faces, the city lord sneered, and his deep eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. It seems that the old emperor has blocked the news very well. You don't even know about the things that shocked the entire Maple Forest Empire. That's right. That was 100 years ago. What do you little kids know about it? The city lord recalled the past, and the tragic scenes reappeared in his mind. He suddenly felt emotional inside. It felt like a long time had passed. But when he recalled it again, it seemed like it was just yesterday. The scene was still so vivid, and the heart-wrenching screams of people were still echoing in his ears, lingering for a long time. Su Maoyang got some clues, and was slightly surprised. He continued to ask, "Is the city lord also from the Maple Forest Empire?" "Shut up. I am not from the Maple Forest Empire. Don't associate me with that shitty country." The city lord suddenly heard Su Maoyang's words, and yelled like crazy. His deep eyes were bulging with bloodshot, and there was a huge hatred surging in them. His wrinkled cheeks were twitching slightly, as he endured the violent anger. Su Maoyang was shocked by his sudden roar, and then realized that the city lord must have a grudge with the Maple Forest Empire. "Okay. I won't involve you. You are now the city lord of the Nether City, and you have nothing to do with the Maple Forest Empire. Let the past be the past." Su Maoyang knew that the city lord had a bad temper. In order not to anger him, she quickly softened her tone and comforted him softly. However, the city lord's hatred for the Maple Forest Empire was too deep, and it was not soothed by a few words. He roared back in dissatisfaction on the spot. "Let him go. No way. As long as I am in this world, the royal family of the Maple Forest Empire will not be able to pass on peacefully." Su Maoyang was stunned when he heard him mention the royal family. And then he couldn't help but sighed. "I didn't expect that the senior also had a grudge against the royal family." "Also? So, you also have a grudge against the royal family?" Hearing this, the city lord gradually narrowed his eyes. Su Maoyang nodded. "Well, I caused the prince's sweetheart to be beaten in public, imprisoned, and killed the third prince. The royal family must want to cut me into pieces." After hearing Su Maoyang's great achievements, the city lord, who had been in anger, suddenly laughed and praised repeatedly. "Ha ha ha. Good job. Good beating. Good killing." It is said that the city lord is moody and mentally ill. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang had to admit that it seemed really confusing. Chapter 1363, You should be a member of the royal family. Lord City Lord, you should have been a member of the royal family before. Your status is not low. Su Maoyang's words were not a question, but an affirmative sentence, because she remembered that when she first met the Lord City Lord, he appeared in front of everyone wearing a python robe. At that time, she felt a little strange, but she didn't think deeply about it. Now that she knew about his grievances with the royal family, Su Maoyang quickly confirmed his identity. At this time, the city lord's laughter stopped abruptly, and then he sank his face, staring at her coldly, with a hidden cold light in his pupils. "Girl, sometimes people are too smart. If it weren't for the fact that you also have a grudge against the royal family, you would be dead now. I am a rude junior. Please don't blame me." Su Maoyang saw that he was angry and seemed to be a little taboo about his identity. He immediately clasped his fists and apologized. "In fact, we have no ill intentions. We just want to break the formation and get out." The city lord sneered when he heard this, thinking that they were just daydreaming. "Go out? Do you know that even I can't go out? And you still want to go out? I don't think this can be called delusion. As long as the city lord can cooperate with us, we should all be able to go out," Su Maoyang said confidently. Seeing her so confident, the city lord opened his eyes wide, and a hint of surprise flashed across his pupils. He didn't know where this girl got the confidence to say such a thing. "Humph. Do you know what kind of formation that is? How dare you say such a big thing?" The city lord snorted coldly, thinking that she was ignorant of the world. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "It's a trap formation with several formations overlapping each other." When Su Maoyang said this, the city lord was obviously surprised. And then he straightened his face and looked at her seriously. "You actually realize this level? What else do you know?" Su Maoyang shook his head slightly. "I don't know about the others, but my friend has realized something. I believe that as long as we study more, We should be able to come up with a solution. Your friend? The city lord was a little surprised, and glanced at the people standing next to Su Maoyong. At this time, Dongfang Yaoyu stepped forward and saluted the city lord. Lord City Lord, I am a junior, but now I am a 2-star primary formation master. Hearing the 2-star primary, the city lord changed color slightly, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Dongfang Yaoyu carefully, and couldn't help but sigh for a long time. At such a young age, you have already reached the level of a 2-star formation master. Well, you have a good talent. However, although you are a good seedling in formation, you dare to break the formation with your 2-star strength. Aren't you too arrogant? Admiration is admiration. But the city lord does not think that this kid's strength can solve the formation that he is powerless to do. Seeing that he did not believe Dongfang Yaoyu, Su Maoyong could not help but explain. Lord City Lord, his current strength is indeed not good. So, didn't we come to you for help? Hee hee. Su Mo girl, I'm afraid I can't help you with this favor. If I have studied a way to break the formation, do I still have to stay in this crappy place? The city lord waved his hand, feeling ridiculous. Dongfang Yaoyu was not discouraged. Lord City Lord, I personally went to experience the formation, saw a lot of scenes in the formation, and realized something from it. Maybe I can give you some inspiration to break the formation. You saw a lot of scenes in the formation? The city lord was slightly surprised when he heard this, staring at Dongfang Yaoyu with shining eyes, as if he was interested. Dongfang Yaoyu nodded. Yes, but my strength is limited, and I can't directly break the formation, so I can only ask the city lord for help. As a formation master, you should know that this is not an ordinary formation. If you want to break it, you will lose your life if you are not careful. Why do you think that I will risk my life to help you? The city lord had a cold face and squinted his eyes, and it seemed that he had no intention of helping. Su Maoyong was not panicked when he heard this, and spoke calmly. Although I don't know what happened to the city lord in the past, it is almost certain that the city lord was trapped in this formation, which should be related to the royal family of the Maple Forest Empire. Since the city lord has such a deep hatred for the royal family, why doesn't he go out to take revenge? Is the senior willing to be trapped here by the enemy for the rest of his life and be unable to do anything? You don't have to tempt me. I really want to go out, but I will never take this risk before I am sure, because revenge is important to me, but it is not as important as the people of my Nether City. Nether City needs him, and these people are implicated by him. He has to take the responsibility of protecting them for a lifetime. Seeing that he was not shaken, Su Maoyong frowned slightly and had to change the direction of persuasion. The city lord cares about the people and deserves respect. However, if the city lord really cares about the people of Nether City, he should listen to my advice. After all, the territory of Nether City is too small. The resources are scarce, and the medicinal materials are particularly scarce. According to the demand for medicinal materials in Nether City, I think the medicinal materials will soon be used up. Do you want the people of Nether City to just wait to die? It must be said that Su Maoyong's words touched the heart of the city lord. This was the problem he had been worried about all along. He wanted to go out and seek revenge on the royal family, but he wanted to help the people of Nether City detoxify and let them live and work in peace. He already owed them too much. Watching them fall ill, killing each other, torturing each other, and enduring great pain every day was also a torment for him. So, he worked hard to learn alchemy and formations. But he had no talent for alchemy. It took him 100 years to reach the level of the middle stage of the alchemy emperor. It was unlikely that he would reach the level of the alchemy saint. As for the formation, he had some foundation and talent. Compared with alchemy, it was much easier to control. Unfortunately, he was not the opponent of the old guy. The old guy's attainments and formations were estimated to be surpassed by few people in the entire 9 Nether realm. So he was helpless with the formation set up by the old guy. Su Maoyong saw that he was silent and seemed to be a little shaken. So she immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, Lord City Lord, you should know that it is not easy to refine the divine pattern pill. The reason why I dare to promise you to refine the antidote is that I know a master of alchemy who can refine the divine pattern. As long as he takes action, the poison in your body and the poison in the people of Nether City are not a problem. But the problem is that I have to go out to find him. Please ask him for help. When necessary, Su Maoyong had to use some means. If she continued to waste time, She really didn't know when she would have to wait. The reason why she was so confident to find the city lord and confess her identity was that the divine pattern pill was the key to her persuading the city lord. She believed that he would help her no matter what for the sake of the divine pattern pill. Chapter 1364, A Little Trick. Sure enough, when the city lord heard her say that she knew a divine pattern alchemist, he immediately raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. But soon, he raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and chuckled. In order to get out, you can really make up any reason. After all, he has lived for more than 100 years. How can he be fooled by a little girl with a few words? Su Maoyang knew that this shrewd old guy would not be fooled so easily. So she directly took out the divine pattern pill she had refined before from the space and handed it to the city lord. This is the pill refined by the divine pattern master. I have a good relationship with him, and he gave it to me. I believe that as long as I ask him to refine the antidote, it should not be a problem. The city lord did not expect Su Maoyang to really take out a divine pattern pill. He was shocked on the spot as if he was struck by thunder and shook on the spot. At this moment, he immediately reached out to catch the divine pattern pill, held it in his palm, and observed it carefully. When he saw the pattern on the pill, he couldn't believe his eyes. He opened his mouth in horror and couldn't close it for a long time. His old face was stretched to the extreme, obviously frightened. He had lived for so many years and had seen all kinds of treasures. But now he lost his composure in front of a little girl. The scary thing was that he was still unaware of it, and he was immersed in the joy of the divine pattern pill. Although he didn't have a talent for alchemy, his appreciation ability was still good, because if he just got closer, he would be attacked by the spiritual power contained in it. He couldn't think of anything else other than divine pattern for such exquisite patterns. Realizing this, the lord of the city was trembling with excitement. Girl, is this really the elixir that the divine mark master gave you? Su Maoyang nodded seriously. Well, now you should believe that I know the divine mark alchemist. Right? Hearing this, the lord of the city nodded excitedly. Well, believe it. I believe it. Now that he holds the divine mark elixir in his own hands and feels the touch and power of the pattern, how could he not believe it? Lord City Lord, if you are unwilling to help break the formation, all of us will be trapped here. Even if I want to help make the antidote, I can't do it. If we fail to fulfill our promise, we will only give you a rotten life. But what good will it do you to kill us? It's just venting anger, and there is no change. So, why don't you trust us once? Take a risk, and give us, yourself and the people of Nether City a chance? It has to be said that the power of Su Maoyang's clever mouth is quite amazing. Her persuasiveness is too strong. Every word hits the point, and every word pokes his heart. How can he not be moved? And the divine pattern pill she took out aroused all the hopes buried in the heart of the Lord City Lord. He began to have great expectations, and the urge to take risks. The desires that had been dormant for too long were all awakened by Su Maoyang. 100 years? A full 100 years. He didn't know how many 100 years he had left. If he continued to wait like this, how long would he have to wait? Could it be that God took pity on him and sent this little girl to rescue him? Could this little girl really be the salvation of Nether City? At this moment, although he had countless question marks in his heart, his expectations for Su Mo were getting stronger and stronger. There seemed to be countless voices in his body shouting, "Believe her! Believe her!" After so many years, he might really give him and the people of Nether City a chance. After a thoughtful struggle, the city lord finally made a decision, nodded gently and said, "Okay, I will give you a chance. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I promise you that as long as I can get out, I will definitely get the antidote to save you and the people of Nether City. And I will never break my promise." Although Su Maoyang concealed the fact that she was a divine pattern alchemist, and told a little lie in order to get out, her oath to help was true. She would definitely work hard to upgrade to the level of Dan Sheng and help him refine the antidote. She kept her word. Hearing Su Maoyang's assurance, the city lord nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, I will trust you once and take a risk for you. Tell me, how do you want me to help you break the formation? My friend saw some pictures in the formation. I want him to draw them and discuss them with you." Su Maoyang pointed at Donfang Yaoyu. The city lord accepted it happily and ordered loudly, "Come here. Bring the pen and ink." After a while, the maid came up with the pen and ink. Donfang Yaoyu was not polite either. He picked up the paper and pen, and sat on the table and chair on the side and began to draw carefully. He saw a lot of things, so it took a lot of time just to draw each picture. Su Maoyong and the city lord and others took the drawings he had drawn and studied them. Good boy. Your perception of the formation is really good. It took me a long time to see such a picture. You are so young and have such an understanding for the first time. It's really not easy. The city lord was shocked when he saw the picture on the paper and admired it. Dongfang Liu heard the city lord praising her brother, and immediately raised her head and chest, showing off proudly. Of course, my brother is a genius in our family. He has an extraordinary perception of the formation, and is the only heir of our Dongfang family. Dongfang family? Are you descendants of the Dongfang family? Hearing Dongfang Liu's words, the city lord's face flashed with surprise, and asked curiously, Well, yes, we are all from the Dongfang family. Dongfang Liu nodded honestly. When the city lord saw her admit it, his expression was slightly condensed, and his pupils could not help but ripple. He asked in a trembling voice, Ju Peng, is he okay? Dongfang Liu did not react for a while when she heard the word Ju Peng. After a while, she widened her eyes in surprise. Are you asking about our ancestor? Dongfang Ju Peng is the name of her ancestor. Lord City Lord, do you know my great ancestor? Dongfang Liu did not expect him to call out her ancestor's name, and asked back in surprise. When the city lord heard this, his eyes became a little deep, and his low tone was full of some unknown emotions. More than knowing him. Is he okay now? My ancestor has been dead for many years, and the elders rarely mention him, so I don't know much about him. Dongfang Liu tried hard to search for memories about the ancestor. Only a little bit. And shook her head helplessly. Dead? He is actually dead? Upon hearing the news, the city lord's face turned pale as paper, and he staggered back 2 steps as if he was shocked. Chapter 1365 Studying the Method of Breaking the Formation. Su Maoyong saw that he looked wrong, and immediately reached out to support him. Lord City Lord, are you okay? The Lord City Lord pushed her away, grabbed Dongfang Liu, and asked excitedly, Tell me, how did he die? Dongfang Liu was frightened by the Lord City Lord's excessive reaction, and stared at him at a loss, until she felt the pain in her wrist. She cried out in pain, came back to her senses, and answered blankly, I don't know. The elders are very taboo to mention the matter of the ancestor, and we usually don't dare to ask more. We only know that the ancestor is an iron-blooded general and a famous hero, and we don't know anything else. Pain. Pain. Lord City Lord, you heard me. Seeing Dongfang Liu's tangled face, and pointing at the wrist that he held tightly and crying in pain, the Lord City Lord gradually reacted and let her go, but his expression was lost, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Dongfang Liu was relieved when she escaped from his clutches, and she rubbed her wrists quickly. Su Maoyong and the Xiaohe siblings looked at each other strangely, but although they had doubts, they couldn't ask the city lord abruptly. After all, this was someone else's private matter. From the conversation just now, it can be seen that the city lord is still brooding over his past, and is very taboo about anyone mentioning it. Now, seeing that the city lord has agreed to help, they won't run into him for a little curiosity and make him angry. City lord, are you okay? Su Maoyong didn't ask the reason, but just said a concerned sentence. The city lord waved his hand to cover up, and soon returned to normal. It's okay. It's okay. Continue to study these pictures. Su Maoyong nodded slightly and focused his eyes on the drawing again. Not long after, Dongfang Liu finished painting, raised his head, and placed the 5th picture with the others. Okay. I'm done. These are the pictures I saw at each door. Each one is different, but they are all the environment in Nan Forest. At that time, I was in the formation for too short a time, and could not comprehend them one by one. But I can be sure that there are mysteries hidden in each picture. As long as you find the secret, it is likely to be the method to break the formation. Hearing this, the city lord who had been studying for half a day pondered and nodded. Well, yes. What you drew is the same as the picture I saw at the beginning, which is also these 5 scenes, with mountains, streams, flowers, grass, and woods. But after careful observation, I found that there is nothing special about these things. And in each picture, the species of flowers, plants and trees are all different. I don't know which species of flowers, Plants and trees are the key to breaking the formation. I have been thinking about this question for many years, and I still can't figure it out. Donphan Yaoyu nodded in agreement. Well, when I was in the formation, I also carefully observed the flowers. Plants and trees this time. They are all very common species. I really can't find any special places. What's more, in these 5 pictures, almost every picture has flowers, plants, trees and streams. I really don't know what the person who set up the formation means. At this time, Su Maoyang listened to their conversation, but frowned in confusion. It seems that not every picture has flowers, plants, trees and streams. Look, this picture doesn't have mountains. And this picture has no flowers. And that picture has no grass. And that picture and that picture. Not every picture has these 5 scenes. After browsing through the 5 pictures, combined with Donphan Yaoyu's words, Su Maoyang suddenly found a clue and couldn't help but speak it out. Donphan Yaoyu listened to Su Maoyang's reminder, and suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He looked around carefully. Sure enough, each picture seemed to be missing a scene, but he focused on these specific scenes at the time, analyzing their locations and species, but didn't notice that the overall scene was so different. After so many years of research, the city lord naturally had a deeper understanding of those paintings. He looked at Su Maoyang with admiration. Yes, Su Imo girl is right. These pictures have only 4 scenes, but there are 5 scenes in total, so each picture is missing one. I once analyzed this formation from the overall direction, but unfortunately, I got nothing. Hearing the city lord say this, everyone felt heavy-hearted and frowned so hard that they could crush a fly. The lord of the city, as a 4-star array master, has not been able to comprehend the mystery. It is probably very difficult for Donphan Yaoyu to comprehend it. Donphan Yaoyu heard this and stared at the 5 pictures with a serious expression, muttering to himself in confusion. Every picture is missing one thing. What does this mean? Where is the array I hidden? Yaoyu, I think there must be a reason why each picture is missing something. You can analyze the array by why there is one scene missing. Su Maoyang always felt that these pictures would not be missing a scene for no reason. There must be a mystery in it. Donphan Yaoyu nodded slightly, tapped each scene on the drawing with his fingers. His eyes became deep and focused. Why is there one thing missing? Why? Girl, do you have any ideas? Tell me about them for reference. The city lord thinks Su Imo is a very smart girl. Although she is not a formation master and has no understanding of formations, she is very insightful in analyzing problems, as can be seen from her ability to respond on the spot and her careful logical analysis ability when facing Bai Chengyan just now. She thinks about problems more comprehensively, more thoroughly, and more sharply. For some reason, even if she is not a formation master, the city lord also wants to hear her opinions. In fact, I am not particularly clear, but since the environment of each picture is different, the 4 scenes combined are also different. Maybe their directions or perspectives are also different. Su Maoyang saw the city lord asking, and honestly told his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the city lord actually thought about this question seriously. Direction and perspective? Yes. In addition to the different environment, the direction and perspective may also be different. Donphan Yaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately had an idea. He said excitedly, yes, I stand here and see a different environment. If I change places, or turn around, and look at it from a different perspective, it may be different again. So these 5 different pictures are formed. Su Imo, if you mean it, then the 5 doors are not doors at all, but 5 pairs of eyes. It must be said that Donphan Yaoyu's perception ability in formation is indeed very strong. Following Su Maoyang's thinking direction, he soon had his own insights. Su Maoyang thought his idea was very interesting, and nodded with a satisfied smile. 5 pairs of eyes? Well, this statement is quite novel. But whose eyes are these? Chapter 1366 The Mystery. Hearing Su Maoyang raise the question again, the city lord and Donphan Yaoyu fell into deep thought again. Donphan Liua and Xiahou brothers and sisters had no idea about the formation, and their thinking could not keep up with Su Imo. They could only stare at them blankly, waiting for their answers. They had to admit that Su Mo's brain was really good, even if he had no idea about the formation. Every time he asked questions, he was very sharp. He always asked the right questions and guided everyone to think in one direction. And Dongfang Yaoyu was worthy of being the most talented and potential formation master of the Dongfang family. His understanding of the formation was not inferior to that of the city lord. Even the city lord had to sigh that the young were formidable. He was really old. Sumo girl. Those eyes. Are they the eyes of the people who set up the formation? Or our own eyes? Two guesses came to the city lord's mind. Su Maoyang shook his head, feeling that it was not right. If it was the eyes of the person who set up the formation, why did he create 5 pairs of eyes? Does he have 5 pairs of eyes? No. He is just a normal person. The city lord knew the identity of the person who set up the formation, and immediately rejected it. If it was our eyes, it doesn't make sense. We don't have that many eyes either. But there are 5 doors. These 5 doors clearly correspond to something. Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes slightly and analyzed it in depth. After Su Maoyang's reminder, the city lord suddenly woke up. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I know. The 5 pairs of eyes correspond to what is missing in each picture. Aren't there 5 things missing? The 5 doors are their eyes. Suddenly realizing the mystery of the formation, the city lord was overjoyed and laughed loudly. The laughter was deafening and echoed in the empty hall. Ha! I figured it out. I finally figured it out. Even Dongfang Yaoyu was a little confused and couldn't help asking, City lord, what do you mean? Although Dongfang Yaoyu had a strong comprehension ability, he had been in the formation for too short a time. So naturally, he didn't have a deeper understanding of the formation than the city lord. When he heard this suddenly, he still didn't quite understand it. Hearing Dongfang Yaoyu's question, the city lord laughed for a long time before he spoke and explained. Ha! Kid, if the 5 doors are the eyes of the 5 scenes, what do you think it would be like to see the environment around Nanan Forest from their perspective? See the surroundings from their perspective? Dongfang Yaoyu murmured in surprise. And after a moment of silence, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, So that's it. I finally know why the 5 pictures are missing a scene. Ha! Sumo. I know. I finally know. Dong. Fang Yaoyu was overjoyed and grabbed Su Maoyang's arm. It is because the 5 scenes in the picture are looking at the surrounding environment from their own perspectives, so they can't see themselves. This results in them only being able to see scenes other than themselves. Therefore, after entering that door, the picture we see is missing a scene. But what is missing is themselves. Huan Mingyu quickly reacted after hearing this explanation. You mean, after you enter each door, the picture you see is the picture seen by the missing scene? Yes. After entering the door, my vision became the vision of the scenery that was missing behind each door. For example, I saw grass, streams, trees and mountains, but no flowers, which means that I was looking around from the perspective of flowers. And I saw scenery other than myself. The same is true for the other 4 pictures. Dongfang Yaoyu was very excited with such a novel discovery. After hearing such a detailed explanation, not only Huan Mingyu, but also the Xiahou brothers and sisters, and Dongfang Liu and others suddenly realized and nodded in shock. If it weren't for Dongfang Yaoyu's explanation, they couldn't analyze such a complex and strange formation even with 100 brains. At this moment, they had a new understanding of the person who set up the formation. No wonder even a powerful person like the city lord couldn't break the formation. There must be a reason for this. Su Maoyang listened to their opinions and nodded, thinking that they made sense. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly proposed a bold prediction. If each door is the perspective of the missing scenery, then the eye of the formation is likely to be these missing scenery. But that's not right. If you want to break the formation, you have to find the eye of the formation from each door. If these missing scenery are the eye of the formation, then it's too unreasonable, because the eye of the formation is hidden in the formation. If the eye of the formation is missing, what kind of formation is it? The city lord waved his hand in disapproval. For him to think that those missing things are the eye of the formation is beyond his understanding of the formation. Dongfang Yaoyu also nodded, and also felt that Su Maoyang's idea was wrong. Well, yes, the formation cannot be missing the eye of the formation. I think there may be some connection between the eye of the formation and the missing things. Su Maoyang frowned and retorted in confusion. Who said that the formation lacks the eye? Isn't the eye always there? But, didn't you say that the missing scenery is likely to be the eye? Dongfang Yaoyu was puzzled. Yes, but don't you have the perspective of the missing scenery? This means that after you enter this door, You have become the missing scenery. In other words, you are it. It is you. And you have merged into one. Does the eye of the formation in the formation have to be dead and can't be alive? Su Maoyang didn't understand the formation. Nor did she have a systematic understanding. She just guessed and diverged her thinking based on her imagination. She didn't know what the limitations of the eye of the formation were. But she felt that anything could be the eye of the formation. Suddenly hearing Su Maoyang's fresh remarks, the city lord and Donfang Youyu's faces changed drastically. They opened their mouths in shock, took a breath of cold air, stared at Su Maoyang with shocked eyes, and froze in place for a long time without reaction. What? Am I wrong? Su Maoyang was just guessing based on his own thoughts. Suddenly, seeing their dull expressions, he asked in confusion. At this moment, Donfang Youyu's cheeks flushed red, and his pupils jumped into excitement, as if the blood in his veins was surging, making him sincerely admire loudly. Su Mo, you are indeed a genius. I have always been conservative and learned the formation according to the way of my elders in books. But I didn't expect that it would limit my vision and constrain my thoughts. I never thought that the eye of the formation could be a living thing. Ha ha ha. Yes, I have studied the formation for so many years, and I have always been very conventional. I haven't come up with so many novel ideas. Su Mo girl, your ideas have given us great inspiration in the formation. The city lord nodded with a smile. The more he looked at Su Mo, the more he liked her. He hadn't met such a spiritual little girl for a long time. Chapter 1367 asked her to take him in. Su Maoyang couldn't stand the praise from two powerful formation masters. So he smiled modestly. I don't understand the formation, so I can have wild and unrestrained imagination. To be honest, it's all thanks to your understanding of the formation that I have these 5 pictures. Otherwise, no matter how I imagine, it won't work. Haha. Don't be modest. If you really think about it, why didn't we think of it? If you think about it, then we are brainless. Donfang Liu smiled and waved her hand, and laughed at herself. Yes, you also contributed to understanding the mystery of the formation this time. Donfang Youyou nodded in agreement. Su Maoyang laughed. Don't flatter me. I can only help you think so far. As for how to break the formation, this is not my forte. You have to find a way yourself. Haha. Don't worry. Su Mo girl, I'm not that useless. Since I have found the eye of the formation, I naturally have a way to break the formation. However, I am only a 4-star formation master now. It is still difficult to break this 5-star formation. I guess I can only hold on for a while. The city lord smiled and stroked his beard. Su Maoyang heard him say this, and the stone in his heart finally fell. He bowed to him gratefully. I'll trouble you this time. The city lord. Girl, don't be polite. I didn't dare to take risks before because I was worried that if something happened to me, no one would take the responsibility of taking care of the people in the Nether City. Now, after 100 years, everyone here is still living a life worse than death. Maybe it's better to give it a try as you said. There may still be a glimmer of hope. So, girl, the hopes of this old man and all the people in Nether City are placed on you. Speaking of the people in Nether City, the city lord's eyes turned red, and even his voice became a little choked. It can be seen that although this white-haired old man is usually serious and gloomy, and has a bad temper, he has injected sincere feelings into the people of Nether City. Feeling his deep friendship, Su Maoyang suddenly felt that the courage on her shoulders seemed to be heavier. She seemed to be moved by his emotions, and her heart was also aching. Then she solemnly clasped her fists and promised, Don't worry, City Lord. I guarantee with my life that I will never let you down. Well, good girl. Speaking of which, since the Hua family has been killed, then you don't have to go back to that sad place. I will send people to the Hua family to deal with the aftermath and bury Hua Mingyu's family properly. You will temporarily stay in the city lord's mansion tonight and rest for a night. We will set off for Nanan Forest early tomorrow morning. The city lord sighed helplessly when he thought of the misfortune that the Hua family had encountered. The only thing he could do now was to do a good job of the aftermath. Su Maoyang and others were grateful when they heard this. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. After saying that, Su Maoyang looked at Hua Mingyu, who was in a low mood, and asked, Do you want to go back and take a look? No. What's so good about a bloody corpse? Hua Mingyu refused without thinking. Su Maoyang knew that it was not that he didn't want to go back and take a look, but that he couldn't accept this fact. If he went back and saw the miserable and painful death of his parents, it would be a deeper level of hurt and blow to him. I believe that anyone who encounters such a thing will subconsciously want to escape, let alone a teenager like Huamingyu. Su Maoyang understood him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Well, it's okay not to go back. Besides, you have already avenged them, which is an explanation to them. The city lord will also properly deal with their bodies. You should have a good rest tonight, and don't torment yourself. Otherwise, your dead parents up there will be worried about you. After hearing this, Huamingyu suddenly raised his eyes and stared at Su Maoyang, and then knelt on the ground with a bang and kowtowed to her heavily. Everyone present was startled by Huamingyu's sudden action. They suddenly opened their eyes wide and stared at Huamingyu with astonishment. They were confused by him for a moment. Su Maoyang, the person involved, was even more surprised. After a moment of stunness, she quickly reached out to help him. Huamingyu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Huamingyu stubbornly pushed her hand away and said sincerely, Suimo, I have no relatives. And now I am homeless. I don't know where to go in the future, and where I can stay. In addition, my spiritual power and mental power are not good. I am a waste that everyone despises. Only you don't despise me like others. I am very grateful and fortunate to meet you. So I want to ask you to take me in. Huamingyu kowtowed sincerely again. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was a little surprised. But he could understand. All the people in his Hua family died. He no longer had a home. And the people in the Nether City were not very friendly to him. He really didn't know where to go after losing his relatives. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly and reached out to help him again. Huamingyu, don't kneel and kowtow like this. Recently, many people have knelt and kowtowed to me, which makes me look scary. Dongfang Liyue and others couldn't help but complain when they heard this. Isn't she scary? She has abnormal strength, sharp means, and extremely dark heart. Whoever provokes her will die. No. To be precise, it's worse than death. She is a living devil. She really has no self-awareness at all. But Huamingyu was determined and knelt down. I will get up only if you promise me. Su Maoyang felt a headache when she saw how stubborn he was. She felt very sorry for him, because the Hua family suffered such a disaster. Largely because of her. She caused the destruction of the family. And if she could help him, she would of course be willing to do it. But her identity was complicated, and she owed a lot of blood debts. If she implicated him again, she would feel guilty. Mingyu, you have to think clearly. This time, the Hua family was more or less implicated by me. Do you really want to follow me? Suimo, what are you talking about? If you want to talk about implicating, I should be the culprit. You were eating well at the beginning, and I came to trade with you because I coveted your medicinal materials and took the initiative to invite you to my house. What does it have to do with you? Besides, Bai Chengyan has long disliked the Hua family. Even without you, the Hua family is afraid that it will not be able to escape. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak are destined to be beaten, and destruction is their fate. Although Huamingyu is young, he has a thorough understanding of the problem. Hearing his words, Su Maoyang slowly exhaled. You should know that we are going back to the Maple Forest Empire, which may be a completely unfamiliar country to you. Besides, there are many people outside who want to kill me, and my life is in danger at any time. Are you really willing to go out with me? Yes. I have no relatives anymore, and you will be my relative from now on. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Huamingyu answered with red eyes and choked, and then kowtowed again. Chapter 1368 Go to break the formation. Dongfang Liyue saw that Huamingyu's family was destroyed and he was homeless, and felt sympathy. She couldn't help but persuade him. Suimo, you can take him with you. Although his strength in the Nether City is not very good, he is not a waste in the Maple Forest capital. Besides, after soaking in the immortal pool, he has been promoted to the late stage of the Lord Spirit Master. This strength is quite good in the Maple Forest capital. You don't even despise Xiaozian's strength, let alone Huamingyu. Xiaozian was fine, lying down and was shot. He glared at Dongfang Liyue speechlessly. What do you mean he doesn't even despise him? Is he worse? Although his spiritual power is not good, he is a poison master after all. I guess she is the only one who can look down on poison masters like this. Why are you glaring at me? Am I wrong? Dongfang Liyue was addicted to provocation, who made Xiaozian tease her at every turn. Su Maoyang listened to Don Fan Liyue's words and explained. It's not that I dislike him, but I'm worried that he will be frightened and in danger if he follows me. Su Mo, I think it's more dangerous for you to leave him here. We will all leave by then, and Hua Mingyu will be alone. What if the people of Nether City make trouble for him? What's more, you destroyed the fairy pond. If the people of Nether City know the truth, although they can't make trouble for you, they can take action against Hua Mingyu. Even if the city lord is willing to protect him and take him in, he won't hide in the city lord's mansion for the rest of his life. Xiahou Zian knew Su Maoyang's concerns and stood on the same front with Don Fan Liyue for a rare time, and persuaded him in a deep voice. Xiahou Wanxian couldn't bear it either, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, we have caused his family to be broken up. If we abandon him again, how can we bear it? Seeing that everyone was begging for Hua Mingyu and agreed to take him away from the Netherworld city, Su Maoyang seemed to have no reason to object. After all, she couldn't bear it. So she took a deep breath and made a decision. Okay, you go with us. From now on, you can only rely on us. Hearing Su Maoyang's approval, Don Fan Liyue almost jumped up in ecstasy and quickly reached out to help Hua Mingyu. Mingyu, get up quickly. Su Mo promised you, and you will be a member of our big family from now on. Seeing Don Fan Liyue holding Hua Mingyu's hand enthusiastically, Xiahou Zian frowned slightly, and immediately stepped forward and pulled her away. I'm still young and good-looking. Don't try to touch me. Don Fan Liyue was pulled away by him, and she was immediately dissatisfied. What are you talking about? I am a girl with good strength and beauty. Am I not worthy of him? What do you mean by interfering? Explain yourself clearly. Strength? Haha. You have the nerve to bring up your ridiculous strength. If you are not ashamed, I am ashamed for you. And if your beauty is as beautiful as a flower, then my sister is as beautiful as a fairy? Xiahou Zian was not vague when he criticized Don Fan Liyue, and every word was heartbreaking. Speaking of which, Don Fan Liyue and Xiahou Wanxian are actually two different kinds of beauty. Don Fan Liyue is extroverted and cheerful. She is a heartless young lady. Perhaps her appearance is determined by her heart. She looks more generous, and is generally sweet and lovely. Xiahou Wanxian is more introverted, gentle, and petite. She is a beautiful girl from a small family, gentle and quiet. The action and stillness complement each other, and it is hard to say who is prettier than the other. However, Xiahou Zian wanted to disparage Don Fan Liyue, so he naturally could not praise her beauty. Seeing that the two started to quarrel again, Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanxian, and others shook their heads helplessly. After paying respects to the city lord, they walked out of the hall and went to the room arranged by the city lord under the guidance of the servants. That night, everyone seemed to sleep uneasy. Perhaps it was because they saw the tragic scene of the Hua family being wiped out, and everyone's heart was covered with a layer of gloom. Although this matter was not done by them, it was indirectly caused by them, and they felt a little guilty. Su Maoyang did not sleep all night. She was not unable to sleep because of self-pity, but she was seizing the time to practice. Although her current strength has recovered to the initial level of the post-heavenly monarch spiritual master, there are many people waiting to hunt her down outside, and those are not simple characters. Although the overall strength of the Maple Forest Empire is not as good as that of the Burning Blood Sky City and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, there are still many strong and talented people. Once she returns to the Maple Forest Imperial Capital, she will be in danger, and the only way is to strengthen her strength. What's more, she is willing to participate in the promotion competition held by the Maple Forest Imperial Capital, because it is said that only by making it into the top 10 can she have the opportunity to enter the Yellow Spring Road. And this Yellow Spring Road is a place that all the geniuses in the Maple Forest Imperial Capital are looking forward to. It is of great help to improve strength and exercise combat effectiveness. For Su Maoyang, who wants to kill back to the Burning Blood Sky City for revenge, it is a good place not to be missed. Before, when she was still in the Maple Forest Imperial Capital, she heard that many powerful disciples in the academy had been in seclusion for a long time in order to compete in the competition. Except for Mu Jichen and the leader of the Tianji League on the list, she had not seen other powerful people, so she didn't know much about their strength. In addition, she was delayed for a long time because of her injury. During this time, others were practicing hard like her and had no time to rest. They must have made great progress. Therefore, even if she recovered her strength, it was far from enough. She had to continue to work hard. The night passed quickly. After a night of practice, Su Maoyang felt that her body was much tougher than before. By the way, she refined a puppet in the space. Although she only refined one, it was at least an extra layer of protection, which could temporarily resist in an emergency. The next morning, just after dawn, the city lord sent someone to call them to set off for Nanan Forest. It can be seen that the city lord is also a little impatient and wants to try what he has realized. Or he hopes that Su Mo can get the antidote as soon as possible to save the Nether City. After Su Maoyang packed up, she handed the pills she had made last night to the city lord. Here are some pills that can relieve the condition. Although they cannot completely remove the toxins in your body, they will not be too painful when the disease occurs. I have absorbed all the spiritual power of the fairy pool before, so this is my compensation. The city lord was indeed short of pills, but he did not hesitate to take the pills and put them in his ring. Thank you very much. Girl, let's go. Nanan Forest is not far from the Nether City. It took less than an hour to get there. When they came to the exit again, everyone found that the environment here had changed again. But Dongfang Yaoyu and the city lord had a deeper understanding. The city lord said to everyone with a solemn face, 5 overlapping traps. I believe you know the power contained in them without me saying anything. Now I want to open it and break the formation. And I may not have time to take care of your safety. So be careful. Chapter 1369, they are finally back. Su Maoyang and the others naturally knew the danger of this formation, and they all nodded in understanding and made preparations. At this time, the city lord glanced at Dongfang Yaoyu next to him, and said with some concern, if we follow yesterday's idea that the person who enters the formation is the center of the formation, then if we want to break the formation, we must break ourselves. Senior, do you mean to break through yourself and then stand up? Dongfang Yaoyu heard this, and his heart was shocked, and his expression became serious. The city lord nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. Only by breaking through yourself can you break the door. However, don't be afraid. I am here to share some of the impact of the force, so that you will not be counterattacked by the person who set up the formation. Dongfang Yaoyu nodded in understanding. Okay, let's start. After the words fell, both of them raised their hands, gestured a few times in the air, and then sank their chi into their dantian, sat on the ground, and their consciousness quickly invaded the formation. As soon as the two entered consciousness, the surrounding environment changed after a while. Countless scenes passed by Su Maoyang and others, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After a while, they were dazzled. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Dongfang Liu felt dizzy and dazed, and shook her head in confusion. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian on the side also felt that the world was spinning in front of them, and they were dizzy and unable to stand. What's going on? Hua Mingyu pressed his head, trying his best to stay calm and balanced, but his legs were shaking as if they were out of control. Su Maoyang also noticed that something was wrong, which was different from the last time, because Dongfang Yaoyu only had a simple perception last time. This time the two of them obviously completely opened the formation. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately ordered loudly, everyone meditate. Close your eyes. Don't look at the surrounding environment. Don't let your consciousness invade the formation. Don't think about anything. And try to empty yourself. None of them are formation masters, and they don't know how to break the formation. The only thing they can do is to protect themselves. Don't fall into the formation, and avoid being swallowed by the consciousness in the formation. Hearing Su Maoyang's order, everyone meditated immediately without any hesitation. Calmed down, and tried to control their thoughts, and not let it enter the formation. In this way, time flowed between everyone's breaths, and more than 10 days passed unknowingly. Su Maoyang and others had been in Nether City for a month. Plus these 10 days, it was equivalent to leading Fenglin Emperor for almost 2 months. 2 months later, the Maple Forest Imperial Capital welcomed the long-awaited competition for all disciples and all family forces. The competition was originally held once a quarter, but this time was special. Just 6 months, coinciding with the half-year competition. The quota for entering Huangquan Road was selected from the half-year competition. Therefore, this competition was much more grand than the general season competition. All colleges in the Imperial Capital held an opening ceremony, and the entire Imperial Capital was boiling. Outside, the competition was in full swing, but Su Maoyang and others were in the formation, struggling to resist the power brought by the formation. As for the city lord and Donfang Yoyu, who were deeply trapped in the formation, it was even more difficult. Although they sat there without any movement, their pale faces and sweat pouring down their foreheads made people know that their situation in the formation was not optimistic. After an unknown amount of time, the city lord suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. And then a dazzling beam of light suddenly burst out, hitting the open space in front of him. Because the noise was so loud, everyone who had been closing their eyes and trying to isolate themselves from the outside world was awakened by the thunderous sound. Opened their eyes and looked forward. Suddenly, a black hole formed in front of them. Before they could react, they heard the city lord yelling, "Quick! Get out now! This is your only chance. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry!" Hearing this, Su Maoyang and everyone else were shocked and stood up from the ground. "Senior, now we finally have a chance to go out. Are you really not going out with us?" Su Maoyang frowned and asked anxiously. "Girl, I can't leave the people of Nether City alone. They are all sick people. If I disappear, the consequences will be disastrous. This is the formula of the antidote. Please keep it well. Whether we can live a normal life in Nether City depends on you. Please take care of yourself." As he said that, the city lord waved his hand and threw the prescription to her, begging her sincerely. Seeing that the city lord, an old man over 100 years old, had red eyes at this time, his deep eye sockets were full of high hopes for her. The last word of take care seemed to be on Su Maoyang's heartstrings, surging with mixed emotions. However, the city lord had made up his mind, so she couldn't persuade him anymore, and there was no time to delay any longer. He immediately accepted the prescription and nodded heavily. "I will be back as soon as possible. Wait for me." After that, she called everyone to step into the black hole. When all of them entered the black hole, the beam of light that was holding on was extinguished instantly. At this time, the city lord spit out a mouthful of blood as if he had been severely injured, fell to the ground weakly, and gasped weakly. After coming out of the black hole, Su Maoyang and others finally returned to Nanan Forest. But the Nanan Forest in front of them was no longer the Nanan Forest of Nether City, but the Nanan Forest of Fonglin Imperial Capital. Huh? Are we really back? Am I dreaming? Donfang Liua looked at the environment in front of her, and asked uncertainly in a loud voice, not being able to tell whether she was in the formation or outside the formation. "I think we should be back. Look at the sign over there." Su Maoyang pointed to the front, drawing everyone's attention. Donfang Liua saw the sign in front of her, which clearly said Forbidden Land. She was about to cry with joy. "I'm not dreaming. We are really back. We are really back to Fonglin Imperial Capital." Only the area south of Nanan Forest in Fonglin Imperial Capital was designated as a forbidden area. "We have been missing for almost 2 months. I'm afraid the Donfang family has been in a mess for a long time. Let's go back and take a look." Su Maoyang knew without thinking how scared the Donfang family would be when they learned of their disappearance. So the most urgent thing was to go back and report safety and see the situation of the Donfang family. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and followed her on the Tontian Flamingo and rushed towards the direction of the Donfang mansion. When they landed in the courtyard of the Donfang mansion, they scared the servants and housekeeper of the Donfang family. Suddenly seeing their figures, Butler Fan was like being struck by a bolt from the blue. He was shocked and stood still. Then he opened his mouth in horror and pointed at Donfang Yoyu and Donfang Liua. He trembled for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Little. Chapter 1370. He is not dead. Donfang Yoyu did not wait for him to finish, and quickly stepped forward, grabbed him, and asked anxiously, "Butler Fan, where are my father and 6th uncle? Where are they? Are they okay now?" Donfang Liua also came over and asked about the situation of the Donfang family during this period, during the time we were missing. "Is the Donfang family okay? Are uncle and 6th uncle scared?" Hearing their voices and touching Donfang Yaoyu's warm hands, Butler Fan suddenly woke up, excited to tears, and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Alive! You are still alive! This old slave is not dreaming. This is real. Master, Miss, you don't know. Since learning of your death, the master and the 6th master were almost scared to death by you. The entire Donfang family was in chaos, and everyone collapsed." As he said, Butler Fan burst into tears, grabbed Donfang Yaoyu's hand, and trembled with excitement. The person who was thought dead was standing in front of him in good health. It seemed that nothing could be more surprising than that they were still alive. When everyone heard that the Dongfang family master and the sixth uncle were in a bad condition, their faces changed immediately. Su Maoyang frowned and anxiously ordered, "Take us to see the family master and the sixth uncle quickly, and don't let them worry anymore." Hearing this, Butler Fan waved his hand and explained, "The master and the sixth master are not at home now, because the major colleges held a competition 2 days ago, and many families in the imperial capital went to watch the game. Today, there is a competition for my Dongfang family's disciples. So the master and the sixth master went to Liuguang College to help." Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered that she had spent nearly 2 months in the Nether City. Calculating the time, it was just the day when the college held the competition. She originally planned to come back to confirm the situation of the Dongfang family, and then go to the college to inquire about the news of Elder Dong. But she didn't know that the head of the Dongfang family and the sixth uncle had already gone to the college. That was just right. She could go directly to the college to report her safety, and participate in the competition and get the quota for Huangquan Road. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang told everyone, Let's go to the college. I believe that their appearance will give the old guys in the Beast Hall a huge surprise." Su Maoyang's side was rushing to Liuguang College. While Liuguang College was in a hot competition at this time, a huge arena stood in the central square of Liuguang College, and many audience seats were set up around the square. At this time, it was full of people, and basically the representatives of various forces had come. After all, this is a half-year competition, which determines the number of people in Huangquan Road. All forces attach great importance to it, so the scene is much grander than before. The competition is divided into 3 parts. The first is the spiritual power competition. The second is the alchemy competition. And the third is the willpower competition. It is said that in order to pass the Huangquan Road, in addition to strong strength, willpower is also extremely important. However, among the 3 parts, the first one to be tested is naturally spiritual power, because the spiritual power level is the most basic condition. Only when the spiritual power is passed, there is a chance to accept the test of willpower. Of course, alchemists are an exception, because they mainly focus on spiritual power, and naturally they are slightly inferior in spiritual power. Therefore, if alchemists want to get a place in Huangquan Road, they only need to squeeze into the top 10 of the alchemy list, and they don't have to compete with disciples who practice spiritual power. In this way, everyone can compete for the quota to enter Huangquan Road in a fair and just manner through their own abilities. As for the spiritual power competition, it is divided into primary competition, intermediate competition, advanced competition, and elite competition, and the competition is carried out in a step-by-step promotion manner. The primary competition is generally participated by freshmen who have just entered the academy not long ago, and the intermediate competition is participated by disciples who have practiced in the academy for a long time and are outside the top 50 of the battle list. As for the advanced competition, only disciples within the top 50 are eligible, and the elite competition is a competition for the top 10 geniuses on the battle list. However, although the levels are divided, the top 10 players in each level of competition will be selected to challenge the players in the higher level competition. If he beats the higher level player, he can successfully enter the higher level competition and exchange his position with his opponent. In this way, it can not only give young disciples opportunities, but also make older disciples feel a sense of crisis and worry about being overtaken by the people behind at any time, so that everyone can form a healthy competition, which is a very good competition mechanism. Since today is the 3rd day of the spiritual power competition, the primary and intermediate competitions have ended, and the advanced competition is now underway. On the huge stage, 2 tall figures stood. If Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Liyue were here, they would definitely recognize the identity of the man in blue. It was the 6th uncle's youngest son, Dongfang Zixu. Dongfang Zixia is a late-stage Junlingshi. He has impressive strength and very good combat power. He is ranked 40th, so he is qualified to participate in the advanced competition. But, unfortunately, he met Sun Yunhai, the 4th son of the Sun family. Sun Yunhai had a good relationship with Sun Haoran. When he first learned that Sun Haoran was killed by Su Mo, he wanted to rush to the Dongfang family to cause trouble for Su Mo. Unfortunately, the elders of the Sun family did not allow him to act rashly due to the power of the Dongfang family. He had to endure it until now. Now that he saw the people of the Dongfang family, he would naturally not show mercy. In addition, although Sun Yunhai's strength was not as good as his elder brother, he was at least ranked 31st on the battle list, 9 ranks ahead of Dongfang Zishu. It would be quite difficult for Dongfang Zishu to defeat him. Therefore, seeing the scene in front of him, Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianba in the audience swallowed nervously and stared at Dongfang Zishu with worry. Sun Yunhai, who was sitting opposite Dongfang Zishu, had a smirk on his face. He looked at him with disdain and said sarcastically, "I heard that several of your Dongfang family's descendants died some time ago. And even Dongfang Yaoyu, who was going to inherit the Dongfang family, died. You said that your Dongfang family is already sparsely populated, and so many people died in a row. It seems that what people said is true. The Dongfang family is afraid that there will be no descendants." Sun Yunhai had a grudge against Su Imo, so he naturally hated the Dongfang family who protected Su Imo. He spoke sharply and harshly, without any mercy. Dongfang Zishu was already grief-stricken over the deaths of Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Liyue. Hearing Sun Yunhai's words, he was furious and yelled, "Sun Yunhai, it's not your turn to worry about our Dongfang family. You should worry about your Sun family. Last time, Sun Haoring couldn't even beat the maid of the Xiaohou family, and he went crazy and blew himself up. It was a huge shame. You actually have the nerve to laugh at my Dongfang family here. It's ridiculous." Sun Yunhai had been brooding over this matter. Hearing this, he was immediately stimulated and suddenly burst out with spiritual power. Without saying a word, he rushed towards him. "Damn it. I'm going to destroy you today." Chapter 1371, collectively targeting the Dongfang family. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yunhai's power came like a tidal wave, heading straight for Dongfang Zishu's face. Seeing this dangerous scene, Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianbo's hearts were lifted, and their faces became very ugly. Although Sun Yunhai, like Dongfang Zishu, is also a late-stage Jun Lingshi, his spiritual power fluctuations are obviously much stronger than Dongfang Zishu's. I don't know if Dongfang Zishu can withstand this punch. 6th brother. It seems that Zishu is not Sun Yunhai's opponent. Why don't you admit defeat? Dongfang Yanqing just lost his precious son and has suffered a big blow. Now he can no longer bear any stimulation. Although the rules of this competition do not allow people to take their lives, it is inevitable that there will be mistakes in the competition. So the academy stipulates that as long as the person is not dead, if he is beaten and disabled, the opponent cannot be held responsible, and all the consequences must be borne by himself. Therefore, participation in the competition is voluntary. Once you stand on the stage, it means that you are willing to bear the consequences. In fact, they are also very clear that even if the college stipulates that people cannot be killed, if someone really dies, as long as the murderer has a backer, the college will not dare to do anything to him. It will only punish him symbolically, and it is impossible to ask for life. And Sun Yunhai in front of him has the support of the Sun family, and has a grudge against his Dongfang family. Now he finally has the opportunity to make trouble for the Dongfang family openly. How can he show mercy? Perhaps because of his son's death. The always calm and fearless Dongfang family head has become a little nervous and uneasy. Dongfang Jianbo was worried when he heard this, but he frowned and pretended to be calm. How can I admit defeat directly? How can my son, Dongfang Jianbo, be a coward? He admitted defeat before the game started. Where is the face of my Dongfang family? The Dongfang family has been a general for generations, and they have always been able to win battles and have been passed down to the present, all thanks to their indomitable spirit. If they had lost that spirit, the Dongfang family would have collapsed long ago. Dongfang Jianbo didn't want his son to be a coward and bring shame to the Dongfang family. At this time, seeing Dongfang Yanqing's worries, he softened his tone and comforted him. Zishu is my son. I know him. He is not that fragile, and Sun Yunhai can't do anything to him. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sarcastic sneer from the seat not far away. Haha. The Dongfang family still feels as good as ever. In the last competition, Dongfang Zishu was 9 places behind my son, and didn't even qualify to compete with my son. I don't know where General Dongfang got his confidence from. He actually thinks my son can't do anything to your son? At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and with facial features similar to Sun Yunhai stared at Dongfang Jianbo and Dongfang Yanqing with a sarcastic look on his face at the Sun family's seat. He grinned with a sarcastic arc and swept his contemptuous eyes back and forth between the two. It was obvious that this person was very dissatisfied with what Dongfang Jianba had just said. In his opinion, the reason why the Dongfang family was feared and ranked first among the 6 major families was because the Dongfang family's formation was powerful. After all, people who can practice formations are rare. However, how many people can comprehend the formation and inherit it? In the past, the eldest son of the Dongfang family master had good attainments in the formation. But unfortunately, he died on the battlefield. Later, the son of the second uncle of the Dongfang family was also very talented in the formation. But he also could not escape the fate of death. Now, the Dongfang family master finally found his lost youngest son. But unfortunately, fate played tricks on him. And even this last heir with a talent for formation died in the Nanan forest. This completely cut off the hope of the Dongfang family, causing the Dongfang family's formation to face the crisis of no successor. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented blow to the Dongfang family. Although the other descendants of the Dongfang family are also strong, the disadvantage is that the Dongfang family is sparsely populated. Without the heir of the formation, compared with other families, the overall strength of the Dongfang family will collapse a lot. So now its position in the 6 major families has begun to show signs of shaking. What's more, the woman named Suemo had offended several families, and each family wanted to kill her as soon as possible. However, the Dongfang family would rather offend them than protect the woman. So the 5 families had deep opinions about the Dongfang family, and they were collectively targeting the Dongfang family. So, after the Sun family finished speaking, someone from the Song family seat near the Sun family also spoke up. Second Master Sun, don't attack them. I heard that the Dongfang family just lost its heir, and several younger generations died. They are in a state of panic and grief. How can you provoke them? Some time ago, 2 younger generations of the Song family died. One Song Guangyao and the other Song Rongxin. All died at the hands of Suemo. The Song family's hatred for Suemo was no less than that of the Sun family. So it was a great relief to hear that Dongfang Youyu, Suemo, and others all died in the forest. Now seeing the people of the Sun family mocking the Dongfang family, they couldn't help but add insult to injury. They had been holding back their anger for a long time. And now seeing the people of the Dongfang family being mocked by them, and looking ugly and angry, they felt particularly relieved. Haha. What you said is not right. I heard that the one who died in the Dongfang family was that bitch named Suemo. That bitch was causing trouble everywhere, and even dared to cheat the alchemy genius that the Han family held in their hands. Not only did she let the girl Sinyu be beaten in public, but she also sent her to the cell to suffer for a month. It's better for such a person to die. Strictly speaking, this time Elder Dong helped the Dongfang family get rid of a disaster. The Dongfang family should be happy. The middle-aged man called Sun Eri couldn't help laughing when he heard the words of the Song family, and stroked his beard and retorted in a seemingly disagreeing manner. The people of the Song family heard this, and did not object, but just smiled and nodded repeatedly, and then looked in the direction of the Han family's seat. Since the seats of the 6 major families were arranged together, and not far away, almost everyone could hear the shouting between the families, and the Han family was no exception. When they heard that Mr. Sun mentioned that Han Sinyu was beaten with a stick and imprisoned, the expressions of all the Han family members were not very good. Han Sinyu, who was sitting among them, was so angry that she clenched her fingers and secretly exerted force to hate Suemo to the extreme. Unfortunately, the bitch was dead, and she was still a little unwilling to do it herself. However, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that her status was noble, and if she personally solved a lowly maid, it would dirty her noble hands and humiliate her status. Therefore, considering that Suemo and her group had all been taught a lesson, Han Sinyu was too lazy to care about the process of revenge. As long as she would never see that annoying bitch again, anything would be fine. Chapter 1372 Humiliated to the point of being completely humiliated. Thinking of this, Han Sinyu took a deep breath and tried to maintain her dignified and elegant image, ignoring the comments of the people around her. The head of the Han family, who was sitting next to her, glanced at the head of the Dongfang family, whose face was blue with anger, and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and sighed in the same unkind tone. Alas, speaking of it, Mr. Dongfang and Suemo are also quite disappointing. The head of the Dongfang family and the sixth master of the Dongfang family would rather offend other families to save their lives. But in the end, they still couldn't escape death. It's really hard for the two elders. Hearing his words, the people of the Dongfang family knew that the Han family still hated them for refusing to help him rescue Han Xinyu for Su Mo, and instead drove him out of the Dongfang family. That time, their Dongfang family and the Han family tore their faces apart, and it was very unpleasant. Now Dongfang Yoyu, Dongfang Liu, and Sumo's group have all died at the hands of Dong Jinan, making the Dongfang family's previous defense look extremely ridiculous. The head of the Han family naturally couldn't help but mock. Humph! My Dongfang family has been a general for generations, and they have shed blood on the battlefield for the Maple Forest Empire and fought bravely against the enemy. Aren't there not enough dead sons? It's just a few more deaths. My Dongfang family can still bear this blow, so you don't have to worry about it. Seeing that the other families all looked at his Dongfang family with a face full of jokes, the head of the Dongfang family was furious on the spot and shouted angrily. Dongfang Jianba also snorted coldly and responded to the other families. My Dongfang family has a solid foundation. No matter how many people die, no one can shake it. You should worry about yourselves. Upon hearing this, the head of the Han family was stunned for a moment, then stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha. Head of the Dongfang family. Sixth Master Dongfang. We are just concerned about the Dongfang family. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you don't know, you might think you are guilty, and are in a hurry to explain. Yu Dongfang Jianba's cheeks flushed, and he gritted his teeth when he was blocked by the head of the Han family. The Xiaohou family who witnessed this scene also felt very relieved. At the beginning, Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Xian ignored their advice, and insisted on taking that bitch named Su Mo away from the Xiaohou family, and completely severing their relationship with the Xiaohou family. They were very angry at the time. Now that these three traitors are dead, it can be regarded as God's eyes. Especially Xiaohou Yuanshan, who had a deep hatred for Su Mo, was very happy to hear the news of Su Mo's death. She was still worried about how to take revenge, but she didn't expect that Su Mo died without her doing anything, which gave her a huge surprise. Thinking of this, Xiaohou Yuanshan couldn't help laughing out loud. Compared to the gloating of other families, Dongfang Jianbo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to open his mouth to fight back, but before he could speak, he heard a terrifying sound suddenly erupted on the stage, which frightened everyone present. They all looked at the ring with wide eyes. At this time, Dongfang Zixia was knocked to the ground by a punch, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. After just a few moves, Dongfang Zixia was defeated. It seems that Sun Yunhai's fighting power has improved a lot, and there is a trend of crushing Dongfang Zixia. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Dongfang family were frightened and worried, while the people of the Sun family jumped into a satisfied smile. Sun Yunhai's father glanced at Dongfang Jianbo with contempt and said with a smile, "It seems that the disciples of the Dongfang family have neglected their training during this period, and their fighting power is getting worse year by year." Hearing such humiliating words, Dongfang Jiabo clenched his fists in anger. In the past 2 months, because of the death of Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Liu, the entire Dongfang family has been in a haze, and the cultivation of other disciples has naturally been affected. Everyone's mind is not on cultivation, but on finding out the truth and finding out the real cause of death of Dongfang Yaoyu, Dongfang Liu, Su Mo and others, because they don't believe that it was Elder Dong who killed them. They know Elder Dong's character to some extent. How could he do such a despicable and shameless thing? However, they can't find evidence. Even if they know that there is another hidden story, they are powerless. In such an atmosphere, how can the disciples of the Dongfang family practice with peace of mind? In addition, Dongfang Zixia's strength is not as good as Sun Yunhai. After 2 months of delay, the gap between them will naturally widen. Thinking of this, Dongfang Jiabo was so anxious that his face flushed and his whole face wrinkled into a ball. Sun Yunhai on the ring saw Dongfang Zixia being beaten so hard, and sneered disdainfully, "Hey, what's wrong with you? I haven't even warmed up yet. Why are you lying down?" Dongfang Zixia was humiliated by his words. Grinning, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, and climbed up with difficulty. However, before he could stand firmly, Sun Yunhai on the opposite side rushed over and swung another punch, hitting Dongfang Zixia's temple heavily. Dongfang Zixia's head was hit aside by a fierce force, and his mouth, which was trying hard to cover, spurted out blood and water with a puff, and was hit to the ground again in the horrified eyes of everyone. But at this time, Sun Yunhai did not give him a chance to react. His body swept in front of him like a shadow, raised his arm suddenly, fell down, and his elbow hit Sun Yunhai's chest fiercely. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that Sun Yunhai used great strength this time. The next second, Sun Yunhai let out a shrill scream. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and it looked very tragic. However, before the scream fell, Sun Yunhai raised his foot again and kicked Dongfang Zixu, who was lying on the ground without any resistance. Several meters away, everyone only saw Dongfang Zixu rolling on the ring for several rounds with blood all over his body before he stopped. His appearance was so miserable that people could not look directly at him. Isn't your Dongfang family very powerful? Isn't it very powerful? How come there is not even a person who can fight? Like a useless dog. I think you should give up the position of the head of the 6 major families. Sun Yunhai stared at Dongfang Zixu, who was dying on the ground, shook his head regretfully, and sighed with contempt. As he said that, he walked towards Dongfang Zixu again, with a cruel arc on his lips, and said coldly, Su Imo killed my brother. Since she is dead, you should help him pay the debt. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I will only make you a useless person. A useless person who can't take care of himself. Isn't it exciting just to hear it? However, before Sun Yunhai approached Dongfang Zixu, he heard a loud roar like a bell from a distance. If you find it exciting, then I can fulfill your wish now. As the voice fell, everyone immediately saw a blue figure quickly coming from a distance and landing steadily on the ring. Chapter 1373 She's Back. At this time, a light blue dress was seen standing in the wind, with the sleeves fluttering, like the blue sky, giving people a refreshing and elegant beauty. But as long as everyone took a closer look, they were frightened by the familiar face and trembled all over. Their expressions were filled with horror, staring at the blue-dressed woman on the ring, as if they were acupunctured, and they were completely frozen in place. At this moment, the entire lively square fell into a strange silence because of the arrival of the blue-dressed woman. After a long time, Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianbo were the first to recover. They were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. They immediately pointed at the blue figure on the ring, trembling their arms, and opened their mouths to call out her name. But they were so excited that they lost their voices and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Su Imo. Is that Su Imo? Am I seeing right? Dongfang Jianbo was like an excited child at this time. He pointed at the figure on the stage and pulled the sleeve of the Dongfang family master, and asked excitedly. Dongfang family master also looked unbelievable. His pupil soon floated with a layer of mist. His old cheeks twitched slightly. After a long time, he blurted out a sentence. Am I dreaming? He actually saw Sumo's figure? Is this true? In addition to Dongfang family master and Dongfang Jianbo, who were excited by Su Maoyang's appearance, other disciples of the Dongfang family were also particularly excited. No one expected to see Su Imo again. The people of the other 5 major families were originally happy because of Sumo's death. They couldn't help but sneer at the Dongfang family's experience. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, they actually saw someone who had been dead for 2 months suddenly appear. Seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone's smiling faces collapsed instantly, as if they were covered with a layer of paste, and horror surged in their eyes. A question mark popped up in everyone's mind. Didn't Su Imo die in Nanan Forest? How could he appear here? Sun Yunhai on the ring saw that there was suddenly an ordinary-looking woman on the opposite side. He looked at her with contempt and asked arrogantly, Where did you come from? A wild girl. And dare to interrupt this young master's game. Sun Yunhai had been practicing in seclusion for a few days. He only heard that Sun Haoran died at the hands of Su Imo, but he had never seen Su Imo in person, so he couldn't recognize Su Imo at first sight. Su Maoyang heard this, and raised a sarcastic sneer. Are you going to settle accounts with me? How can you take revenge if you don't even know your enemy? Hearing this, Sun Yunhai's face changed drastically, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted in shock. Are you Su Imo? Su Maoyang stared at him coldly and replied calmly. It's me. No. It's impossible. Didn't you and Dongfang Yaoyu's group die in Nanan Forest? How come you are still alive? Sun Yunhai heard her admit it, and roared in disbelief. However, before Su Maoyang could answer, a warm and pleasant voice suddenly came from a distance. echoing in the dead silent square, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Not only Suemo is alive, we are also alive. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but I don't feel sorry at all. At this time, everyone only saw Dongfang Yuyu, Dongfang Liyue, Xiaoho brothers and sisters, and even the slave girl Xinuo, all walking slowly from outside. Not only were they intact, not a single one was missing, but they brought back an extra man. They looked radiant and refreshed, and they didn't look like they were in trouble at all. It was as if they had just gone out for a trip. The huge gap made the 5 major families feel like they had fallen from the clouds and were instantly smashed to pieces. Originally, they were already shocked to see that Suemo was still alive. But they didn't expect that not only Suemo was still alive, but also the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaohe siblings were all alive and well. This was simply a bolt from the blue for them. But they didn't understand that the Crown Prince had clearly ordered Elder Xiong to take action. And several of their families had also sent many masters to assist Elder Xiong. At that time, Elder Xiong patted his chest and guaranteed that Dongfang Yaoyu and Sumo's group were all killed, without a single one left. But what is the situation? They are clearly alive and well. Did Elder Xiong deliberately do something and let them go? Thinking of this possibility, the elders of several families all cast questioning eyes at Elder Xiong, who was sitting on the judge's seat. At this time, Elder Xiong was also stunned, and was also frightened by the appearance of Su Maoyang, Dongfang Yaoyu and others. At the beginning, he clearly saw Suemo and others break into the formation of the forbidden area, and there was absolutely no possibility of getting out again. So he left with peace of mind. That was a very terrifying formation. Many powerful people who were stronger than him entered the formation, but failed to successfully get out. How did these little kids do it? This is too unbelievable. No. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiong Jinxing was so shocked that he couldn't help but murmured. Fortunately, Elder O, who was sitting next to him, held him down in time and gave him a warning look. Xiong Jinxing woke up immediately and shut up. They hunted down Suemo and others, but framed Dong Jinan. The fact that they must not be exposed. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Xiong Jinxing shuddered with guilt and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead to cover it up. Of course, in addition to Xiong Jinxing, Elder O and Elder Jiang, who participated in the hunt, did not look very good. Everyone was worried and pretended to be calm. At this time, Su Maoyang ignored the shock of the crowd and spoke directly to Sun Yuhai on the opposite side. Don't take it out on other people in the Dongfang family. Your enemy is standing in front of you. I will fight you in this game. Hearing that Suemo took the initiative to propose a game with Sun Yuhai, the elder on the referee's seat immediately stopped him and said, "No, you can't participate in the game." Su Maoyang frowned and looked at the elders under the stage, wondering, I am also a disciple of Liuguan Academy. Why can't I participate in the game? The game is over. You can only wait until next season to come back. The elder answered seriously. Hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned even more and pointed at Dongfang Zixia on the ground. End? Isn't it going on? Why did it end as soon as I came? Of course, the advanced competition is still going on. But you are not in the top 50 of the battle list. So you are not eligible to participate in the advanced competition. And the primary and intermediate competitions you are eligible to participate in have ended yesterday. So please come earlier next time. The elder explained seriously. Su Maoyang had no interest in the elementary and intermediate competitions. She participated in the competition to challenge the geniuses in the academy. How was it different from cheating to let her compete with those disciples who were not ranked in the top 50? Chapter 1374. Sorry. My hand slipped. Su Maoyang didn't want to participate in a meaningless competition. So he pointed at Sun Yunhai on the opposite side and asked the elder, if I beat him, will I be eligible to participate? Sun Yunhai frowned when he heard such arrogant words, and shouted angrily, Suemo, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. Well, since you are seeking your own death, I will fulfill your wish today. As he said, he didn't even wait for the elder to object, and suddenly burst out his spiritual power and rushed towards Su Maoyang fiercely. Although this Suemo had defeated the powerful Song Rongxin before, after 3 months of closed-door training, his combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. Even if he rushed into the top 30 of the battle list, he was very sure. So if it wasn't for revenge for Sun Haoran, he didn't take Suemo seriously at all. Su Maoyang saw him rushing towards him with a fierce look. His fist was filled with terrifying spiritual power like lightning. But he did not change his expression. Stepped out casually. A piercing cold air instantly covered his arm, and suddenly grabbed the fist that was charging towards his face. However, just such a casual grip. It abruptly stopped Sun Yunhai's steps. Sun Yunhai immediately felt a terrifying cold air attack, rushing into his body from his fist, permeating his internal organs, and bursting out with a sharp stabbing pain like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Sun Yunhai felt the changes in his body. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly pulled his fist, wanting to attack from a different angle. But Su Maoyang did not give him a chance to withdraw, and took advantage of his fist to pull hard, and even narrow the distance between the two. Then Sun Yunhai saw from a close distance that Su Maoyang's mouth had a grin that was even colder than her breath. Seeing this, he was shocked and immediately urged the spiritual power in his body to form a solid armor on his body, trying to resist the strange cold invasion. However, he completely misunderstood Su Maoyang's intention. He didn't want to attack him with cold air at all, but directly slapped a palm without using any spiritual power at all. He just relied on his own palm power and internal force to break Sun Yunhai's armor and blasted him out. At this moment, everyone heard a loud bang, and Sun Yunhai's whole body fell to the ring, splashing dust all over the ground. Everyone was stunned by this victory without any signs. Many people trembled at the corners of their mouths, and some exclaimed in disbelief. When? So fast? Impossible. The people watching the game were shocked and stunned. And the person involved, Sun Yunhai, couldn't accept this fact. He had vowed to beat Su Mo to the ground and make her kneel down and beg for mercy. But he didn't expect that after just one fight. He didn't even touch Su Mo's hair, but was broken by her defense with a palm without any moves, and even flew out. Such a result was an unprecedented humiliation for him. However, he never expected that being knocked away by a punch was not as humiliating as meeting Su Mo, the living devil, because the humiliation was still to come. At this time, Su Maoyang walked slowly towards Sun Yunhai in the distance as if taking a stroll, looking at him and sighing with regret. What are you doing? I haven't even started yet. Why are you lying down? What? Do you look down on me and don't want to fight with me? Hearing that Su Mo returned his sarcastic words to Dongfang Zixio intact, Sun Yunhai was so angry that he gritted his teeth, endured the injuries in his body, and climbed up from the ground. Su Mo, don't be arrogant. I underestimated the enemy just now and didn't pay attention to your sneak attack. Next, I will not show mercy. You better be careful. As he spoke, Sun Yunhai burst out his spiritual power again, waving his fists and attacking fiercely. This time, the fluctuation of his spiritual power was more severe than before. It was obvious that he was angered by Su Mo, so he mobilized all his strength to give Su Maoyang a fatal blow, because if he didn't kill her, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Dongfang Liyue, who was in the audience, heard what Sun Yunhai said and couldn't help but sneer. This Sun Yunhai is really shameless. He is not as strong as others, but he actually wrongly accused Su Mo of sneak attack. As long as you are not blind, everyone can see clearly that Su Mo just gave him a palm openly. According to Su Mo's strength, would he still bother to sneak attack him? What a joke. Haha. He is just covering up his embarrassment. You are too disrespectful to expose him directly like this. Dongfang Yaoyu chuckled. Dongfang Liu also laughed when she heard this. Face? You still want face when you meet Su Mo? Save your life first. During this period of time, she has been with Su Mo day and night, and knows everything about her. She was also beaten to a pulp by her. In her opinion, Su Mo is a pervert. In front of a pervert, you still want face. Isn't this looking for death? Hearing Dongfang Liyue's sarcasm, Xiaoho Wanqian, Hu Mingyu and others all laughed and shook their heads. But they also agreed with Dongfang Liyue's statement in their hearts. Sure enough, as soon as Dongfang Liyue finished speaking, a terrifying sound broke out on the ring again. This time, Sun Yunhai was hit directly in the chest by Su Maoyang's punch. Before he could bleed, Su Maoyang kicked him in the stomach with disgust, making him step back a few steps before he bled. Although Sun Yunhai was hit again, he was secretly happy that he could stand firm this time. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Humph. Don't think about knocking me down again. Su Maoyang heard this, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. hooking a sneer. Sorry. I just don't want to be stained by your blood. You are probably thinking too much. After saying that, Su Maoyong touched the ground with her toes, suddenly jumped into the air, and kicked at Sun Yunhai's head with a strong wind like an ice spike. Sun Yunhai's cheeks flushed with shame and anger when he heard her words, and his eyes were gnashing with anger. However, facing her swift attack, he did not dare to take it lightly, and immediately waved his strong fist to resist. Unfortunately, he, a late-stage Junlingshi, was no match for Su Maoyong, who had recovered his strength. To deal with him, Su Maoyong did not intend to use spiritual power at all, and kicked him to the ground with another fierce kick. After another close contact with the earth, Sun Yunhai spit out a lot of blood in a mess. This fall made his previous relief look ridiculous. However, even though he was seriously injured, the humiliation and unwillingness in his heart still drove him to get up from the ground. Gritting and saying, "You want to defeat me? No way." Seeing that he was so stubborn, Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly, and didn't even bother to say anything. She rushed to him like a rainbow light, and another palm fell fiercely. Sun Yunhai was blown by her terrifying wind and couldn't open his eyes, but he resisted reflexively. Facing his defense, Su Maoyong stretched out her hand to grab his wrist and pulled it out hard. With a tearing sound, he actually tore his arm off directly. At this time, the whole square suddenly erupted with a heart-wrenching scream, shocking everyone present. Su Imo actually tore Sun Yunhai's arm off. This is too horrifying. At this time, Su Maoyong seemed a little surprised. Sorry. My hand slipped, and I didn't pay attention. Chapter 1375 just became a useless person. Hand slipped. Didn't notice. She actually took off Sun Yunhai's arm just because of hand slip. If she didn't slip, wouldn't she cut Sun Yunhai into pieces? Realizing this, many people shuddered in horror, swallowed their saliva involuntarily, and looked at Su Maoyong with a bit of fear. But at this time, Su Maoyong felt disgusted and immediately threw the torn arm on the ground. In her opinion, it seemed not an arm, but a pile of shit. Senior Sun, who was sitting in the audience, was shocked to see his beloved son's arm broken. He immediately jumped up from his seat in anger, pointed at Su Maoyong and roared with gritted teeth. The roar shook the entire square like thunder. Su Imo, you are so bold that you dare to break my son's arm. Su Maoyong glanced at him sideways and spread his hands innocently. I just pulled him lightly. Who knew he was so weak and his arm was as soft as a clay sculpture? If I had known your son was so useless, I would definitely show mercy. Grandpa Sun was already furious because of Sun Yunhai's broken arm. When he heard Su Maoyong's extremely humiliating and sarcastic words, he was even more angry and dizzy. He trembled all over, and his mouth trembled with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to eat someone. You? Yi Sun pointed at Su Maoyong, gnashing his teeth, panting, unable to speak. Xiao Zian and others almost burst out laughing after hearing Su Maoyong's answer. Su Imo was too vicious. Not only did he cripple someone's arm, he also humiliated him. This act of rubbing salt into the wound didn't make Yi Sun angry to death. He was lucky. Su Maoyong saw that Sun Iri was so angry that he was about to collapse and seemed to faint at any time. So he kindly comforted him. Don't worry. It's just a broken arm. He won't die. Look. He can still move. Right? As he said that, Su Maoyong stepped on Sun Yunhai's injured arm, and another scream broke through the sky, so shrill that everyone shuddered. Everyone only saw that Sun Yunhai, who was stepped on, had a distorted expression and struggled hard. Blood gushed out from his broken arm, and soon he fainted in a pool of blood. But even so, Su Maoyong still showed no sign of lifting his feet. Instead, he teased with satisfaction. Not bad. Not only can you move, but your voice is also very loud. It seems that the injury is not very serious, and you can continue to fight. After saying that, Su Maoyong punched Sun Yunhai's chest again, making a terrible muffled sound. Sun Yunhai, who was already in pain and about to faint, could not bear such an attack. His body was suddenly churning, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were torn apart by Su Imo, and it hurt to the extreme. When Sun Iri saw the scene, he was so scared that his face turned pale, and he could no longer sit still. He took a step forward and prepared to jump onto the ring to stop Su Mo's atrocities. Dongfang Jianba had seen through his intentions long ago. He flashed in front of him and held him down. Eerie son. This is a competition for young people. You old man should not interfere. Get out of here. She broke my son's arm. The competition is over long ago. But she is still killing him. She clearly wants to kill my son. How can I just sit there and watch? Eerie son was furious. He waved Dongfang Jianbo's hand away and shouted loudly. Su Maoyang heard the voice coming from the audience, raised her head, and explained innocently. Senior, you misunderstood. I didn't kill him. If I really did, he would have died at the beginning of the game. How could he live until now? Hearing such an infuriating answer, Sun Eerie was furious, gnashing his teeth, and his roar almost rolled out of his chest. You? Stop it! If you touch him again, I will kill you today. Senior, your son hasn't admitted defeat in person, which means the game has not been decided yet. Just now, I heard his loud voice and struggled hard. It is obvious that he still has the strength to fight again. If I don't make a move, what should I do if he suddenly attacks me? I am a weak woman and I can't withstand his strength. So, before he admits defeat in person, I'm sorry I can't stop, Su Maoyang said seriously. But it made Sun Eerie so angry that he vomited blood. She is still a weak woman? She can't bear Sun Yunhai's strength? She almost beat Sun Yunhai to death. How could Sun Yunhai have the strength to attack her? She is so unlucky to say such a thing. However, although he was angry, in order to save his life, Sun Eerie had to put down his face and yelled at Sun Yunhai. Yunhai, admit defeat quickly. You are not her opponent. You will be beaten to death by her. Sun Yunhai was seriously injured and had no strength to continue to waste. It was better to admit defeat than to be beaten to death. Then he moved his mouth and prepared to admit defeat. However, unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and couldn't make any sound. Realizing this, Sun Yunhai suddenly panicked. But when he touched Sumo's cold eyes with a smile, his heart was shocked and he realized instantly that it was her. It was her trick. In order to kill him, she actually pressed his acupuncture points, making him speechless. Sure enough, the next second, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. It seems that Mr. Sun still refuses to give in. So I have no choice but to continue. As he said that, Su Maoyang swung his arms violently, and his fists rained down on Sun Yunhai's body, quickly beating him to a bloody pulp. Seeing this scene, all the people in the Sun family were furious, and they immediately stood up, intending to rush to the ring and find trouble with Su Mo. When Dongfang Yanqing saw this, he immediately waved his hand, and the people in the Dongfang family quickly rushed over and blocked the Sun family, not allowing them to move forward half a step. The two forces were on the verge of a fight, and there was a tendency to fight at any time. Second Master Son, Patriarch Son. It's a competition for young people, so we elders should not interfere. Everyone knows that participating in the competition is voluntary, and you have to bear the consequences yourself. Sun Yunhai was just injured, and Su Mo didn't kill him yet. Can't you, the Sun family, afford to lose? Dongfang Yanqing stared at the Sun family coldly and asked with a serious face. Hearing this, the Sun family was furious. What do you mean by just injured? Patriarch Dongfang said it so lightly. But they knew that if they really quarreled with the Dongfang family, they would suffer. After all, Dongfang Yanqing's formation was still quite fearful. Due to Dongfang Yanqing's arrogance, the Sun family had to sit back. The elders in the audience saw that Sun Yunhai was nearly dead from the beating and shouted to stop him. Stop! The rules of the competition do not allow killing. Are you going to break the rules? Su Maoyang stopped when he heard the elders call for a stop. He straightened his clothes and said, Don't worry. He is still alive. He is not dead. He is just a useless person who cannot take care of himself. Chapter 1376. You all come together. Everyone sighed when they heard that Sun Yunhai had become a cripple. Sun Yunhai had said before that he would beat Dongfang Zixia into a cripple, but he didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. And in the blink of an eye, it came back to him. Realizing this, everyone in the audience was shocked and touched. They had to admit that Su Mo was really good. Since she entered the academy, almost everyone who fell into her hands had a bad ending. At first it was the Xiaohou family, then Sun Haoran from the Sun family, and then Song Guangyou and Song Rongxin from the Song family. Now even Sun Yunhai, who avenged Sun Haoran, fell into her hands. No wonder she is so arrogant. She really has the capital to be arrogant. However, when everyone was sighing, Xiahou Yuanshan of the Xiahou family was furious. She had thought Suemo was dead, but she didn't know that she was not dead, but became so powerful that she crushed Sun Yunhai without any suspense. Such strength was far better than hers. Just thinking of this, Xiahou Yuanshan gritted her teeth in anger and cursed viciously. It's really a disaster for thousands of years. When will this annoying bitch die? Xiahou Wanyan, who was sitting next to her, saw Suemo come back alive and beat Sun Yunhai. She felt bad. At first, she looked down on Suemo, who knew that the maid she didn't care about would achieve such an impressive result. Such a gap made her hate Suemo even more. Now, hearing Xiahou Yuanshan's curse, she couldn't help but open her mouth to flatter. Miss Yuanshan, Suemo has offended so many people. You can't escape the first day. You don't have to worry about it. Someone will solve it for you. Humph. How can I relax? If you were not useless, Suemo would have died long ago. Why would he live until now? And would not have caused so many troubles. You should prepare well for the next alchemy competition. And don't let my Xiahou family down again. Otherwise, you will just be like Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian. Get out of the Xiahou family. Xiahou Yuanshan snorted angrily, glared at Xiahou Wanyan, and said fiercely. Obviously, Xiahou Yuanshan was still blaming Xiahou Wanyan for not being able to successfully frame Suemo for stealing the elixir. What made her even more angry was that Xiahou Wanyan not only did not let Suemo fall, but also got herself involved. Xiahou Yuanshan got angry when she mentioned this kind of idiot, who was more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Xiahou Wanyan was frightened by her fierce warning, and her face turned pale. Since Xiahou Qing's hands were crippled by Suemo, the responsibility of refining the alchemy of the Xiahou family fell on her. After so many things happened, the reason why Grandpa Xiahou was still kind to her was because of her talent in alchemy. However, what made her a little strange was that after she arrived at Fenglin Imperial Capital, she found that there were many geniuses with more alchemy talent than her. But Grandpa Xiahou had high hopes for her, and even hoped that she could squeeze into the top 10 of the alchemy list. You know, the top 10 in the alchemy list are all a group of talented people with amazing talents. The worst are at the level of Dan Wang alchemists. And she is a peak alchemist, not a little bit short of Dan Wang. I really don't know where Grandpa Xiahou got the confidence to let her squeeze into the top 10. However, Xiahou Wanyan had no backing and had always been walking on thin ice in the Xiahou family. So she didn't dare to go against Grandpa Xiahou's wishes. She could only nod and accept what he ordered, and had no right to object. But the pressure in her heart became greater and greater. However, just as Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Wanxian were talking, Sun Yunhai on the stage had been carried down. Seeing this, all the people of the Sun family surrounded him, and checked on Sun Yunhai's condition. As Suemo said, he was still alive, but there was no intact part of his body. From inside to outside, he might have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Thinking that the Sun family had lost another promising young man, the faces of the Sun family were quite ugly, and their pupils were floating with anger. But the pit was that Suemo did not take Sun Yunhai's life, so they really had no reason to pursue the responsibility. What's more, with Sumo's sharp mouth, if they really pursued the responsibility, it would probably not only get no benefit, but also cause humiliation. After all, Sun Yunhai was not as skilled as others, and he had to admit defeat after being crippled. What's more, the people of the Dongfang family were still in front of him, so they couldn't make trouble even if they wanted to, and they had no choice but to swallow their anger. However, the elders of the Sun family could endure it, but the younger generations of the Sun family could not. Their Sun family had suffered such a big setback in public, and they had lost all their dignity and face. How could they let it go? So, at this time, a man in a blue brocade robe at the Sun family seat suddenly flew onto the stage and stood opposite Suemo. This sudden scene once again set off a climax in the audience. When they saw the identity of the man clearly, everyone was shocked and talked about it. Look! It's Sun Yunhai's elder brother, Sun Yezhou. Haha. This is going to be a good show. Sun Yezhou is a master ranked 20th on the battle list. After practicing for some time, his strength must have improved a lot. Even if Suemo is strong enough to defeat Sun Yunhai, it is still quite difficult to defeat Sun Yezhou. Yes, I heard that Sun Yezhou has been promoted to the peak Junlingshi some time ago. Whether it is spiritual power or combat power, it is not comparable to Sun Yunhai. It seems that Sun Yezhou is planning to avenge Sun Yunhai. Sun Yezhou's appearance on the stage made the people on the stage very excited. They all whispered and talked about it, and they felt a little more expectant in their hearts. However, Su Maoyang was not familiar with this person. But after hearing the discussion below, he had a general understanding of the blue-clothed man in front of him. Then he looked him up and down, and then looked in the direction of the Sun family audience, frowned and asked, "Who else in your Sun family wants to avenge Sun Yunhai and Sun Haoran? Come together. Fighting one by one like this? You are not tired. But I am tired of it. There are many disciples in the big family. After beating one, another one comes. When will it end? Therefore, it is better to all come together and directly settle the grievances with the Sun family." For Su Maoyang, this method is simple, direct, and time-saving. But when these words fall into the ears of the Sun family, they become a kind of arrogance that does not know the height of the world. So, the people of the Sun family were so angry that their faces turned black on the spot. After taking a deep breath, they tried to suppress the urge to rush up and kill her. Sun Yezhou, who was standing opposite Su Maoyang, narrowed his eyes slightly. A sinister look appeared on his cold and handsome face. His deep voice was calm but sharp. "No need to go to great lengths. Heal you. I alone am enough." Chapter 1377 Sun Yezhou's Unique Skills. I have to admit that the woman in front of me is too arrogant. She thinks that she will be invincible if she defeats Sun Yunhai. She even dares to threaten to let all the disciples of the Sun family fight together. If he doesn't teach her a lesson, she will really climb over the head of the Sun family. Thinking of this, Sun Yezhou's face became more gloomy, and his eyes staring at Su Maoyang were full of fierce murderous intent. And he obviously wanted to kill. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure? Don't let your Sun family not be able to afford to lose and accuse me of poisoning you. I will be in a difficult situation." "Humph. I should say this. I hope the Dongfang family can afford to lose. So don't blame me for not knowing the severity of the situation." The man in blue snorted expressionlessly, with endless pride in his posture. Judging from his aura, this person is indeed much stronger than Sun Yunhai. Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation after hearing this. "Okay. Since you are a tough one, I won't be polite." As soon as the voice fell, Su Maoyang rushed towards Sun Yezhou like a whirlwind. Everyone only saw a blue afterimage passing by, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Sun Yezhou. Sun Yezhou was also shocked by her speed, but his foundation was there after all, so he was not scared by her attack. Then he took a step and flashed to the side, and immediately raised his palm, trying to catch Su Maoyang's fist. Su Maoyang still did not use spiritual power this time, but only relied on her own internal strength to attack. In Sun Yezhou's opinion, she was simply stupid to the extreme. At this time, facing her suicidal attack, Sun Yezhou sneered disdainfully. "Humph. You will pay for your stupidity." He was once a top 20 expert, so his strength was naturally beyond words. This Su Imo actually dared to use the same method to deal with him as she did to Sun Yunhai. He really couldn't think of any other words to describe her except stupidity. So, in order to teach her a lesson, Sun Yezhou used a lot of strength this time and snapped at Su Maoyang's wrist, intending to crush her arm directly to avenge Sun Yunhai's broken arm. It's just that ideals are full and reality is very skinny. Sun Yezhou had already anticipated Su Mo's tragic ending, but when he snapped Su Mo's slender wrist, he was stimulated by a fierce and piercing coldness and shrank back. At this time, he discovered that there was a layer of strange cold air floating around Su Mo's whole body. This cold air contained a lot of power and could cause a certain degree of damage to the human body. Realizing this, Sun Yezhou was shocked and looked at Su Maoyang deeply. He was a man of 7 feet tall and a powerful peak Junlingshi. How could he be scared away by a chill? If it got out, people would laugh at him. Besides, Su Imo killed Sun Haoran and crippled Sun Yunhai, which made the Sun family very embarrassed. If he didn't save the face of the Sun family, it would be difficult for the Sun family to gain a foothold in Fenglin Imperial City in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Yezhou slapped her chest again. A rumbling palm print with a terrifying bright silver light hit like thunder. Seeing this, Su Maoyang didn't change his face. He didn't even move a step. He went straight to meet him without saying a word. Everyone in the audience was stunned when they saw this scene. They knew Sumo was arrogant, but they didn't expect her to be so arrogant that she planned to take the full-strength palm of the peak Junlingshi without using spiritual power. She was simply an irrational lunatic. At this time, seeing that the terrifying power was about to fall on Sumo, many people on the scene covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. It seemed that they had already anticipated her miserable and bloody end, because according to the force of Sun Yejo's blast, Sumo might be blasted to pieces. However, just when everyone was sweating for her, Sumo suddenly had an ice spike in her hand, which directly faced the palm of Sun Yejo's hand. Humph. A small ice cube wants to resist my palm print. Naive. Sun Yejo also noticed the changes in her hand, but he did not take her ice spike seriously, because he had enough confidence to smash it with one palm. If his spiritual power of the peak Junlingshi could not even break an ice cube, wouldn't it be a joke? However, he was too blindly confident and misjudged the power of the ice spike. When his palm fell, a sharp pain that pierced through flesh and blood instantly attacked and rushed to his brain, causing him to groan and stagger back several steps. At this time, his palm had been pierced by the ice spike, and blood gushed out, staining the entire palm and back of the hand red, and the blood dripped from his fingers to the ground. But the ice spike that pierced the palm had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for the huge blood hole left in his palm, everyone almost thought they had an illusion and were dazzled. But the blood was too dazzling. Everyone really didn't understand what kind of ice spike was stronger than the spiritual power of the peak Junlingshi. It could directly break through Sun Yejo's power and pierce his palm. It was really strange. Not to mention the audience. Even Sun Yejo himself was frightened and quickly pressed the acupuncture points to prevent himself from losing too much blood. At this time, feeling the severe pain from the palm of his hand, Sun Yejo's expression was distorted and furious. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang with a ferocious look, gritting his teeth and yelling, "I will kill you today." Being stabbed by an ice spike without any spiritual power was absolutely an unprecedented humiliation for him. Therefore, Sun Yejo was completely enraged by Sumo at this time, and the whole person was in a state of rampage. Then he urged his spiritual power, raised his head and shouted, "Refining Sun Demon Claw, kill!" At this time, Su Maoyang only saw that Sun Yejo's other hand was actually lingering with black demonic energy, and that arm was instantly covered with a layer of sharp armor. As for his palm, it was like taking hormones. It became several times larger, like the palm of a monster beast, and it looked extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, the audience was boiling again, and they all exclaimed, "My God, it's a top-grade spiritual skill. Refining Sun Demon Claw. Yes, it is Sun Yejo's unique skill. Practicing this martial art can make people become monsters and have the power of monsters and beasts. I didn't expect Sumo to force out all his unique skills. It's really not simple." Su Maoyang saw the changes in Sun Yejo, and a touch of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Sun Yejo to practice such a powerful martial art. No wonder this person is a little arrogant. It turns out that he is still a bit good. However, Sun Yejo did not give Su Maoyang any time to think. He rushed towards her in a rage, and his huge palm fell down fiercely, like a mountain, trying to crush Su Maoyang. Chapter 1378 The Power of Demon Transformation. Su Maoyang felt the pressure of the heavy force like Mount Tai, and she frowned slightly in fear and quickly retreated to the side. But the opponent kept chasing her, waving his extremely fat palm and approaching her again. The strong wind alone made her cheek hurt. She couldn't imagine what kind of serious injury would be caused if the slap really landed on her. Everyone saw Su Maoyang being forced to retreat again and again by Sun Yejo's slap, and they all shook their heads and sighed with regret. Hey, Sun Yejo has even used his special skills. Sumo is doomed. This slap will directly beat her into a pulp. That's right. Even if Sumo's skills are tricky and his steps are weird, he is still not as strong as Sun Yejo. A tall and strong man. What's more, Sun Yejo used the refining Sun Demon Claw to make his arms as hard as iron and as strong as a monster. How can Sumo's small body resist it? This time, Sumo finally kicked a hard point. According to this posture, Sun Yejo clearly wants to kill her directly. So, if you look down on others, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. The crowd and the audience talked a lot and analyzed the current situation. while the people of the Sun family nodded with satisfaction and had full confidence in Sun Yejo. The Sun family was once in a haze after losing 2 younger generations to Su Mo. Now Sun Yejo is finally going to save face for the Sun family. Thinking of this, the people of the Sun family relaxed a little. As for the people of the Dongfang family, they were worried about Su Moyang's safety. They suddenly became extremely nervous. As Su Mo's figure rose and fell, they couldn't calm down. Although Su Mo's fighting power is very good, she is only a midterm June Lingxer after all. Even if she has improved a lot in the 2 months of her disappearance, she can't soar to the sky no matter how much she improves. So she can only reach the level of a late June Lingxer. With such strength combined with her sharp skills, she still has a chance to defeat Sun Yihai, who is a late June Lingxer. But it is really a bit risky to deal with Sun Yejo, a peak June Lingxer. What's more, Sun Yejo even used the refining Sun Demon Claw, with the intention of killing with one blow. It is difficult for Su Mo to survive, let alone defeat Sun Yejo. How can they not worry? Brother, Su Mo is a girl. How can she bear such power? If it goes on like this, I'm afraid she will even lose her life. Sun Yejo's offensive continued to grow stronger, and the power he burst out was unknown how many times stronger than before. Dongfang Jianbo was frightened and frowned in worry, and said to Dongfang Yanqing next to him, even a rough man couldn't bear such a force, let alone a delicate girl like Su Mo. He couldn't bear to see her beaten to a bloody pulp. Hearing that Dongfang Jianbo was getting anxious, Sun Eri, who was not far away, snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "What? Want to interrupt the game? The head of the Dongfang family just said that we, the older generation, should not interfere with the games of young people. Is General Dongfang contradicting himself? Don't talk nonsense here and guess what I mean. When did I say I wanted to interrupt the game?" Dongfang Jianbo was naturally not the kind of person who would go back on his words. He was just worried about Su Mo hearing Sun Eri deliberately mocking him. He roared back in anger. "Haha. That's good. I'll give you that sentence too. I hope your Dongfang family can afford to lose." Sun Eri curled his lips and sneered, glared at them with contempt, then retracted his gaze and looked back at the ring. Dongfang Jianbo was so angry at his words that his face turned black. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to fight. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the ring. Sun Yejo seemed to be irritated by Su Moyang's strange body movements. He howled with his teeth bared. And then the whole person flew up fiercely, and a palm was printed across the sky. The palm, which was 2 meters in size, suddenly fell from the sky, covering Su Moyang's petite figure, casting a huge shadow where she was. And there was a tendency to smash her with one palm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience gasped in fear. Although they had already anticipated Su Mo's ending, they were still scared by the momentum of Sun Yejo's explosion. Xiahou Yuan Shan, Xiahou Wan Yin and Han Sinyu, who had a deep hatred for Su Moyang, were staring at her petite figure, not wanting to blink, for fear of missing the exciting scene of her blood splashing. After all, they had waited too long for this moment. At this moment, even Su Moyang couldn't help but sigh that the power of the top-grade spiritual skills was indeed extraordinary. I believe that even a strong man who is also a peak June Lingxer would find it difficult to resist Sun Yejo's violent slap like a monster. No wonder he was able to rush into the top 20 before. This refining Sun Demon Claw is indeed quite powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful the martial arts are, they can't be compared with the secret technique. The two are not on the same level at all. Therefore, for Su Moyang, who had practiced the ice sacrifice for 9 days, the current martial arts were strong, but not strong enough to scare her. So when everyone was frightened by Sun Yejo's attack, Su Moyang was extremely calm. She stood still, facing the palm wind coming towards her, and quickly urged the power of the ice sacrifice for 9 days. Her dark eyes turned silver white at this moment, emitting a terrible cold light. Then, the palm print fell, and the earth-shaking sound exploded, shaking the entire square. Everyone was frightened by the movement, and their faces turned pale. Even those who were sitting in the audience were oppressed by the residual power. It was hard to imagine what Su Mo would be like when she was facing the attack. Everyone was curious about Su Moyang's fate. They all opened their eyes wide and tried to search for her figure. However, when the smoke dissipated and gradually exposed the situation on the ring, everyone was stunned like lightning. Everyone's expression was like petrified, motionless, completely frozen. They couldn't believe what they saw. Facing Sun Yezhou's palm print, Su Maoyang actually reached out to catch it. What's more terrifying is that she only used one hand. She held up the huge, heavy palm with one hand. This is too scary. However, before everyone recovered from the shock, they saw Su Maoyang's arm burst out with a terrible cold air, like a silver dragon, fiercely invading Sun Yezhou's palm. The next second, everyone saw Sun Yezhou's huge palm instantly frozen into ice. From the palm to the arm, from bottom to top, quickly covered with a layer of solid ice. At this time, before Sun Yezhou could react, there was a loud bang, and the ice exploded, echoing throughout the square, which was several times louder than the noise he had just made. Then he saw with his own eyes that his demonized arm was blown up with blood splattering and blood and flesh flying. Chapter 1379. Do you know how Sun Haoran died? When the people in the audience saw this scene, they were shocked as if they were struck by thunder. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they were facing death. They stared at the blood and flesh splattering on the stage stiffly, as if they were also attacked by the cold air burst out by Su Mo. A chill ran through their spines like an electric current, and they shivered uncontrollably. Exploded. She actually blew off Sun Yezhou's arm directly. Although Sun Yunhai's arm was also broken by her just now, it was still intact. But now Sun Yezhou didn't even keep his intact arm, and was directly blown into mincemeat. In this case, should Sun Yunhai still thank Su Mo for not doing such a cruel thing? Thinking of this, everyone took a breath with lingering fear, and they couldn't calm down their inner shock for a long time. They didn't know how Su Mo did it. Not only could she resist the power of the refining Sun Demon Claw with one hand, but she could also freeze Sun Yezhou's arm into ice, and directly blow it into a bloody mess. You have to know that the arm after the monster transformation is covered with a very hard armor, and the defensibility is as abnormal as that of the monster. If you want to break the defense or even blow off the arm, you must have a very fierce force. However, all this was done easily by Su Mo, because they saw that she did not use any spiritual power at all, but only relied on her own strength to break it. So the question is, where did she get this power? Is it a very powerful martial art? But she didn't even perform any moves, so they really couldn't tell what kind of martial art it was. The Xiahou brothers and sisters and Donphan Liu had seen the power of Su Mo's cold ice, but they were not surprised. Donphan Liu couldn't help laughing when she saw the scene. Haha. Su Mo is an arm-breaking maniac. In her hands, breaking someone's arm is as easy as eating. Even someone's transformed arm was blown up. She's really amazing. After all, I'm a top 20 expert. She can blow it up just like that. I don't care about my face. Sure enough, at this moment, Sun Yezhou lost face, staring at the bloody and mangled flesh on the ground. His heart was hit hard like never before. He was proud of his unique skill. He was planning to challenge the top 10 with this unique skill. Who knew that it was broken by a woman who didn't use any spiritual power without the top 10 geniuses making a move? Such a blow was like a bolt from the blue, shattering his proud heart. What qualifications does he have to fight now? What qualifications does he have to fight? In the eyes of others, his biggest trump card is so vulnerable. How can he have the confidence to continue practicing? While Sun Yezhou was hit, he endured the pain of a broken arm and doubted his strength and future prospects. However, the most important thing for a cultivator to remember is to be shaken in his original intention. Once he is shaken, he will not be able to go far in the future, and his strength may stagnate. Of course, Su Mo blew off his arm, and he believed that even if he continued to practice, it would be extremely difficult. So when he thought that Su Mo had completely ruined his life, Sun Yezhou's expression was ferocious, and he raised his head and roared in grief and anger. Ah! Su Mo! You bitch! I will kill you! Kill you! Before the roar fell, Sun Yezhou rushed towards Su Maoyang like a stimulated monster. Although one of his arms was broken, he still had the other one, although the palm of the other hand was pierced with a hole. Compared with the pain of the broken arm, that injury seemed insignificant. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be reduced to such a ghost, and he still wanted revenge. In desperation, Su Maoyang raised her hand and waved her sleeve to slap away a force. Everyone only saw a burst of cold air bursting out from her palm, hitting Sun Yezhou's fist hard. Sun Yezhou felt a sharp pain, but he endured the pain and rushed forward without retreating, smashing a fist in the direction of Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's footsteps trembled slightly. and he swept to the side. His petite body avoided his attack as light as a feather. And then he flashed in front of him and passed by him. At this time, Su Maoyang raised a strange smile with a low voice, which was not loud, but with an unknown meaning, and sounded softly in Sun Yezhou's ears. Do you know how Sun Haoran died? I'll tell you now. After saying that, without waiting for Sun Yezhou to react, Su Maoyang suddenly raised his palm and hit Sun Yezhou's fatal point. The soul-stealing needle hidden in the palm of his hand took the opportunity to pierce it, causing Sun Yezhou to groan in pain, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Sun Haoran did not die because he was possessed by the devil, but he was clearly killed by Su Mo. It's you? It's really you. Sun Yezhou looked terrified and roared in disbelief. But when he realized it, it was too late. Su Maoyang's continuous palm prints had already fallen on him, feeling the silver needle piercing into his acupuncture point. Sun Yezhou immediately realized that she was going to kill him with the same method she used on Sun Haoran. Thinking of the fate of Sun Haoran and Sun Yunhai, he was instantly filled with fear. He dared not delay any longer and immediately shouted, I give up! I give up! Help! Su Maoyang was a little surprised to hear him admit defeat in person. She frowned and had to stop attacking. She was almost able to kill him. What a pity! However, in order not to violate the rules of the college and continue to participate in the competition, Su Maoyang had to spare his life and let it go. Sun Yezhou was relieved when he saw Su Maoyang stop. He fell to the ground with lingering fear and gasped for breath. When the people of the Sun family saw this scene, they all turned pale and immediately sent someone to help him down. Dongfang Jianba and Dongfang Yanqing saw that the people of the Sun family were covered in dirt, and their expressions were uglier than eating shit. They stroked their beards and laughed out loud on the spot. Their undisguised ridicule made the people of the Sun family furious, but they had no face to refute. Sun Yezhou, who was rescued from the ring, kept hearing Su Mo's words. His heart was beating wildly with fear. He gasped and shouted to the head of the Sun family, Su Mo is the murderer who killed Sun Haoran. The head of the Sun family didn't quite understand what he meant. He thought he was stimulated and nodded and replied, I know that Sun Haoran's death was caused by Su Mo. Don't emphasize this. You are so seriously injured. You should heal your wounds. No. It wasn't her. She killed him. She stimulated Sun Haoran's acupuncture points and made him go crazy. Sun Yezhou screamed and spit out the truth of Sun Haoran's death. Everyone present was shocked by the truth and looked at Su Maoyang on the stage. Chapter 1380. No one dares to challenge her. Everyone had always thought that Sun Haoran died because of her own obsession. But because Sun Haoran died in a fight with Su Mo, the Sun family blamed Su Mo for the death. In fact, everyone knew that Sun Haoran did not die at the hands of Su Mo, but was indirectly caused by her. However, Sun Yezhou now told them that Sun Haoran was not killed by Su Mo because of improper use of his power, but was killed by Su Mo himself. It was Su Mo who deliberately stimulated the acupuncture points that made Sun Haoran go crazy. This truth was beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was stunned. They found that Su Mo, this woman, was indescribably weird in terms of her skills, strength, and even her killing methods, which was really hard to see through. Su Maoyang received everyone's shocked gazes, and the hatred of the Sun family members, who were ready to eat her alive at any time. She couldn't help but laugh and retort, Mr. Sun, you are not as skilled as others and lost to me. But there is no need to smear me like this. At that time, Sun Haoran died suddenly. The third prince asked a coroner to check. He didn't have any injuries on his body. This is obvious to everyone. Don't wrongly accuse me. Humph. You sinister and cunning poisonous woman. You use silver needles to stimulate the acupuncture points, causing his meridians to flow backwards, which led to his infatuation. Of course, there are no injuries. Sun Yezhou gritted his teeth and yelled, determined to expose her conspiracy. Su Maoyang sneered calmly. Speak with evidence. You said that I killed Sun Haoran with silver needles. Please show me the evidence. I have the evidence. You just use silver needles to stimulate my acupuncture points. Sun Yezhou gritted his teeth. Even if I stabbed you with a silver needle, it doesn't mean that I stabbed Sun Haoran with a silver needle. If I hit you today and Mr. Sun was beaten to death the next day, does that mean I killed him? What kind of evidence is this? Besides, you were stabbed by me, but you are still alive and well. What basis do you have to say that Sun Haoran was killed by me with a silver needle? If you have the guts, bring out his body, and we will confront each other on the spot. Su Moyang refuted it with confidence. Sun Yezhou couldn't argue with Su Mo. She blocked him with a few words, and he couldn't say anything. You? Sun Haoran has been dead for so long, and has been buried for a long time. Do we have to dig him out of his grave just to check his injuries? This Su Mo is really going too far. When the head of the Sun family heard this, he interrupted Sun Yezhou and scolded him harshly. Okay. Haven't you lost face enough today? You'd better stop talking and go down to recuperate. Sun Haoran has been dead for so long. His body is rotted. How can they find evidence? Even if they believe Sun Yezhou's words. Su Mo insisted that Sun Haoran was not killed by her. So they can't do anything. So such a dispute seems meaningless. After hearing the words of the head of the Sun family, Sun Yezhou knew that his loss to Su Mo made him lose face. And he was angry. So he shut his mouth and stopped talking. Seeing that the people of the Sun family did not intend to pursue the matter, the others present naturally did not dare to meddle in other people's business. But everyone's curiosity about Su Moyang deepened. Seeing that the farce between Su Mo and the Sun family came to an end, the elder who presided over the competition immediately announced, Su Mo defeated Sun Yezhou and won the 20th place. Who else wants to challenge her for the 20th place? As soon as the elder's words came out, the whole audience fell into silence again. Everyone looked at each other. But no one was willing to stand up and challenge Su Mo. After all, the commotion Su Mo had just caused was too big, casting a shadow on everyone's hearts. Facing someone who could resist the refining sun demon claw with one hand. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? Although they coveted the top rankings and could get more rewards. No matter how many rewards there were, life was more important. They still wanted to live a few more years. Thinking of this, everyone was as steady as a mountain, and had no impulse to stand up and challenge. Seeing that no one was willing to challenge, the elder retracted his gaze, and looked at Su Mo on the stage. Su Mo, you are now the 20th player in the rankings, and there are 9 people ahead of you. Do you want to challenge them? Hearing that Su Mo was going to challenge, the 9 players from the 11th to the 19th place suddenly tightened their expressions. Their hearts instantly rose to their throats, and they became very nervous. Su Mo's strength was too strange. They couldn't figure out her depth, and didn't want to fight with her at all. If they ended up like Sun Yunhai, it would be a loss. So they were afraid that Su Mo would call out their names. Su Moyang heard this, raised an eyebrow and looked at the elder, and asked, Is it that if you are ranked in the top 10 of the advanced competition, you are qualified to challenge the top 10 of the elite competition? Yes. Yes. The elder nodded. Then there is no need for me to challenge. I'd better wait for tomorrow's elite competition to challenge. Su Moyang nodded in understanding and answered thoughtfully. She is now the 20th on the battle list, excluding the 10 geniuses in the elite competition. She happens to be in the top 10 in the advanced competition. She already has the qualification to challenge the top 10 on the battle list. And there is no need to fight again. The players in the advanced competition were not challenging at all for her, even if she was training her skills. It seemed a bit childish. So, she might as well wait for tomorrow's elite competition and directly challenge the top 10 players on the battle list to experience the strength of the geniuses that everyone has been praising. After hearing Su Moyang say this, no one in the audience dared to make random remarks and ridicule, because they just saw Su Mo's strength and realized that he was not arrogant, but indeed qualified to challenge the top 10. The elders heard her words and respected her wishes. Okay. I hope you will participate in the competition on time tomorrow, and don't miss the time again. Hearing that Su Mo had confirmed his qualification, Donfan Liu didn't want to miss this competition and quickly applied. Elder, I want to challenge the top 50 players. Can you arrange a competition for me? She has now reached the level of a late-stage Junlingshi, and her strength has improved significantly. Now she has the opportunity to show her skills and exchange martial arts. And she doesn't want to miss it. The elder shook his head slightly. You missed the intermediate competition and didn't get the qualification to challenge the higher-level players. You can only wait until next time. Hearing this, Su Moyang frowned slightly and glanced coldly at Elder Xiong, Elder O and Elder Jiang sitting on the judge's seat, and then said to the elder who spoke, Elder, I'm sorry I can't agree with what you said. Isn't Liuguang Academy responsible for us missing the competition? If it weren't for the elders of the Beast Hall who joined forces to assassinate us and wanted us to be buried in Nanan Forest. How could we have missed the competition? However, we were almost killed by the elders of the Academy. Not only did the Academy not give a reasonable explanation, but now it wants to deprive us of our qualifications to participate. Is this reasonable?